What's up? Ghost Fictions is here and we're back again. This is a story where Issei was betrayed and became a true outer god emperor. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into part 3. Chapter 51. After following Tio for a while, they finally arrived at the place where Issei and Rias went to before. It's the fog labyrinth. The moment Tio entered the labyrinth, it envelops her right away and she can be heard muttering, "Tilt, I'm here. Let's go home." Then there's a bunch of evil souls surrounding her with Tilt and Tio at the center. Tilt is the ghost girl that Issei and Rias gave the flower of happiness to, and they thought she passed on after that, but after hearing that it's only a temporary measure from Barrow, they know that she hasn't passed on yet. From this, he knows that Tilt is the little sister of Tio who passed away before. Tio's eyes become hollow after being possessed by Tilt and surrounded by the evil spirits. For a human being to be able to become possessed this easily, then they must be willing in the first place. Issei didn't found this weird because Tilt is Tio's little sister after all. That ghost girl's attracting all the evil spirits in the vicinity. Their influence is very close to turning her into an evil spirit too. Issei. Tilt. Tilt, who's hearing Issei's word, looked towards him. Tilt. What do you want? Issei. Are you sure this is what you want to do to your own sister? Taking her to the afterlife even though she's still alive and there are people who are worried about her. Tilt. One-chan isn't happy even when she's alive. So that's why I'm gonna take her to the afterlife. Issei. Oh. What makes you think she's not happy right now? Tilt. Because she always cries when she's alone. I can feel her sadness. She'll never be happy living like this. I'm taking her with me so we can be together forever. Issei. Happy. I see. The happiness flower you were looking for was supposed to be a present for Tio, huh? In response to Issei's question, Tilt quietly nodded. Issei. Tio tried to be happy by making the outlaw girls feel better though. Tilt. That wasn't her happiness. She just tried to convince herself that their happiness was her own. Issei. I think she just enjoys other people's happiness because she's a nice person. Tilt. Don't assume my sister's supposed to be nice. Tilt's voice had been monotone thus far, but after Issei's last statement, it oozed with malice. Tilt. I was assaulted by a married man and forced to become an outlaw. Tio worked her heart out for me. Issei. Your happiness, and even all the other unfortunate outlaw girls' happiness, was shared with Tio. Tilt. My happiness is my sister's. Impossible. It's not like she's my slave. I hated the situation I was in, but I couldn't stand making Tio waste her life on me. So when I heard about the happiness flowers, I snuck out of the ruins to go to Eden, where I got attacked by monsters. Issei. I see. But if you care so much about Tio, why do you want her to die too? Tilt. One day, while I was wandering as a ghost, I sensed One-chan's sorrow. She blamed herself for something terrible that almost happened to the outlaw girls. Issei. Ah. That time, huh? When Rochefort and his lackeys attacked. She must be afraid the same tragedy that happened to you gonna repeat itself. Tilt. It's weird. Why should Tio be sad? I'm already dead, so she could just forget about the others. When I learned Tio was sad, seeds of anger sprouted in me. Then I noticed evil spirits were gathering around me and making it stronger. Issei. But you might turn into an evil spirit as well if this goes on, do you know that? Tilt. Don't worry, I'll vanish soon. But I'm taking Tio with me. Then she won't have to feel sad anymore. Guo. The black, unpleasant, mud-like spirits coiled around Tio and began to wriggle as though in an attempt to consume her. Issei. Tio, can you hear me? It's Issei. Tio doesn't respond to Issei's voice, but Tilt does. Tilt. Issei. Issei. What? When Tilt confirmed Issei's name, Tilt stopped and gave him a curious stare. Tilt. So you're Issei. Issei. Ah, indeed. My name is Issei. Tilt. I see now. You're the guy One-chan loves. Issei. Tilt. But her loves hurt her greatly. Issei. And why is that? Tilt. You already have 3 wives to flaunt around. Have you ever thought about how that might make Tio feel? Tilt finds out about Issei's having 3 wives from the memory of Tio. Issei. I never remember flaunting them around, though. Tilt. Oh yeah, I've got an idea. If you really want to save One-chan, give her a kiss. Issei. A kiss? Tilt. Can't, can you? Not when she's covered in all these evil spirits and… Before Tilt can finish her words, Issei calmly took off his hood and gave Tio a deep kiss. Smooch. He slipped his tongue between her lips. Tilt wanted to stop Issei, but the moment she saw his face and the aura he irradiated, she became frozen stiff. The evil spirits which were surrounding them instantly dispersed in fear of Issei's aura. Issei doesn't let his aura went wild, or he might just make Tilt disappear as well. Tio. Then GH, aha, MMPH, MMNNNN. As Issei's kiss became deeper, Tio's body eventually began to display a reaction to it. Tilt. Stop. Tilt tried to stop Issei, but just being close to him makes her feels at peace, and her voice doesn't have any force behind it. Tio. Millimeters, wah. Ah. The aggressive, salivating kisses from Issei finally got Tio to respond. Tio. Ah, Issei. Why? Tio stared with disbelief at Issei's face. Issei. Hey, you're awake now. Issei calmly give her a gentle smile, and seeing his smile makes Tio remembered why she's here in the first place. Tio. Oh. Tilt told me to go back with her. Issei. Go back where? Your place belongs by my side. You said it yourself, don't you? You love me. Remember. Tio. Why you were awake at that time? Issei. Ah. And here's my answer to your confession. Tio, I love you too. Will you be my wife? Tio's eyes went wide at Issei's proposal, but soon after she looked solemn. Tio. That's very nice of you, Issei. But don't force yourself to do this. Issei. Do you think I'm forcing myself to love you? Tio. Yes. Unlike your wives, I'm useless in combat. And I'm also, older. Issei. Tio. Don't do it just to keep me alive. If I'd weigh you down, I'd rather go with Tilt. Tilt. Yep, that's right, Tio. We'll be together forever. As if following Tilt's will, the black fog reappeared and gathered against Tio, at least that's what they're trying to do, but the moment they came close to Issei's aura, they instantly vanish as well. Issei looked towards Tio in silence, but then he suddenly pushed her against a nearby tree. Tio. Issei. What are you, MMPH? Issei once again kissed Tio, but this time his hand isn't idle as well. He roamed his hands all around Tio's body, from her hips to her butt to her breasts. He also got the location of her breasts locked down and gave them a light teasing touch, drawing out her pleasure. Tio. MMPH, moi, MMMNN. And no. Issei, don't. If you do that, MMN. Tio surrendered her body to Issei. She rubbed her thighs together. Issei. Do you still think I'm forcing myself after feeling this? Then Issei brought Tio's hand toward his crotch, and Tio, who felt, instantly blushed even deeper, and her breathing got even more rapid, while her eyes clouded in lust. After having fun with Issei, Tio remembered she was outside and frantically put some clothes on when she noticed the shining golden ring on her finger. Tio. Mother Eve's proof of marriage. Issei also looked at his golden ring and as expected it changed from 3 into IV now. Chaos Mastery. 45%. Tio folded her hands together to envelop the ring, then closed her eyes to let the happiness sink in. Tio. I've been united with the man I love. I'm so happy. Tilt. Wani-chan. Tio. Tilt. Oh, alright. Silly me, how could I have my first time in front of my little sister? Tilt. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm really glad I got to see you happy anyway. Tio. Tilt. I'm sorry. I can't go with you. I've been taught what personal happiness is, so. Now I want to help girls like you be as happy as possible too. I won't prioritize the happiness of others over my own anymore. So, Tilt, there's no more need to worry about me. Tilt. Okay. I understand. Tilt listened to Tio and smiled like she had when she received the happiness flower. Issei. I could revive you, Tilt. Just when Tio thought Tilt gonna pass on, she heard Issei's word and become stupefied. The same goes for Tilt as well. Tio. Issei. What did you just say? Tilt also looked towards Issei wide-eyed. Issei. I said I can revive Tilt, but not now. Someone I love knows how to do it, as long as the soul of Tilt's still strong as this, then she could be revived. But. No promises. If she doesn't want to revive you, then I won't force her. Tio. Who is this she you're talking about, Issei? Tio felt like she misheard Issei's word after hearing Tilt can be revived, but after knowing it's totally up to she, Tio become apprehensive. Issei. Well. She's someone I came to love and. Fufufu, that would be me, dear. Just when Issei wanted to say more, there's a sudden voice coming from behind him, and Issei felt like it's been forever ever since he heard her voice. Issei looked behind him and as expected, she is standing there with the same gentle smile she always had in her face when she looked at him. Issei. Semiramis. Semiramis. Yes, dearest. Fufufu. To hear that you love me really makes me feel really happy, you know. Semiramis walked towards Issei and held his face just like when they first met. Theo saw a flawless beautiful woman coming out of nowhere, and she even thought that this newcomer is goddess Eve herself, but she knows that Semiramis is not Eve because she heard her name from Issei's mouth just now. Semiramis. Miss me, Ice. Issei. Ah. I miss you. Then before Semiramis could say anything else, Issei hold her tightly and give her a kiss filled with passion and love. Semiramis at first become wide-eyed, but then she reciprocates the kiss Issei gave her. And they started their making out session filled with passion that even make Tio and Tilt, who saw them, feels hot inside. Tio doesn't really feel jealous seeing Issei kiss another woman because she's content just by becoming one of his wives. After they stopped the kiss, they both started breathing heavily because of the lack of air, and they look at each other in the eyes. Just from that gaze, they can tell just how much they miss each other. The longing they both felt for each other. Tio doesn't dare to break their moment even though she wanted to ask them about Tilt's revival. Issei is the first to break the silence. Issei. I finally had my revenge on the kiss you gave me when we first met. Semiramis. Ara. Yufufufufu. I never know you're one to hold grudges over stuff like that. Then both of them chuckled at each other. Semiramis. So, you have found another wife, I see. Semiramis then gazed at Tio and Tilt with interest, and both Tio and Tilt, who felt her gaze, felt a little nervous for an entirely different reason. Tio felt nervous because from what she saw it seems that Semiramis is the woman Issei came to love a long time ago. While Tilt felt nervous because she felt Semiramis' death aura. Tilt knows that Semiramis is far from being a normal person. Hearing her words, Issei body stiffen at first, but soon he relaxed right after. Issei. Ah. She's a great woman. He remembered Semiramis already know about him having wives in this world, and he also remembered her message about not getting anyone else pregnant before her. So it's safe to assume that she doesn't really mind about him having more women in his life. Semiramis. Is that so? Well then, I believe you want to revive that ghost girl over there, don't you? Tio, who heard Semiramis' question on her, hastily begged at her. Tio. Why yes. Please, if you can revive Tilt I will do anything. Semiramis. Anything? Issei wanted to say something, but Semiramis just put her finger on his lip and gave him a teasing look, so he can only smile wryly seeing that. He knows from her look that she just wanted to tease Tio. Tio. Why yes. Anything. Tio firmly gazes at Semiramis when she said that. Tilt felt even more nervous, and she wanted to tell Tio it's okay, but then she felt Semiramis' gaze on her, so she becomes frozen stiff. Semiramis. Very well. My condition is. Semiramis went silent to build up the suspense Tio and Tilt feeling right now. They both gulped at the same time, waiting for Semiramis continue her words. Issei can only sweat seeing her antics. Semiramis. I want you and your sister to serve Issei for the rest of your life. Tio and Tilt. Both of them become stupefied hearing Semiramis' condition. They thought they have to pay some hefty price, but… Semiramis. What's wrong? You said you will do anything, right? Then that's my condition if you want me to revive your little sister there. It should be pretty easy, right? Semiramis tilted her head seeing their stupefied face, and she resists laughing out loud seeing their face. Issei can only sigh bitterly because it seems that Semiramis loved to tease people. But unknown to Issei, she only teases those who she considered family or to her liking. At strangers, she won't do this at all. At best she only sees them as nothing, and if they made her angry, they can stop wishing to be granted an easy death, and even when they die they won't be able to reincarnate anymore. Hello limbo life for them. Tio. But… is that it? Really? Tilt only has her mouth wide open. Semiramis. What else do you think I'm gonna ask of my dearest Ice's wife? You don't expect me to do anything bad to my own sisters, do you? Tio. As sisters? Semiramis. Well, you already married Ice, aren't you? Tio can only nod slowly while still being dumbfounded. Semiramis. Then that makes you my sister since we both love the same man. Tio finally realizes her meaning, then she blushes deeply out of shyness. Tilt also realizes what Semiramis implying after hearing that. Basically, she wants her and Tio to serve Issei as his wives. And to be honest, she doesn't mind at all. If anything, she's happy being able to marry a perfect man such as Issei, and she got to be with her one Ichan together. Semiramis. So? Your answer? Tio and Tilt. You won. They both nodded shyly at the same time. Semiramis smiled seeing that. Semiramis. Splendid. But, you have to wait until Ice is here back to my domain. So be patient until then. They both don't really understand what she meant by her domain, but they nodded regardless. Then Semiramis looked towards Issei once more. Semiramis. Now, dearest. You better remember my words. Or else. She gave Issei a chilling smile that makes Issei feels goosebumps, but he knows what she meant, so he nodded hastily. Issei. Oh. Got it. Semiramis. Fufufu, good. Now then. I see that after losing your virginity you look even more handsome and manly now. I like it. By the way, congrats for getting the orb of life. And see you later as well, sisters. Semiramis give Issei one last kiss after admiring his new looks, and she winked at Tio and Tilt. Both Tio and Tilt face went even deeper red after hearing that. Issei. Ah. I'll see you later. Semiramis. Oh right, Ice. Scathach also sends her regards to you, she can't come because she's training the girls back at home. And I already picked up the girls you mentioned, Union and Wiz right. Quite the cute girl both of them, you really know how to pick them, huh? She gave Issei a knowing look along with a teasing smile on her face, and Issei who saw her teasing look blushed slightly and averted his face because he knows what she meant by that. Issei. It's just coincidence. Semiramis. Really now? You're saying you don't like them big? She pushed up her own boobs while saying that. Issei. Issei went silent at her question, but he doesn't try to deny it. Even though he's not the total pervert he used to be, he still likes Up-I deep inside. You can't hate what you love after all. Tio who heard that become a bit more confident because she got big breasts after all. While Tilt felt a bit down seeing her breasts are not as big as Tio. Tio hastily cheer her up seeing that she looked depressed, saying stuff like, you can grow more so don't worry. I'm sure when you grow up your breasts will become as big as mine. Etc. Semiramis. Phew, I'll leave it at that. But I have a big surprise when you get back later, so be sure to be prepared. After that she went inside the rift she just created and she's gone. Issei. Sigh, I guess that's that. Tio. Issei. Thank you for everything. Issei. Don't mind it, you're my wife after all. Oh right, I still need to tell you some things. Then Issei explained his background, where he came from, and who's Semiramis, that he's actually a dragon, etc. Both Tio and Tilt who heard all of that become totally surprised, but they both accepted soon after because they know Issei isn't a normal man from the start. After a while. Tilt can be seen fidgeting around Issei and Tio who saw that smiled gently at her. Tio. Go on, Tilt. Say it. Tio encourages Tilt to say what she wanted to say. Tilt. You on. Issei-san. If you make my sister and I unhappy, I'll never forgive you. After saying that she hid behind Tio. Both Tio and Issei chuckles hearing her words. Tilt. Don't laugh. I'm serious. Tilt become further embarrassed seeing both of them laughing at her. Issei. I won't make you both unhappy. Both of them smiled happily hearing his words. The fog cleared up soon after, and Risha's party can be found standing nearby, apparently, they just got here. Tilt decided to make herself invincible for now. Rish. Ice. Tio. Then after seeing both Issei and Tio they all run to their directions. Issei. Yo. Rish. Geez. We were very worried after seeing the message you left behind, Ice, Tio. Ramius. That was very worrying. Gura. Ice Nai, Tio Ni, bad. Both Issei and Tio apologize for making them worried. Rish and Co. Finds out their position because they asked around the outlaw camps and they met Baro as well over there, and after some questioning, they find out that Tio's sister is the ghost girl that keeps making the fog labyrinth, so they head towards the labyrinth after finding it out. And just when they got here they saw the fog cleared up. Rish. So is she passed on already? Issei. Not quite. Here's the thing. Then Issei explains it to them. Rish and Co become totally surprised knowing Tilt can be revived later on, but they accepted soon after because they feel like they're already numb to amazing stuff that happened around Issei. Rish. I see. I just hope that Semiramis can accept us. Issei. Don't worry, I'm sure she will like you girls. Ramius. That's reassuring, I guess. We don't want to get on the bad side of a goddess after all. Gura. Rish. I have to say though, Ice. You sure made a move against Tio really fast. Rish saw the ring on Tio's hand and grinned towards them both. Tio becomes shy while Issei just smiled wryly. Rish. But it's safe to say that Eden won't be having any fog labyrinth anymore, right? Issei. Yes. That is true. Rish. But it's too bad we can't watch the innocent sex Ice and Tio had though. But I guess we will get that chance soon in the future. Ramius. Fumu. Too bad we missed it, I was planning to join in their sex, but it was a great commemoration of Tio becoming part of the family, so it's all good I guess. Tio. What do you mean, join in? I knew you three were close, but. Do you really? Rish. Don't worry, it's not too crazy. Tio. You're not denying that is somewhat crazy though. Gura. Does doing it with a girl feel good? Hey, Tio Ni. Wanna try it with me? Tio. Wide. Tilt. No. One-chan is mine. Rish and Co. Whoa. Risha's party become taken aback seeing Tilt suddenly appear out of nowhere. Ramius practically just fly to Issei's embrace after seeing Tilt appear out of nowhere, she buried her face in Issei's chest right away while shivering a little bit. Issei can only wryly smile seeing Ramius like this. Issei. Tilt. Don't just suddenly appear out of nowhere because Ramius here is afraid of ghosts you see. Tilt. Sorry. Reesh. So this is Tilt huh? Gura. I'm sorry as well for trying to get your one-chan. Tilt chooses to hide herself once more after realizing everyone looking at her. Reesh. She's quite the shy girl, isn't she? Tio. Yes she is. Issei. Well, Ramius come on. Don't be afraid anymore, Tilt will become our family later on, so it's bad to be afraid of her all the time. Ramius. You. Ramius finally left Issei's embrace after hearing that. Issei. Let's go back to our house for now because it isn't too far from here. Tio. Okay. Leave looking after the house to me. Reesh. We'll collect the poison gas in Lancelot and get back to the kingdom of Elkyote. If this is all gonna be an act anyway, I kinda feel we could be using fake poison gas instead. Ramius. We need to pretend we don't know the secret or Rosinante will notice our plan earlier. Gura. If you want to make lies look true, you should mix some truth in with the lies. That's what my teacher at the academy said. Issei. Makes sense. Alright, Tio. I need you to become the Big Bucks Company new CEO later. You can use the cash we get from the company to make the outlaw girls have a better living environment. Reesh. Oh right, you do mention that before. And with this, we can also have Eden stop providing funds as well. Good thinking, Ice. As expected of my husband. Reesh is happy that Eden will have more funds to make the country much safer while they were gone. Theo didn't know what to say and only shed tears of happiness hearing Issei is willing to make her the CEO of such big company and provide living expenses for the outlaw girls. She just hugs Issei tightly while muttering, "Thank you. Thank you." Issei calmly hugs her back and Risha's and Co smiled seeing their interaction. Issei. There. I'm your husband so it's to be expected to make you happy, right? Tio. Issei. Then let's go head back home for now. Then they head towards their house at Stallion first. Issei. Tough day. Issei plopped down on the sofa because he's kinda tired after all. Gura. But you got a lot done, Ice Nai. Reesh. Yep, we can always depend on you. Ramius. Honestly, it got me wet. Reesh. God. Ramius. Did I say something wrong? Reesh. Yes. Extremely. Ramius. I am possible. Tio. Okay, quiet down now, you two. Tio put a blanket over Issei as he began to lightly snore on the sofa. Tio. At least for a while, okay. Ramius. Let's give him some rest. Reesh. Good work today. Darling. Gura. Ice Nai is so cute when he sleeps. The sight of Issei's sleeping face made his wives happy. Issei slept peacefully for the day surrounded with warmth his wives gave him. The next day, Issei's party heads out towards Lancelot to get the poison gas. Tio. Be careful out there, dear. Leave watching the house to me and Tilt. Take care. Issei. We'll be going now. I will come and get you later. Tio. You girls be careful too, okay? Reesh and Co. Got it. Tio gives Issei a kiss and sees them off. At Lancelot. Palamides. I see, so Tio is with you now. Issei. I'm sorry, but I wanted to do whatever I could do to make Tio happy. Having returned to the Republic of Lancelot, Issei quelled Palamides' concerns about Tio by reporting what had happened and apologizing. Palamides. What? I think of Tio like a granddaughter. If she's happy, I couldn't be more glad. Reesh. Tio's done with politics, but she's gonna keep supporting the outlaw girls with the help of Ice of course. Palamides. Is that right? Well, we can't let a volunteer show us up, so us politicians will have to match her effort. Ramius. Ice, the poison gas is ready, but... Issei. What's wrong? Wait. The bags are floating. Ramius came back from filling the bags with the poison gas Palamides had offered, holding onto the floating containers with an annoyed look on her face. Reesh. Different gases have different weights. Same reason smoke rises, apparently. Issei. Well, yeah. But I never thought the poison gas so light. Gura. Wow, looks fun. Ramius knee, lem hold one. Ramius. This isn't a game. Ramis gave a warning, but when Gura approached with her eyes shining bright, she couldn't help but hand a bag over. Gura. It's all poofy. Cool, I could almost fly. Swoosh. Just then, a strong wind blew through the city of Lancelot, carrying the gas-filled bag along with Gura. Whoa, awesome. I'm really flying, Issei. The sandy gust of wind took Gura far away. Issei. Reesh. I guess people can fly. Issei. Wait, Gura got blown away. Ramius. Gura. That day in the Republic of Lancelot, a legend about the mysterious appearance of a wind fairy was born. Gura. Boy, that was fun. Issei. That shaved years off my life. Gura. Sorry, Ice Nai. Issei. Geez. What do I do with you? Gura. Issei can only smile wryly at her and pat her head in relief. Once they successfully retrieved Gura and the poison gas, the party decided to return to Elkyote. Chapter 52. Elkyote. When Issei's party returned to Elkyote, he told Catherine to start preparing. Then Issei told Ben and Poncho as well. Soon the army is formed and they started their march towards the Able Mountain. Rosinante, who heard the movement of the army movement, become taken aback and started telling his men to gather more info on why is this happening, but every man he sent never returned. Even the men he sent to kidnap Lorenzo also never heard of again. He felt like something is very wrong. At first he thought they just become unfortunate and send another party of outlaws again, but the same thing happened over and over again until he knows that kidnapping Lorenzo wasn't an option, so he thought he gonna wait for Issei's party to make a new plan. Issei already told the Kailers to be prepared for any suspicious activities that come out from the Big Bucks company, and without Rosinante, knowing it, his place is basically a prison for him. The irony of how he loves that company of his only to become his own prison in the end. Being the devoted race they are, the Kailers took their king order very seriously. They never let their guard down from day to night. They switched between shift without anyone ever knowing they were there in the first place. The Kailers' stealth skills are top-notch in the forest, but that advantage of them are forgotten because it's been so long since the last time the humans went into war with the Kailers after all. And with their wind magic, there are no sound step can be heard or even leaf falling from the tree because their steps become so light with their spells. Even Issei only noticed this when he first got jazzed around by them before, that the Kailers can be a perfect assassin with their mobility and skills. Now, because they don't need to maintain their facade of being a seed lover, they unleash their true self. They actually despise procreating with other men that are not their king, but now that their king has finally appeared, they can finally say goodbye to their old life. There was a lot of men trying to enter the Kailer forest and hoping to meet the Kailers once more and thought it's gonna be easy to get a Kailer to jack them off or something, but they all have been rejected by the Kailers. There are some men trying to taunt them, but all they receive is cold stare from the Kailers, and that give them the chills because they never saw the Kailers having that look on their face. They can't try to force themselves either because they mostly stay on top of the tree, so the men can't get to them. Which is good for them because if they do try to force themselves on them, then they will lose their junior brother forever. Ben and Poncho have been notified that they could send a messenger to the forest in case they want to give some intel about some stuff. After a while, the knights arrived at the designated location and launched their plan of gassing the whole monster burrow. And all of this is broadcasted to the whole country, and people are cheering for the knights because after this they finally can rest easy from the monster burrow attack. While Issei is observing around the area in case of some mishap about to happen, every Rosinante spy is already subdued the moment they leave his company. Rosinante. Just what is going on out there? Damn. I can't let this continue, something must have gone very wrong. Finally, Rosinante decided to head towards the king castle himself to ask the king about what's happening. The moment he stepped out of his company, the Kailers told one of them to report it to Issei. Kailer. My king, Rosinante has left his company and are heading towards Ben Quixote place just like you expected. A Kailer appeared behind Issei to inform him. Her face holds nothing but love and devotion towards her king. Issei. Thank you for your hard work. You've done well. Kailer. Thank you for the praise, my king. But it's nothing worth praising because all I do is deliver the message. The Kailer got surprised because she never thought Issei will thank her. She becomes ecstatic being praised by Issei. Issei. Nonsense, no matter how small the job is, it's still a job. And if you do a good job you deserve a praise no matter how small it is. And send my thanks to the others as well. Kailer. Hi. The Kailer can't wait to brag to her friends that she got thanked by their king personally. Issei. Time to start the plan. Issei already expected this, and so he told Kath and Ko to start at the broadcasting studio while he went to the king palace. Gura. Kath, we're ready. Gura busily ran around the hectic broadcasting studio, finished checking on everything, and gave a lively shout. Reesh. Ha. Sponsoring a Magavision show's awfully expensive. All that boat money is just gone. Catherine. Should be fine. A lot of people are gonna see this broadcast. As it says that it's brought to you by the Kingdom of Eden, it'll get us more than money. Reesh and Co were currently in the magic broadcasting station in the capital, where Catherine was using Poncho and Reesh's names to start the plan. Catherine. Now, it's time to start. Everyone prepared. Poncho. I'm nervous. What's this word in the script? Reesh. Calm down, will you? It's a simple vocabulary. Catherine. No more talking. The film reels are set up, so let's begin the broadcast. With Catherine's shout, the broadcast station staff gave the cue for the announcer to start talking. The constantly replaying video on the magavisions in the streets all switched to something else in unison, once again surprising and drawing the attention of the public because they were watching the Monster Burrow events just now. Man 1. What's going on? Man 2. Maybe there's an important announcement. Man 3. Perhaps it has something to do with the Kaler's weird attitude recently. Young announcer. I know this is unscheduled, but we have a special show for you. There's an important announcement about the Big Bucks Company CEO, Rosinante. Despite the abruptness of the broadcast, the citizen calmly watches what's going to be aired soon. Poncho. I'm General Poncho, and I'm here to tell you the truth about the CEO of the Big Bucks Company, Rosinante. Poncho keeps looking at the script while he's saying that. Catherine. Not a great performance. He's pretty stiff. Reesh. No big deal. The viewers could find that endearing. Elkyote, King's office. Rosinante and Ben also saw the magavisions. Ben is pretty nervous because he knows that this is it, this will be the time. He acts normal when Rosinante arrived to ask him about what's happening with the army of knights, when he almost got trapped by Rosinante's question, but thankfully the magavisions distracted Rosinante's question. Rosinante. What is the meaning of this? Go to the broadcasting station and end this charade at once. Bodyguard. Sir, people have been sent. Please give it some time. Poncho. First. To prove everything I say is the truth, I have something special prepared. Catherine. Alright now. Bring it out. Catherine gave the signal for a large glass of water to be brought to Poncho. Poncho. This water came from the fountain of truth. Its effects are known to all of you, I'm sure. Man 1. That's the cursed spring the Kalers are so protective of. Man 2. If you lie, you die. Is that seriously more than just a rumor? The people who are watching started discussing the water. Poncho. I assume some of you think this is fake. So first, let's prove it's not. Hey, bring him in. Knight. Sir. At Poncho's command, a knight brought over a slovenly looking man. Outlaw. The hell. What the fuck are you taking me here for? Like he was confused by the sudden events, the man looked around with bewilderment. Poncho. This person is, as you can see, an outlaw. Following Poncho's line, the knight grabbed the man's hand and held the black ring up to the camera. Poncho. Out of greed for money to play around with, he murdered his friend. But he professes that he's committed no other crimes. Outlaw. I just gave in to temptation once. Besides, it was an accident. We just got into a fight and it happened. Poncho. Very well. Drink this water and state your case. If you survive, you'll be released. Outlaw. Really? Then don't mind if I do. Gulp, gulp. Pwah. Poncho. As you can see, he drank it. Now I'll drink the same water. Poncho took the cup from the outlaw and drank what was left in it. Poncho. Now neither of us can lie. Again, did you kill your friend by accident? Outlaw. Of course. I swear to Mother Eve, it wasn't on purpose. In the middle of his statement, the man started to scratch at his throat, fell to the ground, and thrashed around. Outlaw. Agagaga. Ung. After some flailing, the man finally let out a quiet groan and ceased moving. There's a bit of blood leaking from his mouth. Elkyote, capital. Girl. Eek. It's the Kaler curse. Man. It's real. The stories about the Fountain of Truth were real. The citizens started to become restless seeing all that. Catherine. Good, this will make it easy to understand, and it'll be easy to draw on their fear. This whole performance will be more effective later. Poncho. You understand now, don't you? With that in mind, let me ask that you accept what I now say as the truth. We have a recording of Rosinante that he's planning to ruin the country for his own personal gains. Then they broadcasted the recording about Rosinante's conversation with his employees and bring out evidence that Issei got from his office. They don't broadcast a recording that he's talking with Kuro because it will make the citizen in a state of panic even more, and there's no need for the innocent to know about the snake crest just yet. Rosinante could have also pointed out that the king is his subordinate if they uncover his true identity to the citizen. The whole citizen becomes surprised hearing the recording and seeing the evidence made them furious at Rosinante. They angrily shout to bring Rosinante to jail and stuff like that. They've become a big angry mob. King office. Rosinante. End this broadcast already. Cut off all sponsorship. Bodyguard. Yes sir. We can't. The broadcasting station is surrounded by Poncho's closest followers. Rosinante. Then retrieve the magavisions on the streets. Those were provided by my company. CEO's secretary. It can't be done. There's too many. Rosinante. Are my magavisions being used against me? And how did they get their hands on that recording and evidence? Curses. If it comes to this. Then Rosinante looks towards the king with menacing eyes. Ben. What are you planning to do, Rosinante? Rosinante doesn't respond to Ben's question, but he told his man to knock him out, then he suddenly shouts towards the corner of the room. Ben knows this was gonna happen, so he let himself become knocked out pretty easily. Rosinante. Monsieur Black Knight. Please assist me, lend me the monsters you have, I will pay you back later. Kuro. Very well. Then there's suddenly a voice coming out of nowhere, and with that, there's suddenly a bunch of monsters appearing out of thin air. Poncho. Now while I'm still in the effect of the water, I confirm that this is all true, and it's not fabricated in any way. As you can see, I'm still standing here alive and well, so that means I'm not lying. Now we will apprehend Rosinante into custody, so don't worry, justice will be brought to him. After a bow from Poncho, the broadcast ended. And there's grand applause given by the citizens towards him. Poncho. How did it go? Once it was over, Poncho let forth a waterfall of sweat. Catherine. Well, passable. You were shaky at the start, but I had no real complaints by the end. Riche. Good job, Poncho. Poncho. Thank you. Guragura. I think the knights are back. Guragura was looking out the windows when she informed everyone of the knights' arrival at the capital. Then Poncho told his men to head towards the Big Bucks Company to seize it and head towards the king office just as planned. Catherine. Seems like we just made it in time. Outlaw. Good job, everyone. Catherine. Hey, good work. Outlaw. Thanks. A realistic performance, wasn't it? It's tense being on Magavision, though. The man smiled cordially and slid the black ring off his finger. That outlaw just now was a hired actor from Poncho's men, and that water is also a fake, because it's quite risky using the real water from the fountain after all. Catherine. But, Ice sure is amazing being able to find all that evidence. Just what I expected from my husband to be. Riche. He's also our husband. Oh, and Kath, you're not gonna be the fourth wife, by the way. Catherine. What? What do you mean? You mean he has another wife out there? Riche. Well. Catherine acts smug, thinking she will have a wonderful husband such as Ice, but her smug face ticks off Riche a bit, so she told Kath about Tio and Semiramis. Catherine. Catherine is speechless hearing all that, but she accepts it pretty quickly. Catherine. Che. Too bad I'm not the fourth, but it can't be helped if it's like that. Even though she said that she's pouting right now. She felt a tiny bit jealous of Tio being able to be the fourth wife, but she's not jealous of Semiramis, because what's the point of getting jealous on a goddess? If anything, she's feeling proud because her husband-to-be can make an actual goddess fall in love with him. Knight. There's trouble, General. Poncho. What is it? Knight. The squad that went to see the king was attacked by a monster at the palace. Poncho. What? A monster appeared in the palace. Riche. Welp. Bessie showed his true colors already, just like Ice expected. Knight. It was a large flying monster. The creature took the king and fled toward the burrow. Poncho. The monster burrow. Then we won't be able to mobilize the knights. Catherine. Damn, so those flying monsters people spotted sometimes were always under Rosinante's control. Riche. I see, so should we go now, darling? Issei. Ah. It's time. Poncho. Issei don't know. How come you are here? Weren't you supposed to be protecting the king? Issei. Don't worry, he's okay, just being knocked out. Think of it as his punishment. Poncho. But still. Issei. We're gonna save him now, so it's fine. Let's go, girls. Everyone. Hi. Poncho. Issei don't know. The king, no, my uncle is in your hands. Issei. Ah. Then Issei's party teleported to the base of Mount Annabella, where Kath already prepared something to go up there. Catherine. Behold my invention and be amazed. You're about to witness history. Catherine bragged as she unraveled the package that has been sitting here for a while. A red creature popped out. Up high. Gura. And up high. Catherine. I use bestowal skills to train him, so he's like a servman. His name's Mr. Edison. He's smart enough not to attack people. Mr. Edison. Up high. Gura. Ahahaha, he's so cute. Does he like bread? Catherine. Make him too happy and he'll breathe fire, so watch it. Gura. Okay. Catherine. Now just to tie the leaf bag to the basket with rope and… There, done. Ta-da. A creation that uses heat in order to fly. Let's call it a hot air balloon. Well, in Ice's world this thing is kinda old, but here it's a brand new creation. Issei. Ooh. Catherine. Back when my house blew up, I noticed something. The heated air sent everything hurling high into the sky. That kinda energy could carry people no problem. Get on. We'll use this to fly to the monster burrow. Riche. Hey, have you actually tested this? We're not just hoping this works, are we? Catherine. Don't worry. My Doujins managed to fly. Riche. We're not Doujins. Catherine. Shut up. Just get on. There's no time for testing. Issei. It will be fine, if anything happens I can save you all. And I'm sure Kath knows what she's doing. Riche. Ugh. If you say so, Ice. Riche muttered that they couldn't complain to her if something happened and got in the basket last. Catherine then placed the up pie in the middle of the basket. Catherine. Alright. Do it, Mr. Edison. Use your fire breath's energy to fill that bag. Mr. Edison. Up pie. At Catherine's command, the up pie made a booming sound and breathed fire. The heated air filled the leaf bag, rounding it into a spherical shape before their eyes. Puff. Gura gura. Oh, it floated. Catherine. That's it. More. More. Mr. Edison. Up pie. Puff. When the bag was finally full of hot air, the basket of 5 people and 1 monster soared to the sky. Gura gura. Woo. We're flying. We're actually flying. Ramius. So this is what it feels like to fly. The sky seems close. Gura gura. You're awesome, Kathleen. Now we can get to the monster burrow. Catherine. Well, we can't keep having Issei teleport us anywhere without drawing suspicions from the snake crest. I'm leaving it to the wind since I can't steer this, but according to my calculations, this should take us straight to the peak. Issei. I can do something about it in case it goes in the wrong direction, don't worry. Riche. Issei. Riche. Issei is confused about why Riche suddenly become quiet, even though she keeps talking when they were down there. But suddenly. Riche. Hi. I'm scared of high heights. Issei. Whoa, there. Catherine. Hey, sit still. Wait, you have a fear of heights. Riche. No. Let me do. Catherine. Calm down or you'll mess with our trajectory. Hey, hold her still. Or she's gonna fall off for real. Riche. Eek. Fall off. No. Ramius. Better use Kai to put her to sleep. Ramius about to hit Riche with her Kai when Issei just cradles her in his embrace, and that manages to calm her down, albeit she's still shivering a little bit and she's clutching at Issei's body really tight. Ramius. Oh. Never mind. She seems to calm down after getting into Ice's embrace. Gura gura. Ice Nai embrace is very warm and safe after all. Catherine. Geez, what a scaredy cat. Riche. Heights are scary. Small spaces are scary. Catherine. You're claustrophobic too. Issei can only smile wryly at that, but he thinks it's very cute though. Issei. There. Riche. Woo. The balloon finally made its way toward the monster burrow. Mr. Edison. Up high. When the up high stopped breathing fire, the hot air balloon slowly descended onto the peak of Mount Abella. Riche. Made it. Thank goodness, I'm alive. Catherine. You just flew a bit. Don't be such a drama queen. Riche. Shut up. Ramius. Is this the monster burrow? Looks like a cave. Issei. Ah. Let's go and save Ben. In the deepest part of the monster burrow, King Ben woke up and began questioning a nearby man wearing a twisted grin. Ben. What is the meaning of this, Rosinante? Were the monsters in this dungeon summoned by you too? Rosinante. Come now. You usually show me more respect than that. Ben. Anyone abducting me deserves no respect. Rosinante. But don't you see now? The technology to tame monsters really does exist. Ben. I see, so you were with Snake Crest. Just what is this ability? And where is Issei Dono? Rosinante's ability to control the flying monster compelled King Ben to ask, though more out of curiosity than fear. He knows he will be fine, but what's scary is still scary after all. Rosinante. This. Ben. What's that? Rosinante. Please, your majesty, you need to study up. Have you never heard of Adan's blood? Ben. That drug that's been showing up everywhere. Is that Snake Crest's doing too? Rosinante. The one you're thinking of is the cheap stuff. This is a special product for Snake Crest's administrators alone. Using this gives you the sense that you can do anything, accompanied by a real feeling of happiness. Also, for some reason, it lets you communicate your will to monsters. Ben. That's awfully convenient. With that, the world could be freed from their threat. Rosinante. Well, these are monsters we're dealing with. If they're orders from someone they consider beneath them, they won't obey. Ben. Still, it's worth researching. If I accepted your original sales pitch, would you have offered it to me? Rosinante. You should have gotten in on my offer. Well, thanks to your rejection, I did realize that the monster burrow was empty all along. Ben. GH. What do you plan to do with a pitiful king like me? Rosinante. That broadcast foiled my plans, but crisis brings with it an opportunity. I still have ideas. Rosinante confidently smirked and raised his hand to the broadcasting team he'd brought with him. Thug. We're ready to shoot. Using those we still have left, we should also be able to broadcast no problem. In the dungeon full of monsters, the men reluctantly making preparations had black rings on their fingers. Ben. Outlaws. That means you're the one who's bringing them to my country. Rosinante. Ooey. Well, you may not be aware, this country's been invaded by a great amount of outlaws. It was brought in by moi, of course. Ben. And? Do you intend to make me apologize for all this or what? Rosinante. Hehehe, my monsters are going to brutally slaughter you, on film. When the public sees that, they'll believe the gassing plan failed, and I will use that chance to make a comeback while they all panicking, and after that, I will send these monsters to the cities. Ben. These monsters here are your doing. Rosinante. By way of using a crucible to summon them, yes. Even with my connections, arranging all this wasn't cheap. Now, be glad. You get to turn your ancestors' lie into the truth. Time for my magnifique show to begin. Oh. What show could it be? Just as the broadcast was about to start, there's a sudden voice coming from behind Rosinante. And when he turned around, his men are all dead already. Rosinante. Sasser Blue. How did you get here? Issei. We flew, obviously. Just like you. Riche. Maybe if you calmed down and thought this stupid idea through, you could have gotten away with it. Now your chances of both business and victory are out of the window. Catherine. We heard everything. Adan's blood. I knew you were the one behind it. Rosinante. Gah. You shouldn't eavesdrop, you impudent brats. Ramius. How does Adan's blood let you control monsters? Rosinante. It just does. This wonderful product can bring people happiness. Ben. Why yes. If we just have that drug, humans won't need to fear monsters any. Gura. Don't be tricked. Ben. Ramius. Adan's blood destroys your sense of judgment. It's caused more people to become outlaws than you can count. Riche. As I'm sure the CEO is well aware. If it were so great, he would have sold it through his company a long time ago. Rosinante. Ramius. Your company's also been secretly hiring outlaws, hasn't it? We already have the evidence. Catherine. And Poncho's leading some knights to raid the big bucks company right about now. Rosinante. Why you can't do that? That company is mine. Riche. Nope. Companies belong to everyone involved in them. Rosinante. NGGGH. And no they don't. I built the company. I made it grow. Issei. I can give you that company back as long you tell me where is the Snake Crest base of operation is. So, do we have a deal? Ben is surprised by Issei's words, but he chooses to stay silent. Rosinante. But he can't tell them that he doesn't really know where it is because there's someone who picks him up to go there. So only that teleporter knows where their base of operation is. Issei sensed a presence coming from a corner and know that it's Kuro. Rosinante. Bad news. Your company's been seized by Elkyote. You have nothing left. And Issei Haidu, you can forget asking the Snake Crest member where our base is. Only the teleporter and the supreme leader knows about its exact location. Rishas and Co are also surprised seeing Kuro here, but they got used to it pretty quickly and they are not that afraid because Issei is here with them. Issei. I see. And why are you telling me this? Kuro. No particular reason. Issei narrowed his eyes on Kuro in suspicion. Rosinante. What? And no. I can't live without money. Riche. Why are so obsessed with money? Rosinante. With money, you can even buy life. When the debt collectors came after me, I saved my own life by hiring outlaws to kill them all. Life can't match the value of money. Money, my everything, my life, nobody can have it. My money. Kuro. That's it, release your desire. Show us your greed. Rosinante. Guha, Gowa. Gugi. Gijaya. Kuro. There we are. That release of desire is the true essence of Snake Crest. The potential of humanity. Kuro confirmed Rosinante's transformation was complete and snickered as he dissolved into the shadows. Ramius. Running again, you coward. Issei. Issei felt like something is weird with Kuro because his aura isn't that corrupted like the rest of the Snake Crest member. Rosinante. Gujaya. Completely transformed into a monster, Rosinante attacked the group in a mad fury. His monster form is that of an ant queen holding a golden stick, but its abdomen is made of like a lump of meat, with hundreds of human arms sticking out, and each arm is wearing a golden bracelet. Issei stopped his trains of thought after realizing Rosinante's coming at them. He just calmly draw his sword and cover it with haki then slashed horizontally at Rosinante direction. After Rosinante walked a few steps more, he suddenly stopped at his place. And a few seconds later his body is bisected from the middle. Then he plopped down into the ground. The girls are pretty used seeing Issei's capabilities so they are not that surprised, but they still feel awe at him. But not Catherine, because this is the first time he saw Issei glimpse of power. And she has to admit that he's really cool when he does that. He felt like her heart thumped madly once again seeing him like that. Dissected by Issei and sprawled on the ground, Rosinante barely managed to move his fingers, coughing up blood as he murmured like a lunatic. Rosinante. Money. My. Mo. Nay. Riche. On the verge of death and still thinking about money. Catherine. Too bad you can't bring money to the afterlife. Rosinante. Money. Guha. Gura. His body is disappearing. Rosinante continued to murmur about money as he died. And then his body vanished without a trace. Riche. Just like Rochefort. How is it that people can turn into monsters? Ramius. He wanted to start a war just for money. No human being would consider that. He'd already given up his humanity, I'm sure. Issei. Indeed. Catherine. Fascinating, but that's not enough data. There's a monster called a lycanthrope that can transform, but I think those are gal monsters. Riche. Oh right, is the king okay? Gura. The king passed out when he saw the CEO transform. Riche. Thank goodness, it looks like he's alright. I bet Poncho's worried too, so let's get him home. Really don't want to ride that thing again, though. Catherine. Hey Ice. Let's tie her up so she doesn't struggle. Riche. Harud. I'm already used to it. I won't lose my cool this time, promise. Issei smiled wryly seeing their antics. The party confirmed King Ben was safe and exited the cave, but they broadcasted the cave to prove that it's empty, so the public can feel safe along the way. And all of them cheered for knowing that the monster burrow terror is no more. But on the way back in the hot air balloon, Riche did indeed lose her cool and made a huge scene until she latched on Issei's body like a koala. Riche. No. Upon his return, King Ben Quixote revealed to the public that his savior is Issei's party, and the people cheered at them. At the same time, he announced that the CEO of the Big Bucks company was one of the leaders of a criminal organization and that the company had been seized by the government. He told that Rosinante has been apprehended already, but his body sadly has been eaten by the flying monster. He informed the Kailers are not to be harmed because they also assisted them in the process, and sadly, they will be stopping collecting seed from the human. That made some men cry in sorrow while the women sighed in relief. Then, after that, he told Issei's party that he wanted to thank them in his office. Ben. Elkyote nearly made a grave mistake. Thank you so much. Poncho. We cannot thank you enough, Issei Dono. Thankfully, no innocent people have been harmed in the process thanks to your intervention. Were I in his position, I don't doubt I'd be led along by Snake Crest as well. So I thank you once again, Issei Dono. Issei. It's fine. As long you keep your words, then I won't tell anyone either. Ben. Ah. We agree with your conditions, we won't bother the Kailers anymore, and the company is yours. Issei. Don't worry, I will still let people in this country work at the company. And you can let the knights that are unemployed act as the company bodyguard if you want. Ben. Ooh. Thank you very much, Issei Dono. Both Ben and Poncho bowed at Issei because they are in his debt once more, because he solved so many of their problems already, and they are eternally grateful at him. Lorenzo. As expected of Issei-sama. Lorenzo worshipped Issei to no end, which kinda makes him a little embarrassed because of it. Poncho, who saw Lorenzo gaze at Issei, now knows just who is the one she loved, even he has to admit defeat at Issei, so he thought it's totally normal for Lorenzo to be in love with a man like Issei. Ben. If I'm allowed to ask, Issei Dono. Who are you going to appoint as the new CEO? Issei. That will be one of my wives. Ben. Oh. Poncho and Ben can only nod in awe at Issei's capabilities. Then King Ben sent a letter to the Kingdom of Eden for the service of Issei for his country. So it's to be expected that Issei will be promoted once again. Issei. Thank you. Then let's head back to Eden to report this. Before they leave, Lorenzo told Kath good luck. Lorenzo. Good luck, Kath. I'm sure you'll have a fun night. Catherine. A fun night. Kath blushed deeply thinking she's gonna be Issei's wife soon. Lorenzo. But after that, it will be my turn. Lorenzo muttered that inside her mind while having a silly smile on her face. Issei. Let's go, Kath. Issei called Kath. Catherine. Oh okay. Be gentle. Issei. Sure. Issei was confused at what Kath meant by that. She keeps blushing and hangs her head down as they left Elkyote for the Kingdom of Eden. Chapter 53. Right now, deep inside the Haidu mansion, two people were fighting against each other. Clang. Clang. The sound of metal colliding could be heard everywhere. At this moment Kibayudo was having a dilemma. He couldn't understand how the woman in front of him could become so strong, so fast. As he began thinking, a magic circle the size of a person appeared above his entire body. It was bright blue in color and held many different runes on its outer layer. From it, a chilling amount of energy could be felt. And soon enough the circle released a brilliant light. Damn it. Feeling frustrated, he swore under his lip. Clutching the sword in his hand, he tried to cut the circle in half before it was done charging. However, he never expected what came next. The woman in front of him disregarded everything in her eyes and flew towards him at a breakneck speed. Frustrated yet again, he slammed his left leg on the ground while moving both of his arms to slash the circle above with his sword. From his leg, a series of sharp, disproportionate swords literally came out of the ground, rushing in a straight line with speed in no way inferior to the woman. The swords varied in design, from normal bastard swords to ones that had a serrated edge, and others that were just the edge of the sword itself. They all just moved in a straight line, trying to buy time for their master. Crack. 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 The moment they hit their target, they shattered into pieces, quickly turning into brilliant particles of golden light. However, something good happened. The moment the sword in his hand landed on the magic circle above his head, it was completely cut in half. I'm lucky. There won't be a next time, not in front of her, he thought while turning his head around. He moved his sword horizontally in front of him, covering his chest. The palm of his other hand rested on the sword point. He heard the voice of the woman who was breaking his swords. Do not believe that was all. Her chilling voice made him wince. The woman was an amazing beauty, with a head full of silver white hair and a pair of sapphires as eyes. Those eyes held no pity nor fear. They were filled with calm anger that fueled her body to work at twice of her max. She wore a pair of gauntlets and greaves silver in color. She had an armored skirt that covered everything below her waist up till her knees. Below that, she had a pair of black stockings that hugged her beautiful legs. On top, she wore a breastplate, covering her curves but in no way reducing the beauty she had. In between the gaps of her armor, black clothing, the same material as her stockings, covered her body. She had a weird helmet, only covering the side of her head and her forehead. The feather that shone with a mystic light was at the right-hand side of her head. She was Roswis, who was sparring with Kiba. As he saw the woman, he felt a chill creep up his spine. Then he acted on instinct as he saw a multitude of similar magic circles block his surroundings. They were all in different colors and runes, but the energy was heart-wrenching. Sword birth. Blade blacksmith. Using both of his sacred gears at the same time, he surrounded himself in a wall of holy and demonic swords, clearly using them as shields. The magic circles then shot their magic. The energy could be felt even inside the wall of swords. It was a clear, lethal blow, aimed to cripple. Boom. It soon landed onto the wall of swords, breaking them as if they were paper. Roswis could be seen standing at the distance, her eyes never left her opponent for even a second. Was that enough? She muttered as she saw the cloud of smoke forming at the distance. However, a silhouette came flying towards her from the cloud of dust. TCH. Not enough power. She muttered as she created two white magic circles in both of her hands. She then felt her hands go through them, and those circles reached her gauntlets. As they reached their last part of the gauntlets, they shattered like broken glass, and the shards fell onto the metal, itself changing the dull silver color into a pure white. Majingered. Kiba reached her at an extremely fast speed, clearly using his trait as a knight. Then he swung his sword in a diagonally way, aiming to end the duel as fast as he could. His balance breaker was already active, and the holy demonic sword was on his hands for all to see. Roswis, on the other hand, raised her guard and lifted her left arm towards her side, covering the left side of her face. Clawing. Metal ringing was heard again. The sword was stopped from moving closer thanks to her gauntlet. It did, however, chip off a fair chunk of her gauntlet. The ground beneath them was dented in thanks to the strength of that blow, but Roswis stood tall. You've improved your close quarters. Just how much have you improved? Kiba told her as he put strength on his sword, trying to make her kneel. Roswis used her right arm to support her left, using all the strength her body had. As much as I need to be at his side and not let anything like that happen to him again, she answered with a brilliant glow in her eyes. Kiba widened his eyes in amazement. You really have a special something to find women that are willing to do this much, Ice Kun. Then Roswis smirked, right in front of Kiba a weird Nor circle appeared. This was like 3 concentric circles that were no bigger than a head. The color was a pale blue, and the freezing aura made his sword gain a layer of frost. She created a magic circle without any signs of doing it. She used only her mind, no physical movement whatsoever. He was shocked, speechless. Such a perfect control over her magic reserves and the magic circle was ridiculous. Trying to get away, Kiba decided to step back and avoid such a hit. But he was a bit late. Arctic wind. From the magic circle, a freezing gale came from it, aimed at an extremely close distance right towards his stomach. Such a powerful spell was no joke. Damn it. He tried to twist his body around, but he was still struck by the Nordic spell. Boom. He was sent flying away from her. As he crashed against the ground, he was shot across the entire training field. At the same moment, a huge pillar of ice was formed in the distance, reaching tens of meters in height. Roswis felt a sense of relief at that. She knew that spell landed perfectly. However, she felt dizzy. Ha. 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 Her breath was rough, maybe because they have been fighting for quite some time. Damn it. My stamina again. How could I be so weak? Ice wouldn't even be sweating now, and yet I'm so exhausted. How pathetic. She thought to herself. She knew the Kiba had a lot more stamina, he wasn't even breathing, roughly only sweating, yet here she was almost about to faint from exhaustion. I need to train my stamina even more. My control and power have improved even more than before, thanks to those training. She thought of upping her training regimen. Crash. The pillar in the distance was destroyed as quickly as it came. The cause was of course Kiba. You almost had me, Roswa-sensei, but it was still not enough to bring me down. He cleaned the blood that fell from the corner of his mouth and fixed the grip in his new sword. Roswis recognized that sword, after all, it was from her pantheon. Dane's Leaf. She muttered as he saw the sword in his hands. Indeed. The moment the spell landed, I used Dane's Leaf's ability to control ice in order to mitigate the damage done to me. Thankfully I was fast enough. Kiba smiled as he began walking towards his opponent once again. Roswis stared at the sword, probably thinking about something. Dane's Leaf was a beautiful light sword that had an icy blue edge and a pair of intertwined branches as its guard. It was a long and thin sword, probably not thicker than the cover of a book. But the icy aura it held was extremely powerful and quite frightening. As Kiba was walking, he vanished in a burst of speed. Making the Valkyrie widen her eyes and react just on instinct. Kiba appeared at her left side and stabbed with the sword point. Roswis created as many magic circles as possible from her left hand, trying to block the might in that swing. Crack. 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 They broke one after the other, but they fulfilled their purpose. In her right hand, another three-layered concentric circle appeared. This one green in color and expelling an aura that was twice as strong as her last spell. Throwing her arm forward, she chanted. Mistral. Two visible gales appeared from the circle, soon twisting themselves into one another and creating a drill of wind that was as big as a person in diameter. The power it held made the ground underneath to just disappear. Kiba this time was prepared. He created a magic circle and pulled something from it. Another sword soon appeared in his left hand. This one, however, different from the one in his right. It was a sword completely silver in color with a handle that was too big to wield even with both hands. The sides of the sword curved outwards as they reached the guard itself, soon covering the two long crosses that were acting as the guard. Belming. He mentioned the name of the sword and a huge tornado surrounded him. As soon as the spell landed, it completely turned into soft winds under the power of this demonic sword. Roswis was not unsettled by this, she was even smirking at the sight. As the winds dispersed, a tired Kiba could be seen. Using these swords still costs a lot of demonic power and stamina. Roswis then changed her position, placing one foot in front and the other behind. She then gathered her magic and chanted again. Draconic power. Bending her whole body as it was covered by a red aura, Roswis released a kick at the chest of Kiba. He widened his eyes and tried to block with both swords in his hands, forming an X. He put them in front of his body and used them as a shield. Roswis's smirk increased in size. She just muttered another spell, expending the rest of her magical reserves. Ride lightning. Increasing her body speed, reflexes, and flexibility. She bent her leg at an impossible angle and passed his guard. Her perfect leg struck the middle of his chest. Buying. The red aura sent the body of the youth flying even faster and further than before. Blarg. Coughing blood mid-flight, Kiba felt his ribs crack at the moment of impact. She set me up, was his thought as he was sent flying, crashing against the wall. As she saw this, Roswis held a triumphant smirk on her face. Although her leg was wobbly from the last attack and her face was pale, she knew that this battle was hers. Crush. Crashing against the wall at the end of the field. Cracks similar to spiderwebs covered the entire surface of the wall. Kiba at that moment was seeing stars. She got me, were his thoughts as he tried to stand up. But something cold against his neck made him stop. A sword made of pure magic was against his neck. It held the shape of a crescent moon, and the color was the same as the moon. At the end of the sword, a woman with a pale face could be seen. Her face held no emotion, but her eyes betrayed that expression. Yield. She demanded. Making the blonde knight sigh in hopelessness. I yield. He said as he felt the sword leave his neck. You've improved far too much, Roswa-sensei. This month has been quite something for you. Standing up while holding his chest, he complimented the woman. Thanks. But it's not enough. It's not enough to be by his side. I need to be better, stronger. She said as she bit her lips. Kiba sighed at the sight. He knew why she was doing this and he didn't know how to reply. Just keep this pace and you will become even stronger in no time. He smiled at her, trying to comfort her. HN. She nodded her head and left. Walking away from the training field, she began thinking. Issei. Oh Issei, when will I see you again? When can we finally be together? I can't wait to be at your side. And this time I will stay with you until the very end. A smile naturally found its way into her face, making her already breathtaking appearance become 10 times better. That was the smile of a young woman deeply in love. That was the smile of this woman that wanted to see her man as soon as possible. I need to wait a bit more. Just a bit more. I know I will see you soon. Ice. She looked at the ceiling of the training field, staring at it as if in a trance. Scene break main living room. Hideout mansion. Back upstairs, the entire Grimoire group and their boyfriends were preparing themselves for something. Something that needed to be done before anything else. Sitting on a long cream-colored couch, a woman with red hair began talking. Well everyone, it's finally time to go to the underworld. Her voice held some kind of authority, making the men present to put their entire attention on her. At her side, a beautiful woman, young in age and with deep black hair, smiled at them. The tournament will start in a little bit more than a month and a half, and we need to get the pieces. Rias told them while crossing one leg on top of the other. Then why going to the underworld? A man with short blonde hair and blue eyes asked the woman with some confusion written on his face. Ara Riigi, because the pieces can only be found there. Akeno replied while covering her mouth with her left hand. So we're going to the underworld? A small, young man asked with clear emotion in his voice. He even stood up from the couch he was sitting on, surprising his brothers at his sides. He then walked closer to Rias and Akeno, practically running at them. Yes, Hijama-chan. We need to go there as soon as we can. Akeno answered while giggling. The boy turned around and looked at all of the ones inside this room. He briefly paused and looked at the clearly expensive and high-class room. A huge place that could fit more than a dozen people. But the brown carpet with some weird engravings he couldn't understand, as well as many accessories that were either on top of tables or on the walls themselves. Many couches could be seen. Almost all of them full of beautiful women. The other spots were occupied by his friends and brothers. A fancy chandelier with an extremely extravagant design hung from the ceiling. And huge windows could be seen on the wall at his left side. Little brother. Please calm down. But a gentle smile, one of the boys, which was just sitting with him, tried to make the young boy relax. He had black hair tied into a tail that reached his upper back. His eyes held some gentleness, and his teasing smile made the young boy blush in shame. He was Ryudro Takahashi, elder brother of little Hijama and the wielder of a sacred gear. Hahaha, let him be like that, Ryudro. Seeing him like that always makes me smile. The other boy at the side told Ryudro. He also had black hair with a similar face to his. Obviously, they were brothers. His name was Souji Takahashi, the eldest brother, just by luck. Ryudro turned his head and gave a small glare to his brother. Souji, on the other hand, smiled in a challenging way. He was obviously picking a fight with his brother. Oh. What's with the look? Do you wish to fight? He asked teasingly. If the shoe fits. The response managed to get a twitching eyebrow from Souji. Ha. Then let's fight, bastard. He stood up from his place and yelled at him. What a coincidence, my hands have been itching for a good fight. Ryudro stood up and glared at his brother. They stood in front of each other with no more than a few fingers in distance. However, before they could finally fight, a pair of voices stopped their quarrel. Ryudro, Souji. Do not fight here. Two women stood up from their positions and yelled at the same time. They were two young females with brown and blue hair respectively. They both had anger written all over their faces. But he started it. They turned their heads around and replied. We don't care. They answered back. Souji stops fighting right now, or next time you and I spar I won't hold back at all. Zenobia have him an angry glare that managed to scare the man. Ryudro, you're supposed to be the mature here. How could you continue a fight you didn't even start? Irina told the man, who only lowered his head in shame. Wait. So Souji started the fight. Zenobia turned her head around and asked Irina with a small glare. Irina wasn't even bothered by the glare. Of course. Do you think Ryudro would start it? Her answer held some sharpness. Oh. So it's going to be like that, huh? Zenobia turned her whole body around and leaned forward, highlighting some of her assets. Huh? Then how did think it was going to be? Muscle brain. Irina also leaned forward, cutting the distance she had with Zenobia. Who did you call muscle brain? Self-proclaimed angel. Zenobia gave a glare to Irina, who gave one on her own. Sparks could be seen coming off of their eyes. They were just about to fight one against the other. The brothers, seeing them like that, decided to interfere. Zenobia, please calm down. Please don't destroy anything. Souji said to his girlfriend. A drop of sweat on his cheek. Irina, please. We don't need another fight between you two. Ryudro told his girlfriend as well. Shut up. Both of you. They turned her heads around and said at the same time, managing to make the two brothers retreat in fear. "Sorry," they replied. On the other side of the room, basically near the door, a man and a woman watched this with pity in their eyes. The man had a mixture of brown and gold hair, giving the atmosphere of a foreigner. His blue eyes held only a trace of pity as he looked at the two men on the other side of the hall. However, his face held no expression whatsoever. The woman was completely different to him. She had a head full of golden hair and gentle blue eyes that showed naivety and worry. She kept looking between her two best friends with unsheathed tears in her eyes. Unsure of what to do. She kept mumbling uncoordinatedly with both hands on top of her mouth. She then turned around and looked at her boyfriend. "Ken-san, please do something. If things keep going like this, then a fight will start again," she managed to ask her boyfriend. He, on the other hand, only looked at the fight and sweated. The aura they both emitted was huge. If he goes there, he won't come back. "Asia, I can't," he replied, completely certain of his words. The woman puffed her cheeks and looked at him. But the man didn't respond to that, he only lifted an eyebrow up. Near Asia, a young woman could be seen. "Do not worry, Asia-senpai. I'll tell them." Her voice sounded emotionless. She was short in height with a head full of white hair and hazel-toned eyes that seemed to shine in the dark. She stood up from her comfy seat, stopping her sweet meal, and talked to the two women that just kept fighting. "Zenobia-senpai, Irina-senpai. Don't fight, we have things to do." That was her only comment. The two women turned to look at her and said. "But she started it." Clear anger in their voices. "Doesn't matter." She replied back and sat down on her former location. She kept on munching on the pile of sweets on top of the oak table. "Ha." A sigh was heard inside the room. Rias had a small headache thanks to their little fight. "Thanks, Kaneko," she said to her rook. "Zenobia, Irina, we need to go. So stop fighting over something dumb," Rias told them as she held a hand against her forehead, extremely tired due to this. The women decided to stop fighting and only said that this wasn't the end of it. Then they sat down on the couch with their arms crossed and their heads turned. "Ha." Seeing them like that, Rias sighed once again. Yufu. Akeno that was standing next to her giggled discreetly. "Anyway, we need to go to the underworld right now. We need the tournament pieces so that the team could finally be formed." Authority filled her voice once again. These words managed to excite everyone present, wishing to begin this trip as soon as possible. Even Irina and Zenobia stopped thinking about their recent fight. Their expressions changed to smiles, stars present in their eyes. They all started to think about the tournament itself, wishing for it to begin. The wait was killing them. Of course, their reasons to participate in it were different. For the males and boyfriends, they just wished to see how amazing this new world they were just recently introduced to could be. They read some stories, some really incredible stories that seemed fake, that thanks to the library in this house. Myths and legends about the world. If even 10% of what they read turned out to be true, then everything in the world couldn't be explained with just words alone. Even sometimes, when they were alone with their girlfriends, they would ask about the things they had done, making them feel awe and respect to all of them. They were the boyfriends of such amazing women. However, something caused them to feel envy and even a bit of hatred. Issei, that name always managed to make them scowl and glare at an empty space. He was someone that did all of that with them. And was even the protagonist of almost all of the events they told them. They couldn't believe it. They refused to believe it. How could a guy like him, a perverted dumb brat, turn out to be someone so ridiculous? Fighting against the strongest youth in Underworld and achieving victory. Fighting against terrorists in separate occasions. Fighting against the evil god Loki and defeating him as well. Completely destroying an entire faction of the Cows Brigade. Crippling the other faction of the Cows Brigade by defeating the user of the strongest Longinus and a descendant of a hero. And so much more. They still could remember when they asked Kiba who the Hakryuko actually was. The shock they received when he told them the truth about him was second only to the first time they discovered who Issei was. How could he be so impressing? Having a rival and nemesis that's just like a bad joke of the heavens. Ryuji began to think while looking at his own hands. He bit his lip in frustration. Why couldn't he be like that guy? Saoji quickly thought of his worst enemy Issei when the mention of the games was made. That bastard. It's impossible for him to be like that. It's a joke. His hands turned into fists due to his anger. I won't believe it. I'll never will. He was in denial. Ryudro looked at his brother. Thanks to seeing the glare he had in his eyes, he understood what he was thinking. Issei. Current Sekiryuite, war hero, savior of the three biblical factions, the most abnormal Sekiryuite in history, Dragon Slayer. He just kept repeating the many titles he has received, at least, the ones he knew. Ken stared at the ceiling. So he's so abnormal that even his rival is as well. He felt frustrated. Vali Lucifer, a direct descendant of Lucifer Morningstar himself. The original father of lies and the first to fall. His thoughts kept going in between the current Elkyote and the Hakuryuku. Envy clearly present in them. Hijama was just feeling a sour taste in his mouth. Seeing his friends and his brothers' faces, he understood them well. Every time they talk about the incredible things the supernatural world had to offer, their minds just went towards that figure. That silhouette that seemed to look at them as if mocking them. As if saying that they will never be at his level. Is he such a being? Someone that everyone, even creatures of other factions, care for and respect? Hijama was thinking. The girls, on the other hand, just kept thinking about finding Issei. That was their goal and the fuel that kept them running during these days. Rias and Akeno looked at each other. Unspoken determination inside their eyes. Zenobia clutched her fist. The light in her eyes was less bright than before. Asia, Ravel, and Irina shared the same thoughts. San. I pray to the Lord that you're fine. Asia joined her hands and began begging to the Lord for his safety. Issei-sama, I wonder where and what you're doing right now. Ravel stared at the ceiling, tears threatened to come out of her eyes, but she fought the sensation. Senpai. Kaneko just kept thinking about her senpai, worried about him. However, everyone quickly dispelled their thoughts. Feeling like that won't solve anything. We should get going. Rias was the first to speak. Melancholy in her voice. She removed the tense environment that this room now had and stood up. A serious and determined expression was on her face. But before she could continue the next phase of the plan, everyone felt a familiar presence near the door. A woman could be seen walking across the hallway, coming closer to the room. Her walking was elegant, and her beauty was second to none. Roswas, after her spar, removed her armor. Instead, a black and gray bodysuit with additional purple pieces was donned on her. Her hair was loose, falling down her back like molten silver, and her blue eyes held a bit of tiredness. Both of her stockings were still on her. This time she had no sleeves on her arms, showing her white skin that was similar to snow. As she came inside the room, everyone stared at her. In a sense, entranced by her beauty. The men had blushes on their cheeks and a misty look in their eyes. They averted their eyes from her diabolical figure, afraid of what their girlfriends would do if they saw them like that. But all of them had different thoughts in their heads. Wow. She's definitely beautiful. Little Hijama was the purest, only entranced by her beauty that was in a way, indescribable. She's a bombshell. A complete bombshell. How would others not notice this? Saji screamed inside his head. Almost ripping his hair out in frustration, but managed to control himself. I can't believe how stunning she is. I envy Haidu for capturing her heart. He sure is a lucky man. Ryaiji thought. He turned his hand into a fist, angry at the difference between them. Such a beautiful woman was here, waiting for him. She had a brilliant gleam in her eyes every time she talked about the one she loved. He was envious as a man and secretly felt even more inferior to him. I just don't know what to say. How could she be so beautiful? A pity she already has someone in her heart, if not, then. Ryudro thought as he kept his line of sight away from Irina. Ken had no thoughts, he just blatantly stared at her, a light shining in his eyes. Roswas. Did you finish your spar with Kiba? Rias asked her rook. Roswas just turned her head to look at her. With emotionless eyes, she replied back at her as she crossed the main door of the room. Yes, Rias-san. I managed to improve a bit more and won. Her words surprised everyone, but especially the men inside the room. I see. Amazing, Roswas. You've improved a lot. Rias was happy and wasn't scared of expressing it. Roswas just nodded her head and continued walking across the room towards the stairs at the end of it. We're going to get the pieces for the tournament. Will you come? Rias asked. She stopped walking and turned her head around. Sorry, Rias-san, but I have things to do. An apology, but I need to improve some of my spells. She lifted the corner of her mouth, giving her a small smile to keep appearances. I see. She sighed. Then how about Kiba? She asked once again. He is healing his wounds. So I don't think he will be coming up for more than an hour or two. These words, in a sense, shocked the men. Kiba was their teacher, and they more or less knew of what he was capable of. Suffering a defeat was something they couldn't imagine. But seeing her face, they knew that she wasn't boasting. Rias thought about it, but then gave up. I need to get the pieces as soon as I can, can't waste more time. She looked at the Valkyrie and remembered something that they talked with their boyfriends. I can't believe her obvious feelings for Ice would reach the point in which we needed to tell them that Roswas is in love with him. The worst part was how proud she was when we told her what we said to them. Rias lamented as she began recalling that memory. It's not the time for that. Need to focus. She hid her cheeks and kept her thoughts straight. Gasper is in the hospital visiting Valerie, he won't be back until later in the afternoon. She thought that going to the underworld without them would be faster. Then we will go like this. She told everyone present, making the men nod their heads and the women smile. I see. Then I'm going. Ross was bid farewell and walked across the room, soon leaving and walking up the stairs. Unknown to her and the girls. The men kept watching her until she left. Not missing the sweet movement of her hips and her elegant bearing that managed to make them sigh once again. Hi to Issei, sure is a lucky man. They couldn't help but think like that. Envy overflowing from their thoughts. Okay, everyone. We shall leave. She yelled and began moving. Afterward, she created a blood-red magic circle at the center of the room. Some black could be seen at the outer layer of it, and on the insides of the circle, a purple light was present. It was big enough to hold all the people inside the room and maybe a bit more. The Grimoire sigil could clearly be seen at the center of it. However, it was different from her usual magic circle. It was more profound and definitely more complicated than the usual circle all of the peerage used. Rias walked towards the magic circle and stood at the center of it. The rest soon followed without wasting a single second. They didn't say a thing. In a brief flash of light, they all disappeared from the human world. Chapter 54. The Past. Kuo Town. The happy laughter of children can be heard, and their guardian parents are gossiping with each other. Issei is an orphan, so he comes here with his guardian from the orphanage. Young Issei can be found playing at the playground with his friends. They are playing hide and seek. Issei is 7 years old right now. He decided to hide in the forest because he knows his friends will never check here. Then when he got into the forest he saw someone else on the ground. It's a little girl that seems to be at the same age as him. But there's something different about the girl. She has a long and wavy dark purple hair. She has a very beautiful face at such a young age. But what stands out the most is that she has 2 pair of small horns, one on top of her head pointing upwards, while the second pair curved from the side of her head pointing forward. The horns are colored black with a red pattern engraved on it. She appears to be wearing a dark purple gothic Lolita dress one piece, although it's kinda torn up here and there, and she also has some small wounds all over her body. Her eyes at this moment are closed. Issei becomes surprised at first, but then he checks on her right away. He shakes her little body gently while asking if she's okay. Issei. Hey. Are you okay? The girl feeling him shaking her body slowly open her eyes. Her beautiful eyes are golden colored. Human. That I got transferred to the human territory. This is bad. The girl sits up and leaned her back against a tree, although she appears to be wounded here and there it seems her life is not in danger. Issei felt relieved that she appears to be okay. Issei. Ha. Thank goodness, you seem fine. Why do you seem to be relieved? Issei. Huh? I mean if someone got hurt it's obvious to help them, right? Don't you know that I'm a demon? Issei. Demon? What's that? Never mind that, here, hold on to me. I will carry you out of this place, then we can see a doctor afterward to check on your wounds. Don't worry, my guardian will surely help you. Issei shows him her back signaling her to climb on his back. The girl becomes a bit taken aback seeing another person trying to help her, even though he's just a child. Usually, the other children tend to avoid her when they see her, that includes human or demon children as well. No need, you better leave now or you will get dragged into trouble as well. The girl told Issei to leave her be because she doesn't want such a pure child to be dragged into her mess. Issei. No. The orphanage teaches me to always help those in need, so I won't leave you alone here, while knowing you're in need of help right now. She becomes taken aback once more hearing his words. She never thought there will be someone who tries to help her, and it's from a human. Even the demons won't try to help her, much less the humans. But this kid. Just when she's about to say something there's a sudden black portal appeared nearby them. From it, there's a bunch of armored knights coming out. All of them wearing a white knight armor that fully covers their whole body, even their helmet fully covered their entire head. All of them have something different, some of them have crow-like wings, some have bat-like wings, and some have wings made of fire, ice and many more. But one thing for sure is that they are definitely not human. And all of them are looking straight at the girl. This is bad. Leave now. The girl becomes alarmed after seeing the newcomers, and she screams at Issei to leave now, but her scream made them launch an attack at her. Issei, who saw that, instinctively covered the girl beside her with his own body. Poochie. Issei. He got stabbed with one of their attacks while trying to cover the girl. He coughed out blood covering the girl's face with it. The girl's mind becomes blank after feeling his blood on her face, and when she looks up to see the boy's face, she saw him smiling at her. Issei. Heh. I'm glad you're still okay. After saying that, he drops down to the ground while still having a smile on his face with his eyes closed. The girl who saw that screamed out loud in anger, and her whole body is covered with a black aura, and that made the newcomers become wary at her. She launches herself at them while her whole body is covered with a black aura. And the moment her hand touched one of them, that person screamed in agony, and a few moments later he dropped down becoming mummified. When they saw that, they instantly become terrified. Night 2. Don't let her touch you. Attack from the distance. One of them tries to give a command, but the girl appeared right in front of him and grabbed his head with her small hand. The rest of them panicked when seeing one of their allies died once again, so they started launching their attack on the girl, but every time the attack touched her aura it disappeared into thin air. Night 3. Don't use magic attack. She can absorb mana. Use a physical attack. Night 4. But if she touches us then we will die. Night 5. We have no choice. We have already come this far, in a few moments her personal bodyguard will come, and it will make it harder for us to kill her. Attack. Then each of them draws their sword, spear, bows, etc. Trying to kill her with it, but the girl nimbly avoid each of the incoming attacks, and she uses their ally's body to hide from some of the incoming attacks. Her small body gave her the advantage to make them harder to land a hit on her, and before they even know it, there's only a few of them left. Night 6. Shit. I didn't come here to die. I'm leaving. Night 7. Wait. You coward. Night 8. I'm sorry, but I don't want to die as well. All of them tries to run away, but every time they try to make another portal it always fail. Night 9. Why we can't make another portal? Stay awa. Gaia. They become even more terrified after knowing they can't create another portal to escape, and when they try to run out of the forest they find out they are within a barrier. Night 10. What? Just when did she make this barrier? You all won't escape. None of you will. The girl's eyes glow brightly, and her golden eye has a tinge of red on it, her white sclera also turned black as well. Knights. Goi. Hue. Jaya. All of them scream in agony feeling the pain they went through right now. Feeling their very own life force and mana being drained of their body is excruciatingly painful. Finally, all of them died an agonizing death, and the area went silent after that. The girl dropped down coughing up blood as well because she just used a lot of mana just now, along with her own life force. And if this continues she will die as well sooner or later. Heh, how laughable. To think that I'm gonna end it up this way. Then the girl drags her body towards Issei's. I guess I will be joining you soon enough. The girl silently looks at Issei's face, and looking at how serene his face is even on his deathbed, is making her own heart feels hurt for the first time. She never felt anything before this because of her past. It's either kill or be killed at her place back home. She slumped down at Issei's side and keep looking at his face, she touches his face gently. How foolish of you. The moment her hand touches his face something happened. There's a resonance between their soul. What? And before she even knows it their soul is linked together. I see. To think you have such huge life aura for a human, and you seem to possess a dragon bloodline within you as well. I guess you saved me once more. Heh, what a funny twist of fate. Me the great Forzalit Savant, the current supreme overlord of the Demonkin, being saved by a human, and he's still a child. What a mysterious being you are. She smiled from the bottom of her heart for the first time in her entire life. She never thought she will find her soulmate here. And he's a human at that too. After having their soul linked together her body stabilized along with Issei, their body regenerates at a visible rate. Issei's whole wound closed themselves soon after. Forzalit. Yumu. It seems you're gonna be fine, but I will need to put a seal on you, so my mana inside you won't go berserk. She put her hands on top of Issei's forehead to put a seal on him. Its mark is the same as when Issei get the orb of life in the future, a diamond-shaped mark, but without the dragon wings around it. Forzalit. Good. It's done. Issei slowly opened his eyes and he looks at her. Forzalit. What's your name? Issei. Issei. Forzalit. Yumu. My name is Forzalit Savant. Well, you won't remember that until you're 18 though. Just go back to rest for now. Then like he's in some sort of spell Issei passed out once more. That mark will seal his memory of this ever happening, and the seal will only be released when his age become 18 years old. But because she has never done this before she kinda messes something up. When he wakes up, Issei will have a memory where he met an old man who shows him the glory of OPHIS, and he becomes super perverted because of it. So the mystery of why Issei becomes so perverted before was because of her. And his soul also affected because of it, so his face looks average to the others around him. Forzalit. I expect great things from you in the future. Dana-sama, husband. Fufufu, how intriguing. I never felt so happy before in my entire life, and you're the only one who can make me feel this way. He touched his face gently. Then there's another portal created nearby, and the one who comes out of it is Forzalit's personal bodyguard. Bodyguard 1. Forzalit-sama. Are you alright? Bodyguard 2. Please forgive our incompetence. We never thought Lord Cuver will betray you like that. All of them kneeled at her direction and felt relieved that she's okay. Forzalit took back her smile, and her face turned cold once more while facing her subordinates. Forzalit. HMPH. I will kill Cuver myself. And as for your punishment, we'll see when we get back. Bodyguards. Ha. As you wish. They sweated profusely thinking they're gonna be punished later, then they saw Issei's body. Bodyguard 1. A human. Forzalit. He's no mere human, he's my soulmate. And he also saved me. The bodyguards become surprised hearing that, but then they congratulated her. Bodyguards. Congratulations, Forzalit Sama, for finding your soulmate. They don't dare to ask her why a mere human becomes her soulmate or how did he save her in the first place. For them, as long she's happy, then that's all that matter. They don't want to earn more of her ire and get punished even harsher because of it. Forzalit. Yumu. On account that I have finally found my soulmates, I won't punish you heavily. The bodyguards become ecstatic hearing that, and they thanked her profusely and also thanked Issei silently as well. Forzalit. Toho, I need you to do something for me. Toho is one of her personal bodyguards. He has a spiky green hair with 2 horns pointed upward at his forehead. Toho. At your command. Forzalit. I want you to make sure he gets back safely. After that, find some good family and have them adopt him. Toho. Understood. Forzalit. I will come and get you when you turned 18, Dana-sama. Until then. Wait for me. Then she gives Issei a kiss on the forehead right at the mark she gave him. And that mark disappear right after. It's still there, but it's just hidden from plain sight. Forzalit. Then, let's go find Cuber. Bodyguards. Ha. And with that, she disappeared into the portal after taking one last look at Issei, who's in Toho's arm. When Issei woke up, he only remembered he met an old man who shows him the glory of OPHIS, so he turns super perverted because of it, and a few days later he's adopted by the Haidu family. But sadly, when he turned 14, his adopted parents died. He has some inheritance from his adopted parents, so he's living well enough. And after he graduated from middle school, he entered Kuo Academy, where he meets Rias and Co. Too bad Rias and the others didn't wait until he turned 18, because that's when his seal become undone and he will transform to the current him. Toho returned after he confirmed Issei's going to be okay, because it will garner too much attention having a high-class demon like him watching a single human. Forzalit found Cuver soon enough, and he died an agonizing death just like his men. Even his soul is not spared and absorbed by her. For a demon like her, it's quite easy to devour a soul, and she also won't get any backlash from doing it. Her body returned to its former state after absorbing Cuver's power. Her body got turned from a child body into that of an adult. Her face becomes even more mesmerizing, her skin is flawless white, her body becomes bountiful and curvaceous as well. Her horn also got longer, there's another set of horns coming out from her back circling around her waist. Forzalit. Finally, I have regained my power. Now to clean up the rest of the traitors. And with that, Forzalit Savant, the current supreme overlord, returned on her reign, and she obliterated every traitor's factions. She consolidated her standings on the demon realm, even the celestial realm also affirmed her standings, along with the human realm. When she just need to wait one more year to have her soulmate besides her, she felt something went wrong. She felt like his soul suddenly become so corrupted at an alarming rate, and that scared her so much until her face went pale white, but then her aura went berserk. This is happening when Issei trying to get the evil pieces which are corrupting him after he found out Rias and Co. Betrayal. Forzalit. Who? Just to dare trying to corrupt his soul. Her fury can be felt even across the 3 realms, and every demon in the area kneeled down while shivering in terror that caused by her fury. While the other 2 realms shivered in trepidation. Just when she's about to go to Issei's place on her own, she felt his soul stabilized and become even purer than before, and that make her taken aback. Her berserk aura calmed down right away, and she sighed in relief knowing he will be fine. She's wondering on why was that happening in the first place. She felt a change in Issei's soul after he became a dragon. Forzalit. His dragon bloodline awakening. She thought what just happened is caused by the awakening of his dragon bloodline. She felt even prouder after knowing he awakened his dragon bloodline. Soon her subordinates come before her to ask her what's wrong just now. She dismissed them that it's just a false alarm. She felt like a seal he's giving him weakening day by day, but that's normal because he almost turned 18, so when Issei obtained the orb of life, his seal unknowingly has become undone, and he remembered a bit about his childhood, and Forzalit overlooked this, so she doesn't realize that the seal has become undone. Forzalit. It's almost time. I wonder how is he right now. I hope he'll remember me at least. She smiled for the future when they gonna reunite once again. Issei remembered meeting a little girl, but that's about it. He felt weird remembering how he died before. He thought it was just a dream. Back to the present. Upon her arrival at the castle in the Kingdom of Eden, Rish waved around the letter from the King of Elkyote as she ran to the throne room while dragging Issei's hand. Issei. No need to rush, Rish. Rish. What are you talking about? This is another country's recommendation. Once we hand this over, you will certainly, absolutely, obviously, get promoted. She let go of Issei's hand while cheerfully rotating in place while saying that. Issei. Air. That's good, I guess. But still. Riche was so delighted as though it was her that's being promoted, and Issei can only smile wryly at her antics, and along the way to the throne room, Issei keeps getting the looks by the maids and noble ladies of the castle. All of them blush to see Issei, and some of them even try to take a picture of him, but only to be glared by Catherine. Issei. Riche, oh. Issei bumped into someone at the throne room entrance. It's a beautiful, smiling woman who just bumped into him. She's a mature woman who seems to be in her 20s, and she has a long light blonde hair and dark green eyes. She also has a flower on top of her hair just like the one Riche's has. Her body is very slim but also curvaceous and plentiful, whether it's her breasts or her butt. She wears what appear to be a white saintess garb tied with a black colored belt with a golden outline. Both of them stared at each other, and for some reason, Issei felt a certain attraction on this woman. It's not a love attraction or anything like that. He felt like this woman has a big amount of holy aura. Sure, compared to him it's not really comparable, but it's quite big for a normal human to possess this high amount of holy aura. Her holy life aura is comparable to Jean's. And that's quite remarkable for a normal human, while Jean is a divine spirit. While Issei is inspecting her, the woman is also inspecting Issei. And her heart beat faster and louder for each second she stays near Issei and gazes at his face. In the castle, Issei doesn't wear his hood, so the woman gets a perfect view of his devilishly handsome face. What's this feeling? My entire being is telling me to become one with this man. Ah. But I already have a fiancé. Yes, this woman is Saint Croy, a saint of the Church of Eve and the first princess of the Kingdom of Eden. She is second in line for the throne. Due to her high spiritual power, among other factors, Croy was considered to be a near reincarnation of Mother Eve, which prompted several international organizations to celebrate her engagement to Prince Felton of Central by recreating Mother Eve's journey to her own marriage in the form of a rite of the church. Croy's similarities to Mother Eve extend beyond her considerable powers. Croy is almost universally motherly and loving, though she prefers to act like a big sister to most of her immediate family, especially her blood siblings Riche and Philip. She loves children especially and enjoys spending time with them, both because of her relationship to Mother Eve and due to her own lost childhood. Also, like Mother Eve, Croy also has a voracious sexual appetite. As a princess and a saint, Croy seems to accept her social obligations without the slightest complaint, even if they come at great personal cost. She does not seem to resent either the crown or the church for these restrictions and seems quite close to her father, Lewin. So obviously, because of Croy's similarities with Mother Eve, she becomes fully attracted to Issei, who has far bigger life aura than her. It's like she's being pulled towards Issei's very existence. In a way, she's pretty much just like how the Kailers are attracted to Issei. Her eyes moistened and her cheeks flushed while looking at Issei, and her body felt very hot from just standing near Issei. Issei still didn't realize the peculiarity of Croy because he's still lost in his thoughts. Thankfully, Riche noticed them right away. Riche. Ice, Wani-chan. What are you two doing? Issei. Wani-chan. Croy. Ah. And nice to meet you. You must be Issei Haidu. I've heard some stories and I so wanted to meet you. I'm Riche's older sister. Issei. Ah. Nice to meet you. You can call me Issei or Ice just like Riche if you want. Issei finally snaps out of his thoughts after hearing Riche's words, so that's why he felt a similarity on Croy. It's because she's her big sister, no wonder. Well, Croy tries to act nothing happened and greeted Issei normally, but her cheeks are still blushing a little. Then they entered the throne room together. Lewin. After spending a year on Mother Eve's ritual, she just returned to the castle. Croy. I'm Riche's older sister, Croy. A pleasure to meet you, Atado-kun, little brother. Issei. Call me Is. Croy. What's wrong, Atado-kun? Issei. Just call me. Croy. Oh, to you to kun. Issei. Never mind. Issei felt like there's no use telling Croy to call him by his name, and to be honest, he doesn't really hate it being called like that by her. Gura. Isenai admit defeat. Ramius. Princess Croy is a saint for a reason. What astonishing charisma. Catherine. HMPH. I'm guessing it's because of her boobs. Lewin. Catherine. It's nice to see you back. I sympathize with the emotional wounds you suffered, but it would be reassuring if you could continue fighting for our country. Catherine. Oh. I mean, I've had some time to get over it, so I'll try to earn my keep. Lewin. I see. The answer could have been more respectful toward a king, but Lewin showed no sign of displeasure. He only wore a serene, satisfied smile. Issei smiled at their interaction. Croy. Ehehia, Atado, cute Atado. Issei. Air. Issei felt speechless of Croy's attitude right now. Croy keeps fawning over Issei's while patting his head. Even though he's a bit taller than her, she's still tiptoeing to keep patting his head. Riche. Oni-chan, if you want a little brother to play with, Philip was just born. Croy. But he's always with our mothers in the queen's quarters, and I feel like I'd break him if I hugged him too hard. She's actually doing this because she wants an excuse to stay close at Issei. She felt really comfortable just by basking in his presence. Lewin. The island where the ritual was held had no entertainment at all, and she was surrounded by church members at all times. I'm sure she was starved for human contact. Croy. HMMHM. She keeps humming in happiness while still doing her patting and hugging activities. Issei. Ritual. Issei finally decided to ignore Croy, who keeps hugging his arm and patting his head. Besides, he doesn't really hate her touch, if anything it's quite soothing. Ramius. I think I told you this before, but Princess Croy is engaged to the Prince of the Central Empire. But at the same time, she's designated by the Church of Mother Eve as a saint. Catherine. Saints are women who, while human, have powers similar to those of Mother Eve, and they must go through numerous rituals before marriage. Riche. Oni-chan is a particularly remarkable saint, so her marriage to the prince has the whole world's attention. Catherine. Even when I hardly left my house, I still heard about the wedding. Ramius. This is a special couple, so permission to recreate the ritual that united Mother Eve with the first ancestor was granted by the church. Issei. Oh, the wedding ritual Towa mentioned. No wonder she possesses such a huge amount of life holy aura. Even Lauren doesn't come close to her. Issei finally knows why she has such a huge amount of life holy aura. Riche. Yep. Lewin. Anyway, Riche, you seemed in a hurry. Did you need something from me? Riche. Oh, right. King Ben of Elkyote has a letter for you. Riche ran up to the throne, took out the rolled up letter, and held it out to the king. Lewin. Sigh, I'm not even surprised anymore. You really accomplished a lot. A lot more than Achival reported. Lewin sighed after reading the letter content. Ramius. Aniu. Was he watching us again? Achival. Nah, had other business this time. Wasn't there to check on Issei or anything. Achival was standing to the king's side and looked annoyed as he denied the suggestion, to which Barrow, standing across from him, sighed. Barrow. Elkyote was taking large-scale military action, so Eden and Lancelot needed to prepare for any eventuality. Catherine. The army's target was the Kaelers and the monster burrow. Still, it's possible they could have been turned toward other nations. Lewin. Provocation through Magavision. The spread of convenient magic appliances has given rise to such potential uses. Issei is confused just when Achival was at Elkyote. He never saw or sensed him over there. But he decided he must have used a special method to observe from afar probably. Riche. Rosinante's obsession with money make them move slower, and we could avoid having a war happening because of it. Barrow. Misleading of the public through these broadcasts is something we'll have to consider criminalizing. Oh, we don't blame you or anything as long it's used for a good cause like this. So you can be rest assured. Issei just nodded calmly at Barrow. Lewin. At any rate. Issei. Just what to do with you? You basically have become one of the richest men in the world by obtaining the Big Bucks company, and you single-handedly discovered that Rosinante is affiliated with the Snake Crest, then you saved the king of another country as well on top of that. Just what kind of son-in-law do I have? Lewin can only smile bitterly because Issei is too outstanding. He just got promoted a week ago, and here he is gaining another huge achievement for himself that obviously require another promotion. If the words gets out about him, then there will be surprise that every other country or noble will try to get a connection with him. Whether it's by arranged marriage or anything else. Thankfully he's with them basically, or it will be a nightmare having a person like him as their enemy. He decided to keep related stuff about him owning the Big Bucks company for now. And he's really grateful hearing that he will support the outlaw girls from now on with the money obtained by the company. Lewin totally agrees about Issei making Tio as the new CEO. After all, Palamides basically see her as his granddaughter, so it's obvious with this their country relationship will become much solid and friendlier with each other, along with the Elkyote kingdom. Lewin. At any rate, I'm going to promote you to 1,000 knight, along with your rank of nobility from a baron to earl straight away. I believe there are no objections. Achival. Sounds good. I approve. Barrow. He's made such progress in so little time. I'm sure this will be an inspiration to the other knights. Riche. Haha, as expected from my darling. Ramius. Yumu. Agreed. Guragura. Isnai. Amazing. Catherine. Well, it's not really that surprising knowing his capabilities. The other nobles also approve of this promotion. Lewin. Very well, then let the ceremony. Croy. Father, do you mind if I do it? Riche. You, Oni-chan. You're a saint, so there's no reason you couldn't, but. Riche looked at Issei to see what he thought about it. Issei, who's feeling her gaze on him, replied. I don't mind. Riche. Okay, then. Do it, Oni-chan. Croy. Okay, time for your big sister to appoint you. Issei. Huh. Croy held Issei's head and pressed her glossy lips against his cheek. Croy. Chew. Issei. Croy. There, now you're a thousand knight. Good boy. Issei. What kind of ritual was that? Am I really a thousand knight now? Don't you need to use that antic sword or something? Issei does feel like a light entered inside him like when he promoted into a 10 knight, but he needs to make sure. Ramius. The sword that was used to appoint you as an official knight is a magic item granted by the church. But saints themselves are magic items. Issei. I see. Issei feeling a little speechless after hearing that. Reesh. You're done, Wani-chan. I was planning to go home now. Croy. Aw, don't be like that. I just got myself a little brother, so I was hoping to sleep with him in my arms tonight. Reesh. And no way I am allowing that. What if something happened? I mean. Well, I won't really be too worried about ice, but. Croy. Ah, I just want a night of rubbing those soft cheeks and squeezing him tight. Issei felt his mouth twitch hearing that. He's not some kind of plushies, alright. Lewin. They need their rest. Be understanding, Croy. Croy. Fian. She pouted adorably because she won't be able to spend more time with Issei together. Which is good because if Croy does spend a night with Issei in the same bed, then they will obviously gonna do it. Well, Issei won't be the one who initiates it though, but Croy herself instead. And it will give King Lewin a headache on how to deal with them afterward, because Croy is engaged to Prince Felton from Central Empire. Borrow. And what are your plans next? Reesh. The next logical place is the kingdom of Humpty. Ramius. Snake Crest had some presence in Elkyote too, but we still haven't found anything like a base. Borrow. If the outlaws were invading via the sea, locating a base in the pirate-infested kingdom of Humpty might be logical. True. Reesh. Well, not even sure how we'd get there, so we'll discuss this after getting home. Croy. Ow, Atado. Come and play again sometime. Please. Issei. Fine. She still fawned over Issei, and that makes it hard for him to reject her request. Thus, Issei successfully moved up by 2 ranks and decided to return home. At the throne room, there's only Croy and King Lewin left. Croy keeps staring at Issei's direction even after he's gone. Lewin, who saw her action, sighed bitterly, then he called her. Lewin. Croy. I know he's a very outstanding man. But you already have a fiancé. If not, then I would gladly have you betrothed with him as well along with Reesh. I'm sorry for being an incompetent father. Croy. It's fine. I know. Even though I don't love Prince Felton, but it is my duty as the first princess of the kingdom. And I don't hate you for it, father. Croy finally took back her gaze from Issei's direction. She smiled gently at Lewin, and her smile doesn't look forced at all, although her gaze has a bit of sadness inside it without Lewin knowing it. Lewin. I see. Lewin felt sorrowful for his first daughter. When she's small she is appointed as a saint and can't enjoy what normal people experienced. Playing with kids at her age or finding love on her own. And along with it she matured faster compared to the other kids at her age. She knows her duty at such a young age, which is quite saddening for Lewin as a father, but as a king, he can't reject the church, and he already promised his friend the king of Central to have them betrothed after the war ended. Croy. Now, father. Let's go have some tea together with mother and Philip. Lewin. Ah, let's go. After that, both of them went towards the queen's chamber. Right around after Issei was promoted, a certain group sat, gathered in darkness. In the center was an old man sitting in a chair. But extending from that chair were countless tubes of various sizes that were connected to the decrepit old man. His face was so wrinkled as to resemble a corpse, entirely unmoving aside from his eyes, which glanced around at those before him as he began to speak. South Carolina, Supreme Commander. Rosinante was killed, it seems. Shiro. Yes, Kuro reported as such. He awakened at the very end, but evidently couldn't make the most of his abilities. Not that I could blame him when his enemy is him. Couldn't even get a handle on his desire. Pathetic, just like Rochefort. After Shiro gave his report, the young man next to him with a somewhat boyish face scoffed. Shiro. Don't be like that, Jabber. They proved to be of some use to us. Jabber is a man with long light blue hair. He's wearing a chef attire, along with the long hat that chef usually use. Jabber. Well. How much of this is according to your plan? Shiro. Now just what do you mean by that? Jabber. TCH. Unlike Rochefort, Rosinante was at least good for his money. Kuro. I doubt Rosinante ever saw you as more than a means to acquire materials. Jabber. Kuro. Pretty late, aren't ya? Shiro. Did the guide I prepared for you do a poor job? Kuro. No, just had some business I couldn't cancel. But I see someone's even later than me. Sorry, you're last. I've been here from the start. Jabber. Whoa, seriously? I didn't notice you at all. Kuro. When did you get behind me? As I said, I've been here from the start. You just didn't notice me, that's all. Kuro. Well, at least even if he surprise attack me I won't go down right away. If it's him then. Heh, I won't even know how I die. The person who just standing behind Kuro is Belonius. Once in charge of Ranger Academy and he was Gurugura mentor as well. He's been called the strongest of all knights. Until Issei arrived, that is. He's a man in his 30s, he wears glasses, and he has whitish blonde hair tied in a low ponytail. He is tan-skinned and wears a lab coat with a purple suit. Shiro. Belonius, how has the Adan's blood research been coming along? Belonius. Smoothly approaching completion. Dabber, here's the list of materials I need next. Get them ready for me as per usual. Jabber. Sure. Wait, Ak. This is gonna suck again. Kuro. Belonius. And Kuro, you should restrain your bloodlust. It only reveals your inexperience. Kuro. HMPH, no point in hiding it. Belonius. Enough. I'm not what I once was. Fighting me won't quench your thirst. Kuro. Bastard. Jabber. Ah, you're so annoying. If you're gonna fight, then get out of here. Shiro. The group with no intent to unite, only to work toward their individual desires. That's Snake Crest. South Carolina. Hwa 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 hwa. Excellent, my breathin'. With the old man's laughter, the other man shut up and accepted his appreciation. South Carolina. We wish for war, but what we seek from it differs. We have no allies. We need only to use each other. Compete with each other. That's what makes us Snake Crest. Hwa hwa hwa. Shiro. A lack of competition leads to stagnation. South Carolina. The way to end that stagnation and trigger evolution is war. With a war in place, you can seek what you please and act as you wish. Shiro. Understood. Supreme Commander. Only Shiro responded, but the other three nodded, expressing their agreement with the man known as the Supreme Commander. Jabber. But what about the guy who beat Rochefort and Rosinante? Are we just leaving him? Shiro. They are acting against Snake Crest, clearly. Their next goal would have to be either Humpty or Hamlet. Kuro. I'll keep an eye on them. Jabber. Huh. Don't need ya. If they're making trouble on my turf, I'll just off them. He's got some nice ladies with him, yeah. Can't wait to see how they taste. Kuro and Shiro just chuckled at his statement. Jabber. What's so funny? I'm serious. They both only say, good luck. To him. Jabber. Che. I don't believe he's that powerful, you two must have been exaggerating about his strength. This is Snake Crest. They don't even trust their own allies, and this will also lead to their downfall one by one. Belonius. If you lose focus on preparing the materials, I'll see to it that you're incapable of thinking about these extraneous things. Jabber. Hahaha, you serious? Without me, you'd be in a load of trouble. Belonius. What? There's all manner of ways to make you do what I want. Shiro. How frightening. I hope I don't make any mistakes, lest I end up as Belonius's puppet. Belonius. That's rich. You're the one I need to keep an eye on the most. Jabber. Well, anyway, don't come to my turf. Wouldn't want any of you interrupting my fun. Kuro. Heh. If you can even put a scratch on him, then I will become your slave. Shiro. Oh, count me in on that. It would be something to see Jabber able to put a scratch on him. Jabber. Heh. You better remember those words, because I will be sure to have you work for me to the bone. Kuro and Shiro. Sure. Jabber. HMPH. Jag off. Shiro. Well, I'm glad everyone's getting heated. I think it's about time I start preparing for my own goals. Belonius. If we're done here, allow me to leave. Jabber. Me too. Gotta go feed the fat pig. Shiro. Kuro, everyone seems to be leaving. Contact the guide for me. Without making eye contact with each other, the men went off to work toward their individual objectives. The feeble old man watched the behavior of Snake Crest's administration with glee and guffawed. South Carolina. That's it. Use one another or obstruct each other if you wish. That's what Snake Crest does. Devours itself. Hwa 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 hwa. Like a broken toy, the old man didn't stop his maniacal cackling. But even that laughter faded away into the deep endless darkness. Chapter 55. Issei. This is our home. Meaning it's also your home now. Catherine. I see. Not a bad house. Invited to the home, Catherine restlessly looked around, but her mind didn't register anything she saw. Catherine. HRRM. What do I do? The time's finally come. My first time. Should I bathe first? Or do you do that after? She's feeling really nervous right now because she's about to have her first time tonight. Issei. Come on, let's go in. Catherine. Sure. But before Issei could turn the doorknob, the door was thrown open from the inside. Tio. Welcome home, Ice. I'm glad you made it back okay. Tilt is also glad that you're fine. Tilt. Welcome back. Issei. Ah. I'm back, Tio, Tilt. Tio smiles happily at his words, while Tilt is hiding behind her, but her face is blushing right now. Catherine. Huh? Oh, right. You two must be Tio and Tilt. Reesh. Yup, they are the one we've told you about before. Gura. I'm hungry. Tio. Partially to celebrate your promotion today, I prepared a feast. Issei. Oh, you didn't need to do that much. Tio. It wasn't much, Reesh and Ramius told me where I can buy delicious pre-cooked meals. Issei. Oh. Issei sweated thinking she's the one who cooked it, but apparently not. Tio. Oh. Ice, do you assume all women can cook? Reesh. Of course, he doesn't. Ice is more progressive than that. Ramius. Besides which, cooking is an extremely rare, special talent that has to be granted to you by Mother Eve. Issei. No, it's not. But all of them just ignored his words. Gura. I love the pizza they have. But I like Ice Nai's cooking more, of course. Tio. Oh, I didn't know that you can cook, Ice. Issei. Ah, yeah, I could. Reesh. His cooking is out of this world, even I think it's unfair for a man to be able to make food more delicious than us girls. Ramius. Indeed. Tio. Really? Then I love to have a taste of your cooking soon, Ice. Issei. Sure. Catherine. Tio. Oh, who's that? Reesh. Kath, our new family member. She'll be living with us from now on. Tio. Oh, is that so? A pleasure to meet you. I'm Tio and this here is Tilt. Tilt. Hi. Catherine. Yeah. Gee, good to meet you too. Issei. Well, let's not stand at the entrance and head inside. Then they all head inside and Issei went to prepare some side dishes to go along with the pre-cooked food. After all, it will be a waste to throw the food Tio ordered. Reesh. Now, time to eat a bunch and drink some tasty wine. Issei. Right on. Reesh. But no wine for you today, Ice. Issei. Why? Reesh. And no particular reason. Ramius. Yuyumu. I agree with Reesh. Both Ramius and Reesh blush deeply thinking about before. Issei doesn't really mind either way though, as long as he can eat with his wives he's content already. Ramius is tempted to experience it again, but she knows today is not the time for that. It's Kath's night after all, and she doesn't want to see her friend become broken just from her first night. Both Tio and Kath is confused about why he's not allowed to drink wine, but Gura smiled wryly because she knows why they don't let Issei drink wine. Thus, Issei spent a nice time with Kath and his family. Both Tio and Kath become stupefied and shed tears of joy after tasting the food that Issei made. Kath prefers light dishes though, so she doesn't really eat that much. Issei is sitting down at his bed relaxing, thinking back on the enjoyable dinner and bask in the joy he felt. Issei. Hehe, it's so fulfilling to have dinner with your family, huh? He smiled gently while looking at the ceiling thinking how happy he is right now. But then Issei remembered Kath having been abnormally quiet during dinner. Issei. She didn't eat or drink much. Maybe the new home and environment making her anxious. Knock. Issei. Come in. Catherine. You I'm here. Issei. Catherine slowly opens the door and she's blushing while looking at the ground so as to avoid eye contact with Issei. She's only in her lingerie at this moment and Issei who saw that becomes wide-eyed. She's wearing white baby doll lingerie that accentuated her beauty even more. Even though she has modest breasts but that just make her figure more enchanting in a certain way, she doesn't tie her hair like she used to and just let her hair down flowing freely past her shoulder. Issei is lost in his thoughts while appreciating her beauty right now. Catherine. Is it okay if I come to you? I don't really know how this all works. Issei. Oh. Yeah, sure. I don't mind, come in. Issei come back to his senses and he finally knows why she's so quiet during dinner, she's about to consummate their marriage, that's why. Catherine timidly entered the room, sat on the bed and nervously spoke to Issei. Catherine. So you know, I talk myself up a lot, but considering all your experience with Reesh and the other girls, I'm not sure I can keep up. Issei who heard that smiled gently at her. Issei. That's okay, I'll be sure to be gentle with you. Catherine. Thank you. They say it's going to be hurt on the first time. Issei. I'll try to make it as pleasant an experience for you as I can. Catherine. Why, you're really accustomed to this, don't you? She pouted her cheek adorably. Issei can only smile wryly at her because he can't deny her words at all. He only has himself to blame because of how often he had sex with Reesh and co. Issei. Well, I'll try to hold back since this is your first time after all. I won't take your time until morning, but you can stay here with me if you want though. Catherine. Until morning. Issei. Oh. I do have sex until morning with the other girls before, but if it's you I can make an exception. Catherine. And no need. You can do as you wish with me. Issei. If you say so then. Issei felt a bit taken aback at just how competitive she is. Catherine. Yuan. Please take care of me. After saying that, Catherine lies down vulnerably on his bed, she gazed at Issei with yearning in her eyes. Catherine. And now. I'm ready, bring it on. Issei, who heard that, went towards her, and before she even knows it, he already took off all his clothes. Catherine. So fast. Although she has to admit she really likes seeing his perfect body once more. Issei gets on top of Catherine and asked her. Issei. Ready, Catherine. Wait. Issei. Catherine. Are you sure you want me as your wife? I mean. Everyone calls me a weirdo, I'm more or less a jobless shut-in, and I'm not a good person in any way. And my only good point is that I'm a Zero Knight, but even that is only a mere title. I know you will surpass me soon enough. She averted her eyes while saying that. Issei smiled gently at her, then he stroked her cheeks gently. Catherine, who felt his touch, felt her body stiffen, and she looked towards Issei's face. And all she sees inside his eyes are infinite gentleness and passion he has for her. Just from his gaze, she could tell just how much he loves her. Issei. Cath, I don't think you're a bad person. I mean, all those knights loved you. Catherine. Issei. And I do love you, Cath. How about you? Do you love me? Catherine. Honestly. I've never even been in love, so I don't know. But I am interested in you, that much is true. Issei. Then why don't we find out? Catherine. Find out how? Issei flashed a mischievous smirk and bent down his head to her ear. Issei. Through sex, of course. Catherine's face went beet red after hearing his words, and before she can continue her words, Issei already sealed her lips with his own. Her eyes went wide after suddenly being kissed by Issei, and then she felt his kiss went inside her mouth and entangled it with her own. After a while, she relaxed her body and enjoyed the kiss Issei gave her. Issei. Was that pleasant enough? Catherine only nodded slowly at his question, her cheeks are flushed and her eyes lost in reverie. She's still enjoying the lingering sensation she got from their kissing session. Issei. I see. Now let's go to the main course. For the next hours, Issei keeps doing Catherine with reckless abandon, and they keep doing it until morning. The other girls wanted to join in as well, hearing their moans, but they decided to let Catherine has her time for today. Issei. Is it morning? Catherine. Grrr. Finally up, you horny dragon. When Issei woke up, Catherine was already up and looking at him with malice from his chest. Issei. Oh. You're sure up early. Catherine. It's hurt so much that I couldn't sleep. I'm new to this, so you can't fuck me so much. She pinched Issei's cheek, but it's not that hard and more like a flirty pinch between lovers. Issei. Sorry. You were so cute that I couldn't help it. Catherine. Well. What can you do, then? She blushed deeply hearing his words and let go of his cheek, cried away. Issei chuckled seeing her reaction. Catherine. What's that smile about? Issei. It's just, having you by my side makes me really happy. Catherine. Baka. It's too early for this. You're embarrassing me. Issei. You say that, but you're not saying you don't like it. Catherine. Ugh. Yeah, well. Sure. Anyway, you don't regret marrying me. Issei. I won't regret it even one bit. Issei calmly gazes at her eyes with conviction. Catherine. Issei. What about you? Do you regret marrying me? Catherine. Don't turn it back around to me. You know I won't be doing this with someone I don't love. Issei. Me too. I love you as well, Cath. Then they both chuckled together. They spent some time laughing together until their lips naturally drew closer. Bang. Reesh. Sorry, that's enough of that. Breakfast's ready. Catherine. Reesh. Issei. I figured you were there. Issei could only smile wryly seeing them. Ramius. Of course. Moments like these should be shared by the whole family. Gura. Good job, Kathni. I'm impressed you did everything Nai wanted on your first time. Tio. A stain will be left on the sheets if they're not washed soon, so you should get changed now. Issei could clean the stain with his magic, but he decided not to do it because Tio wanted to do the laundry, it seems. Catherine. Why are you there? Ramius. Because we've been watching since last night, of course. Reesh. Boy, that was beautiful. Wish the part where you act so lovey-dovey towards Ice was recorded on a beta stone. Catherine. You've been there that long. Are you telling me you peeped on the entire thing? Ramius. I do agree, if we want to save these family memories, we need to spend the money on something that can record them. Gura. I recorded the audio, at least. Ramius. Good work. Catherine. Not good work, Chibiko, Tiny. Hand over the recorder. Tio. The sheets will stain. Of course, you could use the stained sheets to commemorate the event, I suppose. Catherine. No way are we holding on to some bloody sheets. Issei. You're so vibrant this morning. Issei grinned at her. Catherine. Don't just grin at me like that. You caused all this. Riche. Still, you haven't said you don't like that we peeped. Can't you be honest? Catherine. I don't like it. That should go without saying. Issei. Well. That's the kind of family we are, so you'll get used to it in no time. Catherine. I will not. With the addition of Catherine to the family, Issei's house had an even livelier morning than usual. There's a golden ring on Catherine's hand and the ring on Issei's hand changed from IV into V. Chaos comprehension equals 50%. Chapter 56. Issei and his wives decided to take it easy a few days. He trained each of them his hockey skills. They just need a bit more polishing and they should be able to master the basic of it. Ramius seems to be able to master the basic of armament hockey soon enough because she can also use Kai. At this point she can cover her hand with a dense Kai that come close to hockey density. He teaches Riche a few magic skills, like Light of Saber. She apparently has talent on learning it, probably because she is Croy's little sister which enables her to learn light magic quite easily. She is very happy after learning a new magic from Issei. Issei brought Tio to the Big Bucks company to become the new CEO, and King Ben, along with his nephew General Poncho, is very welcoming towards them. The public only knows that Big Bucks company belongs to Elkyote and not Issei yet. The Kailers treated Tio with a lot of respect and that's kind of making her feel a bit awkward. They even set a hidden guard for her and Issei appreciated a lot. He gave both Tio and Lorenzo a transmitter device so they can contact him in case something happened. Then Lorenzo and Myrtle invited Issei for a feast and he gladly obliged to their invitation as thanks for everything they've done so far. Riche's eyes shine hearing they gonna invite them to a feast and she flashed a sly grin. Riche. All according to plan. Ramius and co feel weird about why she's suddenly acting like this. But soon they know why. Lorenzo. Here you go, Issei-sama. This is the best wine we have, it took us quite a while, but we've finally obtained it just for you. Lorenzo served Issei the best wine they have to Issei. And Myrtle smiled as well seeing that both her and Lorenzo serves Issei from each side. Myrtle at his right while Lorenzo at his left. Myrtle. Don't hold back and drink as many as you want, my king. Issei. Ah. Thank you. Then Issei drank the wine he's been offered by the Kailers. Issei. Oh. This indeed tastes good. Lorenzo. We're glad that you liked it. Here, have some more. Issei drank another glass of wine and this wine alcohol percentage is quite high as well. Issei. Ooh. Gladly. And. Air. Issei suddenly slumped down on his chair. Lorenzo and Myrtle. Issei-sama. My king. Both of them panicked seeing him suddenly slump down on his chair like that. Riche who's been observing them so far know that it's time. Riche. Now you shall feel the terror of the drunk Issei. Ramius. Ha. Don't tell me. You're the one who told them to serve wine to ice, Riche. Guragura. You are. This is gonna be messy. Catherine. What do you mean? What's wrong about him being drunk? Tio. I'm also wondering about that. Back at home, you didn't let him drink any wine either. Why is that? Riche. Coo. Ramius. This is bad. Guragura. The thing is. When Issei got drunk, he turned into a wild beast. Catherine. Huh? You mean he gonna transform into a dragon or something? Guragura. No. He will turn into a sex beast. Catherine and Tio. When they both become stupefied they heard a scream. Rattle. Myrtle. Kyan. And my king. They saw Issei suddenly standing up straight and pushed Myrtle down into the table. Now her butt is facing Issei's direction. Every single Kailer present become wide-eyed seeing his magnificent body and their face blush deeply in arousal and that includes Myrtle who's under Issei as well. She licked her lips seductively seeing his dragon. Myrtle. Our king sure is one of a kind even down there he's so majestic, now my king do you want to taste my body? Then please do so if you want. On that day every people who passed by the Kailer forest could hear a faint moaning sound coming from deep inside the forest and when they thought the Kailers are back collecting seed, they hurriedly tried to head towards the voice. But the forest blocks their way and they ended up in the lost woods. They keep going in a circle while still hearing the moaning sounds in the background and that is a torture for them because they felt so aroused just from hearing that, but they have no one to jack them off until they saw another man. On that day there are some gay couples are born in Elkyote. But that's a story for another time. The orgy went on until the next day. Every woman, whether it's Rish and co. or the Kailers, are sprawled around the ground. And the whole room reeks with sex scent. Issei can be found sitting at the throne while there's someone going up and down on his. Issei. HRRM. What? Did I fell asleep? Issei slowly opened his eyes and muttered lowly while rubbing his forehead. Issei. What? Issei felt speechless seeing a woman going up and down on his dragon, and he started thinking how come this happened in the first place. He looked around and all he sees is a group of women sprawled on the ground. He doesn't remember anything that happened after he drank the wine Lorenzo offered. Issei. What the hell happened here? The woman stopped after hearing his words. Ah. You're awake. Issei-sama. Issei. You Can you tell me what's going on here? And. Who are you? The girl who keeps going up and down on Issei's just now has a long black hair, and there's a pink horn pointing upwards appearing on top of her head. She has a very beautiful face and body, her breasts are quite big, and her eyes are colored pink as well. There's a small black crow-like wing on her back, and it's quite beautiful as well, even more beautiful than the wings of a fallen angel from his world. Her ears are also elongated, but not as long as the Kailers. All of her assets make her look quite exotic and unique. Issei thought he felt some familiarities with this woman, but he doesn't know why. Oh, certainly, Issei-sama. What happened was. Then she told him what happened after he suddenly slumped down the chair. Issei felt totally speechless after hearing her report. You mean he did all this while he's drunk or something? He smiled wryly to himself while thinking, to think I'm capable of doing all this. There's like more than 1,000 Kailers here. And Rish is the one who suggested this idea, huh? Well, I would have punished her if she's not already passed out over there. Sigh. What's done is done, I guess. I am their king after all. Issei. Then. Are you saying you're Lorenzo? Lorenzo. Yes, Issei-sama, after I received your seed inside me, I started my rebirth process soon after. Probably because I was still a virgin until recently. My rebirth process is quite quick as well. Issei. I see. Her new personality makes him quite surprised because the Lorenzo he knows acts quite reserved and shy, but the new her has a more cheerful personality it seems. Well, Myrtle already told him about the change in personalities when they are reborn as devil or angel, so it's no wonder her personality changed. Issei. Then what happened to the gem on your forehead? Lorenzo. Oh, it changed into this horn you see. She pointed at her pink horn on top of her head. Issei. Oh. Lorenzo. Issei-sama. Issei. What's wrong? Lorenzo. If it's not too much, can you give me a new name? Issei. Don't you already have one? Lorenzo. Well, it's another tradition from our culture that every Kailers who underwent a process of rebirth may get a new name from our king. It's fine to not change it, but it will make me a lot happier to get a new name from you, Issei-sama. Issei. Is that so? Then. How about Elkyote? Lorenzo. Elkyote. I like it a lot, thank you so much, Issei-sama. Haha, my new name is Elkyote. Hence Lorenzo changed her name into Elkyote. Issei. I'm glad that you like it. But what is your current form? Is it a devil? Elkyote. You could say that I'm now half angel and half devil. Issei. Half. You mean you're a hybrid? Elkyote. Hi. I possess both elements of life, yang and death, yin apparently. So I turned into a combination of them both. I'm half succubus and half angel, that's why my wings are black you see. She flapped her wings gently to point it out. Issei. I see. Elkyote. More importantly, Issei-sama. Issei. What? Elkyote. Can we continue our lovey-dovey session, please? She looked towards Issei with a begging eyes, and Issei, who saw that, can only smile wryly and agreed to it. Issei. Fine. Elkyote. Yay, thank you, Issei-sama. Then they keep going at it until Elkyote can't take it anymore. Every Kailer gem on their forehead changed into golden. Queen Myrtle is especially pleased to see that Lorenzo, who goes by the name Elkyote, now has already changed because apparently Elkyote was her daughter all along, and nobody knows that until now. She keeps trying to make Issei stay a while longer, but Catherine dragged him away from them, and every Kailer is feeling down that they can't get another round with him. So they named that day as the descent of the sex god. Rish chuckled thinking that's quite the appropriate name for him. But then she saw the chilling smile from Issei's giving her, and there's only one thing that came up to her mind at that point. She fucked up. And when they get back to their home, Rish spent another whole day on her bed unmoving. The Kailers started preparing themselves for their upcoming transformation. And so Issei head back to his home for now. Elkyote seems to be treated as their senior and keep asking her how's it feel like after she transformed, and she kept bragging how good it feels to them. Issei news of him being promoted into 1000 Knight and Earl also spread widely. Everyone set their eyes on him straight away. There's even a bunch of nobles from the neighboring kingdom wanted to gain a connection with Issei by offering him to marry their daughter or offering him some kind of other stuff like riches and honor at their kingdom, but they all are rejected by him. Catherine. So, what do we do now? Head for the kingdom of Humpty. Riche. Probably. Now that we've established good relations with Elkyote, the next logical destination would be Humpty, considering it's right nearby. Ramius. Although, Humpty is an island country. We can at least walk somewhere that's reachable by land. After breakfast, the family was discussing what to do next. Catherine. Didn't the Magavision sponsor money get repaid by Poncho? We could just use that to buy a ship. Riche. They can make ships in Eden, but they're prioritizing the trade ships that got torched at the moment. Gura. Okay, then let's definitely go to Humpty. It should be easier to get a ship there than most countries. Ramius. But we have no ship and can't buy one at the moment either. Catherine. Well, that won't be a problem. We do have a way to get to Humpty. There's currently some good wind blowing that way. That means we've got something we can use. Ramius. What? Oh, the hot air balloon. Riche. I object. No way, absolutely not. Ice can just swim there and buy us a ship. Issei could do that, but he thought it's quite the good punishment for Riche, so he stays silent. Catherine. Get over your fear of heights. If you wanted to cross the sea right now. Catherine took out a map and ruler, then instantly worked out which route to take. Catherine. On the east end of Elkyote, there's a perfect cliff to fly from. Issei. Right, let's go there. Tio. I checked out the bag you were using for the hot air balloon and made some improvements. Issei. Oh, thanks. Tio. You're welcome. They both smiled at each other. Catherine. We're off to the kingdom of Humpty. Ramius. No foe will stand in our way. Gura. Let's try our best. Riche. Ugh. Heights are scary. Issei. No holding on to me this time, Riche. Yeah. Why? Issei. Think of it as your punishment from before. Riche. For give me. She cried loudly while holding on to Issei's waist, and Issei felt another deja vu. Wasn't there someone who does the same exact thing as Riche before? Oh well. Thus, in order to pursue Snake Crest, the party set off toward the unfamiliar territory known as the Kingdom of Humpty. The party finished preparing for the journey and gathered together in the living room. Catherine. Nice weather. It's the perfect day to travel by hot air balloon. Riche. No day involving hot air balloons is perfect. We're never doing that again. Ramius. Sorry, but we do it regardless of the weather. There can be no delay. Riche. Erg. Catherine. You gonna make us carry you on while you're asleep? Riche. No. Absolutely not. If I happen to wake up mid-flight, I just know I'd use magic to incinerate the whole thing. Gura. Riche ni, you're really afraid of heights. Tio. Then what if I gave you this to distract yourself with? Theo took out a paper bag containing a book and handed it to Riche. Riche. What's this? Ramius. A guidebook to the kingdom of Humpty. Riche. And it's even the special edition with articles on the latest sweets. Tio. If you have something fun on your mind, I think it should make flying less scary. Riche. I'll gives it a shot. Issei. Time for us to go, then. Gura. We'll get souvenirs for you. Tio. Okay. Please be careful out there. Tilt. Take care. Catherine. So, let's go straight to where we can take a hot air balloon to Humpty. The party left the house and departed for the kingdom of Humpty. Issei delivered Tio to the Big Bucks company while they head to the east end of Elkyote. Catherine stood on the cliff at the east end of Elkyote, stared off into the sky, and murmured. Catherine. There's a good wind blowing today. Riche. Quit being overdramatic. If we're gonna fly, let's just do it already. Catherine. God, you're annoying. You that scared of flying? Gura. The wind does feel stronger than usual. Ramius. Look at the sky. You'll see what's likely the cause. Issei. Oh. Issei followed Ramius's gaze to a giant floating island. He was accustomed to seeing it at this point, but the fact that the island could travel on the wind was plenty to support the existence of Mother Eve. Issei. Sky Island huh? It's almost like it's following us. Riche. No way. It just floats around the world at random. Catherine. I've even seen it multiple times in one day. It's not that uncommon. Issei. Catherine. Alright, Sky Islands moved away and the wind had died down a good deal. Let's get on the hot air balloon. Flying now should take us to some island in Humpty. Issei. Why just some island? Gura. The kingdom of Humpty's made up of 9 islands, with the capital on the one in the center. Issei. Who? The country's made up of islands. Sounds interesting. Ramius. It's not so much interesting as it is delicious. Issei. Oh. Catherine. Humpty produces 200% of the food it needs to sustain itself, and the food's generally pretty good. Gura. Hope I can get some tasty bread. Issei. I'll get some recipes from them if it's possible later. Catherine. The hot air balloon's ready. You there, pale girl, get on. Riche. If I just focus on the guidebook, I'll be fine. Mr. Edison. Up high. Once Riche reluctantly got on the hot air balloon, it floated away toward Humpty. Along the flight Riche still lose it and stick herself on Issei's body regardless. Issei. Is this the kingdom of Humpty? The first thing Issei noticed after leaving the hot air balloon was a pleasant wind that was neither hot nor cold, as well as the sweet smell of fruit it brought with it. Issei. Ooh, there's a giant fruit. Gura. Those are undomesticated fruit. They say fruit naturally grows in Humpty without the need for farms. Riche. They do produce 200% of the food they need, after all. Issei. I see a town some ways east of here. Is that the capital? Catherine. Nah, this is Humpty Island. The town you see is probably the city of Humpty. Gura. Humpty Island's east of this one. You can take a boat from here. Catherine. Perfect. Mr. Edison's pretty exhausted after crossing the sea anyway. Mr. Edison. Up high. Riche. Then let's go to Humpty and… Gura. Wait, Riche knee. We're surrounded. Issei. After they finished putting away the hot air balloon, the party found they were being circled by a group of armored knights. You there. Stay perfectly still. Don't try anything funny if you value your life. A woman who stood out considerably from the rest of the knights stepped forward and delivered orders to the party. She is a tall, blonde beautiful woman wearing a marine blue and white dress with a large skirt. Her outfit is mostly reminiscent of 19th century dresses, with additional armored additions and epauliers for physical protection. She wields a large sword and there's little crown sitting atop her head. Her hair is curled at the end and her eyes are colored pinkish red. Who are you, people? And tell me why you invaded my country on that weird thing for. Catherine. You calling my invention weird? This lets people fly through the sky. It's revolutionary. Mr. Edison. Up high. The flying bundle of leaves and a trained monster. If that's not weird, I don't know what is. Catherine. That's because you only have boring sensibilities. Oh, how I pity you, commoners. Who are you calling a commoner? I'm the eldest daughter of the prestigious March family, Natal March. Natal March is a proud thousand knight from the kingdom of Humpty and the de facto general of the country's military power. Additionally, she is the daughter of the extremely wealthy March family who owns most merchant ships in the kingdom, a fact which grants her a high social status and often brings up. Despite her high birth, her parents sent her to Knight Academy instead of grooming her to be a noble bride when her great strength terrified most suitors. Despite her rudeness and overconfidence, she takes her job extremely seriously and is one of the strongest fighters in the world. Riche. The March family owns a bunch of shipyards if I remember right. They're one of the wealthiest families in Humpty. Natal. But at the moment, I'm serving the kingdom of Humpty as a 1000 knight. Ramius. Ho, a 1000 knight from Humpty. How would you evaluate her, Ice? Issei. Oh, she's quite powerful. If it's you girls from before my training then you won't be her match. But now I would say you're a little more powerful than her. Ramius. Interesting. And her breast seems the same size as me. That gets me pumped. Catherine. Hey, weren't you asking about combat strength at first? It was a serious question, I assume. Natal. Enough pointless chatter. First, show me your hands to prove you're not outlaws. Riche. I'm sorry for the disturbance. My name is Riche Eden and I'm here from the kingdom of Eden for good reason. Riche presented both of her hands and showed that there was no black ring as she introduced herself. There's only a gold ring on her finger. Natal. Oh, you're a princess from Eden. Allow me to welcome you to our country. Although, if you're going to visit another nation, I believe there's a more proper way to do it. Riche. As you may already know, Eden took an attack from a criminal organization called Snake Crest, limiting our ability to travel by ship. Issei. Well, considering we rode in on something nobody's ever seen, I get why they'd be wary. Natal. Excuse me. But may I know who this gentleman is? The way Issei carried himself making Natal felt curious about him. She's been wary as well after seeing him for the first time, because as the only daughter of the March family, Natal was raised to be a proper noble lady. However, when it came time for her family to consider advantageous marriages, all her suitors were too intimidated by her great strength to seriously consider it. Eventually, she was instead sent to the Knight Academy when her parents no longer knew what else to do with her. Natal swiftly rose up among the ranks and reached the power necessary to be promoted to 1000 Knight, but was constantly frustrated that her accomplishments were mostly ignored in favor of the rest of her noble family. When she approached the level of Zero Knight, she found out that her family made sure she would never get promoted, as they feared a Zero Knight would eclipse her brother. This is partially due to overcompensation as, despite her birth in a noble family, her status as a woman prevents her from ever inheriting her parents' vast fortune and titles, and most of her accomplishments are instead credited to her brother and father, a fact she long resented. Riche. Oh, that's Issei. And he's my husband. Natal. Oh, is that right? My apologies, but could you tell me your family name? Issei. Haidu. Natal. You mean you're the recently promoted 1000 Knight from Eden and the newly appointed Earl? Issei. Is something wrong? Natal. Could you allow me to see your face, please? Issei feels like it's fine to show her his face, so he uncovered his hood and let her see his face. Natal's mind went blank after seeing his face. She never knew that someone could be this handsome before. The truth is Natal's ordered by her family to go to the Kingdom of Eden to meet Issei because they wanted to betroth her with him. Her family was planning to use her as a tool through an arranged marriage so they could get more connection with such an outstanding man, and from their connection, they find out that Issei is the new owner of the Big Bucks company, and that gives them more reason to get Issei on their side. But she refuses their order and says that she will only marry the man she approves of, and that makes her family went mad at her, but she ignores it, although she felt sorrowful inside, knowing her family only treat her as a tool. Now after seeing his face, she felt it might not be so bad to have a husband such as him, but her pride doesn't allow her to just marry anyone. Catherine. You can't possibly have this much free time. We proved we're not outlaws, so shouldn't you be going? Natal. Now that you mention it, yes. You don't seem to have the intellect to do anything bad, so feel free to do as you will. I'll tell the rest of the knights to ignore your strange vehicle. Be thankful that I'm so kind. Catherine. Sure, whatever. So, you have no problem with us going to Humpty? Natal. There's a ship that goes there from Humpty, so use that if you could. Natal gave a courteous bow towards Issei's party when she's done instructing the party, then left with the rest of the knights to Humpty in the east. Gura. I kinda hate her. Ramius. You can find people with the pride to match their status all over the world. Riche. If only she'd go to church and clean up that personality of hers. Catherine. Rich people don't seem to attend church. Having Mother Eve cleanse your soul is something only desperately poor people do. Is the thinking, presumably. Issei. I don't think she's that bad. Her soul is very pure even though she's quite prideful. Well, let's not badmouth her. Let's go get something good to eat in Humpty. Riche. That's a good idea. I already checked the guidebook, so I'm ready to eat up a storm. Issei's suggestion of eating delicious food went as planned, so the party perked up to some degree on the way to Humpty. Along the way, they tried eating some of the giant fruit, and they are quite delicious. Humpty. Issei. So this is Humpty. Upon entering the town, the party was met with all variety of ingredients, as well as a delicious aroma wafting from the food stands and restaurants. The fragrance naturally attracted more than just Issei's family, so the town was bustling with people walking to all the stands. Issei. I don't recognize any of this food, but the smell's enough to tell me it's good. Ramius. Ice. This town's only the beginning. The capital's supposed to have even more kinds of food. Slurp. Riche. Oh, over there. That's a tasty cake shop I saw in the guidebook. The rest of the party ran after Riche to the cake store, where they bought the cake they were recommended. Riche. Delicious. The cream melts in my mouth. It's super sweet, but with a nice aftertaste. Issei. Oh, it really is good. Ramius. Yes, this delicious cake is really delicious. It's, extremely delicious. Catherine. Hey, you don't need to try and describe the taste if it's too hard for you. Gura. Oh, Ice Nai. You've got cream on your face. Issei. Oh, really? Gura. Yeah, lower your head a bit. Smooch. There, got it. Issei. Thanks. Catherine. Wait, would we go straight to cake? Dessert's supposed to come last. Riche. It was still good, so who cares? Issei. Come to think of it, you didn't have any, Cath. Don't like sweets. Catherine. Nah, you're just supposed to pick up food in the right order. You should start off with something lighter. Gura. Then let's get bread next. That place has some tasty looking bread. Ramius. No, I'd suggest meat for the next dish. That stand over there seems to have some well-cooked roast beef. Catherine. Better to get something light. Like crimson eye candy or radish kebabs. Riche. Well, there's plenty of stands to choose from. Why don't we stop by all of them? Either way, we'll need to go around and collect info to see if Snake Crest's up to anything. Thus, the party walked around Humpty, eating and gathering info. Riche. I can't eat anymore. They say you always have room for dessert, but I somehow filled it all up. Ramius. You can't fight if you get hungry in the middle of combat. Every knight knows that you should eat all you can when you have the opportunity. Millimeters. Gura. Ramius knee. I've had enough. Please, eat this. Ramius. You'll never grow if you don't eat. But very well, give it to me. Gura. Thanks. Catherine. You'll get fat if you just eat everything. Ramius. Ugh, I'm active enough that I'm fine. Yes. Perfectly fine. Issei. You still seem to be doing alright, Kath. I thought you were eating as much as everyone else. Catherine. I'm a light eater. One bite of some good food's enough for me, so I give the rest to him. Mr. Edison. Up pie. Apparently, Kath was taking one bite of everything, then feeding the leftovers to Mr. Edison. Reesh. All in all, we learned where to get more good food, but nothing about Snake Crest. Gura. Sounds like they don't see many outlaws around here either. Catherine. But no letting your guard down. If Snake Crests infiltrated Humpty's highest authorities, they could be hiding in national facilities. Ramius. I was told about pirates. It might not be what's on land that we need to worry about. Reesh. Then the fact that we don't have a ship could mean we're screwed. Issei. Then let's go buy a ship of our own. Catherine. Agree. No point sitting around in Humpty. Why don't we call the side trip here and head to the capital? The party went to the port from which the ships to other islands leave. Gura. Whoa, look at all these boats. I've never been on a boat before. Issei. Me neither. We didn't even see a ship on Fresh Fish Island that much either. Man. Are you all customers? Sorry, but the ships aren't in service at the moment. Issei. Why? Man. Blame pirates. They've been getting more powerful, so we can't send out ships without our knights on board. On closer inspection, there were numerous ships docked, but none appeared to be getting ready for departure. Reesh. So could we just wait till some knights arrive? Man. Lady Natal just left, so I don't think there'll be more knights for a while. Gura. Natal knew we were heading to the capital, though. Ramius. If it was intentional, I have to say she has a nasty personality. Reesh. I'm sure it wasn't intentional so much as she's not very mindful of others. Issei. Then I guess we can just use Kath hot air balloon. Catherine. The wind from the ocean's calmer than I imagined, so we should be able to go by hot air balloon. All the delicious food seems to have gotten Mr. Edison back in action too. Mr. Edison. Up pie. Issei. Alright. Let's go find somewhere we can fly from. The party decided to head to the capital by first finding a spot where they could fly by hot air balloon. Chapter 57. While they were looking for a spot to take off, they saw a giant purplish squid nearby a cliff. For some reason, the squid has a leg of a human on its lower body. Issei. What's that? Reesh. What? Ah. That's a king squidman. Catherine. Oh, you're right. Ramius. The rumors said that they are a very rare ingredient. Gura. And taste very tasty too. Issei. Oh, is that so? Then I'll get it. Issei makes a quick work of the squidman before it tries to jump into the ocean. He throws away the human legs part though, because no matter what he won't eat that part, nor will he let his wives eat it either. Just the squid part is enough. Issei. How about around there? When they found the spot to take off, Issei pointed to a somewhat open area and asked Catherine, but then he saw something wrong in the distance. Gura. A ship's being attacked by monsters. The passengers are fighting back, but it doesn't look good. Reesh. We need to help them quick. Issei. You guys get on the hot air balloon, I'll go on my own. After he said that, Issei jumped into the sea and he ran across the water surface. Gura. Whoa. Ice Nai sure is great. Ramius. Yumu. To think he can run on top of the water. Reesh. Just like the ninja on my manga. Catherine. This is not the time to feel awe. The party rushed to get the hot air balloon ready, then flew off into the sky. When Issei arrived at the scene, there are so many wounded people in the vicinity, and he hurriedly kills every monster inside at a fast speed, and apparently, there's some outlaws as well, but Issei killed them all. The wounded people cheered at him when he killed all the monsters and outlaws around them. Then he heard a loud scream of a woman. And he noticed that voice. It's Natal's. Natal. Eek. Let go of me, you mindless monster brute. She appears to be captured by tentacles with her skirt pulled up. Natal shouted at the monster known as a jellyfish MK2, but all of her screamings is useless against a monster who can't understand human speech. The tentacles constricted even more tightly against her body, and it almost made her pass out because of it. And the tentacles made its way towards her genitals, and the thought of it taking her chastity away frightened her so much that she finally let go of her pride and asked for help. Natal. Someone help me. Ah, please help me. Just before Natal was overcome by despair, the countless tentacles were severed, setting her free. Natal. Eek. She dropped down from the air and somebody catches her fall. Issei. Good, looks like I made it. Natal. Why you're. Wait. The monster. Issei. Don't worry. Natal. What do you mean? That monster is still. When she looked behind them she thought the jellyfish might still be alive, but its body is in pieces already. That jellyfish monster is known for their regeneration, but it seems even it can't regenerate after being cut to pieces like that. Natal. When did you? She never saw how did Issei manage to do that in just a few seconds. Even she struggles to fight that monster, but he can kill it in an instant. Issei. Are you hurt anywhere? Natal. No. I don't think. Ouch. She twinges in pain at her ankle, and it is quite bruised. Issei. It seems that you twisted your ankle. If you don't mind I could carry you to the nearby city. I also saved the passengers and knights who were with you back then, they are wounded, but it's nothing fatal from what I've seen so far. Don't worry about them, my wives should be arriving at this moment and took control of the situation over there. You can take it easy for now. Natal. Yuan. Thank you. Natal blushed to see his face up close, so she averted her face while conveying her gratitude in a low voice. She never had any man that could take control of the situation like Issei before. Usually, it's her who's in command. Issei. Oh. So you can say thank you after all. Natal. What do you mean? I know how to be grateful you know. Also. I grant you the permission of simply calling me Natal, no titles or honors necessary. She pouted at him, and then she tries to act prideful like always by saying she allows him to call her name without any honorifics. Issei chuckled at her words because he thought her pride won't let her say gratitude toward someone else, but apparently, he's wrong. She does have a funny way of conveying her gratitude though. Issei. Ah, you're welcome then, Natal. He proceeded to call her name just like she wished for and smiled at her in amusement. Natal blushed deeply seeing his smile for the first time, and she felt smitten by it. She has never been saved by another person before, especially by a man. This is a first for her, and she could say she enjoys being saved like a damsel in distress for once. Because people around her or the one who tries to court her is far weaker than her, so she got no interest at them. Sure, some of them are quite handsome, but what's the use of a handsome face when they got no power to back it up? Her requirement for a husband isn't that high, to be honest. All she wants is for her future husband to be stronger than her and can protect her from any harm and also can love her for who she is and not because of her family background. Sadly, on the Humpty kingdom, all the men here is usually a chef, so they basically got low combat capabilities that are almost negligible. And most of them are courting her only because of her family background. There's no love included whenever they courted her. Sure, there are some men who enlist themselves to be a knight, but their personality and strength are far too lacking compared to her. And most of the senior knights are already married or far too old for her taste. So she acts prideful whenever she met someone on instinct to make those who tried to court her only because of her background feels inferior and back off. But from the intel she got, Issei is already one of the richest men in the world, and he appears to be refusing any arranged marriage that comes his way by stating he won't marry anyone he doesn't love. And as for his strength, she already saw it firsthand, so there's no doubt about it. It appears the reason why he's promoted so fast in the first place is not because of pure luck or behind the scene manipulation as well. So he's basically the perfect husband candidate for her. Just like Issei expected, Risha's party has already arrived on the scene and helping the survivors. Ramius. Good work as always, Ice. Oh, Natal. Natal at this moment is still looking at Issei's face while blushing, and anyone who saw her face right now can tell that she's a girl in love. Rish and Co who saw that smile wryly because it seems their husband has smitten another woman without realizing it. Rish. Ahaha, geez. I wonder if her husband is a natural born lady killer. Maybe he's Vasanova on his previous life. Ramius. Yumu, not that I can blame her either because he's too outstanding after all. Gura. Ice Nai is really a great man to even able to smitten a prideful girl such as Natal. Catherine. Sigh, I got nothing to say. Considering he can govern a whole race, it's no surprise he can also govern a prideful girl like her. The people who survived the ordeal thanked Issei's party profusely, and after a while, there's finally knights who had noticed something amiss and rushed out from the capital, only to be relieved to find Natal safe. Knights. Lady Natal. Are you okay? Natal, who heard their shout, finally snapped out of her thoughts and looked towards them. Natal. I'm perfectly fine. This gentleman here saved me along with the others as well. But they are badly wounded, so it's quite unfortunate. Knight. Well, as long as our 1000 knight is safe, there's no problem. After that, they took care of the survivor, and when one of them are offering their hands to carry Natal themselves, they are refused by her, and she told them to take care of those survivors first. The knights thought how merciful she is, but actually, she just wants Issei to be the one who carries her. Riche and co. knows her true objective, but they didn't point it out. Issei tried to put her down, but every time he does that she will always act like it hurts a lot while shedding fake tears at him, and Issei can only smile wryly seeing her acting like this. And his wives are just giving him teasing smile, while Natal seems to be ignoring their gaze on her. Finally, the knights finish taking care of the survivors and they about to head into the capital. Knight. Lady Natal, we've already finished patching up the survivors, now shall we return to the capital? Natal. Good. Issei. Would you like to come along with us heading back towards the capital? Issei. Oh, sure. Natal. Splendid. Now let's go return to capital you lot. Knights. Understood. Issei. Natal. Why don't you ask your subordinates too? Natal. Yes. Natal cut off his words and smiled brightly at him while she tightens her arms around his neck when he's about to ask her that she could order her subordinates to carry her instead. Issei. Never mind. Issei's mouth twitched a bit because she seems doesn't have any intention to walk on her own just yet. Riche and co. tried to tell her to get down and walk on her own, but she ignores them and only keeps smiling while hanging on Issei's body. So they just give up trying to make her walk on her own. To be honest, they like this personality of her better than when she's act all prideful before. She keeps asking Issei what's his hobby, etc. When she heard he does like cooking, she becomes even more ecstatic because she also has the same hobbies as well, which is surprising considering how prideful she is. They keep discussing food and cooking topic along the way, Issei also enjoying getting more knowledge about cooking as well and vice versa. Natal admires Issei even more after listening about his experience. She never heard some of the food he mentioned before, so she thought he invented them himself. Riche and co. Or seeing their interaction pledged to themselves to learn more about cooking when they had the chance, but they soon give up because they don't seem to have the talent for it. After a while, they finally arrived at Humpty. Issei. So this is the capital of Humpty. So many food stand. There are so many food stands and restaurant along the streets, and they seem to be competing with each other. There's also a lot of food store that open for 24 hours. Humpty are well known for their food after all, so it's no surprise when almost all the stores here are a food store. Natal. Yes. We are very proud of the food we serve in our country, you should totally taste everything we have to offer. Most of our food is using a special ingredient that can only be produced here, which is the sugar cubes. Natal told Issei about their special ingredients that makes all the food at Humpty very tasty, and he nodded to himself to see if he could somehow use it for his cooking as well. Knights. Lady Natal. We are in need of your assistance for something, if you could please follow us. There are a bunch of knights coming at Natal direction the moment they step their foot into the capital. Natal, who heard that, reluctantly left Issei's party. She already walked on her own before they entered the capital, albeit reluctantly. Natal. Very well. Issei. Do remember to visit me later, okay? I will be at the castle, so be sure to remember it. Issei. Got it. Natal. Then good day to you. She bowed courteously towards Issei once more, but she's still ignoring Riche and co. Riche. It looks like she doesn't acknowledge us. Ramius. Yumu. It seems all that's in her eyes is just ice right now. Gura. I like her this way better though. Catherine. Well, what can you do? A girl who's in love is mostly like that. Then Issei and his wives decided to enjoy the food Humpty has to offer. They enjoyed every food that they can get their hands on. Issei noted every food he ate and tried to ask the owner what's the secret recipe is, but they said the same thing, which is sugar cube. Their sugar cubes is not like the sugar cubes on his world, it appears to be a special seasoning from what Natal told him. Sugar cubes are the most unusual crop in the already unusual crops of the kingdom of Humpty. Not to be confused with actual cubes of sugar that they resemble, sugar cubes are a miraculous kind of spice that enhances the flavor of any dish they are included in. The sugar cubes were created by Mother Eve as part of her gifts to make the world of Eve more amenable to her human children. Despite this intent, humanity either never learned about the sugar cubes or forgot about them, only rediscovering them in modern times. In the interim, the place where the sugar cubes grew had become another of Mother Eve's ruins. Out of a desire to cultivate the crop, the ruins were heavily modified and are now known as the Sugar Cube Factory. Sugar cubes are now one of Humpty's most important exports and are used in nearly all prepared food inside the nation itself. So he noted to himself to buy some of them to add to his own cooking later on. At some point, Catherine separated herself with Issei's party, and after a while, she came back. Issei. Where are you from, Kath? Eating something you like? The girls have their own preferences. Ramius likes meat, Riche sweets, Gura bread, while Catherine likes something light to eat. So it's normal if they separate themselves to eat what they prefer. Catherine. I'm not eating. Just doing a little shopping. Issei. Shopping? Gura. Hey, Kathni, what are all those cards in your pocket? Rish. Oh. Those are the cards that come with bind seeker chips. Catherine. Gak. Issei. What are bind seeker chips? Ramius. They're Pachuper chips, but each bag comes with a random card with a unique illustration. Issei. Oh. Rish. Just how much did you eat? Catherine. I threw away the chips. Issei. That's kinda wasteful. Rish. As punishment, gimme that rare card. Catherine. You just want it, don't you? Gura. You shouldn't waste food. There are lots of people out there who'd love to eat, but can't. Issei nodded to Gura's statement. Towa. That's right. There are people in Humpty whose job it is to collect leftovers and use them in things like fertilizer, so give your uneaten food to them. Catherine. But see. If I gave them an unopened snack, they'd know I bought it just for the card, and it'd be all embarrassing. Towa. They'd just think it's childish. Catherine. I know it is, but it's hard to stop when you're a collector. Also, who are you? Issei. Oh, if it isn't Towa. Towa. Hi. It's nice to see you again. I came over because I heard your voices, and it turns out it really was you. Catherine. Oh, Rish told me about you. You're that girl who's traveling the world, right? Towa. Issei-san. Who's this? She wasn't with you before, was she? Issei. Yeah, this is my new wife Catherine. Catherine. Just call me Kath. I hear you've helped out my husband and the lesser wives. Rish. Who are you calling lesser wives? Fifth. Catherine. Shut up. Towa. Oh no, they've done more to help me. Wait, another wife. And all his wives are pretty in different ways. But it's not really surprising because Issei-san's nicer than most knights and very handsome too. So I understand why he's popular. Issei. Something on my face. Towa. And nothing. She blushed because she seems to be staring at his face so intently. Issei. Going around collecting stories again, Towa. Towa. No, I'm running errands for my dad. I've been to Humpty countless times already. Issei. Do you live around here? Towa. My home's in the state of Hamlet City. It's straight north of here by ship. Issei. You crossed the sea to run errands. Towa. When it comes to food, there's no better place to go. Rish. Sounds like you're sent down here a lot. Do you sell imported food or something? Towa. My dad runs a hospital. We need to make food for the patients, so I come here to buy recipes and the necessary ingredients. Rish. I see, and if you're giving food to sick people, I'm sure it's important to make sure it's nutritious. Towa. Yes, but the recipes use sugar cubes, so we do modify them for our own use. Catherine. Well, it is over twice as expensive as regular sugar, and I doubt the rich flavor's good for the patients. Issei. Sugar cubes again, huh? Catherine. You could say Humpty's prosperity is built on it. No joke. Rish. I've got an idea. Towa, if you wouldn't mind, could you teach I some things? Towa. Oh okay. Of course, I'd be happy to. I'll be ready momentarily. Towa giddily put down her bag and took out some pictures as usual. Towa. Let's begin. Today's story is about the kingdom of Humpty. Gura. Yai. Clap. Then Towa proceeded to tell a story about how the Humpty kingdom came to be along with Poppin's race and how sugar cubes came to be. Towa. And because of that, people who had once declined due to the abundance of raw food were now working and studying for the sake of delicious cooking. Everything in the kingdom of Humpty, for better or worse, is decided by food. Issei. I see. Towa. Remember to brush your teeth after eating sweets and don't eat so much that you get sick. Rish. I'll try. Towa. And that's the history of this country in a nutshell and the reason we need sugar cubes. Issei. Thanks, that was really easy to follow. Gura. I love your stories, Towa. Towa. Thank you. Issei. Oh right, so as thanks for always teaching us stuff, do you want to go eat with us somewhere? Towa. Eat with you, Issei-san. Is this like a DTD? Date? But we haven't even met each other's parents. Catherine. The hell's she talking about? Rish. Dunno. Man. Lady Towa. While Towa was blushing and panicking, a well-dressed man ran up to the group. Issei. Who's this? Towa. He's from the hospital. I'd asked him to ship away the food I bought. Man. It was being delivered by ship, but soon after the ship departed, it was attacked by pirates. Towa. Oh no, then what happened to the people on the ship? What happened to the cargo? Man. All stolen along with the ship, I'm afraid. Ramius. What were the knights doing? Natal. The knight said they tried to stop them, but they left without any guards. Even though they tried to warn them. Issei. Natal. Natal, who just left their party a while ago, appeared in front of them once again. Apparently, the assistance they needed from her is about Towa's case. Towa. But they asked them numerous times, and they never offered them guards in the first place. Natal. Sigh, complained to the pirates. All these recent kidnapping incidents have left us with few men to spare. Ramius. Especially considering a whole unit almost got wiped out if not for Ice's interference. Natal. Indeed. I was attacked by pirates and monsters at the same time. Thankfully Issei was there, so we have avoided the worst case scenario. She smiled brightly towards Issei. Rish. Anyway, Towa. Sending out a ship under these circumstances wasn't a good decision. Towa. I heard the pirates were kidnapping people, so I thought if the cargo was food, it'd be safe. Natal. The kidnappings simply stand out. Nobody's saying they wouldn't attack trade ships. Towa. Issei. Were you in a hurry or something? Towa. They were delivering snacks. Gura. Snacks. So. Sweets. Towa. Yes, the sweets in Humpty are delicious. They're even loved throughout Hamlet. We normally hand them out to the children in the hospital, but due to the recent pirate attacks, we stopped receiving shipments. I just couldn't stand to see the disappointed children. Issei. Man. Aren't you supposed to be knights? Go arrest them. They can't have gone that far. Natal. I'm telling you, our hands are full. Issei. We'll go. Towa. Huh. You will, Issei-san. I couldn't ask you to do that. Issei. It's fine, we can handle it. Could you tell us where the pirates went? Man. The pirates seem to be towing the trade ship to Uden Island. Catherine. It's the island east of this one. I'm sure we can get there by hot air balloon. Issei. Alright, then let's go. Despite Towa's reservations, the party decided to head to Uden Island in pursuit of the pirates. Natal wanted to come with Issei as well, but he told her that she just got injured, so it's better for her to take it easy. She felt touched for his concern for her, so she reluctantly agreed to stay behind, and it's not like she could really go with them. Because they're indeed short-handed right now, and it was just her being selfish just now hoping to go with Issei together. So they headed towards Uden Island. Rish. By the way, Ice, is there a reason you agreed to take care of these pirates? Issei. Ramius. We're going after Snake Crest, so chasing suspicious people seems natural to me. Rish. You normally ask if we agree before making decisions, but didn't this time, so I was curious. Issei. Oh, right. Sorry. I didn't really think about it. Rish. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm not saying you did anything wrong. Ramius. I didn't feel like anything was off myself. Gura. Me neither. Catherine. So what's the reason? Trying to show off to storyteller girl. Issei. Why you come up to that conclusion? I just can't let them get away stealing from the children you see. Try to imagine if that's our kids they are stealing from, won't you be mad as well? Not that stealing is right in the first place. When Issei said that, the four of them blushed deeply and each of them started thinking about their future kids. Ramius. Ice and my kids. Yumu. Ramius almost had a nosebleed thinking about their future kids. She can't wait to have one herself, but sadly that goddess called dibs on Issei's first child. Unknown to her, in the future, there will be a strong contestant for Issei's first child. Rish. I bet Ice and my kids will be very cute. Now I know how one each hand feels. I would cuddle my kids all day long as well. Rish had a goofy smile on her face. Gura. Ice Nai and my kids. I would prepare tons of bread for them so they don't starve like me when I was small. Gura just smiled joyfully while promised to herself to never let her kids starving. Not that will ever happen because Issei is super protective of his children along with his other wives in the future. They even wiped an entire faction from the other world just because they made his daughter cry in the future. Catherine. GH. This idiot has been making me think about it. But. It's quite nice. Having a little genius of my own. Catherine also started nodding to herself while smiling cheekily, thinking how her kids will be a genius just like her. Then they got even more pumped to deal with the outlaws, and Issei sweated at them thinking what's making them so hyped like this. Well, he doesn't need to do anything because the four of them defeated the outlaws in no time. He just observing the area for any mishaps that might happen, and he found the pirates tries to escape when they realize they're in a disadvantage. Issei of course won't let them escape. Ramius. I don't sense any foes in the area. That seems to be all of them. Issei. There were some who tried to run away, but I got them all as well. Rish. They seems to be pretty organized. And they said something interesting. Apparently, they're kidnapping people by someone else's request. Gura. Maybe the pirates have a base somewhere in Humpty. Catherine. Let's try asking them. Issei. Boy. Then Issei started questioning them about their secret base. All Issei had to do is do a little torturing, and they all started telling them the truth. It seems the one behind this is Snake Crest indeed. And the one who requested this is a man named Jabberwock, a well-known chef in Humpty. And the destination of their delivery is at the sugar cubes factory. They are pretty surprised when they find out about the truth from them. But not shocked because they've already expected this to some extent. So they decided to investigate it soon enough after they reported their success to Towa so she can rest easy. Issei. Let's untie the crew. Sailor. Thank you so much. Now I'm sure we can safely set sail, so we'll be heading out. Issei. Ah, be careful. The party watched the ship depart, then decided to return to the capital of Humpty and report to Towa Fist. When the party informed her that the ship was safe, Towa's face brightened with joy. Towa. Thank goodness. I appreciate the help. Now I should finally be able to see the children's smiles again. Issei. What'll you do now, Towa? Towa. I'm staying here for a little longer. I'd like to make the hospital food as good as I can. Issei. Alright, take care and good luck. Be careful on the way home. Towa repeatedly bowed to the party as she went off into the streets alongside the hospital personnel. Issei. So Towa's from a hospital. Reesh. I get why she tells these stories now. Ramius. To tell children who can't leave the hospital about the outside world. I assume. Reesh. Anyway, seeing her hard at work has got me motivated too. Catherine. Alright then, let's go investigate that sugar cubes factory. Issei. Ah. Then they sailed using the pirate ship to the island where they're producing sugar cubes. Sugar cubes farm. There are some guards there, but Issei just knocked them out. Issei. These are sugar cubes. The organized farm was filled with lines of sugar cubes, with some harvested ones sitting in piles off to the side. Reesh. Bigger than I thought. Catherine. In the right environment, they can apparently grow larger than a human being if left alone for a few months. Reesh. Wonder how many calories they are. Issei. Don't eat those. It has the smell of a Dan's blood in it. Reesh. Ooey. So it is true after all. This whole place belongs to Snake Crest. Issei. Ah. Let's go further ahead to search for more clues. The party resumed searching the ruins. As the party was proceeding through the ruins, they heard the footsteps of several people around a corner. Gura. Armed adventurers, maybe. Seems like they're on patrol. Issei. No, look at their right hands. They looked closely and noticed that the guards had glimmering, black rings on their fingers. Reesh and Co. Outlaws. Outlaw 1. The hell are you people? Outlaw 2. Intruders. Issei. Funny how you call us intruders while you're outlaws yourself. Outlaw 3. Oh, fuck. The men quickly hid their fingers, but that in itself was incriminating. Outlaw 4. They saw. Don't let them escape with their lives. Outlaw 5. Yeah. The outlaws feverishly drew their weapon and attacked the party. Issei. I could say the same thing to you. Slash. There's only one slashing sound, but all 5 of them died at the same time with their heads cut off. Issei. Let's go. Ramius and Co. Ramius. This reminds me of Lancelot's purification plant. Reesh. Yeah, there's no doubt about it anymore, this place belongs to the Snake Crest. Issei. But it's not their base of operation because the guards are too few and the places are too easy to found. Reesh. Either way, there has to be some secret here. Let's investigate. Issei burned the dead outlaws' bodies and resumed their search of the ruins. Ramius. Seems to be a dead end. Wait, there's a door. Catherine. Chipiko, think you can open it? Gura. Doubt it. A key doesn't open this door. Issei. I could bust this door open, but let's not do that because who knows what will happen if there's a sudden mechanism that will trigger an alarm or something. Reesh. But then how do you open it? Gura. I think it works like the drain, where it's remotely opened by something. Ramius. Then there should be a way to open it somewhere in these ruins. Issei. Ah, let's find it. The party gave up on the door and decided to search for the mechanism to open it. Gura. Ugh. Upon entering a room, the party noticed an offensive stench. Catherine. What is this? A meat factory. Gura. What kind of meat? Ramius. I'm the meat aficionado in this party and even I don't recognize it. Reesh. Eerie, though. Compared to an average meat factory, the room was abnormally covered with blood from the floor to the ceiling. Issei. Issei has a bad feeling about this because he could smell human blood on this room as well. Reesh. Why would a sugar cubes factory even need to process meat? Some randomly strewn about piles of sugar cubes had absorbed the blood and turned it dark red. Issei. Alright, let's investigate a bit more. The party was disturbed by the room but decided to search every nook and cranny just the same. Reesh. Is this a bookshelf? Gura. Why does a meat factory have a bookshelf? Ramius. Looks like it's been sitting here for a while. In fact, it comes off like they've been using a data archive as a meat factory. The party checked the bookshelf and found records about the sugar cubes. Reesh. In times of legend, Mother Eve apparently made these ruins after wanting something sweet to eat. Catherine. Was there really no simpler solution? Ramius. Strangely, it doesn't seem like the kingdom of Humpty always valued these ruins so much. Reesh. Not only that, it looks like they had trouble even getting enough people together to pick enough sugar cubes to not block the entrance. Catherine. Everyone knew sugar cubes were sweet, but they didn't feel like they were valuable enough to travel down here for, I guess. Reesh. Well, they did have fruit growing everywhere anyway. Gura. Ice Nai, there's a lever next to the bookshelf. Issei. Good work, Gura. Issei patted Gura head. Gura. Catherine. A liver. Gura. Nope, actually something other than meat. Looks like it should trigger something. Catherine. Well, it can't possibly hurt to pull that. Let's see what it does. Gura. Okay. When Gura pulled the lever, they heard something moving far away. And just like they expected, the locked door before is open now. Catherine. Another horrific room. The party peeked into a blood-splattered odorous room. Issei feeling is getting worse because of the human blood smell is even stronger in here. And this scent belongs to a woman. Gura. Hey, know what this is? Ramius. It's a beta stone. They're mainly used for recording erotic video and audio. Catherine. That's true, but they're just as good for recording anything else. Reesh. Maybe this was a rec room. Catherine. I've got a bad feeling, but we might as well watch it. Might give us an idea what they're doing in these ruins. The party put the beta stone in the player and hit the play button. What they see is the worst thing they have ever seen. It was a video recording of how a monster raping a woman, but then the monster started to eat the woman alive mid-sex. The girl's face are pale, while Issei blood is boiling in anger right now. His eyes turned into slits, and he clenched his fist so hard that there's a crackling sound from it. But he soon took a deep breath to calm himself. Catherine. Herb. Disgusting. This is beyond fucked up. Reesh. Doesn't seem like it was faked, either. Gura. It was real for sure. She was brought here and eaten by that monster. Reesh. Then does that mean? Reesh looked at the disorganized piles of beta stones in shock. Issei. Ah. It's real. I can smell human blood scent all over this room and the previous room as well. Reesh. There were that many victims. Ramius. I've seen this woman somewhere before. Gura. There was a search request out for her in town. Ramius. I see, I must have seen her on a poster. Catherine. But what's the point of all this? I can't imagine recording this nasty shit is Snake Crest's plan. Issei. It doesn't matter what is the reason for them on doing this, all I know is they will be dead when I see the perpetrator. Jabberwock was it? Good. Jabber is already sentenced to death by Issei, and the moment they met it will be his demise. Ramius. Yes, of course. Let's make him pay. The party swore to avenge the recorded victims. Gura. Here's some more documents. Catherine. They're covered in blood. No use trying to read these now. Reesh. And I have an idea where the blood came from. Ramius. Gura. Ice Nai, there's a lever here. Issei. Alright, let's use it. When Gura pulled the lever, they heard something moving far away. Outlaw 1. Found them. You're the ones who took out my pals. Catherine. TCH, we've been caught. Outlaw 2. If they find out someone got in here, we'll end up as monster food too. Sorry, but you'll have to die. Outlaw 3. You're not getting away from us. Ramius. Unfortunately for you, we're in an awful mood right now. Reesh. What are you feeding kidnapped girls to monsters for? Outlaw 4. Dunno, we're just following orders. Outlaw 5. Seeing those horrified women gets me hard, though. Why don't I feed you to the monsters too? The moment he said that, suddenly his body exploded into pieces. There's a blood splattering all over the place, but not a single drop of blood made their way towards Issei's party. Outlaws. The other outlaws screamed in terror, seeing one of their pals suddenly exploded like that. Issei. I'm in a really bad mood right now. So, die. Soon after they all joined their first pal fate. Death without a corpse. What he did to them is the same on what he did to Rochefort before. The girls aren't shocked at all when they saw the outlaw's body exploded like that, because they are also angry for what they did here. Ramius. Now that we've found out what's happening here, I doubt Jabber will let them off lightly. Catherine. But just what's the deal with this place, anyway? What's feeding women to monsters do for Snake Crest? Gura. Maybe it's just Jabber's hobby. Catherine. If that were all, it'd be easier to do it somewhere more discreet than here. Reesh. Is he doing this in these ruins for a particular reason? Ramius. Could it have something to do with the sugar cubes? They do sprinkle a Dan's blood on it after all. Issei. Let's just resume our investigation for now. The party decided to resume their search of the ruins and proceeded deeper inside. Riche. These documents look relatively new. Catherine. Looks like a monster observation records. Guragura. Sounds like this cage was made just to hold monsters. It won't break easily. Ramius. They were observing monsters. Could it have something to do with how Snake Crest controls them? Catherine. Wait a sec, I'll give this a read. Let's see here. Despicable. Issei. What's it says? Catherine. They just jotted down notes about how long a monster could stand starvation or what kinds of women it prefers to assault. Riche. Are they studying monsters? Catherine. No way is it even that academic. Honestly, this just seems deranged. First, they give a monster a woman. Even a monster will get attached to a woman after having sex long enough. Riche. I doubt romance is a thing for monsters, but I guess they could just like the woman physically. Catherine. Then they starve the monster and write down every nasty detail that transpires until it's forced to eat the woman it's attached to. Ramius. Monster or not, I have to feel bad for it in that situation. Guragura. Ice Nai, there's another lever here. Issei. Alright, pull it. When Guragura pulled the lever, they heard something moving far away. Issei. We've seen enough here. Let's go. They went deeper into the factory to see what's that lever open just now, and they found a room that appears to be a butchering room. There are giant sugar cubes and some kind of meat hanged inside the room, and on the cages, they saw a group of women being locked up inside it. While on the other cage there's a bunch of monsters. The group of women seems to be in despair because they thought they will join their predecessor's fate, which is to be fed to the monster or being eaten by Jabber himself, because they saw it before when he ate human flesh in front of their very own eye. Apparently, they breed the monsters because of Adan's blood is extracted from a monster. The more faithful a monster is to its desires, the better Adan's blood it produces. Which is shocking because they never thought that Adan's blood is actually made from monster blood. Riche. Archfiend Adan. It said that when his desire-filled body met its end and burst apart, its fragments are what became monsters. So it's true after all. Catherine. So this might have actually been Adan's real blood at one point. So ridiculous. Ramius. And they are exporting them by hiding it in the sugar cubes. Good plan because nobody will suspect a thing like that. Guragura. The most dangerous thing, though, is it makes you an Adan's blood addict without you ever knowing. Issei. Apparently, Jabber have been feeding the queen of Humpty sugar cubes every day, so it's safe to say that she's pretty much his slave now. Let's just free the women for now. Then they released the captured women and killed all the monsters. The women shed tears of gratitude after being freed by Issei's party, so they collected every single evidence here to apprehend Jabber, not like he will be alive anyway after he's being judged. After the party left the building, they handed the kidnapped women off to the adventurers and head back towards Humpty capital. Along the way they met a half-pop-in named Arimo. Apparently, she's delivering food ingredients to the castle just now. She's very friendly as well. Arimo is a half-human, half-pop-in tinkerer and inventory, originally hailing from the kingdom of Humpty. Arimo lived most of her life in the capital city. Riche informed Issei that if they wanted the best ship then Pop-ins is the best shipbuilder in the world. But sadly the Pop-ins are considered an enemy after they sell ships to the Central Kingdom during the Arthur tragedy. So they hid themselves from the world. The Pop-ins are capable of living comfortably within temperatures of -100 degrees centigrade and 80 degrees centigrade, suffering from no adverse effects after being coated in nuclear waste or poisonous gas, and breathing underwater or within a vacuum, as though air were present. This extremely high level of adaptability, when coupled with their small size, allows for Pop-ins to be able to live within almost any space, making them a surprisingly resilient species. Despite their astounding environmental adaptability, Pop-ins are not totally immune to all ailments and can still be killed from a disease. Outside of their excellent environmental adaptability, Pop-ins possess exceptionally intelligent and crafty minds. Members of the species are naturally inclined towards invention and practice a specialized form of construction known as karakuri to build complicated and incredible mechanical devices entirely through intricate combinations of springs, gears, and pulleys. Through technological prowess and creativity, Pop-ins have devised countless helpful devices to assist them in daily life, including large mechanical soldiers and tanks to guard their territories against intruders, excavation machines to use for mining resources, and transportation vehicles to assist in moving great distances. Pop-ins technology is considerably more advanced than most of what can be found on the continent. Sadly, they are incredibly perverted as well, so most of their invention is for that kind of stuff as well. Hearing all that, Issei asked Arimo if she could build him a ship, and of course he will pay a good amount of money for it. Arimo said she is willing, but she has no access to the Pop-ins technology to build one because they hid themselves for being seen as a traitor. Issei felt it's too bad, but there's nothing he can do about it. After chatting a while, they finally decided to depart. Remo invited Issei for a drink, but before he could say anything Catherine dragged him away. She doesn't want Issei to turn into the sex god in the middle of the city, and Rias and co agree as well with it. They don't want their husband turned into a rapist after all. At the entrance to the palace, the party requested an audience with the queen before being approached by Natal. Natal. Ah. Issei, you're here. Did you come here to meet me? I'm flattered, and because of that, I allow you to have dinner with me tonight. She rapidly talks on her own that makes Issei sweat a bit. Issei. Natal. We're here to meet the queen. As for your dinner invitation maybe later. Issei hurriedly added the last sentences because he saw her eyes started tearing up when he doesn't respond to her dinner invitation. After hearing his confirmation her face brightens up once more. Natal. Okay. And are you indeed the ones asking to meet Her Majesty? Issei. Ah. We have some evidence about Jabber involvement with the snake Crest. Natal. What? Issei. Here, see for yourself. Natal at first thought she misheard it when he said Jabber is involved with the snake Crest because he is the best chef on their kingdom, so you could say that he's a national hero of their kingdom. But if he's involved with the snake Crest then. After Natal read and watched the evidence they got she turned pale right away because of how disgusting Jabber conduct is. Natal. But this is just. Disgusting. Natal almost puked after seeing the video recording. What's going on here? There's a middle-aged man with grey hair and a butler suit comes out from the palace. His hair is grey with a mustache on his face. He has an average face. Natal. Hatter. The thing is. After hearing her explanation and seeing the evidence Issei had, Hatter's face also went pale, and he's feeling shocked to the core. Hatter. To think that Jabber is a man who would do such a thing. And Her Majesty is addicted to his cooking because of those sugar cubes that contains Adan's blood in it. But if what written here is right then Her Majesty is Jabber's pawn basically. Natal. And Her Majesty won't grant any audience unless you have some rare ingredient. Issei. Will this do? Issei took out the King Squidman to see if it's rare enough so they could be granted an audience with the queen. Natal. Wait, can this be? Isn't this King Squidman? Hatter. This is certainly valuable. Well prepared and remarkably fresh, too. I'll take this to Her Majesty at once. Natal. Did you slay this King Squidman, Issei? As expected from the man I approve of, now let's go meet Her Majesty. So they went inside the palace. They finally meet the queen of this country, Queen Belle. She's what you called obesity at its finest. Queen Belle. Are you the ones who brought the King Squidman? Much appreciated. I've heard such rumors of its flavor that I needed to taste it for myself to find out if they're true. Rias. Nice to meet you. I'm the princess of. Queen Belle. Forget the introductions, I don't care where you're from. Can you help in the pursuit of gourmet cuisine or not? That's all that matters in Humpty. Rias. Is that your personal belief, Your Majesty? I'm curious if you might have picked it up from someone else. Queen Belle. I can tell you're getting at something, so just ask what you want to. And I'm not interested in formalities. I was a commoner before I became queen. I married into the position after the king first set eyes on me. He's since become too sickly to handle the job, so I took the throne. Issei. I see. Rias. Then I'll just ask. Do you know anything about an organization called Snake Crest? Queen Belle. Haha, so quick to drop the games, Princess of Eden. I like you, so let me give you an honest answer. Yes, I do. But don't misunderstand. I know they're a dangerous bunch trying to start a war, but that's the extent of my knowledge. Rias. Do you know anyone who you suspect might be part of Snake Crest? Queen Belle. I wouldn't say I don't, but I don't care to look into it. If someone can prepare a quality dish, my opinion of them won't change, regardless of their affiliation. Issei. So you know that your personal chef Jabberwock is Snake Crest member? Queen Belle. Yes, I do. But as long he keeps serving good cuisine then I don't care. Issei. Rias. But in Eden and Lancelot and even Elkyote, they manipulated people in power and endangered the whole country. Queen Belle. Oh, it looks like the meal's ready. I'll listen to the rest while I eat, so feel free to tell me what you will. When Humpty's top chef is involved, any meal can be prepared in no time. Queen Belle looked to the door to the side, where a young man was holding a plate with a silver lid. And he is Jabber. Jabber. The teriyaki King Squidman's done. Used plenty of sugar cubes in the sauce to make sure it's not outmatched by the meat. Queen Belle. Ooh oh, splendid. I'll have some of that right away. Hatter and Natal tried to stop her from eating the food, but she ignores them and began to eat the food like a starving beast. The knights are ordered to protect Jabber so they can't get into the kitchen to stop him just now. Issei thought at this point it's useless to stop the queen from eating his food anyway, because she already seems to be addicted to it. No matter though, because he will kill Jabber soon anyway. Jabber. So you're the rats who have been sniffing around my sugar cubes factory. And you're also the ones who brought this King Squidman. It's not something I've gotten much chance to cook with, so it was a good learning experience. Issei. I take it that you're Jabberwock then. Jabber. Yep. I'm Jabberwock, Humpty's best chef, Rochefort, and Rosinante told me about you, along with Shiro and Kuro. Issei. So you're not gonna try to defend yourself? Jabber. For what? I already have this fat pig in my grasp. Natal and Hatter gnashed their teeth in anger hearing his words. Queen Bell. Hehe, yuhahaha, slurp. Yuhaha, munch munch, gulp. Gura gura. Hey. I know she loves food, but the queen's acting weird. Queen Bell. Good. Delicious. Buhaya, buhiai. So delicious. Natal. Your Majesty. Queen Bell. Stay away from my food. Hamph, scrumph, omnum, good gajuad. Even those who knew of Queen Bell's gluttony already were paralyzed by her bizarre behavior. Jabber. I already put tons of sugar cubes on that Squidman teriyaki sauce, there's enough refined Dan's blood in there to fry a dozen people's brains. Natal. You dare to do that to Her Majesty. Natal drew her sword to slay him. Queen Bell. What are you about to do to my precious chef? Natal. Why, Your Majesty? But Queen Bell protected Jabber from Natal's sword with her massive body. Jabber. Ha 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 ha, so what if you have evidence on me? As long as I'm in control of this pig, I'm in control of the situation. Now Queen Bell tells the knights to arrest them for me. If you do, I will give you more food. Queen Bell. More. Okay then, Jabber. I'll do what you say, just give me more. Give me more of your cooking. Natal. Get a hold of yourself. Your Majesty. His cooking is drugged. Queen Bell. Silence, Natal. Have you forgotten you owe me for appointing you? You can't tell me what to do. Natal. But. Unable to do anything about Queen Bell's mania, Natal made her frustration clear from her scowl as she silently stepped back. Ramius. You can't defy who you've sworn loyalty to. The Queen's knights can't help here, I take it. Catherine. That brazen fucker. He just brainwashed the Queen while everyone watched. Jabber. Ha 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 ha, those are some delicious looking chicks you've got with you. Mind if I take them off your hands? I will be sure to savor their flesh when I eat them up while you watch them struggle in paw. Issei. Who? Before he finishes his words, Issei's voice resounded in the whole room. His voice isn't that big, but it gives Jabber indescribable pressure. He feels like a mountain is weighing him down, and he can't move a single muscle. The knights are also paralyzed, while Queen Bell already passed out feeling Issei pressure hockey. Issei used his conqueror hockey on the hall and only aimed at them. Riche and co are not affected. Riche. You would. Guess he's done for. Ramius. Yumu, indeed. Gura gura. Hehe, this is gonna be very messy. Catherine. Idiot. Natal. What are you guys talking about? And why is Jabber stopped moving along with the rest of the other knights? And Her Majesty. Hatter. Queen Bell. Hatter and Natal hurriedly checked on Queen Bell because he is her husband after all. Hatter is the former king of the nation who abdicated in favor of his wife, Queen Bell, which was initially a wise decision. While Queen Bell's rule started prosperously, she soon became more of an obsessed gourmet than a politician or administrator, corrupted in part by Jabberwock. Hatter stayed by her side as a butler. So he's been very worried about this, but he can't do anything because his wife is already in control of Jabber. Riche. You see. When somebody started badmouthing us, Ice will become very angry and the one who badmouths us will be dead, guaranteed. No matter who they are. Unless it's unintentional, then they can be forgiven as long they apologize straight away. Riche and co remembered Rochefort and King Ben's back then when they're badmouthing them. Natal. Natal is dumbfounded after hearing Riche's words, and she looked towards Issei once more when she heard him talk. Issei. I think you're mistaking something here. You think I need evidence if I want to kill you? I'm just following the procedure because I don't want to bring shame to my wife's name. Jabber sweated like a waterfall, and he feels like he's being stared by Death God himself after feeling Issei's gaze on him. Issei's red eyes are glowing brightly and turned into slits while looking at Jabber. Issei started walking towards Jabber in a steady and slow step, but every time his footstep resounds in the hall, it makes Jabber heart thump even more loudly in fear. Jabber. So Shiro and Kuro is telling the truth. He finally knows why both Shiro and Kuro seems relaxed when they proposed that bet. If he can even put a scratch on Issei, then they will be his slaves. Forget about getting a scratch on him, he can't even move a single muscle because of the bloodlust he emits right now. Heck, he can't even talk. He started trembling harder when Issei come closer and closer to him. He wanted to transform into his monster form straight away, but he couldn't. Issei finally arrived at Jabber's front, then he tapped Jabber's shoulder while smiling gently, but his eyes are not smiling at all. Issei. care to repeat your words once more? What was it again? What are you planning to do to my wives just now? Jabber. I. Jabber wanted to say he's sorry, but he couldn't form a proper sentence and can only say I no matter how hard he tries. Bam. Jabber. PFFFTTTT. Issei punched Jabber's stomach and he spurted a huge amount of blood from his mouth. His body didn't fly because Issei's hand are on his shoulder making him stay in place. And because of that, the amount of impact he receives is even greater. Issei held back though or his body would have turned into pieces from that one punch of his. He felt like the insides of his body turned into mush from that one punch. Issei. Go on, say it once more. Issei still smiles gently at him, but Jabber can't feel anything else other than pain and fear right now. He wanted to say he's sorry, but he still can't. Whenever he opens his mouth there's blood coming out from it. Jabber. Gurgling sound. I. Gurgle. Bam. Crack. Jabber. A. Issei kicked one of his legs and it broke with a loud cracking sound. Jabber is in so much pain right now that he couldn't even utter a proper scream. Bam. Crack. This time it's his other leg, now he's kneeling in front of Issei. Rish and Co smile wryly at Issei's conduct while the knights are trembling in fear seeing his action. Natal become frozen like a statue, but oddly enough she doesn't find Issei action terrifying. If anything she thought that he's so manly. What's going on her mind right now is if she could be his wife then how good will it be to have someone like Issei who can protect her from any harms. Issei. What? Oh, let me guess. You want to transform just like your friends, Rochefort and Rosinante. Well, go ahead. I'll wait for you to transform. Issei finally let go of Jabber and wait for him to transform. Jabber almost passed out from the pain he's feeling right now, but after hearing Issei's words, he thought it's his only chance, so he transforms to his monster form right away. Crack, bulge. Jabber's body made bizarre sounds as his clothes tore and his flesh began to swell abnormally. Jabber. Gibyaha. Ha-haya, you-yahaya. With this, I will eat you all. With his final shout, Jabber's body became so distorted as to lose its original shape, inflating like a balloon. Natal. Monster. Ramius. Looks like he's done transforming. His monster form is a huge fat monster. Its head is like some kind of castle with one eye just like a cyclops. Jabber. Grrrr. Hungry. Natal. Look out. It ran towards Issei and grabbed him. Jabber. He's confused why Issei suddenly disappeared from his hand even though he successfully grabbed him just now. It's just Issei after image apparently. Bam. Jabber. PFFFTTTT. Suddenly he felt a strong impact on its stomach. It's still the same outcome no matter if he transforms or not. He spits out a large amount of blood after Issei punched his stomach. His stomach deformed inwards after receiving Issei's punch. Bam, crack. Then Issei proceeded to break his two legs once again and he's back to kneeling position before Issei. But soon he drops down to the ground with his face facing the floor. Issei just calmly looks down on him like he's an insect. Issei. Back to where you belong. Trash. Natal. So strong and so cool. Natal eyes turned into heart-shaped after seeing how dominating Issei was. The entire audiences are also in awe seeing how strong Issei is, while his wives just puffed out their chest in pride like they're the one who did all that. Night. He's like a tyrant. Hence begins the legend of Issei as the tyrant overlord. They will spread the news about him. The blob of flesh that Jabber had become collapsed. After a few seconds, it started to talk once again. Jabber. Gaha. Lost too much blood. I'm hungry. I hate being hungry. Jabber murmured with anguish and mustered all the energy he had to raise his arm. Issei. Munch, crunch. Jabber. So good. And filling. Jabber chomped into his arm, then chewed, swallowed, and smiled. From his grinning mouth spilled light pink flesh and red blood. Catherine. He's eating himself. It's literally like what snake crest symbol means. Jabber. Buyahaha. Ha. While everyone was watching, Jabber let off a bright light, then vanished just like Rochefort and Rosinante had. Having murdered his mother earlier in life, Jabber took to practicing cannibalism, a practice everyone believes may have manifested and engorged in an effort to mask Jabber's guilt over this first murder. Now convinced that human meat was the height of cuisine, Jabber began his efforts to convince the rest of the world of the same. The snake crest helped him towards this goal in return for monster training facilities that were designed to reduce monsters to their base desires, often including cannibalism, so that they could be used as ingredients for the snake crest's production of Adan's blood. Jabber's love of food carried well and beyond the usual degree expected by a chef and into his obsession with cannibalism. He also demonstrated a chef's patience, willing to wait an especially long time to gain full control over Queen Belle. But all his waiting and plans went into the drain after he crosses Issei's path. Just like his friends from before and in the future as well. Ramius. Again. I wonder if they're somehow triggering teleportation magic when they die. Catherine. If they at least left a corpse, we could look into why they're turning into monsters. Gura. Hiding the evidence. They're being really careful. The party continued to gaze at the room where Jabber had disappeared. Only the damaged floors and bloodstain remained to indicate an attack by Snake Crest had occurred. The floor is damaged when Jabber's monster form dropped down. Chapter 58. After that incident, Hatter and Natal are still wondering how to cure Queenbelle of her addiction. After some discussion, Hatter remembered about Mitsudakeko's soup he made before for Queenbelle when she got sick. Issei also remembered that the twin seemed to be feeding him that mushroom a lot, so he knows exactly where to get those mushrooms from. So he told them about it and they agreed to get it from the twins. Natal also wanted to come along as well, but Hatter told her that they need her here to protect Queenbelle from any possible harm. Issei. Don't worry, we will be back soon with the Mitsudakekos. Natal. You better hurry and come back because you still owe me a dinner date. Natal sulked, but after hearing Issei's words she finally got into a better mood. Issei can only wryly nodded at her. After that Issei and his wives went into a secluded area and teleported to Fresh Fish Island. Issei. It's been a while, the sea salt smells as strong as ever. Issei and his wives arrived at Fresh Fish Island, and Issei reminiscens the memory he has when he was staying here. Catherine. Whoa. This is such an island. Like, it couldn't be any more island. Gura. Look at that, there's lots of fish close to the shore. Issei. There's nothing but old people here, and they can only fish every so often, so the fish aren't very cautious. Gura. Whoa, they're really not. I just caught one with my bare hands. Look. Catherine. Hey. Keep that thing away from me. Live fish have scary eyes. Riche. So this is Fresh Fish Island. While Gura was enjoying herself, Riche was looking out at the island with pursed lips. Ramius. What is it, Riche? You don't look well. Are you seasick? Riche. Nothing, just thinking about the twins who took care of Ice when he's hurt. Ramius. Yumu, I'm thinking about it as well. But we're gonna meet them soon enough. Riche. Yep, let's go. Issei. Here's the house me and the twins lived in. Oh, there they are. Caillou. Finally home, Ice. I've been waiting so long that I've collected dust. Kinnu. Impressive work on getting to 1000 knight rank so fast. You have my admiration. Issei. Sorry for making you two wait. But I'm back. Issei smiled gently at them. Kinnu. It's nice to see your smiling face. Caillou. Welcome back. Glad you're in good health. Riche. So these are the twins Ice keep talking about, Caillou and Kinnu. Gura. So that means you two will be in our family as well. Caillou. Hehehe, nice to meet you. And to answer your question. Yes, we will be. Kinnu. Oh my god, Caillou. This girl's super cute. Let's adopt her. Gura. Huh. Wah. Abruptly approached and hugged by Kinnu, Gura was lifted into the air, her legs dangling like a kitty picked up by its neck. Issei smiled seeing their interaction. Caillou. She's not the only cute girl. Look, they're all a bunch of cuties. That's our Ice, coming back with a bunch of pretty wives. Ramius. See cute. Riche, these are fine people. Riche. Didn't take much to convince you. Catherine. But like, how did you know we're his wives? We haven't even introduced ourselves. Caillou. From the smell, Cath. Your body's got Ice's masculine aroma all over it. Catherine. Ice's aroma? Wait, you even know my nickname. Kinnu. We know everything related to Ice. We even know he has another wife named Tio and other candidates as well. Catherine. You do? How do you find out anything from this island in the middle of nowhere? Caillou. Please, we can talk all about that later. But first. Kinnu. Ice, if you came back, it must mean you're ready. Tell us what you're going to do. Issei. I've also been waiting for this moment. Caillou, Kinnu. Will the two of you marry me? Issei gazed the two of them with gentle but firm eyes while saying that. Gura. Wow, awesome. A proposal. Catherine. Watching someone else propose is weird. I don't even know how to react. Caillou. Yes, gladly. Kinnu. Of course we are willing. Then the three of them smiled together and Issei took both of them into his arms. And the twins snuggled comfortably in his embrace with a blissful smile on their face. Gura. Wow, even more wives now. Now you two are part of the club. Caillou. Hehehe, we're happy to join. I imagine we're far older than the rest of you, but just treat us the same as everyone else. Ramius. Oh, right. You both are dragons after all. Riche. Now that you mention it, does Ice also older than us? Issei. No, I'm genuinely just 17 years old. I was a human before, but after certain circumstances, I changed into a dragon. It's a long story, I will tell you all later when the time is right. The girls are curious about it, but since Issei said he will tell them later, then they will wait. Catherine. Oh, right. Let's not forget we're here for Mitsudakeko mushrooms. Issei. Oh, yeah. So, what's going on is. Issei explained what was happening in Humpty and how they were looking for Mitsudakekos. Caillou. Yeah, we've got Matsu shrooms right here at home. We can prepare those for you to use right away. Issei. Alright, thanks. I had no idea those mushrooms were so poisonous, though. Kinu. Don't worry, the poison doesn't affect us. By the way, we cooked you those mostly for our own purposes. Caillou. Yep, Matsu shrooms have a hidden property where they massively raise a man's virility. Ramius. I've heard they can get the most impotent man hard. Guragura. That's the reason why even after discovering they're poisonous, people still try to eat them. Catherine. So what, Ice's insatiable sex drive is because of those mushrooms? Caillou. That's what we were aiming for, but. Kinu. It doesn't seem to work on him. Apparently, from Semiramis Sama info he's already that awesome in the first place. Caillou. Yup, that's our Ice. He can conquer the whole Kaler's race on his own after all. Rish. He sure did. He makes sure to mark them all as his. Guragura. Along with us as well. Ramius. Yumu, those were great times. Catherine. Sigh. They both smile proudly at him. Ramius also nodded to herself. Rish and Guragura smiled wryly, while Catherine sighed to herself. Issei. And whose fault is that, I wonder? Issei's face went a bit red hearing their conversation, but he can't deny it, so he glared at Rish for being the perpetrator of the incident. Rish. Ahaha. Rish is having a cold sweat feeling Issei's gaze on her, so she averted her face away. She doesn't want to stay in bed for a whole day again. It feels good, but the aftermath is making her whole body sore. She thought at this rate she might turn into an M. Caillou and Kinu chuckled seeing their antics. After that, Rish and Ko asked the twins lots of questions. Such as who they really are. When Rish and Ko heard they are the member of the Witches of the Round Table, they are pretty surprised. Rish asked them why they told Issei to find more wives when he's still losing his memory. Ramius and the others are also wondering about that because if they wanted to they can have Issei all for themselves, so why they told him to find more wives. Caillou. What we want is for Ice to be loved by all. Kinu. And for him to be able to love them all back. Ice is loved by lots of girls and is happy about it. Nothing could make us prouder. Guragura. Yep, everyone loves Ice Nai. I do too. Caillou. We thought that he's too outstanding to be bound by just 2 wives, you see. And you know how huge his libido is, even we can't say that we could take him on by ourselves. Kinu. And we're full-fledged dragons at that too. Rish and Ko started thinking about it and they thought the twins are right. Even whole Kaler's race can't take him on. Caillou. And just like we expected, Ice become the perfect ideal man who is loved by many, and he also loves them all back. Kinu. But it was quite painful that we're not allowed to do it with him. Caillou. We have waited long enough to find our ideal mate, but now finally we have found the one we've been looking for. Don't you girls think he's wonderful as well? Rish. Yup, best husband I could have asked for. Ramius. Yumu, even if he turned out to be the archfiend himself, my love for him would remain as strong. Guragura. Yeah, I'll always love you, Ice Nai. Catherine. Well. Never cared much for normal people anyway. Issei. Ah, thank you all. Issei felt really blessed having wives like them. He smiled at all of them. Caillou. Yep, that's what I'd hope for from Ice's wives. Nice and cute. Kinu. Agreed, I just want to eat them up. Sexually. Caillou. Don't dwell on what's happened before, Ice. Live your life how you'd like to. Issei. I will. Issei said that with conviction. To be honest, he's already moved on from his past as the pawn of Ria's Gremory. He doesn't really feel anything anymore, nor could he care less about them. All inside his mind right now is to protect his new loved ones. And he needs to master the chaos element soon, or Nyarlathotep will claim his life along with his loved ones for real this time. He also felt some strange connection on his soul with someone, but he still doesn't know who it is. And was that memory of him meeting a little girl in the past only a dream? He's still not sure. Caillou and Kinu were already informed that Issei had a painful past by Semiramis herself, so she asked them to take care of him. He still doesn't tell them his past, but they know he will tell them soon enough. Kinu. As promised, we have the Matsu shrooms ready for you. Issei. Oh, thanks. Guragura. They're supposed to be poisonous. Are you two okay? Caillou. Hehe, poison's nothing to a dragon. Kinu. Matsu shrooms are dragon's favorite food. They only grow on Fresh Fish Island, so we've defended this place for many years. Issei. No wonder you two have a high libido. Now Issei finally knows why they seem to be in heat all the time when he's staying here. Everyone. Not as high as you though. They all said that at the same time and it makes Issei at a loss for words because he can't counter their statement at all. So he feigns ignorance, but there's a small blush on his face. They all giggled seeing his blushing face. Caillou. Anyway, with that Matsu shroom you will cure the queen's addiction for sure. Kinu. By the way, QD must have told you girls that ice can change you into a dragon later if you want to, right? Caillou. Although it's not a full-fledged dragon, it's still a dragon nonetheless. Riche. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Ramius. Me too. Catherine. Huh? What do you mean? Gurugura is also confused, but then they remembered they still haven't told them about QD and Arthur. Riche. The thing is. Then Riche proceeded to inform them about the conversation they had with QD and Arthur himself. Both Catherine and Gurugura are dumbfounded after hearing it, but they accept it soon enough. Gurugura. I want to become a dragon just like Ice Nai. Before Catherine can't say anything, Caillou and Kinu said something. Caillou. Rumor said your body will become more perfect if you change into a dragon. Catherine's ears perked up hearing her words. Kinu. Indeed, especially the breasts part. Not a single second passed after Kinu finishes her words. Catherine. Yosh. Ice, change me into a dragon right now. Catherine suddenly got super serious and demanded Issei to change her into a dragon right away after that. Caillou and Kinu flashed a sly grin on their face before it went back to normal, but Riche saw their grin. She smiled wryly because they seemed to know Catherine's weakness well. What's inside the twins' mind right now is hook, line, and sinker, not like Cath won't agree to become a dragon anyway. She would have agreed regardless because she does love Issei after all, the twins just wanted to mess with her a bit. Issei. Air. I still don't know how. Catherine. HRRM. Then I will be the first one you change when the time comes. Got it. Issei. Oh. Catherine nodded in satisfaction after hearing his confirmation, while Issei can only smile wryly at her. Caillou. Ice, you might want to learn how to hide your dragon aura. Kinu. If the one QT told you to discipline sense your aura, then she will hide from you, guaranteed. Caillou. Yep, and you don't want her to hide from you because she's the one who keeps teleporting the Snake Crest's member. Issei. Oh, can you both teach me how to do that? Caillou. Yes, QT already told us how to do it. Then Caillou instructed Issei on how to hide his dragon aura, and it doesn't take him long to master it. Kinu. Good, now that's done. We're planning to move in with you now. Issei. Of course, you're more than welcome to. Right girls. Ramius. Yumu, agreed. Riche. Yup, we'll be glad to have you. Gurugura. The more the merrier. Catherine. I don't see why not. Caillou. Then we'll head down there ahead of you. They both give Issei a quick kiss. Catherine. How? The twins passed by the confused party and jumped down to the sea. Riche. They're floating. Just like ice before. Gurugura. Yeah, just like Ice Nai. Caillou. Oh, and one last piece of advice. Your enemy Snake Crest knows all about Mother Eve. Kinu. Not that it matters though because they are doomed to lose no matter what when they've made Ice their enemy. Caillou. Yup, I mean he's basically on par with QT at this point. Then see you at home, Ice. Issei. I'll see you soon. The twins then walked across the water like they were taking a stroll through the park and disappeared beneath the horizon. Issei. Alright, let's bring the Matsu shroom to Humpty so we can cure the queen of her addiction. Having obtained a Mitsudakeko, the party headed back to Humpty. When Issei party returned to the palace they were greeted by Natal and Hatter themselves. Issei told them they already have the Matsu shrooms so they can start cooking it for the queen. Hatter is the one who wanted to cook the Matsu shrooms because he said that he should be the one to make it for his own wife and Issei's totally agree with him. The queen was already awake and she keeps screaming at the knights to bring her food that contains tons of sugar cubes, but the knights had been told to never let her eat any more sugar cubes. Hatter. It's done. Your food is here, Queen Belle. Hatter confirmed that the Matsu shroom soup is ready, so he brings it to the queen. The raging Queen Belle instantly calmed down to a certain extent after seeing Hatter brought food to her. Queen Belle. Food. Is that food? Give it to me. The queen started shouting at Hatter to quickly bring the food to her. He put down the soup in front of her and lift up the lid. Queen Belle. Once she smells the aroma from the soup she becomes petrified. Queen Belle. The smell. Queen Belle opened her cloudy eyes wide and stared at the dish. Queen Belle. Finally, she took a drink of the transparent soup. Queen Belle. What? This is Mitsudakeko soup. It's warming my whole body. Gulp, gulp. That's the flavor. Just like I remember it. Hatter. You remember it, Queen Belle. Hatter got teary-eyed because his beloved wife finally started returning to her old self. Queen Bell. Ah. Now I remember. After I'd eaten a poisonous dish, I was so sickly and unable to eat that I could only await my inevitable demise. I was saved by my beloved husband, Hatter, and the soup he made. Just so I could have this soup, he let himself atrophy to such an extent that he could no longer rule. Hatter. It was nothing, Queen Bell. The country is not as important to me as you are. Natal. Your Majesty. You're back to normal. Natal is also happy seeing the Queen back to normal. Queen Bell. Back to normal. Now what does that mean? My mind seems to have cleared up. Sugar cubes may be tasty, but I never realized they could drive you to such madness. Reesh. That's because the sugar cubes were mixed with the core element of Adan's blood. Which happens to be monster blood. Queen Bell. What? Catherine. Just check the evidence we gave your husband and Natal there, and you'll see what we meant by that. Ramius. Just one bowl of soup and the Queen returned to normal. Gura. Yup, it's the power of love. Then the Queen checked the evidence they provided her. She's very shocked and furious at Jabber's conduct. Thankfully Jabber has already been dealt with, so she has one less problem to take care. The Queen ordered the Knights to close the sugar cubes factory owned by Jabber and to burn all the existing sugar cubes over there. Everyone in the kingdom is very shocked that the sugar cubes factory is going to be closed. When they asked why, the Knights told them that it's been contaminated with Adan's blood because of Jabber's evil conduct. The citizens are very shocked hearing that their best chef is the perpetrator of such monstrosity. The kidnapped girls return to their respective family, and they are very thankful for their savior, which is Issei's party. They also try to send some stuff over as thanks, but Issei refused them all because he said they needed more than him. They become even more thankful towards Issei after that. Queen Bell. I'm terribly sorry you all had to clean our kingdom mess. You and your family really saved my bacon. You have my deepest thanks, and I can grant anything you wish for as long it's within my capabilities. Issei. No need. We're not doing it hoping for rewards. Besides, we have our own agenda with the snake crest, so you could say it's just a coincidence that we're helping you, so don't mind it. And what you should really thank is Hatter's cooking. We just went and got the ingredients. Issei immediately refused Queen Bell's offer for a reward. And his wives nodded to themselves when he finishes saying that. Queen Bell and her cohorts become surprised by hearing his words. Especially Natal, who admires Issei even more after hearing his words. Queen Bell. But if we don't give you anything in return, then it will make us as someone who can't repay their savior. And yes, I already thanked Hatter plenty earlier. Hatter. She did indeed. He has lipstick stuck to his face all over. Catherine. He seems kinda ill. Queen Bell. So think of something yet, Earl Haidu. Issei. Don't need to call me with honorifics, I'm also the same as you. I was only a commoner before, so I don't really care about formalities. Natal was pretty surprised hearing that Issei was a commoner before, but she soon accepts it because, no matter what his background is, he's still the man she approves of. Queen Bell. Oh. That's surprising. I never thought you're also a commoner just like me before, even though you already have a surname. Issei. It's a long story. Queen Bell. I see. I'll leave it at that. Then, Queen Bell proceeded to take out a piece of letter and give it to Issei. Queen Bell. Here, give this letter to King Lewin. I said he had better treat the knight who helped us with respect, or else. Issei. Heir. He's still my father-in-law, so. Hatter. She's joking, but I am certain King Lewin will give you a fitting reward for your accomplishments. Borrow. Indeed, Issei-kun. The king is already informed of your new achievements, so it's to be expected when you return you will probably be promoted into a zero knight just like me and Achival. Well, it didn't take long as we expected. Issei. Borrow. Borrow arrived at the hall when they were still talking. He entered the palace escorted by a Humpty knight, who after hearing his identity, immediately allowed him to enter the palace. Reesh. HMPH, of course. Whose husband do you think he is? By the way, what are you doing here, Borrow? Borrow. Good day to you, Princess Reesh. I'm here to discuss something with Her Majesty, it's about Princess Croy's ritual. Queen Bell. Well, you can rest assured that there won't be any interference from our side when she undergoes the ritual. Borrow. Then, thank you very much for your cooperation, Your Majesty. I also was going to request a ship we could use for the ritual, but Princess Croy herself said that she wanted to get into the same boat as Issei-kun here. Issei. Oh, now that you mention it. We still don't have our own ship yet. Natal. I can help you with that. Natal instantly volunteered to help Issei with his problem. Issei. Natal. Oh right, your family is dealing with shipyards as well. Natal. Yup, and I can get you the best ship there is in no time. Queen Bell. Oh, good suggestion, Natal. And don't worry about the money, I'll pay for it. Issei. Heir. Queen Bell. No objections allowed. At least let us do this much for you. Hatter. Indeed, Queen Belle is totally right. Issei can only smile bitterly at their words, and since they insisted so much he finally agrees to it. So while Issei's party waiting for their ship to be ready, they are told to enjoy the kingdom for now. Issei and his wives do just that. They went sightseeing around the Humpty kingdom. They enjoyed their trip to the fullest until their ship is ready. But there's trouble on Natal's side. Her family told her they will only prepare the ship if Issei is willing to marry into their family. And Natal had a big fight with her family because of that. Sure, she wanted to marry Issei as well, but she doesn't want to marry him out of profit or anything else. She wanted it to be because of love. And she despises her family greatly because they keep seeing her as a tool. When her family heard Issei's achievement recently, they got even greedier. It's already confirmed that he will advance into a Zero Knight soon enough, and with it, Issei worth will be even higher. He's also the big bucks company's secret owner, so it's no wonder they will be greedy about it. So they threaten Natal to marry Issei right away, or they will disown her. They thought it will also work like always before when they threaten her like this. But they never thought Natal will leave the family after being threatened like that. The queen heard what her family did, but there's nothing she can do to prevent them because they're one of the richest family in the world. And she also has no rights to meddle with their family business. Just like how the March family planned to spy on the palace, the queen also planned to spy of her own in the March family. The queen tried to adopt Natal after she left her family, but she refuses her offer because she doesn't want to bring trouble to her. Natal felt sorrowful for being born in a family like that who keeps treating her like a tool. Just because her status as a woman, they don't let her climb higher into the knight's rank in fear of her achievements eclipse her father and brother, and if not for the queen intervention, she won't even be able to reach 100 knight ranks, much less 1,000 knight at that. When Issei heard about her circumstances from the queen herself, he went to meet Natal himself. He told his wives he will be looking for Natal, and they all agreed to it. Issei asked some knights if they saw where Natal went. Then they told him the general direction he went to. He found her at the spot where he saved her from the monster jellyfish attack. She's looking melancholic, and her eyes are a bit red, probably from crying. Issei felt pity at her. He knows what it feels like to be treated as a tool by those they considered a family. Rias and co basically leave him to his own luck after they have no use of him any longer. Issei. Natal. Natal's shoulders twitched hearing his voice, then she turned around to face him while trying to act normal. Natal. Issei. What are you doing here? Issei. I'm just checking on you, are you okay? Natal. I am fine, of course, just like always. She tried to act prideful like she's used to be, but her red eyes give her away. And there's no spirit behind her voice, it sounded shaky. Issei. I heard about it from the queen. About you leaving your family. Natal's body stiffened after hearing his words, then her face went downcast right away. Natal. I'm sorry I couldn't get you your ship. Issei. I don't mind about that, what I'm worried about is you. Natal's eyes went wide hearing his words. Issei. Listen, Natal. I'm also the same as you, I used to belong to a well-known family as well. I thought they loved me just like I love them, but the reality is different than what I expected. They leave me to my own luck when they don't have use of me any longer. She becomes even more shocked hearing a bit about his past. Issei walked to Natal's side and he gazed at the horizon with a carefree face. Issei. But after they abandoned me, I realized something. Something called freedom. It's just one word, but it's so wonderful. My partner taught me the world has a lot to offer. There's a lot to explore. And I like to take advantage of that. See the world with your own two eyes, Natal. You're free now. You are not chained anymore by those so-called family of yours. Natal felt something break free inside her. She always felt burdened with the responsibilities her family gave her that it makes her feel sick. She felt like she's put on a leash by her so-called family. All of her achievements are claimed by her father and brother, even her mother is only a tool for them until she died of illness. But now after she thinks about Issei's words, she realized that she felt her body becomes much lighter than before, like a burden has been lifted off from her shoulder. She felt free, she finally gained her own freedom just like Issei said. Then she saw Issei gazes at her with gentle eyes that makes her heart pound faster than ever. Issei. If you need a family that badly, then I'll be glad to have you in mine, but it seems that the queen has also wanted to adopt you. Natal. Was that a proposal? When Issei said that he'll be glad to have her in his family, Natal's ears perked up and she looked down while asking him that before he could even finish his words. Issei. Issei is confused by what she meant by that. When did he propose? Oh wait. His words just now can be misinterpreted as a proposal, wasn't it? He felt like he did something similar to Catherine before. He really needs to watch his words when he's talking with the opposite sex, it seems. Natal was facing down when she heard Issei's word before, but then she looks up with a glittering eye. Natal. Okay, I accept. Issei. What? Before Issei can explain himself, Natal already went ahead to accept his so-called proposal it seems. Natal. Since you proposed to me then I'll accept it. Issei. Natal. What? Do you want to take back your words? As a gentleman, you're not allowed to do that. Natal went closer to Issei, and she holds his shirt tight, and their face distance is only a few inches away, her cheeks are red out of embarrassment. Issei can also felt her body is trembling a little bit, probably because she's afraid that he really took back his words. Issei can only smile wryly after hearing her words, and to make it even more awkward, he can feel her majestic breasts pushed against him right now. To be honest, he does like Natal a bit. He doesn't know why, but it seems after absorbing the orb of life, he becomes much easier to fall in love. He thought about it and decided to accept Natal in the end. He already has a whole race as his lovers anyway, so adding one more woman in his life doesn't matter much at this point. Unknown to him this mentality of his that will make him the harem king in the future or perhaps harem god will be more fitting. Because the amount of women he has in the future is enormous. And every woman in his harem later stays loyal at him till the end of times. Issei. Fine. Then, Natal march. Natal. Just Natal. Issei. Natal. I don't belong to the March family any longer, so just call me Natal. Natal interrupted Issei's word once more to correct him that she's basically doesn't has a surname now, because she already left the March family. Issei. Then, Natal. Will you marry me? Natal face beamed with happiness hearing that words, and she smiled through tears while smiling. Natal. Yes. Gladly. Then Natal suddenly kissed Issei, at first his eyes went a bit wide, but soon he closed his eyes and reciprocated her kiss while holding her by the waist. Natal felt really happy right now, she has finally found the place where she truly belongs. In the arms of the man she loves the most. After a while, they finally stopped their kiss and they smiled at each other. They decided to head back to the capital lest they make everyone even more worried. On the way to the capital of Humpty, Natal keeps hugging Issei's arm while humming happily. Some of the knights who saw their interaction give Issei a thumbs up for being able to tame such a prideful woman like Natal, while some felt sorrowful because she already had someone special. Well, most of the men who like her have special hobbies though. They like to be dominated by the opposite sex, that's why. When they arrived at the palace, Rias and Co just smile wryly after seeing their current situation. They already knew this was going to happen sooner or later, so they are not surprised. Queen Belle felt happy that Natal finally found the love of her life. After some discussion, Natal also decided to accept the queen's offer on adopting her, but she said she will still use Haidu as her surname, and the queen is totally fine with that. So now Natal goes by the name Natal Haidu. Issei told her that he will handle the March family so they won't cause any more troubles. That night the March family got visited by Issei, and they are told to never cause trouble for Natal anymore, or their secrets will be known to the public, such as funds embezzlement, and the most surprising of all is the bribery they received from the Snake Crest for providing pirate ships for the outlaws before. And Issei also threatened them with his bloodlust that will give them nightmares for years to come. Both father and son of the March family pissed themselves feeling his bloodlust on them, and they passed out soon after they agreed to Issei's demands. When they woke up they asked their guards if there's anyone suspicious came here last night, and the answer they receive is there are none. So the father and son duo become even more terrified, knowing Issei could waltz into their estate and find all those secrets of theirs without being seen by a single guard. It needs to be known that their estate hires a lot of adventurers and knights to become their guards. Their amount can easily reach 100, but not a single one saw Issei last night. So that means if they wanted to kill them then no one will ever know that he's the one who did it. After that, the March family decided to lay low from the public. But unknown to them because of Natal's disappearance from their family will be their downfall. Later on, the March family will be no more, and all of their assets will belong to Issei sooner or later. But that's a story for another time. Issei and his wives discussing what to do about their new ship, but then they remembered about Arimo the half-Poppin, so they asked the queen to let her gain access to the Poppin's technology. What's surprising is that Queen Belle also decided to forget about the Poppin's betrayal because of Issei's request. She said it's just personal grudge at this point, and the nation as a whole doesn't really care anymore. Then the Poppin's race started resurfacing to the kingdom of Humpty, and they make a brand new alliance with them. They were around the small island around Humpty because they have a lot of food to share that they won't even realize if the Poppin's taking them as well. Issei also finally got his ship with the help of Arimo and the Poppins, along with Catherine as well. Their ship is powered by Mr. Edison once more. Mr. Edison. Up high. Rias. This is cool. The party looked around their ship floating in the sea. Gura gura. Ahahaha, it's bigger than I thought it'd be. You could play red light, green light on here. Ramius. And we should be able to comfortably combat sea monsters. Rias. I'd love to keep looking at the ship, but let's see what riding it is like. Catherine. Alright, it's your time to shine. You've got this. Mr. Edison. Up-pie. Set in a designated spot, the up-pie cried in a way that could be taken as either determination or self-doubt and breathed fire. Catherine. Oh, we're moving. Gura. Wow, how's it work? Catherine. You see, the up-pie's fire breath generates steam, which moves gears that turn the ship's wheel. Ramius. Zzz. MMMM. Can't eat anymore, zzz. Catherine. Hey, it's not bedtime yet. Mr. Edison. Up-pie. Gura. It's so fast. This is even faster than a cow carriage. Reesh. Alright, now let's head out. You steer the ship, Ice. Issei. Sure. The party set sail into the vast ocean with their very own ship for the first time. After taking it for a spin they returned to the capital of Humpty. Natal welcomed Issei with open arms, and she went to hug him right away after he set his foot on the harbor. Natal. Darling. Issei smiled gently at her and returned the hug she gave him. There's a golden ring on Natal's ring finger. Issei. You Natal. Let's go to the palace. Issei awkwardly said that because she can feel Rish and Co gaze on him. Natal's already becomes Issei's wife. They did it when they were waiting for the ship to be ready. The queen lent them one of the bedrooms at the palace. Issei was resting on his room when he suddenly felt something weighing him down. He thought it was one of his wives, so he instinctively hugged her close. Kaya. When Issei heard her voice he realizes that it belongs to Natal, so his eyes instantly snapped open to see Natal totally naked right now in his embrace. And he can feel her bare breasts pressing against his body. Issei won't ask something stupid as what she's doing here when she's already in this state, even idiot can tell that she come here to have sex. He felt amazed seeing her body, it's so beautiful that he's at a loss for words. Natal, who felt his gaze on her, blushed even deeper, feeling shy, but inside she's proud that her body is able to charm Issei. Issei finally returns back to his senses and asks Natal. Issei. Are you ready, Natal? Natal. You be gentle with me. Then Issei gives her a gentle kiss. Natal body, which was shivering a little bit, calmed down after feeling his gentle kiss, then she felt his tongue entering her mouth. Issei's hands weren't idle either, he runs down his hands from her back to her perky and gently massaged it. Natal felt her body turned hot every time he teases her like that. Issei hand gently teases her. Issei. Ah. You want me to put it in myself or do you want to do it yourself? Natal. Let me do it myself. Issei. Just take it easy, okay? Natal. Hi. They continued having sex all night. They tried every position that they can think of until Natal can't take it anymore, and then she passed out in Issei's embrace. The next morning there's a golden ring appeared on Natal's hand. And Issei's ring turned from V into Vi. Chaos Mastery. 55%. So after saying their regards to the queen they headed back to the Kingdom of Eden. Natal said she will be staying at Humpty for now, until there will be no more trouble spotted around the kingdom. She gives Issei a deep goodbye kiss when he's about to leave. Natal. See you later, darling. Then she looks towards Rish and Co. Natal. Well, see you girls later too. Take care of darling for me, okay? Rish. Oh, you're not gonna ignore us anymore. Natal. I was just jealous of you girls before, so I'm sorry about before. Natal admitted that she was jealous of them very easily and apologizes as well. Rish and Co are pretty surprised seeing her apologizing at them. She seems to be more carefree ever since she left the March family and less prideful than before. Rish. Oh, we don't really mind it that much, to be honest. Since we're basically family now, then I don't see any reason why we shouldn't forgive you. Ramius. Yumu. Rish is right, we're a family now. Gura. Glad to have you in the family as well, Natal Ni. Catherine. Great, another titty monster. Issei smiled seeing their interaction, he feels really blessed having wives like them. Natal is also already informed of Issei's secret identity as a dragon, but she doesn't really care though because for her darling is darling no matter what. Then after chatting a bit, Issei's party finally teleported back to Eden. Chapter 59. The party returned with a letter from the Queen of Humpty, but even without the Queen's letter, Lewin already knows Issei's achievement because it's quite widespread. He saved the Queen of Humpty and lots of kidnapped girls, ruined the Snake Crest plans on the Humpty Kingdom. And he mends the relationship between the Poppins and the Humpty Kingdom as well. If that's not enough to promote him, then nothing will. Lewin can only sigh to himself and feeling very proud as well for having such an outstanding son-in-law. Achival and Barrow also keep grinning all this time. Well, Croy already stuck to Issei the moment he entered the throne room. She seems in a very good mood while keep humming Ataudo. Issei sweat a bit seeing her like this. Lewin. Sigh, let's just get to the point. Issei, I will promote you to a Zero Knight and a Marquess. Issei. Understood. Lewis. Good, now let's appoint you into a Zero Knight. Croy. Wait, I can do it again. Croy instantly volunteered once again, but Lewin rejected her request. Lewin. No, the one who should do the honor is Riche. Croy. Riche unfair. Croy pouted hearing she can't do the honor, but she soon back to her cheerful self because it's true that the one who should do the honor is Riche herself. And she also wants Riche to be the one who did it too. Riche. Can I? Riche is pretty surprised hearing that she should be the one who does the honor. Lewin. Yes, you made him a knight in the first place after all. Riche. But my dagger can't appoint a zero knight. Lewin. Don't worry, I will lend you our royalty dagger. Lewin handed Riche a dagger significantly more extravagant than her own. Riche. Okay. Let's do this, Ice. Issei. Alright. Issei walked up to Riche and shut his eyes. Riche. I, Riche Eden, in the name of Mother Eve, ask of this world-defending knight. When she uttered Mother Eve's name, Riche's body started to emit the same glow as the miracle power. Riche. Protector of peace and tranquility, Issei Haidu, in order to fulfill your duties, do you swear to dedicate your life to those you believe in? Issei. Yes, I do. Riche. Very good. Then may Mother Eve bless your soul. Riche was about to tap the blade on Issei's shoulder, but then her hand stopped. Issei. Riche. Riche. Hehehe, who would have thought the man I choose will become a zero knight this soon? I thought it will take you at least a year, but apparently not. I'm very blessed and proud having a husband like you, Ice. Issei. Ah, me too. I also feel blessed and proud of having a wife like you. Having all of you makes me really happy and blessed. Issei smiled gently at Riche, then he looks towards Ramius and Co as well. They return the smile he gave them with the same smile filled with endless love and passion they share with each other. Lewin and Co. smiled gently at their interactions. But Croy had a longing feeling inside her eyes while watching them. She wishes she's one of Issei's wife as well. But it's not possible since she's already engaged with someone else. At least she's feeling happy for her beloved little sister, Riche, for being with a man she truly loves unlike her. Riche. Ice. Keep up the good work. And thank you for having us as your wives. Issei. I will, and the feeling is mutual. They smiled at each other, then Riche finally tapped the dagger on Issei's shoulder. When the dagger lightly touched his shoulder, they were both enveloped in a dull glow. Eventually, the light was absorbed into Issei's body. Issei. Riche. There we go, 1-0 knight, ready for delivery. Borrow. Princess Riche, I don't know about treating this like you were making a pizza. Croy. Riche always acts like that when she's being shy. And congrats Atato. Croy glued herself to Issei once again after the ritual is over. Thus, something the world had never seen before, a free agent zero knight, was born. Ramius. That's the man I fell in love with. Catherine. Well, it doesn't take long for him to reach the same rank as mine, as to be expected for my husband. Gura. Yup. That's our Ice Nai. Achival. Gahahaha, that's my little bro right there. Borrow. Glad to have another zero knight in our ranks. Lewin. Now that's over with. I order you to take a vacation for now until the time for Croy ritual starts. Enjoying some good quality time with your family should do you good, and I heard you married another girl at Humpty, right? And she's also 1,000 knight as well from what I've heard. Issei. Yes, her name is Natal. Lewin. Good to know. Now we have a new ally for our kingdom. Riche. Then, shall we go home? Issei. Sure. Croy wanted to come with them, but Riche doesn't allow it. She felt downcast, not allowed to come with them, but soon back to her cheerful self. Lewin can only smile bitterly to himself because Croy longing for Issei seems to get stronger, but alas. Thus, with his promotion to a zero knight and Marquess, Issei decided to go home to see the twins. Caillou. Welcome home, Ice. The party's arrival home was met with the twins opening the front door to greet them. Issei. Caillou. Want food? A bath? Or maybe… me? Issei. Kinu. Ice went silent. Maybe a monster inflicted him with a status ailment. Issei. Oh, sorry, I'm fine. Just haven't heard you welcome me home since I left Fresh Fish Island. So I'm feeling a bit emotional. Caillou, Kinu, I'm glad to be home. It had been some time since Issei left the Fresh Fish Island after all, so it makes him feel a little emotional having them both greeted him the way as always. Kinu. Welcome home. And we've already looked around the house. It's perfect for a new family. I'm highly satisfied. Caillou. I prefer to Tommy mats, but it is nice and trendy. Just what you'd want for a new couple. Issei. Ramius's family gave it to us. Maybe I should go thank them again. Caillou. That's okay, we already introduced ourselves and even gave them gifts. Kinu. We sent a bundle of matsushroom dishes. No doubt it's made them feel young again. Ramius. My father's already retired. I don't know if he needs the energy. Tio. Oh, I knew I heard your voices. Welcome home, Ice. Tilt. Welcome back. Issei. Oh, Tio, Tilt. Caillou. We picked her up from the company because we're thinking to have dinner together as a whole family. Too bad we can't bring that girl from Humpty because they're pretty busy right there. Tio. Yes, Kate and Myrtle are watching the company for me, so don't worry about it. But they do say they wanted you to go visit them later on. Issei. Ah, got it. Kinu. Tio told us all about the town and the house. Good at sewing, good at laundry, and she even has big boobs, and her little sister is cute as well. Nice big Ice. Tio. No, I'm not so great. Both of you have cooking talent that blew me away. Tilt becomes shy after being praised, then she hides inside Tio right away. They all smiled wryly, seeing Tilt still so shy even after all this time. Caillou. Although our cooking is not as great as Ice, though. Tio and the twins seem to have already gotten to know each other and were hitting it off. Caillou. We knew you'd be home soon, so we put together the best feast we could muster. Kinu. I recommend eating before it gets cold. The twins urged the party inside, where they saw rows upon rows of delicious foodstuffs. Rish. Wow. Is this all made from scratch? You actually cooked this all yourself? Ramius. What do we have here? Whale. Whether boiled, grilled, or raw, it's the most exquisite of meats. Gulp. Gura gura. Hamburgers. Wow, the patties are really thick, and there's 2 of them too. Caillou. I'm sure you all must be tired, so we wanted to make this a treat. Catherine. Like. Everything here's like something you'd get at a nice restaurant. I'm kinda taken aback. Kinu. Now that's not true. For example, you can make this ramen just by boiling it and putting it in the soup. Catherine. Ramen. Why you even have cheap food like that? Caillou. Hehehe, we made that because we heard one of the wives was a shut-in. You like ramen, don't you? Catherine. Yeah. I love it. But this much ramen, I could stay in my room for days. Issei. Wait, don't do that. Caillou. Look, Ice, we even made plenty of those hot pots you like so much. Issei. Oh, thanks. Issei actually not that picky about foods, he will like anything his wives made him. Rish. HRRRM. This certainly is impressive. Ramius. Not being able to cook doesn't make you any worse of a wife, Rish. I wasn't thinking that. Ramius. Gulp. More takoyaki, please. Rish. Wait, you're already eating. Gura gura. Better eat before it gets cold. Rish. Why yeah, I know. While she didn't think Issei would be taken away from her, a large part of Rish's heart was consumed by an uneasy feeling. But then she saw Issei smiled at her gently, and all of her worries went away. She remembered that he's not the kind of man who judges his wives just because they can't cook and will love them no matter what happens. Caillou. Oh right, we made some desserts that I just know you like, Rish. Huh? Dessert. Kinu. We left them to chill in the magic fridge. There's some special pudding made with plenty of fresh gelatin beans in there. Rish. Pudding. Gulp. I do love pudding. Kinu. Also, it has a sponge cake, candied grapes, poi fruit and kururup on top. Rish. Why you can put all that on pudding? Does it even count as pudding at that point? Kinu. And then on top of that there's honey, and on top of that there's chocolate. Rish. Stop. No more I'll. Caillou. Then you just top it with sliced cat bread, and the dragon pudding a la mode is complete. Rish. I'm glad you two are part of the family. Issei smiled wryly, seeing that the twins got Rish by the stomach. Her opposition shaved away, Rish helped herself to the twins' handmade sweets and began to blissfully smile. Then they had a fulfilling dinner together, everyone is enjoying the dinner they had together. Issei keeps smiling the whole time because of how harmonious his wives are. Issei. It's been a while since I ate your cooking, Caillou. Kinu. It tastes good as always. Caillou. You're gonna get sick of it after how much you're getting now. Kinu. We love to feed you too. Honestly, even back on the island, we would have liked to feed you every day. Issei. I'll never get sick of your cooking, you know that. Caillou. Fufufu, we're happy that you feel that way. Kinu. Issei. By the way, can I ask you both a question? Why you still haven't found your maid after all this time? Issei felt weird for such an outstanding girl like them to never find their maid after all this time. Kinu. Oh. The witches of the Round Table each married a male descendant of Arthur and QD in order from oldest to youngest. Caillou. We're the youngest, so we had to wait until last. And sometimes you'd go a generation or two with no boys being born, and that witch would just have to wait until there was one. Issei. Did the witches of the Round Table like Arthur that much? Kinu. We do have respect for Arthur, but we never understood the admiration the other witches felt. Caillou. And after the Arthur tragedy their bloodline ended with Tram and his wife Rudo because they died along with their kingdom. Kinu. So that's why we never found our mate after all this time. Caillou. Then I saw you after you arrived in this world, Ice. And I finally found it, the feeling I've been searching for this entire time. I sense that I love you, and you're the one for me. Kinnu. I felt the same way. That's when we discussed you and decided you'd belong to both of us. Caillou. Our first love was you, Ice. Issei. I see. I'm happy that I'm your first love. Caillou. Same here. Kinnu. The feeling's mutual. They smiled at each other. Issei. Dragons have long lifespans. Where are the other witches of the round table? Caillou. Some are still living peacefully among humans, while some mourn by going into a hibernation-like state. Kinnu. And just like you know, QT still lives with Arthur's soul deep in Camelot, where she sort of casually watches over humans. Issei. Just sort of casually. Caillou. That's all we can say, that's not personal dragon business. So, are you certain you want us to be your wives? Even though you're clearly stronger than us, but. Kinnu. We're also several times older than you, that age difference is an understatement. Caillou. Do you still want to marry us? Kinnu. This is the last time we'll ask. Answer honestly. Issei. Can you feel my feelings for you through your mark? Both Caillou and Kinnu felt their mark getting hotter by the second. It's not uncomfortable or anything, it feels so warm and soothing. Just from feeling the heat they know just how much Issei loves them. Caillou. Oh. Kinnu. They blush deeply, feeling the heat from their mark. Issei. As long as we can understand each other's feelings, I'm fine with it. So please marry me, both of you. Caillou. Oh okay, I will. I'll gladly be your wife, Ice. Kinnu. To have your feelings reciprocated. This is bliss. I understand QT a tiny bit more now. Caillou. Then it's finally time for you to truly mark us as yours for life. Kinnu. My body's already warmed up. Even my breathing is a bit ragged. Issei. I feel the same way as you both as well. When they're about to get close with each other, there's a sudden sound out of nowhere. Hold it right there. The three of them look into the source of the voice and saw a woman appeared out of nowhere. She is a tall, voluptuous woman with thickly braided bow-adorned scarlet hair. Her two front braids have two golden ornaments near the upper sections and wear red lipstick. She has beautiful green eyes. For clothing, she dons a risque version of the typical witch's garb. Her black top has a diamond-shaped opening, exposing the middle of her breasts, which has a wide heart mark that covered with dragon's wing. Issei felt a very familiar feeling after seeing her, and when her green eyes locked onto him, he saw her smiling playfully at him. But her eyes are so gentle that he felt warm just by gazing at it. Issei. Who are you? Caillou and Kinnu know who she is, but they don't want to tell Issei about it, so they just stand on the sidelines watching them. The woman chuckled gently hearing his question. What's wrong, Ice? Can't recognize me anymore after I regained my body. Issei felt confused about how come this woman knows his name and what she meant by she regained her body. Seeing his confused face, the woman walked towards Issei's. Then she put one of her hands on Issei's left arm. And the moment her hand touched Issei's arm, something happened. There's a flash of light, and then there it is, his old sacred gear, the boosted gear, show itself once more to the world. Issei's eyes went wide, seeing the boosted gear suddenly appeared once more. But it soon disappears as well the moment Irene took her hand off Issei's. What's wrong, partner? Still can't recognize me? Issei. D-Drag. Is that you? Irene. Ha 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 ha, took you long enough. Yes, it is me. She laughs joyfully after seeing him recognize her at last. Issei. But how? And aren't you Irene? A man? No, I was a woman before, but. Oh right, can the two of you leave us alone for now? Sorry for ruining your moment, but you know the rules. Caillou. Sure thing, Irene-sama. Kinnu. Take your time. Then the twins smiled at the two of them and left the room. Rish and Ko have already been drugged by the twins. The rules she's talking about is for her to be the first dragon wife of Issei. She's fine with him having sex with other women, as long as that woman isn't a dragon. So she has to step in when it seems that he's about to have sex with the twins, because she wants to claim that first dragon wife spot, that's why. Issei's brain is too jumbled up after knowing his supposed partner is a woman, so he doesn't even realize the twins already left the room. He blankly stared at Irene the whole time, while trying to process what's happening. After confirming the twins left the room, Irene set up a sound barrier, so no one can hear anything from outside the barrier. She took a deep breath. Irene. Here's the thing, partner, and don't you dare laugh after hearing it. Then she told him all about her past when she's still Irene and met Albion, etc. Issei becomes totally dumbfounded after hearing her past. Issei. Irene also felt embarrassed after she's done telling him about her past. Her face went a bit red as well. Thankfully he's not laughing or she will be even more embarrassed. But unknown to her is that he just doesn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing it. How is he supposed to react when his trusted partner turns out to be a woman and he changed her gender just to avoid Albion? And their whole rivalry is because of her as well. After an awkward silence. Issei. So what you're telling me just now is true. Irene. Issei. Should I call you Drake or Irene now? Irene. Just call me Irene. Issei. Alright. After that, he went silent. Issei. Irene. If you have something to say then just say it. He looks like he's about to say something, but then closed his mouth soon after. Issei. Sorry, it's just that it's a lot to process. Irene. I know. But you need to understand that I wasn't trying to hide it from you. It's just that. Issei. Oh, I'm not mad or anything, it's just that. Then he gazes at her and soon after they chuckled at each other. Irene. It's been a while, partner. Issei. Indeed. Glad to see you have regained your body, Irene. Sorry about that, I'm just used to calling you by your old name after all. Irene. It's fine, I know you will get used to it sooner or later. Issei. Then, what are you doing here? To show me your new body? Irene. You could say that. Then Irene gives Issei a sultry smile and put both of her hands on Issei's cheeks. Issei. What are you doing? Irene. So, what do you think of my current body, partner? Issei. If I'm being honest then it's very beautiful and attractive. Irene. Tuckle, I'm glad you feel that way. Now then, as for the other reason why I'm here. It's to claim my rightful place as your first dragon wife. Issei. Sorry. Issei felt like he just misheard her words. Irene. Do you see this mark on my chest? Irene pointed at the mark. Then Issei looks towards the white heart mark on her chest. Irene. This mark only appears on a dragon body that already chosen their mate, and I choose you, Issei Haidu, to be my fated mate. Issei. Before Issei realizes it, he's already pushed down by Irene into the bed. And she mounted his body right away. Issei. Wah. MMH. She instantly kissed Issei right away. Issei's eyes went wide open after Irene kissed her. After feeling her tongue inside his mouth, Issei finally manages to return back to his sense and pushed her away. Issei. What are you doing? Irene. Kissing you of course. Issei. Issei felt speechless hearing her answer. Like what she just did is a very normal thing. Irene. Do you know, Ice? I've been watching you for a long time, ever since I regained my consciousness back then when you finally managed to use the boosted gear. When he's about to say something else he heard her talking. Irene. At first I thought you're just a perverted kid, but then I saw what you're willing to do for those ungrateful brats. Issei knows what she meant by brats as Rias Gremory and co. Irene. You're willing to sacrifice your left hand for her, then you're willing to put your life on the line for them all again and again. After a while, I finally realized that your very existence is like a beacon of light for those you hold dear. And I'm also attracted to your light. She looks at Issei right in the eyes while saying that, and her eyes are glittering in reminiscence. Irene. In my entire life I've never had a host like you. All of my previous hosts got lost in their search for power and only treated me like a tool. But only you treated me like a partner, a friend. And before I realize it I enjoyed spending time with you, and I keep thinking how good will it be if I still have my old body. Alas, I'm already dead, so I tried to bury my feelings for you. But after finding out how those brats betrayed you and see you become so sorrowful because of it. It makes my heart ache so much, and I wish I could be there for you to ease your suffering, even if only for a little. Issei. You already did. When you pulled me back from my sorrow, you already saved me, partner. When you taught me about freedom I felt really thankful towards you. Issei told her with a grateful voice, but she just gives him a small smile and continued talking. Irene. You see, Ice. I already linked my soul with you the moment you underwent the process of changing into a dragon. If you die then I will truly die along with you. But I have no regrets because I want you to be my only host and the last host I have. Issei felt surprised by hearing her words. Irene. When Semiramis told me that she could make me a new body I feel so ecstatic and joyful because I can finally truly be with you in body and soul. I finally let my buried feelings for you free. Now I can tell the world with pride that I, Irene Bulsirian, is in love with Issei Haidu. She smiled blissfully at him while saying that, and Issei felt captivated seeing her smile. Irene. Now what do you say, Ice? Are you willing to truly have me as your fated partner forever in life? Issei keeps recalling on how she keeps helping him when he needs her the most, and the time they spent together, she's the only reason that he can still be here right now. If not for her then he would have already died when the corrupted evil pieces corrupting his body. She has already helped him so much that he doesn't even know if he could someday repay it. And after hearing her confession about him he felt like it's his chance to repay her. She's used to be the one who helps her, now it shall be his turn helping her. He will protect her from any harm and keep staying by her side forever and ever. He will always be there for her. Issei. Ah, I'm willing, partner. Till death do us part. Issei said that with a gentle smile but firm eyes. And Irene smiled through tears after hearing his answer. Irene. Till death do us part. They joined their hands together and kissed passionately like they're trying to convey the feelings they have for each other. After Issei accepted Irene as his mate, there's a mark appeared on his left hand where his boosted gear used to be. The mark shaped identically just like Irene's mark, which looks like a heart covered with dragon wings. Issei and Irene took off their clothes soon after and they're gazing at each other's bodies. Irene. Fufufu, I really like your current face and body, Ice. Issei. I could say the same to you. They both chuckled at each other after saying that. Issei is hovering over Irene's body right now. Issei. Are you ready, Irene? Irene. Ah. Make me yours. With that, they went crazy. Issei pushed as deep as he could. Irene shed tears of joy and blissfully smiled while stroking her abdomen and mark at her chest. Both of Issei and Irene's mark started glowing, and after a few seconds, they feel their soul truly connected with each other. The color of the mark changed from white into deep red, signifying their love for each other. There's a mini queen crown in the middle of her mark, while on Issei's mark there's a mini king crown on it. Now they truly have become the absolute duo, not just in name but in body and soul as well. Issei. Ah, I'm happy as well. They smiled at each other and brought their lips closer once more. Inside his body, Issei can feel his boosted gear started to combining with his very own soul. Now he can use all of its ability. His boost is combined with OPHIS Infinity, so he basically can boost with no limit, and he also gained Albion's Divide from the time he absorbed one of Albion's orb. He also automatically gained Irene's Penetrate ability. It allows his attack to penetrate through all defense. This combined with his Augi from Scathach is basically overkilling. No matter how strong his opponent defense is, it will be broken through like a piece of paper. So you can forget defending against one of Issei attack from now on. All their enemy could do is to avoid it, or they will be dead the moment his attack hits them. But it's easier said than done. Unless his opponent is significantly stronger than him, then there will be no hope to withstand even one of his attack. And to find an enemy that's significantly stronger than him. Good luck finding them, because you can basically count the person who meets that criteria with one hand. Even then it won't be for long. And Irene also gained most of Issei's skill as well, such as the hockey. She thought she should teach this technique to the girls back at Semiramis domain as well. Irene moaned slightly. Irene. MMN. Fufufu, it seems you're still good to go, beloved. Issei. Beloved. Irene. You don't want to call you that. Issei. No, it just feels weird to have you call me that. You used to call me partner. Issei awkwardly scratches his cheek while saying that with a wry smile. Irene. Well, you better get used to it, because I will keep calling you that from now on, beloved. Irene smiled playfully at him. Issei. Fine. Irene. Well, I'd love to continue our mating session, but the twins are waiting for you. So go make them yours next. Issei. Ah. See you later. Irene. We'll continue this later on when you get back to Semiramis domain. Irene gives Issei a deep goodbye kiss, and then she uses her magic to instantly wear her outfit back and create a rift to return back. While she's walking towards the rift, she kept swinging her sexy butt to entice Issei, and it's working quite well, because Issei felt even more aroused now. Irene. You girls can come in now. In front of the rift she gave Issei a wink, then she went inside the rift after calling the twins back. He smiled bitterly seeing her act and sighed to himself because he never thought the great Elkyote can act like that. When the twins entered the room they are already naked, and they seem to have ragged breathing, their cheeks are red, and their eyes are moist. Apparently, they were watching their mating session the whole time. Caillou. Ice. Kinu. We can't take it anymore. Then both of them launched themselves at Issei. They both don't need any foreplay. Kinu went for his lips while Caillou went for his dragon. Finally, Issei finished his work, and Caillou plopped down on top of his body feeling exhausted. There's a mark appeared on her left shoulder. It's the same mark Irene and Issei had, but at the middle of her mark, there's a Roman number VI on it. The same goes for Issei's ring, and a golden ring also appeared on her ring finger. Then Kinu gently lifted Caillou's body and set her to the side because she really can't take it anymore. Caillou. Han. During their second round, Caillou gets up and joined them straight away. Then they made love with each other the whole night. Kinu's mark in on her right shoulder with a Roman number V on it, along with her gold ring and Issei's Chaos Mastery. 70%. Both Caillou and Kinu combined only gives 5%, while Irene is 10%. Issei. NGH. Issei's arms were enveloped by the twins' feminine aroma and the warmth and softness of their skin when he woke up. He smiled seeing them both. Issei. Haven't woken up between them since they looked after me when I'm still hurt. Both of their breasts which he enjoyed last night right now are pressing against Issei's chest. The softness of it almost makes him want to go at it again, but he held it in because they've been doing it all night non-stop. Caillou. Morning, Ice. Caillou woke up and, still looking half asleep, gave him a light kiss. Issei. Ah, good morning Caillou. Tug. Issei. Kinnu. When his opposite arm was yanked, he looked and saw Kinnu staring at him with her usual lack of expression, but her eyes gave the impression that she was displeased. Issei. You can get a kiss too, Kinnu. Then he gives Kinnu a good morning kiss as well. Caillou. Wish I could lie here and enjoy your smell for longer, but it's time to make breakfast. Kinnu. It's unfortunate, but a wife has to do what a wife has to do. Caillou. Ow, ooh, Kinnu. NGH. Ouch. Issei. What's wrong? Kinnu. My crotch aches. I knew losing your virginity would hurt, but this is worse than expected. Issei. Oh, sorry. It felt so good yesterday that I kinda carried away and forgot it was your first time. Caillou. Don't worry about it. It's also our fault for being so wild last night, and besides, the pain is all part of these important wedding memories. Kinnu. I'm now literally damaged goods because of you. That gives you a heavy responsibility. Issei. Haha, yeah, I know. Issei sweated hearing her words. It's not like he has any intention on abandoning them, alright. Caillou. Don't worry, we'll get over it as fast as we could because we're dragons after all. Kinnu. We could easily do this again as early as tonight. Even right this second, if you want to try it. Issei. I'd be happy to. But I rather not. Normally, Rish and the others would have barged in here right about now. Caillou. We didn't want anyone interrupting our first night together, so we drugged them with a little something too. Lady Irene is a special case though because we had a deal with her. Kinnu. There were paralysis drugs in the desserts. They've probably been jerking around all night. Issei. Sigh, I knew there's some weird smell from the food yesterday, but to think it's a paralysis drug. And what deal you had with Irene? Caillou. Well. Then they both tell Issei about the deal they had with Irene. Issei can only smile wryly when he heard it. Then he told both of them to take it easy and let him prepare breakfast. They're more than happy being able to taste his cooking again after all this time, so they let him cook for them. Besides, they love the care he gives them right now. When Issei's done preparing breakfast, he went to check on Rish and co. Ramius. How could I let this happen? My chance to learn how dragons have sex, wasted. Catherine. Why did I have to be drugged because of what the rest of you do? Gura. Even I didn't notice the drugs they put in there. Dragons are cool. Rish. And now we're eating those same dragons' breakfast without even checking it first. Tio. It's hard to say no when their breakfast looks so good. Issei. Don't worry, this time it has no drugs in it since I made it myself. Caillou. Don't worry about a thing. Yesterday was just a special occasion. We don't normally put things in people's food. Ramius. Oh, then I'll dig in. Catherine. Don't be fooled. Kinnu. After breakfast, there's a tofu cake with seasonal fruits waiting, if you can forgive us. They made the dessert when Issei is checking Rish and co. Rish. Tofu cake. The perfect cake for a girl who's watching her calorie intake. Gura. They totally got Rish knee on their side too. Caillou. Not that we're trying to persuade anyone. We just want you to enjoy our cooking. Tio. Ha. Wonderful. You two come off as so mature. Catherine. I mean, as far as looks go, I'd say you. Tio. They come off as so mature. Catherine. Yeah, sure. Tio gives Kath a chilling smile when the latter is about to say something taboo. So they fully enjoyed their breakfast and spent a few days relaxing just like Lewin advised them to. Issei also visited the Kailers to see how are they doing, but it seems most of them still not reborn like Elkyote yet, but it should be soon enough from what they've told him. There's some of them already underwent the rebirth process, and they are waiting for Issei to give them a new name just like Elkyote did. Their list is as follows. 1. Myrtle, she said she wanted to keep her name as it is. Unlike Elkyote, she appears to be a pure devil, and her personality is still the same as she used to, flirty like a seductress, but that's only when she's in front of Issei, while in front of others, she appears strict and serious. She's the only Kailers who after underwent rebirth process, still has her gem on her forehead and has horns at the same time. Perhaps it's because she's their queen in the first place. 2. Kaireha, she appears to be a wind elemental angel with Fujin bloodline. 3. Myrud, she appears to be a pure light holy elemental angel, her holy power is even stronger than Michael. 4. Susan, she appears to be a thunder elemental devil with rage and bloodline. 5. Anaverna, she appears to be a fire elemental devil with phoenix bloodline, and Issei could tell that her bloodline is even purer and stronger than the phoenix family from his world. 6. Izana, she appears to be an ice elemental angel with ice phoenix bloodline. 7. Ultinia, she appears to be a strong light holy elemental angel as well, just like Myard, but not as strong as the latter, but still quite strong. 8. Morilis, she appears to be a pure dark elemental angel. The 8 of them is the ones worth mentioning because they clearly stand out from the other because of how strong they are after the rebirth. The Kaelers referred them as the 9 divines along with Elkyote. Myrtle and Elkyote stuck to Issei's the moment they saw them, and they keep seducing Issei until they had another orgy. The details are omitted. Issei teaches all of the Kaelers hockey and some other training as well. The Kaelers, who were very flirty towards Issei, becomes totally focused and listening with undivided attention the moment he trains them. They appears to be extremely loyal and committed to becoming stronger as soon as possible. The 9 divines seems to be mastering what Issei's teaching them at an alarming rate. They are mastering it even faster than Ramius and co, but that's only because they still haven't become a dragon yet. When Ramius and co turned into a dragon just like Issei, their progress will be even faster than the Kaelers. Whether it be strength, talent, constitution, or comprehension, they will be at the top straight away. Of course, even the greatest talent or genius still need to be developed, so they still need to train themselves or all will be for naught. Take Rias, for example, she has a great talent and bloodline, but all she does is totally depending on her destruction magic, hoping it will break all obstacle in her way. Sure, her destruction magic is strong, but it's not fully utilized because she doesn't do a proper training as of yet. And during the raiding game, ironically enough, she becomes the weakest of them all, even though she has the strongest offensive magic among her peerages. But that's a story for another time. After Issei is done visiting the Kaelers, he also visited Natal to see if she needs any help, but it appears there's no trouble coming their way, so he spent an entire day with her on a date, and at night they had another lovey-dovey sex. He also trains her, and just like the rest, and her talent is really good as well, which not surprising because she's supposed to be at 0 knight rank already, if not for her old family intervention. Issei's routine is just like that until the time for Croy's ritual. Chapter 60. When Issei is relaxing in his house along with his wives, Barrow comes in. Barrow. Hi, everyone. I'm back from Humpty. Barrow just got back from Humpty to check some things over there for Croy ritual. Rish. Oh, Barrow. Barrow. Sorry to barge in, but I'd like to talk about your next mission. Issei. Sure, it's fine. Barrow. Great, great. Glad I'm not interrupting anything. I have to say, it's gotten lovely in here. Barrow looked over the living room packed with all the wives and offered Issei an impressed smile. Rish. Geez, it's still early and you're already on the job. You clearly overwork yourself, Barrow. Barrow. Leaving too much to Achival would only mean more work for me later, though. Catherine. I bet, ahahaha. Ramius. You're a 0 knight too, Kath. You should at least help a little. Barrow. Anyway, Issei-kun, as you might know, Princess Croy wanted you to help her with her wedding ritual. Issei. Sure. Issei thought why not, because he thought of Croy as his family member after all, since she's Rish's big sister and all. Barrow. You may already know this, but Princess Croy is known for being a remarkable saint. Issei. Saints being women who have strongly inherited Mother Eve's blood, right? Barrow. Her magic power far exceeds the average human, such that just standing near her can make you feel like you prayed to Mother Eve. She's like a living church. Issei. Ah, I know. You can feel her holy power quite well after all, and just by standing near her it's quite soothing. The same goes for Croy when she's near Issei though, he just doesn't know it yet. Barrow. The Church of Mother Eve say they want to use Princess Croy's wedding to recreate Mother Eve's wedding ritual. The Prince of Central and, of course, Princess Croy have agreed to participate. The ritual will involve using a ship to travel around to Humpty's Islands, and we'd like you to transport Princess Croy using your ship. Ramius. Then all we have to do is transport her. Barrow. I've taken a look at that ship. It's both fast and maneuverable, much safer than any other ship we could get our hands on. And also to have Issei-kun to guard her personally, it will be perfectly safe. Catherine. Hehehe, no doubt it is. Our ship's loaded with next generation energy, conceived of by yours truly. Rish. Well, it's an up-high named Mr. Edison, but yeah. Barrow. You're supposed to go from Humpty to the state of Hamlet City. Given that's your next destination, I assume there aren't any problems with that. Rish. Sure, we have to go to Hamlet one way or another. Besides, this is my sister's wedding, so I want to help out somehow. Issei. I agree with Rish. We'll deliver Princess Croy safely to Hamlet. Caillou. A wedding ritual, huh? Kinu. And the destination is Hamlet. Perfect. Issei. What is it? Caillou. Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Issei. I see. Issei still felt something was off as the two twins shook their heads, but forgot about it and told Barrow they would take the job. Barrow. I'm glad you're interested. Eden's vessels are at the bottom of the ocean, and I'd feel pretty restless on a ship borrowed from Humpty. Ramius. You seem pretty restless right this second, Barrow. There was no need to visit so early in the morning. Barrow. Yes, that's true. But I can't help it, I'm personally invested in Princess Croy's marriage. Reesh. What a loyal knight. Barrow. Hahaha, well, come to the castle when you're ready. I can tell you the details about the ritual then. Issei. Got it. Then Barrow went back to castle ahead of them. Catherine. Hamlet, huh? It's so far north that I don't have much concept of what it's like up there. Issei. What kind of place is it supposed to be? Gurgura. Hamlet's where the Church of Mother Eve's headquarters is located. Ramius. Have you been there, Gurgura? Gurgura. Why yeah. A few times. As the party gets their new mission, they turned their thoughts toward the state of Hamlet City. In the darkness, a faint light illuminated a wrinkly old man. The water tank before him contained Jabber, still in his monster form after his defeat by Issei. South Carolina. Now this is gluttony. The man, Snake Crest's supreme commander, watched the monster gradually dissolve and let out an impressed gasp. South Carolina. Truly repulsive. It's like a reflection of the soul. However, he couldn't hide the delight in his voice. South Carolina. Rochefort's envy and Rosinante's greed were just as hideous. But in that, there is beauty. Compared to the swine living their empty lives in Mother Eve's cage, you look far nobler. Now, my Snake Crest brethren. Die and become one with me. Hawawa, hawawa. In a dungeon somewhere. All sources of light were intentionally blocked off, creating a total and impenetrable darkness. Within the darkness could be heard the slamming of metal against tough flesh, followed by someone's agonizing scream. Man. Jaya. Kuro. I thought you might be of little use, but it seems I was mistaken. Kuro killed almost every outlaw that managed to get away from Issei's sight. Shiro. Oh dear, this looks like a mess. I got these fellows together in answer to your request. Are you slaughtering them already? Kuro. You're here. HMPH, should have gotten me a less useless group then. Shiro. But these are excellent fighters. Ones who seek strength the same way you do. Just so you know, I'll never find anyone better than them. Kuro. Heal him. Lackey. Yes sir. Kuro. Once he's cured, go hunt some powerful monsters or something to make yourselves stronger. The rest of the outlaws silently nodded in fear at the instructions and left Kuro's side. Shiro. But what made you want to gather allies? Kuro. Sudden impulse. Shiro. Hehe, must be inspired by him. The allies he finds for himself become stronger at an alarming rate along with himself as well. Kuro. Shiro. Oh yes, and I believe you might know this already, but I'm told he defeated Jabber as anticipated. Kuro. Well, don't you sound happy about that. If Jabber's dead, you can't make your true Adan's blood and your plans grind to a halt, am I wrong? Shiro. Actually, Belonius has already finished the Adan's blood. Kuro. Nobody told me about that. Shiro. I doubt he felt much need to mention it. We don't tell the rest of Snake Crest everything we do, either. Kuro. True. I've known you for a long time and there are still things I won't share with you. Shiro. That's a shock. I try to be as upfront with you as possible, at least. But, as far as the Supreme Commander is concerned, we're all just pawns in his games, though. Kuro. Not that I expect you'll let yourself be used that easily. Shiro. Jabber's corpse has been sent to the Supreme Commander. He's using all the corrupted and transformed admins to give himself power. Kuro. Much like our Crest. The snake that eats its own tail. Better watch out or we'll be eaten too. Shiro. I wouldn't worry about the tail going without a fight. Kuro. Have fun with that. All I want to do is lose myself in battle. You can keep your plans. Kuro vanished into the darkness to once again. Shiro then shrugged and disappeared as well. The now silent darkness would again become noisy hours later with the pain groans of monsters. Belonius. So this is the Adan's blood. Within the windowless room unchanged by the time of day, Belonius closely analyzed a drug of his creation. Belonius. The desire to attack, kill, rape, and eat humans. I had doubts that monster blood itself contains those instincts, but now. Despite his doubts, Belonius had made monster blood into all different varieties of Adan's blood already. One type caused a loss of self-restraint, one increased destructive impulses, one induced uncontrollable lust. This was only a few types he'd created. Belonius. But why is it that the pure monster blood looks closer to human blood? The perfected Adan's blood was the same deep red as the blood of human beings. Belonius. Who was this Adan that created the monsters? Who is Mother Eve? It doesn't matter to me now, I suppose. Polonius noticed he was getting off track, shook his head, and looked to the bed in one corner of the room. Polonius. If it's true that Adan's blood is the key to reviving Mother Eve, nothing else matters. Polonius took up the Adan's blood in one hand and walked up to the bed. In it, a young girl lay. Polonius brushed the hair off her cheeks, during which he felt the lack of warmth in her skin. Polonius. If Adan's blood could even resurrect Mother Eve, then theoretically, it should have no trouble bringing a human back to life. Polonius pricked the hard cold skin with the syringe in his hand. Polonius. Now, open your eyes. My beloved daughter. Ophelia. The corpse of the girl he'd called Ophelia violently jerked upright. Ophelia. Ah. NNGH. Ah. Polonius. Ophelia. Do you recognize me? Ophelia. Ah. Uan. Guh. Ah. Polonius. HRM, what is this massive flow of magic energy? It's like it's flooding into her from all around the world. Ophelia. Aia. Polonius. Off. Whoosh. Coincidentally, on the same day Issei decided to depart for Hamlet. One of its towns was consumed by death. The family was gathered in the living room, getting ready for the journey. Tio. I'm putting all your spare clothes here. You don't want to get sick, so remember to change clothes whenever you sweat too much. Issei. Thanks for everything, Tio. The clothes Tio handed over was all neatly folded and soft to the touch. Gura. Woo-oh, my panties smell like outside. Reesh. Don't you typically want to dry underwear away from the sun? Tio. I made shade out of some washed sheets. It gives them the same smell as a fluffy blanket. Gura. Sniff sniff, smells nice. Reesh. Quit rubbing panties on your face, you look like a weirdo. Ramius. Yes, you shouldn't rub your own underwear on your face. Use ices instead. Issei. Catherine. That's even weirder. Tio. Also, Kinu and Caillou left me packed lunches to give to all of you. Issei. Are both of them not here? Tio. No, they said they had some business to attend to and left rather early. Issei. Oh. Well, knowing them. I doubt there's anything to worry about. Issei doesn't really have to worry about them both in danger on this world, unless the naughty dragon decided to fight them, that is. But if they're in danger he will know right away, and vice versa from the mark they share together now. And Issei could just teleport to their location instantly. While Issei is thinking about the twins, his wives appear to have finished preparing as well. Catherine. Alright, time to go help with Princess Croy's ritual. Reesh. It goes from Humpty to Hamlet before ending in the Central Empire. Issei. So, the Northern Continent. Catherine. Anyway, let's go to Eden Castle first and see how this whole ritual's going down. Issei gives Tio a kiss and tilt a pat on the head, which makes the latter blush deeply, then both of them saw off the party as they headed to Eden Castle. He already taught the 9 divines how to use teleportation, so they could be Tio's taxi basically. On a side note, it seems all of the Kailers already have nature earth element inside them. Which is not surprising because they're one with nature in the first place. The 9 divines trained some of the Kailers to be Issei's elite guards, although he already told them he doesn't need one. But they insisted, so Issei could only relent to their request. He's about to say no once again, but the entire Kailer race gave him the puppy eyes, and he's defeated straight away after seeing their pleading look. The Kailers are linked with Issei's divinity as the true Red Dragon King of Dominance. He doesn't realize he's basically already on par with gods at this point. He could be called the true Dragon God of Dominance, now basically. If OPHIS represents infinity, Great Red represents dreams, then Issei represents dominant supremacy, but he also has a part of the first 2 divinity as well, because of what happened in the past, when OPHIS and Great Red helped to rebuild his body before. The Kailers' souls are imbued with his divinity, and it amplify their bloodlines, strength, comprehension, etc. That's also why the Kailers' bloodlines becoming so strong in the first place, because they're affected with his divinity. Even though the Kailers underwent a process of rebirth, they are not supposed to be this strong from the get-go. The Kailers already told Issei about this, but he doesn't really care about it since for him as long as they're safe, then it's okay. He doesn't care if they become strong or not, and for him, every single Kailers are his women, and he won't abandon them even if they're weak. After the Kailers heard his words, they are overcome with love and blissful feeling for having a king like Issei, and they all swarm towards him, and they all had a very passionate orgy sex soon after that. The Kailers now has an undying loyalty towards Issei more than ever, and if they're asked to kill themselves for him, then they would gladly do it, but it's basically impossible to happen, because Issei would never ask them to do that, obviously. The Kailers are also protected by his divinity. The moment they died, their soul will automatically go to Issei and start healing themselves until they're back to their top condition. Issei won't be affected by this in any way, since he basically has unlimited life force now. So in the future, Issei's army will be called the Immortals because they can't die unless Issei dies first. Food stand man. We're celebrating Princess Croy's wedding with red and white Pakapuku Mochi, on sale now. Sales girl. The Princess Croy wedding sale is currently ongoing. Visit as a couple for 30% off on all products. Issei's party arrived at the capital of Eden to be met with bustling streets. Ramius. Princess Croy's wedding has gotten everyone in a celebratory mood already. Riche. People really loves Wani-chan. She's a saint, she's nice to everyone, she's gorgeous. It makes sense. Issei. Gura. I haven't been to church very much. What do saints do? Catherine. If we're being honest, they're walking advertisements for the church. And I guess they inherited a lot of Mother Eve's blood, so they're supposed to have a lot of magic power. Riche. Wani-chan's magic power is high, that much is true. Thing is, she has no talent for casting magic, so she can't really fight or anything. Catherine. Fascinating. Might not be that she's bad at magic, so much as the kind of magic saints typically use. Or wait, maybe she's just hiding her talent. Issei also thought the same thing as Kath, because he could feel she indeed has a massive magic power for a human. She's practically way ahead of Rias, who's a high-class devil in terms of magic power, while Croy is just a human. If he's about to compare Croy in magic power, then as of right now her magic power is on par with Surzich's. And he doubts that Croy has no talent at all using magic. He could feel just how much holy power she has that even put Michael in the dust. If she were to cast an offensive holy magic, then she probably could kill thousands of devil in just one magic cast. He felt like she's hiding her talent on purpose because she doesn't want to eclipse her little sister, reach that far ahead. So that's why she doesn't learn any offensive magic spell most likely. Issei's guess is right. Croy indeed doesn't learn any offensive magic spell because she doesn't want to take all the limelight from Riche and her little brother Philip. She's already a saint for one and the strongest saint in history at that, so if she were to show the world her magic talent, then people will forget Riche and Philip ever existed because of how outstanding she is. And that's still the best scenario. What if people started comparing her with her little sister and brother? That will only make them suffer, so she chooses to feign ignorance about magic by acting she has no talent at all on it. She always put her family above all else, and that's what makes Issei attracted to her very existence because they are so alike. She agreed to marry the Prince of Central just to solidify their kingdom alliance, and she also agrees to be the saint to lessen her father's burden. Even if someone else were to have the same amount of holy power as Croy, but her personality isn't like Croy, then they won't attract Issei that much. Ramius. Those designated as saints by the church travel around to churches to serve as nuns and speak with the churchgoers, from what I know. Riche. Wani-chan says she really just wants to travel and help people in need, but you know. Catherine. Yeah, not so easy when she's a princess. And unlike a certain prodigal daughter I know, she actually does her royal duties. Riche. Yeah. Issei. Riche. Look, there's a beef and honey bun stand here. Let's get some as a gift for Wani-chan. Issei. Oh, sure. The party enjoyed the sights of the vibrant city as they headed to the castle where Lewin was waiting. Lewin. Is that you, Issei? Issei. Yes. Croy. Ataudo. Once again Croy glued herself to Issei, but the latter already got used to it, so he let her be. Lewin. So you actually came. Ha. Issei. King Lewin slumped his shoulders, lacking his usual sense of majesty. Riche. Oh, I see. Father, you're not so happy Wani-chan's getting married, are you? Lewin. Naturally. Were the groom not the son of Emperor Viares of Central, I would never think of giving my precious Croy away. Catherine. Was he like this when Riche got married? Ramius. No, he was a bit shaken up, but mostly acted as he always does. Lewin. I had been deeply concerned that nobody would ever marry Riche, you see. Riche. Ugh. You were that worried. Achival. He was so worried, in fact, that Barrow and I were ordered to train up some knights that you'd approve of. Barrow. But many knights are so faithful to Mother Eve that they aren't too motivated by lust. Achival. Tons of our knights are really beta, yeah. Gura. What's beta mean? Croy. It follows alpha and precedes gamma, I believe. Catherine. Nah, it's what you call a submissive guy who doesn't go for girls, as opposed to an alpha male. When it comes to this type of really devout guy, they'd go straight to church to pray after one glance at Ramius. Ramius. I'd rather not be used as an example. Barrow. It's fine to follow Mother Eve's teachings, but their lack of interest in the competition is rather concerning. Lewin. But Felton's a good-hearted youth, even if he's easily distracted. Issei. We were told to help with the wedding ritual. What about that? Like, this is one of Mother Eve's rituals, right? Riche. One of those rituals. Riche thought back to the various rituals they had seen and frowned. While Issei's party exploring some Mother Eve's ruins, they found out about the rituals that needed to be carried out, and they're all become speechless after knowing what rituals it is. But Ramius nodded to herself and noted inside her mind to try it out with Issei when they have another lovey-dovey night. Lewin. That's a look that tells me you know something about these rituals. Issei. Yeah. We found out about it when we were exploring the ruins we come upon, you see. Gura. They're like, you have to do sex stuff. Reesh. Yeah, but most people wouldn't know what they actually entail. Lewin. The rituals involve recreating actions taken by Mother Eve, as described by the Holy Scripture in the Church's possession called the Evenical. Issei. Towa talked about that. Borrow. In general, the Evenical's contents are closely guarded by the Church, so most of it isn't known to the public. Catherine. Well, I can see why they want to keep it secret. Gura. Cause it's so dirty. Croy. That isn't the only reason details about the Evenical are kept private. They also don't want anyone using the power of the rituals for evil. Issei. How could they be used for evil? Croy. Not all the rituals are so carnal. Much of what's been translated does feature that sort of content, however. Croy started explaining what she knows about the Evenical while still glued onto Issei. It seems everyone in this room is already used to her antics, so they automatically ignored it. Reesh. I see, so this Evenical thing isn't fully translated. Catherine. I'd be very interested in asking the translator why they're only making progress on the sex parts. Croy. When someone that meets the proper requirements recreates Eve's actions in one of the many ruins where her power still remains, a miracle-like phenomenon occurs, for some reason. Issei. A miracle. Ramius. Like opening sealed doors, or taking away control from your body. Croy. That's caused by the world trying to revert to how it was when Mother Eve performed those actions. Reesh. What's that means? Catherine. Revert in what sense? Like turning back time. Lewin. The world is said to have been made by Mother Eve. As such, the world exists in her service. Croy. For example, it's believed that the sun rises and sets at the times when it does, in order to coordinate with Mother Eve's lifestyle. Gura. If Mother Eve spent a lot of time sleeping, we could be in a world where it's always night. Croy. When someone with power similar to Mother Eve's takes the same action she did at the time, the world attempts to return to the state it was in when she was around. Catherine. Seriously. Croy. Most of the rituals are fairly trivial, but they still have the power to change reality. Lewin. As the Evenical's translation proceeds, we may eventually uncover a ritual that could alter the entire world. Ramius. If that were to fall into Snake Crest's hands, it would be a disaster. Catherine. What about the wedding ritual? Is that one safe? Reesh. The three towers are supposed to glow and fill the world with joy. Isn't that how the story goes? Gura. Sounds like change on a global scale to me. Croy. Don't worry, I've been assured that all the rituals involved in this are harmless. Catherine. Wait, something doesn't make sense. If they want to keep the rituals a secret, why do this wedding ritual? Issei is also wondering about that. Lewin. There's a good reason, of course. Issei, you've seen the world with your own eyes now. How does it look to you? Issei. I think this world is quite beautiful. But I've noticed the shadow of the Arthur tragedy lingering everywhere we go. Lewin. Yes, the whole world remains enshrouded by its darkness. Borrow. Many are even forgetting to pray to Mother Eve. If this goes on, the world will inevitably go down an unfortunate path. Lewin. In order to prevent any such dark turns, we need a miracle that the entire world can't see. Achival. Croy's marriage to the Prince of Central is a decent opportunity, so the church insisted we go through with this. Croy. Of course, being that I'm as much a saint as I am the Princess of Eden, I was happy to oblige. Lewin. And so, I have a request of you, Issei. Help protect Croy until her marriage to Prince Felton is complete. Snake Crest provokes people's hatred and desire in an attempt to cause the tragedy known as war. Borrow. If this ritual's supposed to cause a miracle that'll fill the world with love, do you expect them to sit back and ignore it? Catherine. Probably not. Issei. Sure, I will protect her with my life on the line. I give you my word. Issei solemnly agrees to Lewin's request, and the latter nodded in satisfaction. Well, Croy felt her heart thumped loudly hearing his promise. She tightened her grasp on his arm, and when Issei looked at her, she gave him the best smile she had. Issei becomes a little captivated by her smile, but soon snap out of it and smile at her back. This time it's Croy's turn to become captivated by his smile. But she returns back to her sense when she heard Lewin's voice once more. Lewin. I couldn't be happier to have you as her guardian. Thanks to your hard work, Eden, Lancelot, Elkyote, and Humpty have been saved from Snake Crest's clutches. But Kuro and Shiro I've heard about have yet to show themselves. And more importantly, their supreme commander has yet to show his rotten face. Catherine. Weird comment. Makes it sound like he knows their commander personally. Lewin. I will forever regret letting him escape during the Arthur tragedy. I'm sorry you have to be a decoy of sorts to lure him out, Croy. Croy. Don't feel bad, father. I care as much about the world as you do. Lewin. But if you'd rather not, you're free to say no. I hear the church has other saints available, albeit not ones as talented as you. Croy. Father. Enough. You're so persistent. Besides, Ataudo already said he will protect me. Right, Ataudo. Issei. Yes. Croy. She smiled joyfully once more hearing his confirmation, while Lewin felt bitter about it. Lewin. Acheville. If you keep offering for her to back out, even the princess will get sick of it eventually. And with Issei as her guardian, no one can hurt her, so be rest assured. Lewin. Ahem. Well, that covers the plan that Eden, the Central Empire, and the church had in mind. Riche. Father. Lewin. Yes, Riche. Riche. I've hated how lax you were in handling Snake Crest for a long time. But. Lewin. I understand, but this involves exposing Croy to danger. I didn't know how to explain it to you. Riche. No, I'm sorry. I'm proud you're my father. Lewin. I see. Borrow. The ritual will start on Melancholy, Humpty's most southwestern island. Acheville. I'll escort Princess Croy there first. The church personnel should give us more detailed instructions then. The path to Melancholy should be plenty secure thanks to you guys, though. Ramius. You haven't fully recovered yet, so I'm certainly glad it is. Issei. Then we'll head to Melancholy. Riche. No way am I letting Snake Crest screw with my sister. Acheville. If they decide to pop out while Croy's with me, I can just take care of them myself. Ramius. Remember, Shiro is as powerful as you are. Be careful. The party decided to help with the wedding ritual by heading to Melancholy Island in Humpty. The party boarded their ship to set sail toward Melancholy. Issei. So what's Melancholy Island had to offer? Catherine. Melancholy, huh? Nothing there but a church, as I recall. Riche. Yep, it said that Mother Eve secluded herself on that island, so the church is apparently against construction happening there. Ramius. That's why there's no city. It's supposedly a peaceful place to live, but it doesn't sound very fun. Catherine. They've got no books or magavisions or anything. Sounds like my own personal hell. Riche. I can definitely agree with that. Issei. I see. That does sound kind of boring if you ask him, but at least it's very peaceful. Gura. Know where it is, Isnai. Issei. I checked the map so yeah. The party set their sights for Melancholy, where they plan to meet up with Croy and begin the wedding ritual. The party arrived on the presently busy island of Melancholy. Issei. So this is Melancholy Island. Night. Princess Croy's ritual is currently underway, so this island is on high alert. When the party got off the ship, knights from Humpty appeared and began a close inspection. Riche. Based off how Mother Eve secluded herself here, they built a monastery for saints and nuns to train at. Ramius. Men are prohibited from entering under normal circumstances. Knight. Issei the Zero Knight from Eden. Your identity has been confirmed. You may pass her. The Knights of Humpty knows of Issei's tales, so most of them idolized him a lot, and this particular knight is one of those admirers. Not surprising because he does save their kingdom after all, and the most well known about him is the way he fought his enemy, and how he could make their only 1,000 knights as in Natal to become one of his wives. It's so dominating that just by hearing his tales they feel like their blood boil. Hence Issei is very famous among the circles of knights as the tyrant overlord. The knight then proceeds to ask a signature from Issei, and when Issei gave him one he became so ecstatic if he wasn't on duty right now, then he might just start jumping in joy and bragging to his friends. Issei's wives aren't so surprised seeing all this because they know just how outstanding their husband is. Ramius. They seem to have installed some serious security for the ritual. Catherine. Looks like we'll be okay not patrolling around, then. Riche. Now, One-Echan should be here too. Let's head straight for the monastery. This is a monastery devoted to Mother Eve. We've waited for your arrival, Sir Issei. A beautiful woman greeted the party upon their arrival at the monastery on Melancholy Island. Silent. My name is Silent and I'm appointed here as a saint. Nice to meet you. Issei. Oh, nice to meet you as well. Silent has long light green hair and aquamarine colored eyes. Her outfit resembles most Saint Issei has seen such as Laurent and Croy. Saint Silent is a saint of the Church of Eve, responsible for church business in the Hamlet region and in the Central Empire. Due to her seniority and possibly because the Hamlet region is the home of the Church of Eve, she is comparatively powerful in the Church of Eve and is often seen as an associate to Pope Norshan. In previous years, Silent handled the training of Saint Croy on Melancholy Island in the kingdom of Humpty and was present for much of her ritual voyage to her wedding in the Central Empire. Silent is a prim business-like saint who does her church duties with the utmost professionalism, even the lewd ones. This has certainly helped her in her duties as a saint and with her work and power in the church in general, but she has a secret of her own as well. But it will be only known later on. Issei sensed something about her. He can tell that she has a dragon bloodline inside her, but it's quite thin. And yes, Issei is right. Her great-grandmother is a dragon. While Issei was inspecting her, Silent also does the same thing. She can feel her dragon bloodline telling her to submit herself to Issei, and her saint bloodline also isn't helping much because his very existence is pulling her towards him. If it's the Issei from before he absorbed the orb of life, then she won't feel this attracted towards Issei. Fortunately, Silent has a good poker face, so on the outside, her face is perfectly calm, but on the inside, she's feeling hot. She wanted to try to pray towards Mother Eve to ease her desires, but the chapel is currently used by Princess Croy. But unknown to her, it will be useless because as long as Issei is still near her, then her desires for him won't fade away unless she has sex with him, but if she does, then she will become his forever. Whether in body or soul. Issei's party also found Croy praying at the altar. Issei. Oh. The picturesque sight of Croy leaning over the altar made Issei gasp a little. Issei. She normally comes off as pretty carefree and approachable, but it's like she's a whole different person. Issei often saw the church trio from Ort pray, but their holiness and the way they pray don't even come close to Croy. Ramius. It almost looks like she's giving off a heavenly light. Gura Gura. Wow, most people leak rainbow-colored fog when they pray, but Princess Croy is not leaking anything. Silent. That's because even among saints, Princess Croy is special. Such as emotions as anger or hatred must be largely unknown to her. Wistful nun. Ah. Saint Croy, how wonderful you are. For some reason, watching Croy caused rainbow-colored fog to rise from the nuns. Ramius. I can actually see light flowing into Princess Croy. Issei. Issei looked around and noticed the magic cameras directed at the praying saint. Issei. Is this being broadcasted on Megavision? Silent. Hi, Princess Croy's wedding ritual has the whole world's attention. Croy. Whew. When Croy finally finished praying and sighed, the calm silence was quickly broken. Film staff. Okay. Back to the studio. Good work, Princess Croy. Croy. Thank you, everyone. The Magavision crew began hectically preparing to leave. Croy. Oh, it's Rish and Natal. I've been waiting for you. She didn't stick herself towards Issei this time because there are a lot of unknown people here. Finally, the rest of the nuns noticed Issei's party and they all blushed deeply seeing his face. Some of them got lost in their thoughts, while some of them instantly tried to dispel their desires by praying to Mother Eve. Rish. So you're finally getting married, Wani-chan. I'll be lonely after you leave us for Central. Croy. That's not very like you at all, Rish. Besides, you got married even before I did. Issei. I'm surprised this was aired on Megavision. Borrow. As well it should have been. This event is of interest to more than a few people. Achival. Hey, there you are, lil bro. Got the princess here safely. Issei. Oh, yeah. Borrow. According to Achival, the number of outlaws seems to have fallen. Achival. I asked around in Lancelot and Elkyote, and everyone says they've been enjoying the peace, with barely an outlaw in sight. Borrow. In Eden, we had Rochefort, who used President Bors as a puppet to bring outlaws into Lancelot, but now they're both gone. Achival. In Elkyote, it's been discovered that Rosinante had been hiding outlaws inside his shipments. He mostly just worked them to death for no pay in underground factories, though. Issei. I see. Achival. It apparently also reminded the General Poncho guy of how despicable Snake Crest really is, so he reinforced domestic security in response. Ramius. Ain't you, it's Poncho, not Poncho. Achival. Well, dunno if it's thanks to him or what, but we were never attacked on our way here. Croy. It was a pleasant journey. The Kailers offered us some delicious tea, and they for some reason treated us really good. Myrtle only sends the Kailers who still Havens underwent their rebirth process because they don't want to attract too much attention as of yet. And of course, they will treat them that well because some of them are their king family member after all. Issei already informed the Kailers about Croy's party, so they are very prepared to receive them well. Catherine. Sure sounds like you had fun. Borrow. But now we have to start taking this more seriously. My question is, where is it that all these outlaws are hiding to begin with? Silent. Apologies for the interruption, but I'd like to talk about the wedding ritual now, if I may. Silent just tried to pray to Mother Eve along with the other nuns, but it's useless. The moment she comes near Issei once more, her desires flared back right away. The other nuns are still fine because they're not a saint, nor do they have a dragon blood inside them, so they can still hold it in, albeit barely. Achieval. Whoops, that time already. Silent. Princess Croy is to follow what is written in the Evenical and repeat Mother Eve's actions. And where I'd like you to take her first is a detour. Issei. Oh, a detour. So it's not for the ritual. Silent. The wedding ritual follows the story of how Mother Eve realized her love for the first ancestor and pledged to be with him. Riche. And that story starts in melancholy, yeah. Silent. Looking at the first ancestor's face made Mother Eve's heart ache, distressing her to the point that she hid away on this island for several years. This part of the story has already been recreated. Riche. Wan-Yi-chan did spend about a year training here. Silent. Saint Croy laboriously studied the church's teachings with the rest of the nuns. Wistful nun. Princess Croy is especially talented, even for a saint. Croy. Ugh, there wasn't even a Magavision here. I was so lonely. Silent. And while she was here, Mother Eve worked up the determination to return to the first ancestor's tower, but she kept coming up with excuses not to, instead of going on numerous detours, which we need to recreate. Catherine. Basically, we just need to go around to the places Mother Eve visited, in order. Silent. Yes, that's correct. Has everyone who plans to travel with Princess Croy arrived? Borrow. I'll take over escorting the princess now. But since I'll be busy watching her, you'll have to deal with any sea monster attack yourselves. Issei. Sure. Borrow. In the event that anything happens, I have to prioritize getting Princess Croy to safety over helping any of you. Keep that in mind. Not that I need to be worried about you, Issei-kun, but it's better to be safe rather than sorry. Issei. Agreed. Ramius. We'll try to ensure it doesn't come to that. Achieval. It's all on you guys. I need to go back to defend Eden. Issei. Ah, take care. So that means it's just us 5 then. Mr. Edison. Up high. Issei. Oh right, and you as well. Caillou. Don't forget us. Kinu. We brought tea that helps with seasickness. Our best tea cakes, too. Issei. Oh, thanks. So why are you both here again? Irigura. Considering the security at the harbor, I'd say sneaking in wouldn't be so easy. Caillou. We just walked across the sea. No need for harbors. Catherine. Guess security wouldn't help much with that. Caillou. But I'm exhausted after all that walking. If you're going to Hamlet, let us come along for the ride. Kinu. And to answer your question, Hamlet is home to some very tasty salt. We'd like to get some for our kitchen table. Issei. Is that so? I need to try this salt you're talking about later, but we're on a mission. Croy. I don't mind at all. It's nice to meet you, Atado's wives. Kinu. Caillou. What do we do? This girl has some giant titties. Caillou. Don't be rude. Rub them for her. Catherine. Rubbing them would be ruder than anything. I'm glad Ice isn't perverted like you two though. Issei's body twitched hearing Catherine words because he was a super pervert just like them before. He smiled wryly to himself and decided to tell them about his past later on. Borrow. A request from the witches of the round table themselves. It would be awfully disrespectful not to listen. Riche. Borrow sounds okay with it, but his face looks a little tense. Ramius. They're witches. Even Zero Knights couldn't do much to challenge them. Caillou. Well, Ice is even stronger than us both though. Borrow. Borrow body stiffens hearing that, but soon he bitterly smiled to himself because even now he still doesn't know just how strong Issei is. And the more he knows about him the more mysterious he is to him, and from the twins, said he's even stronger than them both. Issei. Caillou. It'll be fine. Just think of it as a honeymoon and enjoy our company. Riche. There's plenty of space on the ship, so what's the problem? Kinu. We're forbidden by QD from engaging in combat, but we're at least allowed to defend ourselves, so don't worry about us. And this is also a perfect opportunity for you all to train because the monsters at the sea are quite strong after all. Caillou. Kinu's right. Ramius and co. also nodded to themselves because this is indeed a good opportunity to train themselves because they need real combat experience, not just training against a dummy. They all already checked their level from the level up shop and they all have already reached LV.54 at this point. Issei used the coupon he got from the shop and his level went up from 67 into 75. Well, not that surprising because the monsters and outlaws he killed so far is too weak to make his level go higher than that. Issei smiled gently towards them after seeing their determination on getting stronger, but his smile is almost like a finisher for the nuns and silent as well. Some of them are having a nosebleed and they hastily excuse themselves to return to their own room. And for comparison's sake, Barrow and Achival level are around 80. Issei. If you insist, then. Glad to have you around. Silent. Is everything settled? In that case, could you go to the Katamatsu on Fervor Island first? Issei. Fervor. That's where the sugar cube factory was. Silent. The Magavision crew and I will be taking a ship provided by Humpty. Croy eyes shined hearing that there will be only Issei's party on board their ship because that means he can get her dose of odotonium soon. Issei. Are they broadcasting there too? Silent. Of course. This is a major event for the church. They saw to it that this was all prepared in advance. Issei. I see. Silent. Please depart as soon as you're ready. Saint Silent gave a proper bow to the group, then rushed off alongside the film crew like she's running from something. On her room at the ship, Silent hastily masturbate herself because she's really at her limit back there. The same goes for some of the nuns at the monastery. Issei. Alright, so the Katamatsu on Fervor Island. The group began preparing to take on the wedding ritual. Along the way to Fervor Island, Croy instantly glued herself to Issei the moment they're on board. She keeps humming happily. Issei just watched Ramius's party fraud all the monsters that got on board their ship. Every monster who come close to his position in Croy are killed instantly. Caillou and Kinu are preparing the table for their snacks time. Barrow felt like they're on a picnic rather than a mission as of now, because there isn't any tension at all during their trip until he finally just give up on caring and got into a relaxing mood as well. Not like he needs to be on alert when Issei is right beside Croy the whole time, which is the safest place in this whole world if he might add. Gura. Wow. What a crowd. What the party saw on Fervor Island was a massive swarm of tourists. Trendy girl. That must be the ruins of the Sugar Cubes factory they're rebuilding. Lively salesman. Who wants some local Humpty pudding? Kid. Mom, where's Mother Eve? Catherine. Hey, how's security supposed to work when they let all these tourists in? Gura. You have to pass a strict inspection at the harbor. As long as they're prevented from bringing anything dangerous in, I think it's okay. Croy. This looks like a lot of fun. Ramius. They're all here for an event based around you, Princess Croy. Riche. Ice, let's head to the Katamatsu before anyone notices my sister. Issei. Alright. The party pushed through the bustling crowd on their way to the Katamatsu. Chapter 61. Issei's party finally arrived at the Katamatsu. Gura. Whoa. The crowd extends all the way over here. Croy. Definitely. It's delightful. Excited man. Oh, it's Princess Croy. Princess Croy has arrived. Shouting girl. Squee. I love Yahoo. Man. Princess Croy EX. Croy. Oh my. Gura. Ice Nai, what should we do? This is gonna turn into a huge commotion. An audience gathered around the second Croy arrived, with tourists in the back trying to push toward the front, creating a human flood. Issei. Oh, our backup is here. Silent. This way, Princess Croy. Humpty Knight. Alright, that's enough pushing. Silent arrived with a group of knights and warded off the tourists closing in on Croy. But for some reason, her face is a little red. After feeling Issei's gaze on her, she hastily said something to distract them. Silent. Princess Croy seems to draw quite the crowd. Catherine. She's kinda an idol. Silent. It goes to show that the wedding ritual has people's attention. It was worth spreading the word when it was to begin. Catherine. This chaos was orchestrated by the church. Silent. Yes. We want to draw as many eyes to this ritual as possible. Humpty Knight. Okay now. No pushing, no running, no talking. Silence during the ritual. As though they knew how this would go in advance and prepared accordingly, the Knights of Humpty handled the crowd well, gradually putting them in order. Silent. The Magavision broadcast is ready as well. Please prepare for the ritual, Princess Croy. Croy. Okay. I just have to pray to the Katamatsu, isn't that right? Croy and her circle of knights walked up to the Katamatsu, where she quietly knelt, closed her eyes, and ignored the surrounding noise in favor of prayer. Speechless man. Ha. Beautiful. Blushing girl. Princess. How lovely. The tumultuous crowd went silent, bringing momentary peace to Fervor Island. Issei. I get why they're so quiet. It's like looking at a work of art. Hey Issei. Issei. Arimo. Yo, been a while. How have you been? Issei. Oh, yo, Arimo. Here to watch the wedding ritual as well. Arimo. Nah. They're apparently low on guards, so the pop-ins are using automatons to help out. Ramius. Sounds like they're getting along well with the people of Humpty. Gura. They're even bringing automatons into this. The kingdom of Humpty's taking security pretty seriously. Arimo. Humpty lost a lot of trust after the Sugar Cubes incident. If anything happened during the ritual, we'd never live it down, so it's kinda important. That lady with the curly blonde hair sent out all our ships to patrol the ocean, apparently. Issei is feeling proud after hearing his wife is working hard. Barrow. The reason there aren't many outlaws on Humpty's islands is evidently because most of them are pirates. Issei. Is that so? Catherine. Well, considering Humpty's a bunch of islands, it just makes more sense for thieves to operate by ship. Borrow. But even pirates need a base, or they'd have nowhere to dock their ships. I have to wonder if there's a country backing them. Catherine. Speaking of ships, Central built a bunch of them during the Arthur tragedy so they could fight across the ocean. Gura. Are the pirates using the Central Empire's ships? Borrow. Besides those who were lost in the Arthur tragedy, there were also many soldiers who became outlaws. Catherine. Apparently some people were so terrified of the monster attacks that they abandoned their allies and ran away. Ramius. Unable to return home, most of them stole ships to become pirates or hid in the mountains and became bandits, from what I've heard. Gura. Why couldn't they just go home? Issei. They didn't want it known that they deserted, I imagine. Senseless pride can turn people into outlaws too. Gura. If only they prayed to Mother Eve, I doubt it would have had to go that way. Issei. Perhaps. Caillou. Hey, Ice, it's about to start. Issei. While Issei's mind was occupied with his disdain for outlaws, Caillou directed his attention to Croy. As she prayed, her body emitted a soft light. Issei. Beautiful. And that light seemed to have a calming aura. Riche. You're right. Talking about outlaws was getting me worked up, but now, it's like my mind is at peace. Caillou. The marriage ritual is generating miracle power. Issei. This is miracle power too. Caillou. When Eve, with all her vast power, was in a tranquil mood, she automatically brought tranquility to all around her too. Kinu. The world is being influenced the same way. Because someone of Mother Eve's ilk approached these ruins, the world is recreating what happened back then. Riche. So we're feeling this because a strong inheritor of Mother Eve's power is here, huh? Gura. Are we feeling the way Mother Eve did right now? Riche. You two seem to know even more than the church. Kinu. QD accompanied Mother Eve on her detours, so she's a witness to that history. Caillou. If you spend much time with QD, she'll tell you the same stories from her long life over and over. Kinu. QD is the one who made this Katamatsu in the first place. Eve didn't seem intent on going home, so QD showed it to her to say that she was already through the front door. Caillou. Because the whole world is like Eve's home, you see. Kinu. Eve's upset heart was calmed and she was put in a tranquil mood, supposedly. Caillou. You might call it a miracle, but from a dragon's perspective, it's just an ordinary phenomenon. Kinu. Water freezes when it gets cold and ice melts when it gets hot. It's no less natural than that. Catherine. This is natural. Mother Eve must have had a shitload of power. Kinu. She was the only person given enough power to create all these races and have influence over the entire world. Issei. I see. I'm just glad this ritual is not a carnal ritual, like at the other ruins. Caillou. Hehe, Mother Eve was apparently about as sex-hungry as you are. They seem to be keeping that part a secret, though. Issei. Why am I sex-hungry? Kinu. Isn't it true though? Because you can take on a whole race and never gets tired in the slightest. Right, girls. Everyone who knows Issei's sex prowess nodded and said. That's right at the same time. Issei. Issei becomes speechless and his mouth twitched a lot hearing their confirmation, but he can't deny it. Riche. But, you'd never think it from how the Mother Eve statues look. Kinu. For all we praise her, Mother Eve was still a girl like any other. She only became a mother after falling in love with a man and bearing children. This journey follows along the path Eve took when she grew up past her emotional younger years. Silent. Thank you for waiting. The ritual has finished as planned. Issei. Oh, it's over. Croy. Praying in front of a crowd feels kinda weird. Riche. Good job, Wani-chan. Arimo. See ya Issei. Stop by if you ever got the time. Issei. Ah, take care of yourself, Arimo. Arimo waved to the party and ran off toward the knights. She was viewed by the nearby crowd with softer eyes than she had been previously. Silent. Next is Yuden. Take Princess Croy to that island's Kagami Machi statue, please. Issei. Sure. Catherine. Yuden. We know that place. It's east of Humpty Island. Borrow. Remember not to take any side trips. Issei. Got it. The party set off for Yuden, their next destination. Gura. Whoa. Yuden was packed with even more people than Fervor. Peppy girl. Hey, have you heard? The saint really performed a miracle. Gossiping man. The onlookers say it made them feel at peace like their heart was cleansed. Praying old man. Ooh, no doubt Princess Croy is the reincarnation of Mother Eve. Piteous Eve follower. I just want to see her in person at least once before I die. Gura. Sounds like the audience from Fervor Island is spreading stories already. Catherine. Doing great, then. The excitement's growing. Croy. Hey, can I check out the food stands? Reesh. Wouldn't want any gunk in your teeth to ruin your sanity image. You can wait, One-E-chan. Croy. Ah. The party dragged Croy to the Kagami Machi ruins. Hopeful girl. Princess Croy. I hope I at least get a glance at her. Croy. May I wave to everyone when we're done? Borrow. As long as it doesn't cause a huge stir, I think that would be fine. Reesh. Just keep it simple. Croy. Okay. Ramius. Tons of people here, too. Silent. There you are. Let us start the ritual at once. Croy. Oh, they're selling Uden crackers. I want some of those. Reesh. I'll buy some for you, so just focus on the ritual. Catherine. There really are a lot of food stands here. Silent. They generate a more pleasant mood, which helps make everyone happy. Silent bowed to the party before taking Croy to the stone Kagami Machi statue. Issei. Kagami Machi, though. Ramius. Even looking at it makes me hungry. Caillou. QT made this one too. She was saying that hunger makes you more timid, so at least eat something. Kinu. They use the Uden growing around here to make flat machi. Issei. I see. Sometime later, Croy's prayer caused a soft light to illuminate their surroundings. Reesh. This feels filling. In the stomach area. Gura. I'm not eating anything, but somehow I'm full now. Everyone else evidently felt the same way, befuddled by the unusual experience. Caillou. Everyone's feeling Eve's satisfied stomach. Kinu. Every living thing around at the time supposedly went several years without ever getting hungry. Catherine. That'd be pretty damn convenient. I could keep researching for hours on end. Caillou. But this ritual, you'll be hungry again in a matter of hours, though. Gura. Ah, the food stand guys aren't happy about this. Kinu. When Eve filled her stomach, she worried that the man shut away in his tower might be starving. Caillou. And thus, Eve departed for home once again. Kinu. She would soon return to one of the 3 towers she made, the one we now call Bride's Tower. The time when she would give birth and become the mother we refer to her as was near. Silent. Thank you for waiting. This island's ritual has finished. Reesh. One-E-chan. Want any Uden crackers? Croy. I'm stuffed. Silent. Now, the next of Eve's detours is the final one. Take Princess Croy to the Abacus statue by Humpty. Catherine. That's the town with all the talented old-fashioned chefs, right? Reesh. It's a little ways off, but going north or south around Humpty shouldn't change the distance much. Issei. Going under the big bridge should be fastest. Silent. You can decide the route, but please consider Princess Croy's safety first. Issei. I know. With another ritual out of the way, the party headed to their next destination, Humpty. Reesh. We should be pretty close to the Abacus ruins. Borrow. Thankfully, there haven't been any real incidents yet. Catherine. I thought Snake Crest might attack, but now I feel sorta let down. Reesh. Not only have we not been attacked by pirates, but there's also not even a single suspicious ship. Ramius. I take it the security is too strong for even Snake Crest to try anything funny. Issei doesn't really care though, because even if they do try anything funny, then he will make sure they will pay. Ships flooded into the harbor, where the knights diligently inspected every tourist. Merchandise selling man. Official goods on sale here. We're the Humpty royal family's official merchants. Gura. The royal family. Catherine. They're selling goods, I guess. Reesh. Queen Belle's really trying to turn the island's One-E-chan visits into tourist attractions. Ramius. Well, if Humpty can become known for something other than food, it's probably a good thing. Croy. Hey, I want that shirt. Reesh. It has your face on it. You'd wear that. The party took the distracted princess with them to the Abacus ruins. Gura. That woman in front of us. She's dressed just like Croy me. Catherine. That's what we call cosplay. Ramius. Doesn't have nearly a big enough chest. Catherine. What's she supposed to do about that? Tech nerd. Hehe, I bought myself this magic video camera just to film Princess Croy. Rich nerd. Mine's the latest version. Catherine. Magic video cameras. Those cost enough to buy a house with. Gura. Some people spend tons on their hobbies. Issei's totally agree with what Gura just said. Even back on his world the old him spend lots of money to buy porn, now that he thinks about it. It's pretty embarrassing, thankfully he already threw them all away before. Reesh. I want one. Hey, can we buy one, Ice? Issei. Sure. Reesh becomes very happy after getting the camera she wanted. Soon the other girls also started buying things they want, and Issei is totally fine with it. Old man. Is Princess Croy here yet? Old lady. I think she'll be here soon. Ramius. That's Princess Croy for you. Popular with all ages. Old man. By the way, who is Princess Croy? Old lady. It's what you just ate. Catherine. They're both senile. Gura. Oh, looks like their family's here to get them. They saw a couple of young adults taking both of the old couples away from the scene. When the party arrived at the abacus statue on Humpty Island, even more people gathered around, bringing with them even more noise. Silent. We're ready for the ritual. The audience seems to be warmed up, so let us begin. Reesh. Warmed up? Was there a pre-show or something? Croy. I'll be off, then. Gura. Good luck. Silent took Croy up to the abacus statue and had her pray there. Gura. An abacus. Those are for doing math, right? Reesh. You don't see them around much since magic calculators got popular, but a lot of merchants still seem to stick by them. Issei. What was Mother Eve calculating, though? Ramius. I've calculated how many times I can have sex before bed when in the bath before. Reesh. Would you really need an abacus to work that out? Caillou. Eve didn't use the abacus, Qt did. Gura. Was the abacus for making Mother Eve realize something too? Kinu. Qt was annoyed with Eve for stopping at this island and refusing to go home, so she made abacuses. Caillou. Then she said she was fed up with Eve's behavior and strapped the abacuses to her feet, which let her dash off at an incredible speed. Catherine. She used them for roller skates. Kinu. It turned out to work out just as planned. With nobody left to support her, Eve was forced to confront her own feelings. Caillou. That's when Mother Eve learned of the love that had sprouted in her heart. Kinu. So then Eve decided to return to the 3 towers that were her home. Gura. Oh, Princess Croy is glowing again. The warm light that the party had become familiar with at this point enveloped Humpty Island. Catherine. Nothing's happening. Reesh. I don't notice anything different either. Caillou. This miracle would be for noticing buried feelings of love. Kinu. We already recognize our love for Ice, so it has no effect on us. Gura. But some of the audience seems to be affected. Ramius. I see a few of them blushing and fidgeting. How very innocent. Reesh. Including some interesting cases. Reesh meant there's a gay couple being born as well. Catherine. Those two are queer baiting. The only real gay couples are 2-dimensional. Silent. Good work, everyone. This ritual has finished without issue. Issei. Oh. Croy. MGGGGGH. Reesh. Silent. Yes, what is it? The ritual went well, rest assured. Reesh. Why are you hugging one each Anne and I so hard? After the ritual, Silent returned to the party with Croy in her arms, then he also hugged Issei's arm close. Silent. I am simply watching over Princess Croy, and as for Sir Issei, I just want to compare his arm with mine. Issei. Croy. It hurts. I'm being suffocated by boobs. The Taudo, help me. Now Issei is sandwiched by both Silent and Croy at this moment. Catherine. You're a saint and you're into girls. Well, maybe not totally since you also show interest in Ice, I guess. They all smile wryly at the 3 of them being stuck like that. Silent. My apologies for that shameful display. When the effects of the miracle finally wore off, Silent humbly bowed. They decided to stay silent about her interest. But her cheeks are deep red at this moment. Catherine. So, that's all the detours. Now what? Silent. Now you need to escort Princess Croy to the state of Hamlet City. Reesh. Oh. I know Bride's Tower is where the wedding ritual itself is being held, and I thought that was in the Central Empire. Issei. Bride's Tower. Silent noticed Issei's confusion and began to explain. Silent. According to the Evenical, Eve went from the abacus back to Bride's Tower, where the first ancestor was waiting. Ramius. That's a story that priests and nuns often tell at church. Silent. Mother Eve's 3 towers were nameless until humans later named them based on the story. Silent. The tower where Eve locked away the first ancestor for the crime of producing strange feelings in her is called Ancestor's Tower. The tower where Mother Eve ended her journey, reunited with the first ancestor, and swore eternal love to him is called Bride's Tower. And the tower where Mother Eve came together with the first ancestor and gave birth to mankind is called Humanity's Tower. Reesh. Humanity's Tower has never actually been found, I believe. Issei. Really? Catherine. It's a well-known mystery of history. See how Aisha's eyes are shining already. Silent. It's believed that a natural disaster led to its sinking into the ocean. To this very day, adventurers still search for treasure in the location where it's presumed to have sunk. Gura. Lots of people dreaming of riches. Silent. Returning to your question, Bride's Tower is near to the bridge between Hamlet and Central. Silent. The ritual will take place on the bridge, after which Prince Felton is supposed to meet with Princess Croy by Bride's Tower. Reesh. Crossing a bridge to see each other. How romantic. Silent. Well, this should draw a bigger crowd than performing it in the tower out of view, you see. The entire purpose of the ritual is for as many people to experience the power of miracles as possible. Ramius. And the world was filled with joy. That should be touching. Silent. Unlike with the detours, the eventicle specifies that this affected the entire world, so I believe this miracle will be quite powerful. Catherine. And Snake Crest's gonna experience it too. That'll be interesting. Silent. General Millet of the Central Empire is awaiting you in Hamlet, so you will need to meet up with her there. After that, Central's knights will take over guarding Princess Croy. Issei. General Millet. Riche. Oh, right, you didn't know about her. She's the Zero Knight of Central Empire, you see. She's also Prince Felton personal bodyguard to boot. Issei. I see. Riche. The Central Empire is so invested in this whole thing that they even rebuilt a bunch of decrepit ruins from the ground up. Catherine. I remember hearing about that. How many tax dollars can you waste? Gura. Even the church has been spreading excerpts from the eventicle and stuff. Silent. If we want to get people praying again, our only hope is to show them a miracle. Elkyote and Humpty's move away from churchgoing has been a severe issue. It's been a constant headache for His Holiness. Borrow. Now that we've discussed the next steps, shall we go to Hamlet? I'm sure you must be tired, Princess Croy. Croy. I'm still feeling fine. Going to all these places and meeting all these people has been fun. Riche. Wani-chan. Silent. His Holiness will be accompanying you for the wedding ritual as an observer. I'll head there in advance to make preparations. Silent bowed and began instructing people to get ready to leave. She's still feeling embarrassed because of the previous incidents. Issei. Alright, let's get going. Gura. If we go west around Kalopti Island and keep going north, we should run into Hamlet. Borrow. The waters are being watched by the kingdom of Humpty, but I'd still suggest being wary of pirates. Issei. Got it. Thus, having finished the detours, the group headed to Hamlet for the wedding ritual. While Issei's party sailed towards Hamlet City, they saw Humpty's ship is under attack. Issei's alarm also ringing as well because he could tell one of his wives is in danger. Gura. Ice Nai, we've got trouble. I see a ship up ahead and I think it's under attack. Issei. I can see it as well. It's Natal's ship. After that, Issei went ahead of them by jumping into the sea and ran towards Natal's ship at an astonishing speed. Borrow becomes totally slack-jawed because of how ridiculous Issei was. Croy just still being cheerful like always, screaming, go, at Tauto. Humpty Knight. Lady Natal, they've completely blocked our escape route. We're surrounded by pirate ships. Natal. Furl the sails. What of the civilian ships we were protecting? Knight. We've been a sufficient enough distraction for them to escape unharmed. Natal had been watching the waters between Humpty and Hamlet when her ship was attacked by pirates. Natal. Just when I thought their numbers had dwindled, they seemed to have only increased in manpower. Natal's ship was a sturdy one, but by prioritizing the civilian ship's escape, they had lost their chance to take advantage of that. Knight. Dastardly pirates. Their tiny ships just won't sit still. This isn't the most favorable fight. Natal. My apologies, Senator Laertes. It's unfortunate you had to be caught up in this. Laertes. I don't mind. It's my fault for insisting you take me back to Hamlet as soon as possible. Boom. Natal. What's that? Knight. The pirates are preparing to board our ship. Natal. Prepare for battle. The civilian ships have already escaped. Give them hell. Natal tried to encourage the knights and raise their morale, but they were shivering with fear, but none of them thought of deserting the ship. Even though they're feeling afraid, they still choose to stand their ground because they don't want to bring more shame to their kingdom. Whoosh. Knight 1. Lady Natal. They're firing arrows. Guha. Natal. GH. If we try to fight the pirates that board us, we'll get shot by the surrounding ships. Knight 2. Guaya. One knight tried to fire his own arrow, but he was slashed by one of the pirates who had boarded the ship. Pirate 1. Hehehe, look at that hot chick they got here. Pirate 2. If you don't want to be filled with arrows, then surrender. Natal. If the alternative is surrendering to the likes of you, I'd sooner be shot to death. And I won't let anyone other than my darling to touch even a single hair of mine. Pirate 3. TCH, sucks, but oh well. Shoot to kill. Natal. Darling. Natal called for Issei in her heart. And then her prayers are answered. Boom. Natal. Huh. The following sound wasn't that of arrows being fired, but the sound of an explosion. Pirate 1. What? Why are my men on fire? Issei. Don't worry, you will be joining them soon enough. Pirate 1. Wah. Slash. The pirate dies just when he's about to turn around to see who's speaking. Issei. Are you okay, Natal? Natal. Darling. Natal becomes ecstatic seeing Issei and jumps straight into him just like how a bird returned to its nest, and she snuggles happily at his embrace. Behind her darling, she saw his ship charging toward the pirates, with Riche launching magic at the archers. Borrow. You're supposed to be protecting Princess Croy, so jumping into a fight on purpose is a tad appalling. Issei. Oh, sorry, but I need to save my wife after all. Croy. That's my Atado. Borrow. Oh well, as a fellow man I can relate to it. And I doubt anyone could harm Princess Croy in your presence. After all, even Borrow can't keep up with Issei's movement, and before he knows it, the latter already appeared at Natal's side. Catherine. These pirates are way too organized. They have to have a commander somewhere. Ramius. Found it. That ship is moving differently from the others. They spotted a ship that clearly different from the others. Riche. Then let's smash that one. This is the perfect opportunity to try the spell Ice teaches me on a real target, Light of Saber. Riche cast her spell and there's a giant light coming out of her hands and she swings it towards the pirate ship. Boom, boom, boom. There's a lot of scream coming from the pirates before their ships blow up because of her spell. Everyone who saw her spell was awed, but after she's done casting her spell she plopped down into the ground because she overused her mana. But Ramius catches her before she fell into the floor. Borrow. What kind of spell was that? Since when Princess Riche has that kind of spell? Croy. Woo, Riche is amazing. Issei. Oh, that's the spell I taught her. Light of Saber. Well, I also taught of it by someone though, one of my lover to be exact. Borrow. I see. Borrow's face twitches a lot after hearing Issei words, just how many wives he's aiming for. Not that he's complaining though, because the more descendant he has the better it is for the world. If he knows that his lover's number surpasses 3 digits, then what would his reaction be? And if he knows the one who teaches Issei that is just a 15 years old girl, then he might just retire as a zero knight altogether. Riche. That was so awesome. But I'm dead tired now. Hubby, help please. Riche smiled weakly after seeing her handiwork in Ramius's embrace. Issei smiled wryly because she's been in this situation before, it kind of reminds him of Megumin. During their training before, Riche tried this magic on a training dummy before and she exhausted her mana as well back then. After all, that spell has a high mana cost and only arch-wizard like Union can cast it without getting mana exhaustion. Riche is still a wizard at best, so it will take some time before she could cast a high-tier spell without side effects. Thankfully Issei can transfer his mana on her. They successfully routed all the pirates along with their commander. Issei. Looks like that's taken care of. Are you hurt anywhere, Natal? Issei looked at her with gentle eyes filled with concern, and Natal almost melt from his gaze alone. She really loves the way how he cares so much toward his loved ones. The same goes for Riche and co. Croy also felt happy seeing how caring Issei is towards his wives. That mean Riche is also loved a lot. She could only hope Prince Felton has the same personality as Issei. Natal. Those brutes never had the chance to touch even a single hair of mine, so don't worry, darling. Issei. I'm just glad that you're okay. The knights that was with Natal bowed towards Issei in reverence because he saved them once again. Issei just nodded at them and told them to take it easy. After all, he also needed to thank them because they loyally protect Natal as well. Gura. Ice Nai. I caught a pirate that was playing dead. Pirate. Ooh, stop. My arm's broken. I can't fight back. Riche. Knew it. Snake Crest. Riche looked at the snake crest tattoo on the man's forearm and the black ring on his finger, telling her all she needed to know. Ramius. If you answer our questions, we can at least spare your life. Don't hide anything, or I can't guarantee your safety. Pirate. Gotcha. Borrow. So, what were you attacking a Humpty vessel for? I'd expect Snake Crest's target to be Princess Croy. Pirate. Princess Croy? Never heard of her. We're not even working with Snake Crest anymore. Not since Jabber got done in. Riche. You worked for Jabber. Pirate. Yeah, he made all us guys who became outlaws in Humpty work as pirates. But he had no interest in any of us. Just gave us orders to attack random ships. Catherine. I'm guessing he only cared about his cooking. Pirate. We were starving to death after losing Snake Crest support, but then this Captain Vanilla took us in. Captain Vanilla is a gal monster, as in monster girl that dressed as a pirate. It already died though because of Riche's magic attack. Borrow. I'm curious about the support you got. Surely you must have had a base to dock at somewhere. Pirate. No such luck. We just found whatever random shore to stop at when we had to. Ramius. Liar. You had to resupply somewhere. How else could you sustain yourselves? Pirate. It's true. They just sent us food and weapons and shit from Snake Crest's HQ by ship sometimes. Issei. By ship. Pirate. If you wanna know where their ship left from, I couldn't tell you. Never even seen it sailing over, it just appeared by our ship. It was a tiny boat, not one you'd normally use far from the shore. Riche. Sounds to me like after Jabber died, Snake Crest abandoned their members in Humpty. Borrow. So you don't know anything after all. Issei. He's telling the truth. Issei doesn't feel any fluctuation on his soul, sure he's in a state of fear, but there is no sign of him lying at all. Pirate. Just used me till I was useless, huh? Ha 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 ha. The depressed pirate surrendered himself to Natal's knights. Croy. One moment, please. Croy ran up to the pirate and gently touched his broken arm. Croy. I'm not the best at this, but it should at least lessen the pain a little. Heal. Pirate. Don't waste your time on a guy like. Warm. Croy. You'll have to face consequences for your crimes, but this injury doesn't need to be a part of that punishment. Pirate. NGH. NNNGH. Croy used the healing spell, but only effectively enough to reduce the pain. Even so, the pirate was crying tears of joy as he was taken away to the ship's cargo hold. Issei really admires Croy for her benevolence. If it was him, then he wouldn't have healed that outlaw, because he reaps what he sows. After all, his wife was attacked by them. If it's up to him, then he would have killed them all. Issei. What are you gonna do now, Natal? Natal. Allow me to go with you to Hamlet, darling. I need to transport a guest there regardless. Issei. Of course you're welcome to join us, but what guest? Lairds. I don't know if I'd still be alive without your help. Thanks for everything. I believe you are the newly appointed Zero Knight of Eden and also Marquess Issei Haidu-sama, pleased to meet you. I've heard a lot of things about you from Lady Natal and everybody else. Natal. This is Senator Lairds of Hamlet. He's a rather important figure. Issei. Nice to meet you too. But you can drop the formality because I don't really care about it and you can just call me Issei if you want. So you're a senator of Hamlet. You're a big shot of your own, the more reason for you not to address me with such formality. Lairds. Oh, no. I help out with governing, that's really all it is. Riche. The ruler of Hamlet is actually the Pope of the Church of Mother Eve. Catherine. Below him, there's a Senate of intellectuals that helps the Pope by providing political support. Lairds. It's nothing so significant. The Senate is little more than a meeting place for a few old men. I'm merely an old man running a reasonably sized hospital. Ramius. There's no need to be so humble. The elderly have invaluable knowledge. Issei. I agree with Ramius. Catherine. What are you doing on this ship, though? Lairds. I was requesting support from Humpty. Let me leave it at that. Issei. Got it. Issei assumed it's a national secret, so he doesn't bother asking. And Lairds also appreciate his understanding about it. Borrow. But I do have one question. Is it safe to bring Princess Croy along? Lairds. I assure you it is. Central's knights should have arrived for her by now. Borrow. Oh. Then let's continue onward to Hamlet. You're in control, Issei-kun. Issei. Okay. With the pirates out of the way, the party decided to accompany Natal's ship toward Hamlet. But there's one person that's not happy on this new addition of their party member, and it's Croy. Because Natal took her place, now she can't hug her Ataudo anymore. She put her finger on her lips like a kid looking at something they want. Croy. Ooh. My oditonium. Everyone else sweated seeing her acting like this. Issei also smiled wryly because he can't just tell his wife to let go, nor does he want to in the first place, so he feigns ignorance when he felt Croy gaze on him. Natal seems oblivious about Croy though because she's happy that she can be with her darling once again. If they're not on a mission, then she would have dragged Issei to the bed to thank him for saving her once again. Chapter 62. Issei. So Hamlet's on this continent. The party stopped their ship in front of the port. Before they could dock, they had to undergo an inspection. When the inspector expressed shock at the up-high on board, Catherine started droning on about her engine's technical workings, and Natal also needed to give a report about their situation. She reluctantly left Issei's side, but becomes cheerful once again after Issei gave her a pat on the head. Then, Issei gazed out at the vast continent before them. Riche. There are two bridges to the north, with Central on the west side and Hamlet on the east. What we see right in front of us here is Hamlet. Issei. Wasn't this the first continent people went to after journeying outside Central? Riche. They called it the Poison Continent back then. The poison was a big reason humans couldn't leave Central in the first place. Issei. Poison. Riche. It said that priests from the Church of Mother Eve learned detoxification magic to make the trek possible. Ramius. Then the church established its headquarters here and saw Arthur's exodus off to Humpty. Issei. It's like we're traveling backward over Arthur's footsteps. Gura. Ice Nai, the church here is really big and pretty. Issei. Oh. Cool, let's give it a visit later. Gura. Okay. Issei. Poison though. That must have sucked. Lairds. If only it were a thing of the past. The northern side of the continent remains covered in a poison swamp. Leixein joined the rest of the group with Catherine after finishing his exchange with the inspector, then looked out at the continent of Hamlet. Issei. Is it dangerous? Leixein. Oh dear, have I frightened you? Poison can actually be beneficial to humans if used properly. Riche. Now that you mention it, I've heard you can make cheese from a kind of poison. Leixein. That would be mold, yes. It's also been found that mold can be made into curative medication. Catherine. That research has given Hamlet a reputation as the most medically advanced country in the world. Riche. So Hamlet's like a country that defeated poison. Leixein. If only I could say that. Issei. Issei heard Lester's bitter whisper. Catherine. Anyway, we got permission to dock. Time to enter Hamlet. Issei. Oh, got it. The party's ship produced ripples as it approached the state of Hamlet City. Upon disembarking from the ship, the party was met by Central's knights. The one who stands out the most is the lone woman at the front. She has a gorgeous face, she appears as a slightly dark-skinned woman with dark red hair and eyes. And her outfit is that of a long green jacket and a white vest that opens up at her chest part, probably because her breasts are too big, and she wears a black miniskirt with green boots. She carries a large greatsword at her back. She is LILITH, the Zero Knight from Central. Issei felt something weird when sensing her presence, it appears she's also hiding something. As for her soul, it's neutral. It's neither evil nor good as far as he could tell. The same goes for LILITH when she tries to sense Issei because she couldn't sense his presence at all. It's like he just blends in with his surroundings, she can't even sense his power. She thought he must have used some sort of technique to hide it. She heard about him from the rumors, and she thought maybe those rumors aren't so baseless after all. LILITH, the Zero Knight of Central Empire. Issei Haidu, the Zero Knight of Eden Kingdom. Their introduction is quick and simple. Issei thought she's probably the strongest person he has seen so far, even Shiro and Kuro lost if compared to her. Of course, QD and Arthur don't count because they're basically not a person. Ramius and Co. also introduced themselves towards LILITH and she returned their courtesy professionally. Riche have already met LILITH before along with Prince Felton. LILITH. I heard about what happened from the last ships that got here. It's good to know that Princess Croy is safe. Issei. Don't worry, she's in safe hands. LILITH. And I've heard a lot about you as well, Sir Issei Haidu. Issei. I could say the same about you, and you can just call me Issei if you want. No need to be so formal towards me. LILITH. Very well, then I shall do just that. And you can call me just LILITH as well. Issei. Natal. Apologies for interrupting, but what of the other ships? LILITH. Thanks to your quick thinking, the civilian ships all made it here unharmed. Natal. Is that so? Thank goodness. Natal appeared to be glad that the civilians are safe and sound. Issei smiled at her. Because this is what makes him attracted to her, she appears prideful, but she always put the safety of the civilians above all else, even when they just got to know each other. Riche. Nice to see you again, LILITH. Oh, I just noticed. Where's Prince Felton? He usually sticks around you. LILITH. It's nice to see you again as well, Princess Riche. And it would be more appropriate to say I'm sticking around him, and not by choice. Riche. Oh, right. LILITH. Well, he's so aimless on his own that it's an understandable mistake. But if you'd like to know where Prince Felton is, I had him imprisoned. Everyone. Issei's party becomes speechless after hearing her words, she imprisoned the prince. LILITH continued her words after seeing their inquisitive gaze. LILITH. He insisted on coming to see the princess, but our hands are full enough watching over one member of royalty, so he's been confined to Ancestor's Tower as part of the ritual. Riche. Is it really part of the ritual, though? I know about the story. After Eve returned to her tower, she was met by the first ancestor, despite having imprisoned him in a different tower. Catherine. Well, the unexpected reunion apparently made her that much more emotional, though. LILITH. Though he's not so much in the tower as the town next to it. He's being fed, so rest assured he won't starve to death. Ramius. Imprisoning your own lord in order to defend him. You're an exemplary knight, Milidono. Gura. I dunno if that's the idea. Borrow. Anyway, I take it that means the Central Empire have their preparations for the ritual in order. LILITH. That's correct. However, we'd like to ask that the ritual be delayed and Princess Croy remain in Hamlet for a while. Borrow. Is there a problem? LILITH. Sir Borrow, may I ask that you come to the Church of Mother Eve? Borrow. Not something you can discuss openly. Alright, then. Issei-kun, can you look after the princess? Issei. Sure. Croy. Then I want to go to a cafe with you, Ataudo. Let's have a look around town while we have the chance. LILITH. I'm afraid you can't. Please stay put at your inn, Princess Croy. Croy. But my Ataudo would be there. Isn't that good enough? LILITH. In the event anything happened, we would have to call off the wedding ritual. Croy. But, just a tiny bit should be fine. Millet. Very well, I'll double the town security and ensure no suspicious persons come near. Let me go take care of that now. Farewell. Millet softened her position to an unnatural degree and rushed away from the party. Issei. What happened? Rish. Maybe she thought turning down Wani-chan would get ugly. Caillou. Hamlet's medicine has come along more than I thought. Leixein. Though much of it has yet to be tested and we need to prioritize safety when it comes to medicine. Kinnu. I'm fascinated by the theory that healing magic doesn't work on colds because of the virus is a part of the patient. Caillou. Oh, what's wrong? Well, the party was wondering about Millet. The twins and Leixein disembarked from the ship while discussing medicine. Issei. Nothing, really. We were just about to head into town together. Caillou. That's a nice idea. This man here just told us that he has some delicious tea made from medicinal herbs. Kinnu. Our cooking is quite health focused, so that's very much of interest to us. Leixein. In that case, let me introduce Princess Croy to a cafe that uses many of these tea leaves. I can lead you there if you'd like. Father. Leixein's voice was drowned out by a girl's shout. When I heard your ship was attacked by pirates, I got so worried. Issei. Oh. Leixein. Towa. Sorry, I worried you. As you can see, I'm perfectly well, thanks to the help of these fellows. Towa. Well now, thank you for helping my… Wait, Issei-san. Issei. Yo, so Lester is your dad, Towa. Rish. A senator's daughter. I was wondering why she was so sheltered. Because when she's asked if she knows where a baby came from at some point she answered a platypus will bring the baby to them when they kissed. Leixein. I see, so the handsome knight that Towa met on her journey happened to be you, Issei Dono. Indeed. You're very handsome if I have to say so myself. Issei. Thank you. Towa. Hey, don't mention that, father. Leixein. Perfect timing, my daughter can show you around instead. I need to visit the church. Towa, can you take care of them? Towa. Oh, okay. That's fine. I can show you all my favorite. Wait, this is no time for that. Everyone thinks you died, so there's a big fight over who's going to take your place at the hospital. Leixein. What? Towa. The chief surgeon and chief of medicine have gotten especially heated. They've even called off a few surgeries. Leixein. They're abandoning patients to fight over this. What fools. I'll return to Horatio as soon as possible. Towa. But father. The cow carts are running on a limited schedule, so there's no more leaving until tomorrow. Leixein. I see. Rish. Does Hamlet not have a lot of cow carts? Gura. They totally do. Normally the cow carts would be running 24/7. Ramius. Is it because of the wedding ritual? Like say, have so many knights been diverted toward security that nobody's left to guard the cow carts? Towa. No, that's not the problem. It's just. There have been a few issues. As though Towa found whatever it was hard to discuss, she instead looked to her father with concern. Leixein. Very well, I'll charter a cart if I have to. Towa. There are monsters out there and you'd be going without knights, it's too dangerous. Leixein. Some of the patients need urgent surgery, or it will be too late. As a doctor, I have to do something. Towa. But. Issei. What if we saw him there? Towa. But you're in the middle of guarding Princess Croy. Croy. I'll be fine. The town seems to be under the watch of Central's knights regardless. Caillou. We'll stay with her. That way, you shouldn't have anything to worry about. Issei. Okay, I know I can depend on you. Catherine. Well, they're probably about the strongest guards you could get beside ice. Leixein. Thanks for the offer. Do you think you can do this? Issei. Yes. Kinnu. We'll go ahead and get tea at the cafe. Come meet us when you're done being a hero. Issei. Okay, I'll be right back. Issei doesn't really like being called a hero because it doesn't really suit him that much, to be honest. A hero is someone who wanted to save everyone while he only wanted to save the ones he holds dear. Sure, he will help someone in need, as long as it's within his capabilities, nor will it endangers his loved ones. Natal. Take care, darling. I'll be going back to my ship to watch over the sea once again. Issei. Ah, you as well. They both shared a quick kiss, then Natal depart towards her ship. Towa blushed deeply seeing their interaction, she thought they both gonna have a baby soon after that kiss. Rish. Come on, let's hurry to Horatio. Catherine. Horatio's a city full of hospital and research facilities if I recall correctly. Gura. If we keep going west from Hamlet, we'll run across it. Issei. Alright, let's go escort Leixein. Croy. Come back soon, Rish, at Taudo. The party left Croy with the twins and set off for Horatio with Leixein. Issei. So this is the land of poison. The party left the city of Hamlet and gasped at the sight of the wasteland before them. Ramius comes across as desolate. Reesh. It's like the whole country's gloomy, yeah. Gura. Clouds blow in from the west around this time of year, so it's always this way. Ramius. Right, and the Central Empire would be in the middle of winter right now. Catherine. That means it's better in other seasons. Gura. A teensy bit brighter, maybe. Catherine. Only a little brighter, even without the clouds. Leixein. There isn't much greenery so, unfortunately, it will always appear grim. Issei. Oh, sorry. We didn't mean to insult your homeland. Leixein. Oh, I'm perfectly used to it. Besides, it may be hard to believe, but summer weather is perfect for the sick. Issei. I see. The party decided to head west toward the town of Horatio. On the way to Horatio, Leixein had the party come to a stop. Leixein. There shouldn't be any monsters past this point. Thanks for the help, Issei Dono. Issei. Don't mind it. Catherine. That's Horatio. They saw Horatio City at the front. Leixein. Indeed it is. Many patients come to our town seeking Hamlet's advanced medical practices. Issei. We can see you the rest of the way there if you want. Leixein. I appreciate the sentiment, but only authorized personnel can enter. Gura. The town's full of sickly people, so they don't want anyone bringing germs in. Reesh. Our clothes are dirty from fighting, so it's probably best we stay out. Leixein. Though was talked about you non-stop since she got home, so I wondered what you were like. You're a finer man than I imagined. Issei. It's nothing worth mentioning. I just can't ignore Towa when she's in need, she helped us many times as well. Leixein. You help anyone that needs helping. Hahaha, there's just more and more I like about you. Leixein seemed to have a good impression of Issei, smiling and patting him on the shoulder before walking off to Horatio. Ramius. Now let's go return to Hamlet and get some tea. The party finished transporting Leixein and headed back toward Hamlet. Ramius. Ice, this is serious. I found something unbelievable. Can you have a look at this? A solemn look on her face, Ramius yanked on Issei's sleeve. Issei. What is it? A porno mag, crazy night. Ramius. Yes, I've wanted it since I was a child, but my age and circumstances kept it out of arm's reach. But now, at last, it's mine. I can't believe it finally happened. Issei. I see. Issei smiled wryly at her, but he doesn't really care how she is, though as long she's happy, then that's all that matters. Besides, it's not like he never collects porn as well before. Ramius. Want to look through it together, Ice. Issei. Sure I guess. Then Issei read the magazine along with Ramius. Well, he only looks at Ramius' face though because it's so adorable seeing her being so serious about this kind of stuff. He felt like he wants to give her a kiss after seeing how adorable her face is at this moment. Ramius. You like this pose, Ice? I can try it in bed next time. Issei. Oh yeah, sure. Issei doesn't know which pose she's pointing out because he was watching her face just now. Ramius. Oh, this is something. I'm amazed she can fit that in her mouth. Hehe, I can't wait for tonight. Issei. Issei gently gazes at Ramius. Ramius. Something wrong. Issei. I thought you hid how much you like porn before, but you seem happy to show it off now. Ramius. Naturally. You say I'm cute and you love me in spite of it. That means I can be myself, I don't have to change. Catherine. You've gotten even dumber, though. Ramius. Shut up. Issei. Chuckle, I love getting to see different sides of you, Ramius. Issei hugged Ramius gently from her back. Ramius. Eep. Ice. She fully entrusted her whole body weight to Issei after being hugged by him. Catherine. Don't spoil her, Ice, or she's gonna get even dumber than that. Issei. Hehe, I'll try. Then he resumed cuddling Ramius in his arms. The latter felt like she's in bliss right now. Catherine. Geez, I know you won't stop spoiling her. Reesh. But that's another good point of him, though. Gura. Yep. Catherine mumbled after seeing his smiling face, but she loves how he spoils her wives, so she's not really complaining or anything. He even spoils her a lot as well, so it's not like she's the one to talk. After that, they resumed their journey. When the party returned to Hamlet, they met up with Croy and the others to have tea at an outdoor cafe. Towa. How did you like it? I thought this tea would be good for first-time drinkers, at least. Caillou. Oh, it was absolutely delicious. Not only was it rich and mildly sweet, but it feels like my whole body's being cleansed. Kinu. You could make good chazook with this. It would be perfect for hangovers. Croy. Not as refined as black tea, but the aroma was certainly relaxing. Ramius. I like the tea, but the sweet stone potatoes were delectable. Gura. Oof, mine had too much cream. I couldn't finish. Towa. This is the least I can do to thank you for helping my father. Eat as much as you want. Rish. Oh god, I ate everything. And I've been trying to watch my weight, too. Issei. I'm not worried about your weight. Rish. I am. Towa. Hehe, not to worry. That cream uses a low-calorie sweetener. Catherine. Ooh, I knew there was something off about the flavor. So that's it. Rish. So it won't make you fat. Is this some kind of miracle food? Towa. No, it'll make you fat. Just not as fast. Catherine. This is made to avoid weight gain. I've heard that fat people get sick easier. Croy. Even sweets are like poison if you gain too much weight. Towa. The history of Hamlet is a history of poison, so we've closely researched how much of any given substance the body can take before it becomes toxic. Issei. Right, they did call it the poison continent. Towa. Oh, right. If you'd like. Issei. Yeah, mind doing the usual for us. Towa. Okay. Towa responded to Issei's request by bashfully pulling a bundle of papers out of her bag. Towa. Now, it's time for the story of my homeland, the state of Hamlet City. Gura. Yai. Then Towa told them about the history of Hamlet. The city-state of Hamlet is the headquarters of the Church of Eve and occupies the northeastern continent of the world of Eve. While formerly a city-state, the government of Hamlet also presides over the hospital town of Horatio and the neighboring lands, including Northport and Osric. Hamlet has a unique governmental structure for the world of Eve, in that the head of state is the Pope of the Church of Eve, but day-to-day activities are handled by an elected Senate. The continent of Hamlet is largely uninhabitable, with most of its land being riddled with poisonous marsh. It was the epicenter of a zombie virus outbreak that afflicted the human settlers first arriving with King Arthur's pilgrimage at the very start of their journey. While Arthur and his pilgrims were able to push back the zombie infestation, they were not able to claim the entire continent, and a great labyrinth designed to slow the zombies still surrounds the settlement of Osric. Because of the land's toxic ecology, the city-state relies on food imports from the kingdom of Humpty to survive. However, the flora and fauna that live here have also served as the basis for significant medical developments, whose forefront is represented by the hospital town of Horatio, currently administered by Senator Leixein. The continent is named after a researcher who pioneered the poison resistance techniques that allowed Arthur's pilgrimage to safely combat the zombie infestation. Those who stayed behind would use this research to purify the currently inhabited areas. Towa. Thus, the home of both cutting-edge medicine and the Church of Mother Eve, the state of Hamlet City, was established. To this day, the church offers their prayers not only to the living but to the deceased who brought us to where we are today. This story was brought to you by the corporation leading the way into the future, the National Big Bucks Company. The end. Issei already told Tio to keep sponsoring Towa and her journey, so that's why she still says her usual catchphrase at the end of her story. Catherine. Interesting. So the name Hamlet comes from a guy who made medicine. Speaking of the tolerance thing, they say if you catch mumps or the level down disease once, you'll never catch them again. Rish. That's why it's best to catch the level down disease when you're a kid and your level's still low, yeah. Kinu. Nobody would think of combating poison by ingesting poison, except for humans. Caillou. It's the way you turn all common sense upside down that makes humans so fascinating. Towa. There's still a lot of poisons and diseases we haven't overcome, though. Catherine. You've got influenza, the plague. Also greening disease. People even get ostracized if they catch that. Croy. If only everyone could be cured with healing magic. Towa. Princess Croy. Read these, please. While Croy was hanging her head, Towa worked up the courage to hand her a few letters. Croy. My marriage isn't far off now, so I can't accept any offers to date. Towa. It's not about dates. There aren't love letters. Catherine. So it seems. They're not from Towa. This messy handwriting looks like it belongs to a kid. Towa. They were written by children who got terribly ill and were hospitalized away from their families. Issei. In Horatio. Towa. Yes. Many of the children there have incurable diseases and haven't left in some time. I at least tell them stories from my travels around the world, but that's all I can do. Ramius. I assume you can't spend too long around them, either. Croy. But why do they have letters for me? Towa. The children saw your ceremonies on Magavision and seem very interested in you. Catherine. The international broadcast worked wonders, apparently. Towa. These kids had no hope for the future, but now they're all excited and talking about how they want to be like you when they grow up. You got them thinking about what they might do when they're cured. I was going to mail their letters to you, but as long as we're meeting in person, I hope you don't mind taking them. Croy. Of course. I'd be happy to read these. Croy accepted the letters, then carefully unsealed and read them one by one. Croy. Hehe, they put a lot of effort into these. Ramius. That must be a picture of you praying. It was impossible to actually tell without asking the artist, but Croy squinted at it closely. Croy. I've got an idea. I'll go visit these children. Reesh. Huh. Like, in person. The ritual's not over yet. Towa. What? Issei. I think it should be fine. Let's go ask Barrow. Barrow. I see. And you want to take Princess Croy to see them in Horatio. Croy was so surprisingly stubborn that the party couldn't change her mind, so they visited the Church of Mother Eve's headquarters to get permission from Barrow. Silent. Before the ritual is done. Silent listened with Barrow and looked uncharacteristically perturbed. Croy. When I read those letters from Towa-chan, I knew I had to meet with them. The ritual isn't scheduled for any particular day, so it won't delay anything. Silent. That is true, but… Towa. Eep. Silent's glare gave Towa chills. Silent. Even I wouldn't want to let the children down, but… You can't go. Croy. Is there anything that'll change your mind? Silent. Horatio is a hospital city. Most are forbidden from entering for fear that they might contract a disease. Towa. But it's okay as long as she's enchanted with the Pope's special magic. Reesh. There's a magic that can do that. Towa. Yes, I have to enter so I can help father with work myself. Silent. Towa, if everyone knew about that spell, the church would be mobbed by the families of the sick. Be careful who you tell. Towa. Oh. Right, I forgot. Ramius. Why is it a secret? Don't most of the patients want to see their families too? Silent. It's for the patient's sake. The more people we let in, the more likely someone will bring in another disease. Croy. But if that spell were cast on me, I could visit the children, couldn't I? Silent. You can't. Croy. If you don't let me go, I'm not gonna do the ritual. Silent. What a child. Ha, how to handle this? Barrow. Saint Silent, they're as involved in this as we are. You might as well tell them. I'll accept responsibility if anything happens. Silent. Very well. The truth of the matter is, the Pope is on a long excursion away from the church. Reesh. Huh. Silent. The city of Osric in the northeast had a sudden zombie outbreak, so the Pope left to go fight them off along with the knights. Catherine. Zombies? I thought they were purged. Gura Gura. Hey, did you say Osric? Are the people of Osric okay? Silent. We don't know. There's a blockade around the northern herb garden and we haven't received any contact from them. Issei. Have you been to Osric, Gura Gura? Gura Gura. Yeah. Silent. Not only can you not go to Horatio, but it's going to be difficult for the Pope to even return for the wedding ritual at the moment. Barrow. And please do keep this a secret. It'd cause a commotion if the public found out. Issei. Did you know, Towa? Towa. Yes, it's the reason father's so busy and why there are so few knights around. Catherine. Is this also the reason we can't start the wedding ritual? Silent. Yes, so princess. Please understand. Croy. Okay. Issei. Issei felt uncomfortable seeing the usually cheerful Croy seem so sad at this moment. And he also wanted to help the kids as well. Issei. Girls. Reesh. You don't even have to say it. I want to help Wani-chan get what she wants too. Ramius. As your wife, I'll support whatever you want to do. Gura Gura. I'm worried about Osric. Let's go, Ice Nai. Catherine. In fact, we probably should go. There's a good chance this whole zombie thing is connected to Snake Crest. Issei smiled hearing his wife's response, and he knew from the start that they will agree with his decision. Issei. Barrow. We'd like to go where the fight is. Silent. But, actually, that's a good idea. Please assist the Pope, Sir Issei. Barrow. I knew you would do this. Not that it's a bad thing though. Then I'll look after the princess. Issei. So what will you two do? Issei turned to ask the twins. Caillou. Much as I'd like to go with you, I doubt we can help with this one. Kinnu. We'll spend quality time drinking tea with Croy. Best to get to know our sister-in-law. Caillou. We will take care to protect everything around us, so she will be in safe hands. Reesh. I doubt even Snake Crest would pick a fight with witches of the Round Table. Issei. If anything happens just call me through our mark. Caillou and Kinnu. Hi. Silent. Thank you. Take this with you. It's a pass for entering the herb garden. Issei. What's the herb garden? Gura Gura. It's where they cultivate herbs in the poisonous part of the continent. Osric was founded by the farmers that worked in there. Issei. Alright, then let's check it out. Croy. Thanks Atauto. Issei. No problem. The party set out to grant Croy's wish by heading to the herb garden in the north, where zombies rose from the dead. Night. There's poison land past this point. You can't pass without permission. Issei. We have permission. Issei showed the guard the pass he'd gotten from Silent. Knight. You're the knights from Eden. My apologies. Ramius. We want to know what's happening across the bridge. Have you heard anything? Knight. As you may be aware, there's been a zombie outbreak. They've been driven away a number of times now, only to return again. Catherine. They started off dead. Not like killing them will help. Knight. Also, poison is spreading throughout the territory. Watch where you step. Reesh. Got it, thanks. The party crossed a bridge into the zombie-infested poison land. Chapter 63. Issei's party saw a purple-colored mud along the pathway. Gurgura told him that this poison thankfully is not the kind that will kill instantly, so it should be pretty safe as long they're careful enough. When Issei stepped onto the poison mud, something happened. The once purple mud turned its color into a brown-colored mud. Issei. Oh. It's not poisonous anymore. Gurgura. Woo, the poison mud is cleansed when Ice Nai steps on it. Reesh. Oh, you're right. Ramius. I didn't know you could do that, Ice. Issei. Probably it's the orb of life at work here. Catherine. The thing you got from the Kailers. Issei. Yeah, I feel like it has the ability to cleanse poisons. Reesh. That's actually quite neat. Anyway, what's with this wall? Gurgura. Zombies aren't very fast, so you could build a wall to block them off before they even reach you. Ramius. I see, like an old fortress. Issei. Well, let's hurry and help the Knights of Hamlet. The party then continued their journey. Issei. Oh, there's a place here for knights to stay. Gurgura. People used to live around here, so knights just started using the area, I think. Catherine. Oh, I see. So whoever built these walls however long ago made this place their homes. Gurgura. Yeah, I've heard there used to be actual houses here, and even fences to keep the zombies out. Reesh. Being surrounded by poison and zombies, building walls to protect your house. That sounds unimaginably tough. Ramius. As is true for all countries, establishing your nation takes an extraordinary amount of turmoil. If we don't want the fruits of their labors to be destroyed by Snake Crest, we need to work hard too. Issei agreed to Ramius' words. The party then found a tent where knights were struggling against the zombies. Scared Knight. The knight they had on lookout duty grabbed his sword the moment he saw Issei. Scared Knight. Huh. That vibrant complexion. Are you alive? Whew, that was startling. The knight was ready to attack at any second until noticing the party was alive, after which he was relieved and relaxed his guard. Issei. Is this the frontline defense against the zombies? We got permission from Silent to come to see how things are going. Scared Knight. Yeah, you can see our camp right over there. Pope Norshan should be inside. The party thanked the knight and peeked inside the tent, where it was deathly quiet. Ramius. Everyone seems fatigued. The resting knights were fast asleep, and even the knights standing on guard with their swords at the ready were barely staying on their feet. As if they lacked the energy to speak, none of the knights started a conversation, leaving no noise but the groans of the injured. Catherine. I'd think they were zombies if I didn't know better. Reesh. They'd have to be exhausted. What they're dealing with were once human beings. Hordes of the undying. While the party was bothered by the state of the knights, a man approached them from inside the tent. Norshan. I'm Norshan. I'm heading up the battle effort here. Who might you be? Issei. Oh, are you the Pope? After all, the Pope is quite young. He has a short black hair and a boyish face. Pope Norshan is the head of the Church of Eve and by extension, leader of the city-state of Hamlet. He is the son of the former Pope Sades and has been Pope essentially since the Arthur tragedy, a mere 5 years earlier. He essentially shares this trait with the acting head of state of the Central Empire, Prince Felton. Norshan often works closely with Saint Silent, the saint assigned to the Hamlet and Central regions. Norshan is an especially young man for the position of head of state, much less the position of Pope, but he handles his duties with an amiable disposition. His brief reign has been marked by military campaigns, with Norshan even putting the zombie attacks at a higher priority than his national and church matters. This makes for an atypical career for a member of the Church of Eve, but Norshan's focus has always been on reducing the harm done to the average person, be they citizen or soldier. As Pope of the Church of Eve, Norshan has the power to participate in a number of religious rituals, such as the creation of holy water. Some of these rituals are even unique to him, including a spell that allows non-patients to enter the hospital city of Horatio. He also possesses a measure of healing magic. As head of the church, Norshan also possesses the original Evenical, which has the power to create knights for the city of Hamlet. It is the only artifact known to be able to create holy knights. It is possible that Norshan, like other members of the nobility in the world of Eve, is exempt from some or all of the rules of Mother Eve's blessing, but this is never explicitly stated. He does not appear to be married, nor to have ever killed a living being. Norshan. Dear King Luin's people. I've heard a lot about you, Sir Issei Haidu. Issei. No need to use honorifics with me, you can just call me Issei, and we were wondering if you could help Princess Croy visit the hospital. Norshin. As you wish, Issei-san. And that's awfully kind of Princess Croy. If it would put smiles on the children's faces, I'd certainly like to make it happen, but… Rish. Are the zombie attacks that bad? Norshin. It doesn't matter if we stab them in the stomach or cut off their arms, they don't stop coming at us until they're completely immobilized. Whereas, given that we're all normal humans, you can see the problem. Catherine. Aren't you supposed to be the Pope? You have to have some zombie killing magic or item or something. Norshin. There used to be zombie killing magic, but no living person can use it. I'm ashamed to admit that even I can't. Rish. I know that in manga and books and stuff, zombies are always vulnerable to holy water. Norshin. Holy water isn't strong enough to destroy a zombie. The most we can expect is for it to temporarily ward them off. That hardly solves the problem. Besides, creating holy water requires special materials, and obtaining them isn't particularly worth the effort. Apparently, getting holy water in this world is different from Issei's original world. Gurugura. Can I ask a question? Is Osric safe? Norshin. Osric. With the way the poison has been spreading, nobody's been able to reach it yet. Catherine. Then you'd have no idea whether Snake Crest is involved either. Norshin. I would assume the worst about Osric. The zombies are most likely its citizens. Gurugura. Oh no. Norshin. Would you happen to be from the academy that was located there? Gurugura. Yes. Issei. The academy, that place where they taught you ranger skills. Gurugura. Gurugura. Rish. They kept the location of the academy a secret. Who knew it was in poison territory? Gurugura. Osric cultivates a bunch of special herbs that only grow on poison land. The poison's super dangerous, but everyone worked hard so they could help sick people in need. Norshin. Yes, I know that very well. Their work was commendable. Gurugura. The townspeople were all so nice to us when that brutal training tired us out. They gave us an ointment to help with our wounds. And candy. And. Issei. Gurugura. Gurugura's tearful eyes drew Issei to give her a gentle hug. Gurugura hugged Issei's body tightly in return, and everyone who saw her felt pity as well. You gotta be shitting me. Inside the quiet frontline base, Issei heard a familiar shout. I just wanted to take a request from a nun. I didn't know you were fighting the living dead. I'm not into necrophilia. Issei. Knew it was you. The man is Yaris. Yaris. Issei. Issei. You came to Hamlet too. What are you doing here? Yaris. So a nun came to Adventurers Guild, right? And she put out a request to slay some monsters, which I took. Issei. And, why are you seem so mad? Yaris. Of course, I'm mad. I thought this was my chance to get cozy with a nun or two, but there's nothing here but sweaty guys and zombies. I came here thinking I'd be up to my knees in nuns, but no. There are no nuns here, it was all a scam. I was tricked. So anyway, I'm out. Issei. Panicking Knight. Wait, we can't hold the line without help from adventurers. If they get through, the town will be. Yaris. Like I care, shit for brains. Yaris yelled at the Hamlet Knight and fled. Heartless adventurer. I'm out too. This ain't worth it. Dissatisfied adventurer. Me too. I can get this kin to pay fighting normal monsters. Yaris inspired a few other adventurers to leave too. Norshin. There go the adventurers. I didn't expect much, but they're less sympathetic than I thought. Ramius. That's how adventurers are. Freedom means there's no need to be loyal. Catherine. It also means they've got no authority or security, though. Issei. Let them be. Freedom is everyone right, they can freely choose their path in life. Bewildered Knight. Why the zombies are here. The knights on the east side of the herb garden shouted. Norshin. Of all times. Time to show your worth, everyone. Gurugura. Oh. Their formation's messed up without the adventurers. Issei. Wait. Tell the knights to stand down. Norshin. What are you saying? We will be easily killed by them if we're not on guard. Issei doesn't respond to Norshin and just walk towards the oncoming hordes of zombies calmly. Norshin. Be careful. You girls are his wives, right? Call him back, fast. Ramius. We trust our husband completely. If he says to stand down then we will. Rish. That's right. Gurugura. Ice Nai knows what he's doing. Catherine. Besides he's very powerful that I doubt mere zombies can hurt him at all. Norshin. But. Norshin is at lost for words after hearing Ramius and co. Words. Then he heard one of his men shouted. Knight 1. Look, the zombies stopped in their tracks. Knight 2. Wow. They all saw that Issei standing in front of the zombies and the zombies stopped moving right in front of him, but their mouth is groaning like always. Zombie. Woo. Ag. Ah. Issei. I see. Got it. Issei responded to the zombie groan and nodded at them. All the knights are bewildered with this event. He seems to be communicating with them. Norshin. Is he communicating with them? Rish. It appears so. Even Rish and Co. are kinda surprised, but they accepted soon enough because they thought it's Issei after all. Then they saw Issei turned around to face the knights. Issei. Let them pass, they're heading towards the second herb garden. They won't attack you as long you let them be. Norshin. Huh. Scared knight. Impossible. They will attack us if we let them be. Issei. Trust me, they won't. And from what you see right now, did they attack me? All the knights once again become at a loss for words, because from what they've seen the zombies don't attack Issei at all. Norshin. Let's listen to Sir Issei words. The knights follow Norshin command, but they're feeling fearful of the zombies in case they suddenly attack them. But they obediently sheathe their swords and fall back to let the zombies cross the pathway. After seeing the knights have retreated, then Issei turned back to the zombies and told them that they can go now. Soon they started walking forwards once more, but every time they passed by Issei, they seemed to be bowing a little bit, and Issei just calmly nodded at their bows. Norshin. What's this? The zombies ignored the knights and sluggishly passed them on their way into the forest. Norshin. Are they really going to the second herb garden? Issei. They said they're worried about their herbs, and they only attack you all because you get in their way. I tried asking them about what happened to them, but it seems that they don't know how to respond to my question, probably because of their current soul is incomplete. And Issei looked at Gurugura hesitating if he should tell the truth or not, but he decided it's better to tell it, rather than lying at her. Issei. From what I've heard. They said they're from Osric. Gurugura's body trembled a little after hearing Issei's words, but she held her tears from coming out this time. Ramius decided to give her a gentle hug regardless after seeing her sad face. Norshin. How can you communicate with them, Issei-san? Issei. I can see and communicate with souls, and that zombies have a piece of soul inside them. Even though it's not a complete soul, but to communicate with them is enough for me. Norshin. Norshin was completely taken aback because even him, the Pope, or even the saints from the church are unable to communicate with souls as Issei did. Issei. I was trying to purify their souls so they can pass on completely, but it appears that it's impossible to do so because something is holding their souls inside their body. And if I forcefully purify their souls, I could damage their souls in the process. Norshin. Why, you can also purify souls? Issei. Yeah, kind of. Norshin. Can you please teach the church how to do it? Issei. Sadly, I can't. It's not that I don't want to teach you, but this skill is only usable by me, you see. Of course Issei can't teach them because it's not really a skill, but more like his unique skill, because to be able to learn this skill, you need to have the life and death aura just like him or Semiramis. Well, they all didn't know that if the saints become one with Issei, then their holy power will gain a huge boost, and they will be able to purify souls easily as Issei did. But they won't be able to destroy souls as Issei or Semiramis could, and to be able to destroy souls, they also need to possess a strong death aura as well, which obviously won't happen, since the saints represents life holy. Even though Norshin is the Pope of the Church, sadly his holy power is weaker than the saints such as Croy or Silent. After all, the saints are basically Mother Eve incarnation, and since Norshin is a man, his holy power obviously weaker than them. Norshin. Oh. I see. Norshin felt regrettable because the church can't learn Issei's skill. They do have purification skill, but it will take too long to use, and it's not practical in a combat situation, and even then it will only able to be used on one soul each cast. As for the skills they have but can't learn is called Grand Purge. And Norshin also never heard of anyone other than the saints and himself being able to purify souls, so this is the first time he has ever seen other people outside the church being able to do it. Norshin. Anyway, then the zombies were the people of Osric after all. Even in death, they're dedicated to their work. May Mother Eve's love lead them to a peaceful rest. Norshin offered a solemn prayer for the zombies. Catherine. But this doesn't exactly solve the problem. They might be harmless, but you can't just leave zombies wandering around. Norshin. But this does buy us time. Now the knights should have a chance to rest. Knight Captain. You rest too, Pope Norshin. Norshin. I'm not certain. What if something happens? Knight Captain. It does none of us any good if you overwork yourself. Return to Hamlet, please. Norshin. Alright then. You take care of things here. And will all of you be coming back along with me as well? Norshin finally agreed to the knight's advice, and then he asked Issei's party if they will be going back with him as well. Issei. No, we will go check Osric ourselves to see what happened there. Issei decided he won't be going back with Norshin because he wanted to check Osric to see what happened there. It's for Gurugura's sake, to be honest. He only needs to see her eyes, and he could tell what she wanted to do. Norshin. I see. Then may Mother Eve bless you with your journey. Issei. You as well. Then Norshan went back to the church while Issei's party head towards Osric. They will follow the zombies back to Osric. Gura. Isnai, zombies are so slow that we should be able to catch up quick. Issei. Let's follow them. Gura. Looks like the zombies went into the forest. Isnai. That one. It has a bunch of poison swamps and poisonous plants. Osric's on the other side of the forest. Unfazed by the poison, the zombies entered the forest. Issei. Alright, let's go after them. It's supposed to be hard to follow the zombies because the pathway is very poisonous and lots of poisonous plants, but because of Issei's presence, it becomes very easy to navigate through it. The party followed the zombies through the deep forest to an open area. Ramius. Looks like we've made it through the poison forest. Gura. That's Osric over there. It's not so much a town as, like, a settlement. Catherine. Seems the zombies are going straight for Osric. Gura. Issei. Alright, let's see what's going on there. They headed towards Osric. They found a place where there are a group of zombies are wandering about. Issei. What's this place? Gura. There's a big bulletin board over there. It has all kinds of info about the town. Issei. What kind of info? Gura. Stuff like what herbs the drug companies are looking for, or info about dangerous monsters. Catherine. I see, so if you're busy working out in the garden, you don't need to go all the way back to town. Rish. So if we look at the bulletin board, maybe we can figure out when weird things started happening around here. Ramius. HRM, zombies here too. They're lurking around the bulletin board. Do you know what are they doing, Ice? Issei. They said they're looking at the bulletin board. Ramius. Now that you mention it, they all do seem to be looking at the bulletin board. Gura. Then they saw some of the zombies moving somewhere else. Rish. Where are they going? Issei. Let's follow them. They followed the zombies around after that. When the party reached a somewhat open part of the forest, it was packed with zombies as well. But all the zombies did was inaudibly groan and wander around. Issei. I see now. You realize it as well, right, Gura. The zombified townspeople are just doing what they did before they died. They'd start their day by checking the bulletin board so they could see which herbs to harvest or if any dangerous monsters were around. Catherine. Yeah, that's what I said as well when we were at the bulletin board. Gura. Then they'd go tend to the garden and water it and stuff. Rish. But I guess they don't have the knowledge for that now, so that's why they were just walking in circles. Then they'd take the herbs to the well. Ramius. And what about this place? Gura. After everyone finished with work, they'd come here to trade crops and chat. Issei. Basically the zombies are just following their old habits. Gura. Yeah, and to prove it. Watch this. Ramius. Wait. Before Ramius could stop her, Gura sprinted into the horde of zombies. Issei doesn't stop her because he knows it will be fine. Gura. Look, they're not attacking. The zombies paid Gura no mind but instead, continuing to meander. Issei. The zombies the knights are fighting are monster hunters from what they told me. Gura. Yes, those knights are standing in the way of another herb garden, so they attack them. It's really important to the townspeople, so if you try and keep them out, of course, they're gonna get mad. Catherine. I see, just like I said. Gura. Even the academy students helped with that garden. We got all muddy, but they really appreciated it when we brought the herbs back to town. There was an old lady who sat on that stump there, and she always secretly gave us cookies. Oh. A zombie was sitting on the stump. Its gender was unclear from its physique, but based on its clothes, it was just barely possible to make out as a woman. Gura. They were all so nice. Simple, but cheery. And hardworking. None of us had parents, but at least they were kind to us. And now they're all zombies. Issei. Gura. When Issei hugged Gura, she buried her face in his chest and cried. Gura. I hate this. Why did it happen? Was it Snake Crest? They'll never, ever get away with this. Issei. Don't worry. I will make sure they'll pay. I promise you, they will. Issei's eyes glowed for a moment after promising Gura. And somewhere the Supreme Commander along with the other Snake Crest member felt a sudden chill out of nowhere. And they broke out in cold sweat thinking about what just happened. They felt like they're being watched by the Reaper itself just now. Even the Killers felt his rage, and all of their faces scowled as well, thinking who dares to make their king felt this much rage. If they get their hands on those who made their king mad, they will make sure to make those who are responsible suffer. When they find out the one who's responsible for it is the Snake Crest, the 9 divines instantly told their respective corps member to find any clues about them and to kill the Snake Crest members on sight. And soon the world is much safer because of them. The outlaws are dwindling rapidly. Some witnesses said the one who did it is the angels of Mother Eve and gave them retribution, while some said the devils took their souls because of their sins. So people started to be more afraid of becoming outlaws, and they started to follow the rules more obediently than ever. Catherine. Don't cry, Chibiko. I mean, you know. Not that you shouldn't be sad that they're dead. But like I said, all that's left in the zombies is a tiny bit of their souls. It's not really like they have to live on in suffering because of this. Right, Ice. Issei. Ah, that's right. Gura. Yeah. But, Ice Nai, could you ask the goddess you know to revive the townspeople? Gura looked up at Issei with a hopeful look on her teary eyes. Issei feels his heart hurt seeing her hopeful look, but even he knows that it will be impossible to revive them because of their current soul state. If it's a complete soul then it might be possible, but this is just a fragment of it. Issei. I can't. Their current souls are incomplete and just a tiny fragment of what it's used to be. If their souls are still whole then it might be possible, but as of now. Gura becomes even sadder after hearing Issei's words, but she knows there's nothing he could do. Rish. If you care about the townspeople, let's try to make sure their remains don't attack anyone. Ramius. What I gather from all this is that if you let the zombies do what they're doing, there shouldn't be any trouble. Catherine. Why yeah, so this is no time to cry. Gura. Okay. You're right. Thanks, Kathni. Catherine. WH, what are you thanking me for? I didn't do anything. Rish. Wow, never seen you act that kind before, Kath. Almost like a big sister. Ramius. No need to be shy about it. Catherine. I'm not. Gura. Issei smiled at his wives because he's glad that they care about each other. Issei. Let's go see the town to find out how this happened. They all agreed to his suggestion. The party peered into the town to find it was already in ruins. Issei. This is awful. Gura. Ice Nai, I have to see if there are any survivors. Issei. Wait, Gura. Before Gura could dash through the village entrance, Issei held her back. Gura. WHY. Issei. Look. Then Gura finally notices it. Rish. The horde of zombies. At the entrance to Osric, zombies were standing in a line and wriggling. Zombies. Uun. Aa. Their rotting bodies rubbed against one another. The mass of flesh produced a cacophony of groaning and teeth clattering. Catherine. Their motor skills are so fucked up that they've created a traffic jam. Issei. Gura, what's in the town? Gura. A bunch of little huts. Then past those, there's the Ranger Academy. Catherine. They put it away off in the middle of nowhere. Nobody would ever guess. So, that's all. Gura. Yeah, it's a pretty empty town otherwise. Ramius. Doesn't seem like we can look inside without going over the wall, though. Gura. Don't, it's dangerous. They monster-proof the walls by coating them with deadly poison. Ice Nai would be fine but not for the others. I'll go have a look inside myself. Issei. No need. Gura. But what if there are survivors? Catherine. Sorry, but there aren't. I doubt you need me to tell you that. Right, Ice? Issei. Ah. Gura. Catherine. And it's been days since the zombies appeared. Do they have any emergency shelters or anywhere else so they could survive that long? Gura. No. Issei. Let's just go check the academy for now. Issei started walking in the horde direction, but when he got close to them, the zombies automatically opened a path for him just like how Moses split the sea. Rish and Co followed after him without hesitation. Gura. The academy's this way. That's about the only place we haven't checked yet. Then Gura led the party to the building that had once been the Ranger Academy. The party set foot in the Ranger Academy, a building located on the outskirts of Osric. Issei. This is the academy. Gura. Huh. Catherine. What's wrong, Chibiko? Gura. I heard the academy was shut down, but there are signs it's been used recently. Ramius. I see some damage here and there, but I wouldn't take this for an abandoned building. Rish. That the headmaster kept training rangers to sell off to Snake Crest. Catherine. Unless monsters suddenly stop existing, there'll always be orphans. Can't be that hard to find students. Rish. Looks more or less like a normal school, though. Gura. Be careful, Rishni. They trained students by setting traps all over the place. Catherine. This school sounds like a pain. Ramius. Learning to avoid traps takes constant work, I suppose. Gura. Now let's search this place. The party began their exploration of the Ranger Academy. Ramius readied her lance and gazed into the darkness. Ramius. Halt. Who's there? Woon. Ah. Catherine. Figures the place would be full of zombies. Rish. Their clothes are too tattered to be sure, but it kinda looks like they're wearing ranger outfits. Issei. Sadly their only instinct now is to defend this place, so it will be useless even if I talk to them. Gurugura. Issei. Please let us handle them. Issei. Got it. I'll watch your back. Gurugura. Thank you, Issei. Gurugura asked Issei to let her be the one to handle them, because they're her former classmates after all, so Issei agreed to her request. Rias. Here they come. Be careful. The party then took on the ranger zombies, while Issei is watching their back in case there's someone or something decided to ambush them. Because of Issei's training they can easily beat them. Once the zombies had fallen, Gurugura ran over and checked their corpses. Gurugura. Knew it. Looks like they were indeed the academy students. Seeing the state of her old school made Gurugura frown. Issei patted her head after seeing her starting to feel down again. Gurugura looked up to see Issei smiling gently at her, and she felt better soon after that. Gurugura. Thanks, Issei. Issei. The party then continued down the dark hallway. They keep finding traps and more ranger zombies, but they make a quick work of them all. But the observation hockey, it's even easier for Gurugura to detect traps, and if there are any poison traps Issei could just touch it and it will be cleansed. They keep walking until they arrived in the last room in the Ranger Academy, which appeared to be a lab. A girl was lying down. Rish. What's she doing here? Issei. She's also a zombie, but she seems more special compared to the others. For one, her soul is whole inside her body, but there's something disgusting inside her. The girl is Ophelia, who is also Bologna's daughter. She has a pale skin probably because she's been dead for a long time, and a white-colored twin-tail hair. She wears a black long gothic dress with white frills. She has a deep red eye, but it seems hollow, obviously since she's dead, so there is no light reflected from it. Ophelia. Rias. She woke up. Be careful. The party swiftly drew their weapons, but the girl just sat there. Catherine. She's not doing anything. Gurugura. Yeah. Doesn't look like she plans on fighting. Ophelia. Father. Issei. I see. Rish. What she says, Issei. Issei. Her father is the principal of this academy, a guy named Bolognius. Is that the name of your mentor, Gurugura? Gurugura. Yes. Rias. The strongest knight in history. That Bolognius. Issei. Apparently so from what Ophelia here says. Rish. So her name is Ophelia. Gurugura. I didn't know the headmaster ever had a daughter. Catherine. What I'm wondering about is why this girl is different from the other zombies. Issei. She said she's basically the one who made all those zombies outside. Then Issei told them what Ophelia told him. Ophelia was the daughter of the famous doctor and ranger, Bolognius. Stricken with an incurable disease, genfluenza, Ophelia was on death's door when her father dreamed up a drastic plan. He would deliberately infect her with a zombie virus, turning her into a zombie seed. As a zombie, her body would be magically preserved. While Bolognius would now have to find a cure for death itself, he now had all the time in the world. Rish. I see. So that means if we take her out the zombies will automatically disappear. But. Ophelia. Father. Rish. Never mind. Incinerating a defenseless girl would leave a bad taste in my mouth. Rish sighed and lowered her weapon. Catherine. But we had to or the zombies won't disappear, right? Issei. Issei calmly walked towards Ophelia and extended his hand towards her head, and when his hand touched her head something came out from her body and it seems to disappear soon after. Gurugura. What was that, Issei? Issei. It seems it's the thing that makes Rochefort and co. able to transform into a monster. If I am not mistaken, that sin was the sin of lust. It messed up her soul and forced her to feel lust towards her own father. Catherine. Quite the fucked up sin, just like the others I see. Issei. So. How long are you going to hide there? Issei then looked toward the room entrance. I see. So what Shiro and Kuro say about you is true. You are indeed very strong. Well, very strong will be an understatement because he can't find any opening at all by looking at Issei. He was hiding his presence to the maximum, hoping he could deal a fatal blow to him, but he seems to notice him right away. What a monster, Bolognius thought. He knows just from this one encounter it will be a useless struggle. He's not called the strongest knight in history for no reason after all. His instinct is telling him to never try to cross swords with Issei, or he will be instantly killed. Rish and co become startled hearing there's suddenly someone behind them and they don't notice it. Then the one who was hiding from them came out in the open. It's Bolognius himself. Ophelia. Father. Bolognius. Ophelia. Gurugura. Principal. Issei. From what she said, you're the one who's responsible for all this zombies incident. Hearing Issei's words, Gurugura instantly directed her bloodlust towards Bolognius. Bolognius. You've grown stronger, Gurugura. And to answer your question, Issei Haidu. Yes, I am indeed the one who's responsible for the zombie incident. And how are you able to communicate with her if I may ask? Issei. Well, I could communicate with souls you see. Polonius. I see. Can you allow me to hug my daughter one last time? Issei. Sure, go ahead. Polonius then calmly walked toward Ophelia and hugged his zombified daughter. He looked like a typical loving father. Issei doesn't see why he should forbid the last reunion of father and daughter. Even if he's the villain, he should still be allowed to hug her daughter one last time. No. Polonius also doesn't see how he will be able to escape from Issei's side at this point. He knows if he makes his move then he will be instantly killed without a doubt. So he at least wants to hug her daughter one last time. Chapter 64. Gurugura. Mr. Principal, I don't get it. I know it was to bring back Ophelia, but how could you sell off all the academy students? Your daughter wouldn't have wanted that. Riche. It's not just the academy. How many people have suffered because of Adam's blood? You even destroyed the whole town of Osric. Ramius. Do you have no shame? No guilt? Polonius. No, none. The academy, Osric, random strangers. None of them deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as my daughter. If you knew another's death could bring your loved one back, would you do nothing? Polonius looked at Issei because he can tell that Issei is the same as him in this regard. Issei. Ah, I would have done the same as you. Riche and Co are surprised after hearing his words. Issei. If any of my loved ones are in your daughter condition, then I would stop at nothing to bring them back to my side. Even if I have to kill innocent people to get them back, I would do it without hesitation. Vanity, riches, honor, none of that matters to me. All I want is for my loved ones to be happy. Then Riche and Co started thinking about his words, and they admit they would have done the same as them as well. They are human beings, they have selfishness, so it's to be expected. Even gods have their selfish side, needless to say about them, humans. They thought, what if Issei suddenly disappear from their life? All of their faces went ghastly white thinking about that scenario, because they can't imagine a life without Issei in their life. He is their everything, and the same goes for Issei as well. They unconsciously put their hands on Issei after thinking about it. Issei smiled at them after feeling their grasp on him. Polonius. I see. So you're also not afraid she would hate you for it when she came back to life? Issei. Ah, it doesn't matter to me. They can despise me for it if they want. I just want them to live, knowing they're still alive is all that matters for me. And I do realize that is very selfish of me, but that's who I am, that's who Issei Haidu is. I'm not a hero, nor am I a saint. I never was. Now Riche and Co finally understand why Polonius did what he did. Love can change people, leading them to the right path or the wrong path. They promised to themselves to never let their self be in Ophelia situation, so Issei won't have to be burdened by a sin of killing millions of people just to get them back. And Issei also knows they would do the same as him, so he promised himself to never be in Ophelia situation as well. This is love at its finest, they think about their loved ones over themselves. Polonius. Hehe, we're quite the same after all. Polonius smiled once again after all this time. He never smiled after his daughter died. Polonius. My greatest regrets is that I was so busy that I had little time to spend with my daughter. I would use all the power I have to fight you, even if I know I can't win, at least I will still try. I'm going to bring her back to my side whatever the cost. Issei. Ah, I respect your dedication to your daughter. But you made my wife cry, so I can't forgive you as well. Polonius. If our situation is reversed, then I would do the same as well if you made Ophelia cry. They both smiled thinly at each other after that. Then Polonius give her daughter to Riche and Co. Polonius. Please keep her safe. Riche. We will. He bowed slightly as a sign of gratitude and readied his weapon, which is a dual chakram, and after gazing for a second with Issei, he dashed forward at him with a quick speed that even faster than Achival's. When Polonius was going to arrive in front of Issei, he disappears and reappeared behind Issei, and he slashed towards Issei's head. Riche and Co can barely see his movement, but they're not worried at all, because they know he can't beat Issei no matter what. Issei just calmly stepped back a little, and Polonius' attack went past its target by a paper-thin margin. Polonius' eyes went wide after seeing that, and then he felt a sudden impact at his stomach. Polonius. Gah. Bam. Issei hit Polonius' stomach with his elbow, and his body flew a few meters back, but he flipped over mid-flight. But soon he kneeled on the ground coughing out blood. Issei. Nice move. When Issei hit Polonius' stomach just now, he averted his body slightly to lessen the impact he would receive, or that one hit from Issei would have made him unable to move at all. But even then it still damaged his inside greatly. Obviously, Issei doesn't use his full strength, or all he needs to do is touch him with his finger and use Augi to kill Polonius instantly. Polonius. Cough, cough. Heh. I could say the same to you as well. Why did you spare me? I know if you want to you could have killed me instantly back then. Issei. For one, your daughter keeps screaming at me to spare you even now as we speak. Polonius' eyes went wide after hearing his words, and then he looks towards Ophelia. Even though her eyes are still hollow, but her expression portrayed the sadness she has. Ophelia. Ooh. Ah. Father. No. Polonius. Ophelia. Issei. And your judgment is not up to me, it's up to Gurugura. It's entirely up to her whether you're alive or not. So, Gurugura. Gurugura. Gurugura is quite taken aback after hearing Issei's words. Issei walked towards Gurugura's side waiting for her decision. Issei. As I said, it's up to you on what to do with him. Don't worry, whatever your decision is I will fully support you, so don't be afraid. Rish and Co also felt the same way as Issei. Ramius. Yumu, it's up to you, Gurugura. We all support your choices. Rish. Yup, same here. Catherine. Up to you, Chipiko. After all, he's the one who killed the people of Osric. Gurugura started thinking really hard after hearing their words. On one side she's mad at Polonius because of what he's done so far, and on one side she sympathizes with him because he does what he does just for his daughter, and not for a personal gain like Rochefort and etc. If his daughter's still alive until now, she knows that Polonius won't join the Snake Crest, and he will uphold justice like he used to do when he's still a knight back in the days. Issei just gently gazes at Gurugura, because no matter what her choices will be, he will fully support her. The same goes for Rish and Co. Polonius. You can do whatever you want to me, whether you kill me, torture me, whatever you want, but all I want to ask you is please spare my daughter. Polonius accepted his end, so all he wishes for is for his daughter to be left alone. Ophelia started walking slowly towards Polonius, and she hugged him slowly, and Polonius, who saw that, shed tears and hugged her back. Gurugura. Issei. I want to stop him. It's not even out of anger at this point, I just don't want him making any more people sad. Let's just capture him. Issei. Are you sure, Gurugura? Gurugura. Gurugura finally decided to not kill Polonius, and after Issei confirmed her choice, he smiled at her and pat her head gently. Issei. As you wish. Gurugura. Thanks, Issei. Issei. You're welcome. So, Polonius, you heard her. Polonius. I see. But don't you afraid that I will escape later on after you capture me? Issei. I wonder about that. Don't you know that the Snake Crest put something inside your daughter? Polonius. What do you mean? He has a bad premonition after hearing Issei words. Issei. You might not know this, but your daughter would have turned into a monster if she's left alone a little longer. Polonius' eyes went wide after hearing Issei's words. Polonius. Impossible. Issei. Why would I lie to you? But don't worry, I already took it out of her. And what are you here for, Kuro? Kuro. Oh, so you defeated the strongest knight in history like he's nothing as well, huh? All of them become startled once more after finding out that Kuro suddenly appeared at the corner of the room. Polonius was too injured to notice him hiding there. If he was on his top condition, then he would notice him straight away. Polonius. GH. Is what he said just now is true, Kuro? Kuro. I don't know about your daughter condition, but probably Shiro is the one who's responsible for it. As you've already known, I'm not the type who does that kind of stuff. And yes, what Issei Haidu said is true though, if left alone then your daughter would have changed into a monster just like Rochefort and the others as well. Polonius gritted his teeth in anger because he appears to be dancing on top of Shiro's hand after all this time. Shiro told him if he does what he's asked of then he will tell him the way to revive Ophelia. Then Kuro turned his attention towards Issei once more. Kuro. Well, to answer your question, I was just observing your fight, and I have to say it's quite disappointing that even Polonius can't even put a scratch on you. Issei. That shouldn't be the only reason on why you're here now, right? Kuro. Hehe, indeed. I want to talk to you, Issei Haidu, alone. Better decide fast because I don't have much time left. Rish. Don't even think about it. If you think we would leave Issei alone with you then you must be dreaming. Before Issei could even give out his answer, Rish already speak out. The other girls also felt the same way as Rish, and they readied their weapons. Kuro. Oi. Just what you think I could do to him. You know best just how strong your husband is, right? They know that even if both Kuro and Shiro fight Issei together, they still won't be able to beat him, but what if they have some kind of tricks, even if they know he will be fine, but they still feel worried for him. Especially when they just imagined what would happen if Issei suddenly disappears from their life, so they feared something will really happen to Issei. Rish. No is a no. Issei. Issei thought for a while and decided to follow Kuro to see what he wanted to say to him. Issei. Very well. Rish and Co. Ice Nai. Issei. Don't worry, I will be fine. Rish. But. Issei. Trust me, I will return to your side without fail. The girls wanted to argue once again, but after hearing his words and seeing his reassuring smile they reluctantly agreed. Rish. Alright, but you better return to our side. Do you hear me? Issei. Ah, I promise you. Then I will teleport you all back to Caillou and Kinu's side for now. Then Issei teleports them all to the twins' place. Kuro. Oh, so you can use teleport as well. Couldn't say we haven't expected this. Issei. So, get to the point. What do you want to talk to me about? Kuro. Alright. The thing is, Rish and Co felt like they're sitting in needles while waiting for Issei to return to them. The twins told them he will be fine and he should be back soon. Sure enough, Issei appeared at their front once again, and they all hugged him tightly, fearing he will really disappear from their life. Issei at first was surprised, but soon he gently reassured them until they've calmed down. Then they asked him what he's discussing with Kuro back then. But he told them it's a secret. Well, he does inform them about what he found out about the whole zombies incident. But not the discussion he had with Kuro. They can only pout because he won't tell them about it, but they know it must be for a good reason. They don't even think for a second that Issei would betray them, they trusted him completely. The party then met up with Croy and went to visit the Pope in the cathedral. Silent. Thank you for your assistance. The Pope's return has relieved the entire church. Norshan. The threat of the zombies isn't over with yet, but at least we now have time to think. Lairds. We'll do everything in our power to treat the knights. Silent. Senator Lairds, I heard you went back to Horatio. Is everything alright there? Lairds. There were only problems because I'd been mistakenly reported as dead. Once I showed up alive and well, everything settled down. Towa. Thank goodness. Lairds. I'm surprised to hear the zombies don't want anything from us. Based on all the old stories, I thought they were vile creatures that attacked any human they saw. Catherine. Makes sense why you treat them like monsters and try to destroy them on sight. Norshan. It said that the original zombies were people who committed crimes in Central, got banished to this land, and died. In which case, it's understandable that they would begrudge the living. Catherine. Well, we have some info about this whole incident. Then they told them all about what they found out about the whole zombie incident. The perpetrator being Belonius and the snake Crest. Apparently, Belonius is also a well-known doctor in Hamlet and also a scientist who invented most of the antidote they had right now. So it's quite shocking after they heard that the main perpetrator is their most outstanding doctor. At first they doubted if it was true or not, but after seeing the notes Belonius gave Issei that contains all the proof and Belonius' own signature on it, they had to believe it. Issei told them that Belonius is already dead along with his daughter. Silent and Croy. Lairds. Belonius. Why didn't you try talking to anyone? As a father myself, I could have sympathized with you. Towa. Father. Croy is also feeling sad after hearing this news because she knows well the bond Belonius and Ophelia shared, just like how her bond with her own father, Lewin. Norshan. I see. So Belonius is the one who responsible for this whole incident. But be that as it may, we still have the zombies to deal with, right? Issei. Well, about that. Bam. Hamlet Knight. There's trouble. A Hamlet Knight frantically burst into the cathedral. Hamlet Knight. It's the zombies. The zombies from the poison territory have formed a mob that's heading toward Hamlet. Issei already expected this because when Ophelia is not in control of them any longer, so they will start attacking sooner or later. Catherine. Sooner than expected. Thought we could get the first move, but so much for that. Norshan. Organize the knights. Wait, evacuate the civilians first. Silent. Calm down and think, please. Where would they evacuate to? Lairds. There's no time to prepare a ship now. Norshan. Ah, what a mess. I'm supposed to be the Pope, but I'm useless. Silent. If only someone could cast Grand Purge. Even Croy is unable to cast it because her potential is not fully drawn out yet. She got the talent but sadly not enough understanding about the spell to cast it. Issei. Can you let me see that spell? Norshan and the others are startled hearing Issei's sudden question. Norshan. What are you planning, Issei-san? Issei. Just let me see it. Norshan. Oh, understood. Saint Silent, can you get the spell book of the Grand Purge, please? Silent. Yes. Silent then leaves the room to get the spell book and soon she returned with it. Silent. Here's the Grand Purge spellbook. Issei. Thanks. Then Issei read the spellbook. Norshan and the others are confused about what is he planning with it, and when they ask Rish and Co. Their answers leave them slack-jawed. Rish. He probably wanted to learn the spell. Catherine. Knowing him, then it won't be surprising at all if he does manage to learn it. Ramius. Indeed. Guragura. Yep. Caillou. Hehe, somehow I know that he will be able to learn it. Kinu. He's our husband after all. Nothing is impossible for him. Baro. Hehe, at this point I doubt if there's anything that Issei-kun cannot do. Rish and Co answered them like it's a very normal thing. Silent. That would be impossible because even Princess Croy can't learn the spell. Norshan. Saint Silent is right, there's no one able to use that spell. Even though I wish Issei-san can use it as well but… Issei. Oh, got it. Before Norshan could finish his words they finally heard Issei speaking. He returned the book to Silent who accepted it while feeling confused just like Norshan did. Norshan. What do you mean, Issei-san? What do you get? Issei. Oh, I could use this spell. Silent. Wow. Impossible. Norshan. Yay. How? Croy covered her mouth in surprise, even she finds it impossible to use that spell. They all doubted it if Issei could truly use that spell. Issei. Well, I just somehow knows it after reading the spell. Silent. Just know it, you say. They all become speechless hearing that he learned it just from reading it once. Then just what they've been doing after all this time. They could swear that they have read it more than 100 times and tried casting it more than 1,000 times. But here he is saying that he could use it after just reading it once. Rish. See, we told you that he will be able to do it. Even Rish and Co. smiled wryly after hearing that their husband could use a spell that the church are unable to use until now. But they accepted it quite easy compared to the church party. Kinu. What Grand Purge does, specifically, is purge soul residue. Caillou. It involves working with souls, so you had better know about souls if you want to use it right. Catherine. Makes sense knowing Ice's true background. Silent. His true background. Isn't he the Zero Knight from Eden? Caillou. Kath, better be careful with your words now. Catherine. Oh right, my bad. Catherine remembered that it's best that no one else knows of Issei's true background. What would people think after hearing that he's a lover of the goddess of death herself? They all curious about what Catherine talking about, but they have more urgent matter at hand right now. Norshan. Then, Issei-san. If you could really use the Grand Purge. Issei. Oh, yeah. Let's head towards the bridge right now. They headed towards the bridge right away. The party arrived at the bridge and saw the zombies forming a giant horde. Issei. Ah. I see. Very well. Silent. What is he doing? Norshan. Oh right, I forgot I haven't told you yet, Saint Silent. Apparently, Issei-san could talk with souls and he's communicating with the zombies right now. He could also purify souls, so he said. Issei started nodding to himself after seeing the zombie horde and Silent is confused on what's Issei doing right now, so Norshan informs Silent about Issei's special capabilities. Silent went wide-eyed once again after hearing it. Her poker face is doomed to be broken as long as she stays next to Issei it seems. Issei. They're not coming towards this way to attack the city. They wanted to be purified so they can truly pass on. Can you feel it? Issei's body started glowing with white light and when it touches their bodies, they can also feel it. Croy. I can feel it. I feel the pain of their regretful, fragmented souls. Rish and the others can also feel it. Gura cried softly after feeling it, while the others also felt sad. Gura. Ice Nai. Please, let the people of Oz rest in peace. Issei. Issei closed his eyes and started casting a spell, generating even brighter light around him. Ramius. This light. It's like the light during a knight's appointment ritual. Silent. It's like Mother Eve's power directly affecting the soul. But this is an insane amount. And. Croy. Ara. Oh. Rish. What's wrong, Wani-chan? Silent and Croy started squirming while clamping both of their legs together after being bathed with Issei's light. Croy. It's nothing. On. Silent. MMH. Both of their faces went red. They act this way because of Issei raised their holy power indirectly. Issei. Pitiful, lost shards of soul, may you find everlasting rest. Grand Purge. Issei finished casting the spell, opened his eyes, and looked toward the zombie mod. Issei's current eye color is not the usual wine red but golden colored, just like when he used his balance breaker. The girls blush deeply after seeing his current form because it's even more enchanting and more holy than his usual self. His body shone blindly bright with the light of miracles. The light became countless particles which spiraled in the air, it was like a shining tornado. Everyone. Beautiful. They all agreed that the current Issei is looking extremely holy. The Kailers also felt their king holy power and they knelt in reverence towards Issei direction. At Semiramis domain, Irene felt Issei's power spiked up and opened a rift hole to see his current situation. Irene. Oh. Whistle, girls, look at this. Jean and Jalter who were training turned their heads towards Irene direction. Jean. Yes. Jalter. Wiz and Union also there, they were also training, but after hearing Irene's voice, they stopped their training and walked next to her. Wiz. What's wrong? Union. Is there something wrong, Irene-san? Semiramis and Scathach are off to somewhere at the moment. Semiramis said she wanted to get her old fortress, and Scathach is accompanying her. Then they saw the man they've been longing to see for a while. Jean and Jalter are the most affected because they both were saintess after all. All of their eyes went wide and blushed deeply after seeing Issei's current state. Jean. Master. So beautiful. Jalter. Ah. Jean knelt and get into her usual praying position while gazing at the current Issei. Jalter also agreed with Jean without her deviant side getting in the way. Union. Wow. Issei-san looks so amazing. Wiz. Yes. He looks so holy and even more handsome than before. Wiz even thought that it's quite weird that the actual goddess she knows is far less holy than her own boyfriend. And they all become even more enamored towards Issei after seeing him now. A certain girl with a blue hair sneezes right after Wiz thought about it. Irene. Hehehe, just what we expect from our ice right girls. Jean nodded reverently while Jalter averted her face while blushing a bit, but she doesn't deny it. While both Union and Wiz faces went beet red after hearing Irene's words. Irene. And you girls better be prepared when you meet him again. Because I can tell you that he's even more amazing in bed. Irene decided to tease them while grinning slyly. Jean blushed deeply but doesn't deny it that she also wanted to become one with her master. Jalter. You shameless woman. Irene. Oh, thank you, I'll take that as a compliment because I'm indeed shameless when it's about my beloved Ice. Don't tell me that you don't want to try having sex with him, Jalter-chan. Jalter. Shut up. Jalter got even more embarrassed, she scowled at Irene while her face went red like a tomato. Irene chuckled after seeing her reaction because who would have thought that the feisty Jalter is so shy when it comes to this kind of stuff. While Union and Wiz's face already turned red to the maximum that even smoke started coming out of their head, their eyes are also spinning. They both muttered, "SX with Issei-san." Hoo. Irene chuckled seeing how innocent most of the girls here are. Then she gazes towards Issei once more. Irene. Hurry and return to us, beloved. She gazes at Issei filled with endless love and passion while putting one of her hands on her mark. One thing for sure is that all of them can't wait for their upcoming reunion. Norshin made up his mind about something after seeing the current Issei. Towa. Issei-san really is powerful. Gura. This light's nice and warm. It makes me feel cozy. The light did, in fact, enshroud everyone in kindness and warmth. Regardless of age, gender, or even species, the warmth rained on all in an overpowering waterfall of light. Even the living corpses, the zombies, were hid. Gura. Ah. Gura's training helped her eyes adjust to the brightness fastest, letting her see the zombies dissolve in the light. Gura. The old lady. My teacher. Everyone. She saw the old woman had given her cookies and the teacher who had been strict, yet loving. The faces of everyone she had known in Osric wore the same peaceful smile she always remembered. They all smiled towards Gura and bowed at Issei, conveying the gratitude they had for him. Soon one familiar face after another disappeared. Gura. Bye. Gura knew that soul residue was all that remained of the people she knew, but she said farewell as if to part with her past forever. When the light finally dimmed they all started to look around. Rish. Wow. Ramius. The zombies vanished. With their souls purged, the zombies' unnaturally preserved bodies disintegrated into dust. Gura. Ice Nai, this is a good thing, right? Issei. The people of Osric are relieved and have truly passed on after that. They're relieved to know their bodies won't be attacking anyone anymore. And they all said that they love you, Gura. Thank you, Ice Nai. She smiled through tears and hugged Issei tightly. Issei smiled and stroked her head gently. Gura. Gura found it ticklish but gave Issei a wide smile. They all smiled seeing their interaction. But then Silent noticed something. Borrow. Sigh, another achievement yet again, Issei-kun. I wonder if King Lewin will get a headache or become more proud after this one. Just what can they reward him with this time? He already reached the maximum rank on the knight's rank. As for his nobility, it's not really a reward, considering he doesn't seem to care at all about it. Silent. Too bad there's no Magavision crew here or we could film this whole process. Oh. Croy. Ara. I somehow feel like I can also use the Grand Purge now. Silent. You too, Princess Croy. The two saints becomes puzzled after finding out that they can feel like they could use the Grand Purge that they weren't able to use before now. Caillou. That must be because your holy power are upgraded by Issei. Kinu. Weird though because the requirement for that should be by doing that. Caillou. Now that you mention it. Norshin. What do you mean by that? Caillou. The requirements for someone being able to upgrade their holy power according to QT are by having the one who has lower power have sex with the one with the bigger power. Kinu. Of course, it only works if the participants are a man and a woman. If you had the same gender do the deeds then it won't work at all. It has something to do with the balance of yin and yang if we are not mistaken. Everyone. A. They become stupefied after hearing the twins' words. If that's true then. Silent looked towards Issei, who's currently still stroking Gurugura's head, and after seeing his caring and smiling face, she blushed deeply. She was also hoping the same gender could work as well, but sadly not. Croy started imagining things after hearing the twins' words. Croy. Rish. What's so funny, Wani-chan? Croy. Oh, it's nothing. Norshin's decision got even more solidified after hearing the twins' words. Norshin. Issei-sen, we can't thank you enough for helping the church once again. Can you please go to the church with us? Issei. Sure. But Croy still wanted to visit the hospital, so if possible we wanted to visit the hospital first. Croy smiled gently hearing Issei's words because he apparently still remembered her wish to visit the hospital. Norshin. Oh, right. Princess Croy wanted to visit the hospital, wasn't she? I give you permission to enter Horatio. Croy. Thank you so much. Norshin. Now, allow me to enchant you. What I'm about to use is a variety of curative magic called vaccine. Issei could guess what it does just by hearing its name. Silent. It defends against diseases for which cures have been found. This special spell has gone through a series of improvements throughout history. LILITH. Of course, it has no effect on undiscovered bacteria, so try not to touch anything out of the ordinary. Norshin. Now then. Norshin recited the spell, causing Croy to emit a calming light that illuminated the area. Norshin. That should do it. Silent. Do what the people in Horatio tell you. Simply catching a cold would be a matter of life or death for many of the patients there. Croy. Okay, I'll be careful. Silent, still not convinced about it, then she bowed towards Issei. Silent. Issei-sama, please watch her carefully. Issei. Oh, sure. Why would the sama, Issei thought, but he let it be. LILITH. Towa, please show them around Horatio. I'll be working with Pope Norshin. Towa. Okay. Issei. Thanks Towa. Towa. And no problem, Issei-san. Caillou. We need to prepare the requested salted caramels by Princess Croy first. Kinu. Borrow. Then I'll take Princess Croy to the hospital. You can go with the twins to collect the caramels first, Issei-kun. Issei. Got it. Then they head towards Horatio to visit the hospital. Along the way, Croy is so happy that she can finally visit the children. The party went through an identity check as well as a long medical inspection, during which they had to use numerous disinfectants before they finally entered Horatio. Catherine. This whole town smells like antiseptic. Rish. We didn't even need any vaccinations thanks to the vaccine spell, so don't complain. Issei doesn't really need the vaccine spell because no poison nor disease could affect him as of now. Even the Sample blood, which could kill true dragons like OPHIS and Great Red, doesn't work on him any longer. But he still let Norshin cast it on him because it's a procedure after all. Not like it will hurt to be more cautious. Towa. Oh, Issei-san, over here. The princess's visit is about to begin. Towa ran up to the party. Caillou. Sorry we took so long. Kinu. We brought plenty of salted caramels to apologize. Give them out to the children. Towa. Thank you. That's quite a lot. A lot. Towa looked behind Kinu and Caillou at the pile of cardboard boxes the height of a two-story building and opened her eyes wide. Ramius. It's surprising enough that they instantly made all this, but when you include the fact that they were able to bring it all here, I can see why you'd be speechless. Rish. So where's Wani-chan meeting with the kids? Towa. Oh, right. They're at the pediatrics department in building 4. Barrow is inspecting the building now. Rish. I'd hate to keep the kids waiting. Let's hurry. Once Towa instructed the hospital staff to carry away the salted caramels, she led the party to the building in question. Chapter 65. Croy. Yay, I'm so glad I finally get to see the children. At the building, they met up with the ecstatic princess. Gurugura. Croy seems so happy. Issei. Getting to see these kids must be very exciting for her. Rish. Probably. Unlike me, she was never allowed to leave the castle much. As if worried about Croy's behavior, Towa gave everyone some warnings to follow during the visit. Towa. You can touch the children, but if you do, be careful not to touch anything else until you wash your hands. Croy. What about kissing? Towa. Kissing. I think it might be best if you don't do too much in general. Also, this may be a lot to ask, but if you don't mind at least letting the more isolated children see you through the window, that would be nice. Croy. I'd be more than happy to. Let's go visit everyone. Towa. Okay, thank you very much. As someone who volunteers to visit the children on a regular basis, Towa was overjoyed to see Croy's enthusiasm. Barrow. Hi. It looks like you're finally here. I'm done surveying the hospital. Ramius. I'm sorry we weren't around to help. Barrow. I don't mind. I love any chance to see children smiling faces, so don't feel bad. Gura. What should we do? Borrow. Could you stay with Princess Croy in case anything happens? Catherine. What'll you be doing? Hitting on some nurses. Borrow. I'll work with Central's knights to keep guard outside. Hamlet's knights are still tired after that zombie business. Issei. Got it. Borrow. We don't want to stress out the kids, that's why we're keeping the knights outside, after all. Remember to smile. Issei. Ah. Towa. Issei-san, it's about to start. We need to go. Caillou. See you soon, Ice. We'll go help get the salted caramels ready. Issei. Okay, see you in a bit. The party chazzed after the impatient princess to the side of her visit. After a nice simple ceremony in the lobby, Croy ran straight to the pajama-clad children. Croy. Hello, everyone. Sickly girl. Hello. Bewildered boy. It's the princess. She's right here in real life. Even the children that were shyly hiding behind the nurses at first were drawn out by Croy's gentle smile. Croy. Have you been in the hospital for long? Sickly girl. I've been here forever. They say they don't know what I'm sick from. Croy. Really? You should never stop fighting the sickness, though. Your parents, your doctor and I will be rooting for you. Croy dotingly patted the girl's head. Sickly girl. Ah, don't. You're gonna get sick. And I haven't taken a bath, so I'm all dirty. Croy. It's okay, you're not dirty at all. Also, you're so warm. Croy hugged the reluctant girl, covering her face with her bountiful chest. Sickly girl. MGGGGH. It hurts. Croy. Oh, sorry about that. But remember, you're warm because you're alive and well. I'm sure you'll get better in no time. Sickly girl. Really? Croy. Yes, so try thinking about what you'll do after that. Sickly girl. Oh, I want to get married like you. Croy. Hehehe, you're so cute that you could get married in no time. Sickly girl. Oh okay, I'm gonna try to get better. Croy took her time speaking with each of the kids and went around to all the hospital rooms. As though her smile put the children at ease, she effortlessly connected with all of them. Towa. These kids are usually in low spirits, but they're having so much fun. Princess Croy really is an incredible saint. Following behind Croy with the rest of the group, Towa found herself thinking out loud. Issei. That might just be thanks to all the work you normally do, Towa. And even Princess Croy's visit wouldn't be happening without your help. Towa. EA. And no, I think it's because of you, Issei-san, because you purified all those zombies and solved the mystery behind it as well. Issei. Perhaps, but without the letters from the kids that you deliver to Croy, then she won't be visiting the hospital now, right? Towa. I suppose so. I'm glad I was able to do something. Nobody's ever told me that before. What do I do? I'm gonna blush. Geez, Issei-san. While Towa was frantically trying to hide a red face, Croy's hospital visit continued. Croy. Do you ever get bored being stuck in the hospital? Is there anything you want? Bandaged girl. Yeah. But Towa One-chan teaches me stuff and tells me stories about all kinds of places. Croy. I've watched one of her stories too. Isn't it fun to learn things? Bandaged girl. Yeah, I love her stories. I wanna watch one with you, princess. Croy. Maybe we can ask her next time. Are you tired? You can lie down if you like. Bandaged girl. I'm okay. Also, we made this for you. Croy carefully took the girl's origami gift, then gave her a soft hug and expressed her appreciation. Croy. Thanks, I'll treasure it always. IV, drip girl. I drew a picture. Croy. Oh, you're quite the artist, I'll treasure this too. Hehehe. I'll need to buy a frame for this. Starting with one gift, the children gave Croy one present after another until her hands were full. Ramius. They're suffering from illness, but they still took the trouble to make gifts. Catherine. Like the total opposite of the selfish jackasses from Snake Crest. The party felt as though their hearts, weary from all the unrestrained desire they'd seen in their fights with the enemy, were being cleansed. Issei smiled seeing Croy being surrounded by children. Then he saw a little girl coming his way, she just stands in front of him and looks up at him silently. Issei felt confused seeing her gazing at him like this. So he lowers his body to match the girl height. Issei. What's wrong? Finally, after hearing Issei's question, the girl says something. Girl. Who are you, Ani-chan? Issei. Oh, I'm Princess Croy family member. Girl. Why do you cover your head with your hood? Are you shy? Issei smiled at the girl after hearing her question, so he uncovers his hood. Issei. No, it's just a habit of mine, you see. When Issei's face is shown, the girl nurses and the children moms blush deeply seeing his face. They've never seen someone this handsome before, even Sir Barrow lose against Issei they thought. The mom's husband sent Issei a begrudging stare because of it though. Issei could only smile bitterly to himself after feeling their stares. The little girl's eyes went wide after seeing his face, and she asked him a question. Girl. Ani-chan, are you a prince? Because you're so handsome and cool. Rish, who heard her words, grinned and responded to the girl question even before Issei could respond to it. Rish. Yes, this Ani-chan is a prince. The prince for all of us. Ramius. Yumu. Our own Prince Charming. Gura. Yep. Nai is our prince. Catherine. You could say that. Issei smiled wryly hearing Rish and co. Words. Girl. Woo, amazing. Hey, everyone. There's a prince here. The girl instantly called her friends to come over, and they all looked towards her direction straight away. Even the children who surrounded Croy looked over along with Croy herself. Sickly boy. Really? Sickly girl. We have both the prince and the princess here. Then some of them swarmed Issei this time around. They keep asking him a question, and Issei answered them all patiently and gently. Sickly girl. Ani-chan, are you the prince's fiancé? Issei becomes a bit taken aback by her sudden question, but he answered her regardless. Issei. No, I'm not. Sickly girl. But aren't you the prince? Sickly boy. Yeah. They all felt a little disappointed that he's not Croy's fiancé, but soon they asked him another question. Issei's childish smile also reappears once again when he's interacting with the children. After all, even in his original world, he's quite popular with the children as well. This time it's the Rish and co. Turn to smile at him along with Croy herself. They all felt like he's gonna be a great father as well on top of being a great husband already. The nurses blushed even more after seeing his dazzling smile, and they envy Rish and co for having a husband like him. Issei patted each of the children's head and they all giggled after being patted by him. Unknown to everyone nearby, every child that came into contact with him will be cured soon. Issei knows it, but he keeps silent about it. He releases his blessing light to the whole hospital to cure the rest of the patients here. Later on, people started thinking a miracle happened because every single patient who was hospitalized here got cured on the same day. And the hospital got even more famous because of it. Bandaged girl. Nah, princess. Who is that Ani-chan to you? One of the girls who are still with Croy asked. Croy. Oh, he's my great Ataudo. Only my Ataudo. She flashed a brief of sad and longing smile, but soon her cheerful smile is back once again. Rish and co. also participate in the patting session soon after. They all enjoyed their time playing with the children until the visiting time is over. All of the children said their goodbye to Croy and Issei and told them to come to visit them again later. Both Issei and Croy promised the children that they will come to visit again later with a pinky promise. Then they head back to Hamlet. The party returned to Hamlet, where they were met by Pope Norshan and Silent. But when the party approached Pope Norshan, he promptly kneeled and bowed his head. Norshan. Thank you so much. Issei-san, you're a hero to this country. Issei. Don't mind it, we just did what we could do, that's all. Silent. Don't be so humble, you all saved this country from the impending doom of the zombie horde and from the Snake Crest evil hands as well. And for that, we can't thank you enough. Silent also bowed her head towards Issei. Norshan. With that said, Issei-san. I was wondering, are you willing to take my place as the Pope? Everyone who heard Norshan words become surprised except Silent and Laertes. They apparently already discussed this beforehand. Laertes. I totally approve of Issei Dono becoming the Pope as well. Silent. Likewise. But Issei refuses it straight away. Issei. I'm sorry but I don't want to. Weirdly enough, Norshan and co only smiled bitterly after hearing his answer. Norshan. I see. Just like King Luin said, you're not interested in things like this, huh? Rish. How did you know? Norshan. You see, we asked King Luin when you're visiting the hospital before. When we asked King Luin if it's okay to have Issei sent to become the new Pope, he just said. If he agrees to it then sure, but I doubt he will agree because he's not a person who's interested in authority. So we're not too surprised hearing that Issei-san rejected our proposal. Borrow. That does sound like what the king would say. Laertes. Sigh, it's too bad we couldn't make him as the new Pope. Silent. But we have another solution for this. Please don't reject this as well, Issei-sama. Silent comes close to Issei and stares at him with a serious gaze that said she won't allow him to reject this one. Issei. Oh, but I need to know what is it first. Silent. Good enough. The Church of Mother Eve would like to bestow you with the rank of Holy Knight. Rish. Wow, that's awesome. Ramius. A Holy Knight. It's on the same level of a Zero Knight, but even more special than the latter. Issei. Is that so? Catherine. Yeah, I'm a Zero Knight, but I was never a Holy Knight. Neither were Achival and Borrow. Borrow. Indeed. Ramius. Meaning that as far as the Church of Mother Eve is concerned, you have greater influence. Your influence is about the same as the Pope basically. Issei. That indeed sounds important. But. Silent. Issei sama. Issei. Fine. I accepted. Silent smiled at Issei, but her eyes are not smiling at all, so he decided to accept it after seeing her chilling smile. After he accepts it, Silent smirks slyly inside her mind. Croy. My Itato got promoted again, yay. Croy feels really happy that Issei got to be the church-fabled Holy Knight. It's been a long time ago ever since there was a Holy Knight present in the church. But there's a secret about this rank that nobody outside the church higher up knows. There can only be one Holy Knight at one time, and they have the same influence just like the Pope himself, just like the public knows. But the most important of all is that whoever becomes the Holy Knight automatically able to claim the saints to be his spouse, as long as they're willing to be one of his spouses, and they can also have an unlimited amount of spouse. Of course, Croy is a special case, so she can't be Issei's spouse because of it. So they're not limited to only able to have 10 spouses like the Zero Knight rank. In other words, Holy Knight rank surpasses the Zero Knight rank by a milestone. But these facts are only known to the church higher up such as the Pope and the saints only. To become a Holy Knight, the candidates are not only needed to be strong, but they also needed to be kind and noble-hearted, possess a holy magic as powerful as one of the saints at the very least, and also have done special services to the church. Unfortunately, it is hard to do a special service to the church without living full-time in the Hamlet region, and hard to be a Zero Knight without working internationally. As a result, a certain church rite, allowed only to Holy Knights who are also Zero Knights, has all but died off due to the international level of experience required of Zero Knights. It may be assumed that the only holy artifact capable of creating a Holy Knight is the Pope's own artifact, the Evenical itself. Norshin. Then. We need the Holy Swo. Silent. Pope, the Evenical would work better. All you have to do is fetch it from the storage room. Norshin. Alright. Issei felt like Norshin sure has things hard. Thus, with Issei's promotion swiftly settled on, the ritual was held. Silent. This is our holy scripture, the Evenical. Surrounded by several knights, Norshin brought in a decorated book. Silent. It chronicles everything from Mother Eve's birth to the time she went into hiding. Norshin. It's written in an ancient language, however, so only a portion has been translated thus far. Silent. We only recently reached the end of the events involved in the wedding ritual. Norshin. Now, allow us to use this to appoint you as a Holy Knight. Issei. Sure. When Norshin chanted some sort of prayer, the room was filled with Mother Eve's power. Issei. This light. It's like the miracle light from Croy's ritual. Norshin. O Eve, mother of all. Accept our brother as the Holy Knight. When the miracle power reached its peak, Norshin placed a fingertip on Issei's forehead. Then the miracle light was absorbed into him. Norshin. The ritual is over. You now have every church in the world on your side. Issei. Ah, thank you. Catherine. The Evenical, though. With the solemn mood over with, Catherine stared at the book in Norshin's hand. Issei. By the way, is there another Evenical out there? There's somebody I know seems to have knowledge about it after all, and he's not from the church, I can assure you that. Norshin. Well. Silent. I would guess that during the Arthur tragedy, someone took advantage of the chaos to take a peek at it. Catherine. Oh yeah, Snake Crest had members in the church back then, huh? Norshin. Yes. Catherine. Anyway, you're a Holy Knight now, Ice. I wonder what will the king reward you this time? Issei. I won't ask for anything though. Croy. How about I reward you with another kiss? Of course, it will only on the cheek though. Issei. Let's just go back to Eden and. Bang. Doctor. Senator Leixein. Just then one of the doctors from Horatio Hospital tossed the door open and burst into the room. Leixein. What's wrong, why are you in such a hurry? Don't you know that this is the church? Doctor. I'm sorry, but there's an urgent situation that I need to inform you about the patients at our hospital. Issei had a bad premonition, and he wanted to leave this place right away. Leixein. What happened? Are there anyone in a dangerous situation right now? Leixein felt worried if anything bad happened that needed his immediate attention. Doctor. No sir. Actually. Then the doctor whispered at Leixein because this is quite the delicate situation after all. After hearing the information the doctor brings Senator Leixein's eyes went wide to the maximum. And he grabbed the doctor's shoulder and looked him straight in the eyes to see if he's lying or not. Leixein. Are you sure about this? Doctor. Why yes. We have already confirmed it several times. Norshin. What happened? I've never seen you in such a frenzy before, Senator Leixein. Is there any problem after all with the hospital? Was it an attack from the Snake Crest? Riche and Co are also worried if that is indeed what happened, but only Issei sweated a bit because he knows what they just talked about just now. He never thought that they will be cured this soon. Leixein. No. The doctor from my hospital said that every single patient that was hospitalized there somehow got cured for no apparent reason. Everyone. What? Then they all started speculating just what happened. It's good that the patients are cured, but what is the cause of it? Was it really a miracle? Then they noticed something and set their gaze on a certain someone. Issei. Why are you all looking at me? Leixein. Issei don't know. From what the doctor told me is that the patient somehow got cured about the same time when your party left the hospital. That's quite a bit of the coincidence, wasn't it? Issei. Indeed, what a coincidence. Leixein. Now that I recall it. The poison mud's pathway that leads to the camp for some reason also changed into a normal mud when I was heading back to the church when we just first met. Issei. Perhaps it's just another coincidence. Leixein. Oh right, the path toward Osric is even more poisonous compared to the poison mud pathway at the camp, that it's quite well known as the poison swamp. How can you all cross that poison swamp, Issei-san? Issei. Maybe we're just lucky. Towa. Issei-san. Even Towa felt that it's not possible to have multiple coincidences like this happen back to back. Issei. Rish and Co also gave Issei a silent stare because they're quite sure that their husband is the cause of it all. Issei averted his gaze towards the door, but they all noticed his gaze. Croy. Atado-kun. Croy hummed happily towards Issei and hugged one of his arms to prevent him from running away. Silent also went for his other arm. Silent. Please tell us the truth, Issei-sama, or we won't let you go. Issei. Ugh. Rish. Sigh, knowing you, Ice. You probably don't want to let them know about what you did, so they don't have to give you another bothersome reward, am I right? Issei's body twitches a little after hearing Rish's words, and his face shows what he's thinking right now, which can be read as, how did you know? Catherine. Of course we know, you stupid husband, who do you think we are? Ramius. We already know your way of thinking, Ice. Even though your selfless side is great, but in this case, it's too important to be left alone. Gura. Ice nai. Issei. Sigh, fine. It was me. Finally, Issei admitted that he's the one who did it, but he requested that this knowledge should be kept a secret because he doesn't want to attract too much attention to this kind of stuff. What if every single sick person comes to him? Not only that it's gonna bother him, but then the hospital will also run out of business and the doctor jobs will be taken by him instead, and they all will go unemployed if that were to happen. And there's no way that he will let them relying on him all the time. He won't be here all the time after all. It will make them become lazy and not being careful, thinking that it's fine even if they got sick they can be cured instantly. Just like the Humpty Kingdom history, because there's a lot of food available to people back then, the citizens become lazy, and the unemployment percentage is so high that it reaches 90%. Excess brings decay, just like Arthur said before. If the humans don't strive to create an antidote for the disease, then they will be devastated once Issei is no longer there to cure them. Leixein and the others totally agreed with Issei's view. And they admire him even more because of it. Towa and Croy eyes are shining brightly that it looks like there are stars in their eyes. While Silent nodded to herself, thinking that he is indeed the man that's truly worthy, being the Holy Knight. She thought she will inform the other two saints as well about this whole incident and tell them that they finally have the Holy Knight to serve. She felt that it's too bad that Princess Croy is already engaged, if not then. Leixein tried to give Issei a reward, but the latter adamantly refused it, and this time he won't budge no matter what. He's not interested in riches and fame after all, so Leixein thought of something else after seeing how Towa keeps staring at Issei. Leixein. Well, if you're not interested in all that, then so be it. Can I ask you something, Issei Dono? Issei. Sure. Leixein. What do you think about my daughter? Issei. About Towa. Leixein. Yes. Towa at first becomes taken aback, but soon she perked her ears up to hear Issei's opinion about her. Rish and Co. already have a premonition on where this conversation is heading to, but they let it be. Issei. I think she's a nice and cute girl. She has a caring personality and hardworking as well. Overall, she's a great girl. Towa's face went redder every time Issei complimented her. She felt like she's in heaven right now, but she's also feeling really embarrassed because the man she has a crush on think of her in that regard. She covers her face in embarrassment. Leixein. I see. Good to know you think of her that way. Leixein's face bloomed with a smile, knowing Issei think of her daughter that way. He patted Issei's shoulder while smiling still. Leixein. Then, Issei don't know how about taking my daughter as one of your wives? Issei. Sorry. Towa. Father. Both Issei and Towa become taken aback after hearing Leixein's words. Yep, just like they expected, is what's going on inside Rish and Co minds at this moment. Leixein. It's perfect, isn't it? My daughter likes you and you seem to think of her highly as well. Towa. Why WHWH, what are you saying, father? Leixein. Am I wrong to assume that you like to say Dono here? Towa. I. Ho. There's steam coming out from Towa's head because of how embarrassed she was. But she doesn't deny Laird's words. Caillou. Good going, Ice. You pick up wives as naturally as breathing. Kinu. That's how a dragon man should be. Issei. Why do you think I'll make her my wife? Laird's. Are you thinking my daughter is not good enough for you, Issei Dono? Laird's frowned after hearing Issei's words. Issei. No, if anything she's great, but… Laird's. Then make her your wife. Issei becomes speechless, he felt like he just walked into a trap when he answered Laird's question just now. Then Riche and Co stated their opinion as well. Riche. I don't mind much, to be honest. It is kinda happened out of nowhere, but I had a feeling you'd marry her for a while now. Ramius. Towa was easy to guess. Towa. W was I. Gura. All throughout your stories, you'd keep glancing at Ice Nai. Towa. Even his wives noticed. How embarrassing. Towa felt like she wanted to find a hole and crawl inside it because of her embarrassment right now. Catherine. Well, everyone could predict Ice marrying more girls. Anyway, just accept her already, Ice, so we can go back to Eden and report to the king. Croy. Yai, my Ataudo will have another wife, when we head back we can have a party to celebrate it. Riche. Oni-chan, you're supposed to stay here. Croy. Why? Silent. We need to brief you once again about the ritual, so please spend some time resting in Horatio. Croy. Fian. Croy pouted because she won't be able to celebrate with her Ataudo. Silent, who saw her pouting face, screamed cute. Inside her mind right now. Laird's. So, Issei Dono, what's your answer? It's okay if you refuse it, but do you really have the heart to turn down such a cute girl like my daughter away after she laid bare her feelings for you? Laird's gives Issei a sly smirk because he knows that Issei won't reject his daughter away after all that. Besides, he's the only man he approves so far to become Towa's husband. It's not me who laid it bare, but it's you, father. Is what Towa's thinking right now. But she won't deny it at this point that she also wanted to marry Issei. After all, she indeed has a crush on him ever since they first met. She gazes at Issei with a red face but filled with hope. Towa. Issei-san. Seeing Towa pleading gaze towards him, Issei finally relented. And it's not like he doesn't have feelings towards her anyway. Issei. Sigh, okay, Towa. So. Will you marry me? Towa's face beamed with happiness after hearing Issei agreed to marry her. Towa. Yes. I would love to. She jumped into Issei's embrace straight away, and Issei calmly catches her while smiling wryly towards his wives, who only gave him a knowing grin. Riche. But I wonder how she would react that to become his wife she needs to have sex with him. Ramius. Yumu, she's not very knowledgeable on that part after all. Catherine. She's indeed more clueless even compared to Chibiko here after all. Gura. Good luck, Towa. Laird's. Great. Laird's laughed jovially after seeing Issei agree to marry Towa. Norshan. Congratulations, Senator Laird's, for gaining a great son-in-law. Laird's. Thank you. They laugh together like it's all according to plan. Thus, Issei was promoted to the rank of Holy Knight and obtained 2 new wives. Silent. Congratulations, now that the zombies are all taken care of, Hamlet's knights can focus all their energy on protecting Princess Croy. Borrow. Probably that's for the best because I need to go somewhere as well for now. Silent. We'll meet with the Central Empire to reschedule the final ritual. And Issei-sama, I will see you later as well. Have a nice day. Issei. Alright. Let's go back to Eden for now. Issei had a little bad premonition when Silent seems to be gazing at him with a mischievous smile on her face, but he decided to forget about it because he already went through a lot recently. With his new wife in tow, the party decided to return to the Kingdom of Eden. As soon as the party returned to the Kingdom of Eden, they reported to King Lewin about what had transpired in the state of Hamlet City. Lewin. Interesting, so you have the church's approval. The Kingdom of Eden is proud to have a holy knight among its ranks. Also, it's no wonder the Pope wanted you to take his place after what you did. Sigh, at this point all I can reward you is promote your nobility title to Duke. Not that you would care either way since you're not interested in those kinds of stuff. Lewin could only sigh bitterly once more because they basically don't have any reward that could interest Issei, because all he wanted is already in his possession, which is his beloved wives. He honestly happy of his personality, but at the same time, he's having a headache because he doesn't know what to reward him with at this point. If he's interested to become a king, then he would gladly give him the throne at this point. Heck, even the other kingdom are thinking to make him their new ruler already. He knows if Issei were to be the king of a country, then that country will flourish greatly. But unknown to Lewin is that Issei basically is already a king of a whole race, and they've indeed flourished greatly ever since he rules over them. Lewin. The legendary ranger, Belonius. Not even a man of his stature could resist Snake Crest's temptations. Catherine. Yeah, but they baited him with the idea he could get his daughter back. It's just gross. Lewin. I can understand how he felt as a father myself, to be honest. Achival. So you beat Belonius this time? Good stuff. That's my bro. Issei. Ah, thank you. Achival. Hey, you're a holy knight which clearly surpassed my rank as a zero knight, so you don't need to thank me. Have some majesty. Catherine. You're the least majestic person I've ever seen, Achival. Achival. Oh, I'm not that great. Catherine. How do you think that was a compliment? Achival. So, anyway. I'll be going to the wedding ritual if that's alright. Lewin. Of course. But I'm also curious about what Belonius's notes say. Issei. He called it an experiment. They seem to be planning something devastating. Lewin. Mother Eve and the power of miracles. I'll request that the church looks into this. Issei. Rish. We'll be going home now. Let us know if anything more happens. Thus, Issei nobility rank is promoted to Duke and they finally headed back home. Chapter 66. Towa. My new home. This is the family's love nest, Ai-san. When they got home, Towa's shining eyes scanned around the building. Tio. Welcome home, Ice. I'm glad to see you're all okay. Tilt. Welcome home. Both Tio and Tilt welcomed Issei back. Issei. I'm back, Tio, Tilt. Thanks for looking after the house, you two. Tio. You're welcome. Oh, who is this girl? Issei. Oh, she's our new family member, Towa. Towa, this is Tio and Tilt. They're the one who I told you about before. Issei already told Towa about Tio and Tilt, so she's not that surprised after seeing the ghost Tilt. Towa. Oh, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Tilt. Nice to meet you. Tio. You should save the pleasantries for Ice later tonight. Now come on in. Towa. Oh. Okay. Catherine. Thought she'd be more surprised, but even Tio's shockingly chill. Rish. Considering she knows that he basically already has a whole race as his lover, it's not really surprising though. Catherine. Right. Caillou. Time for us to get cooking. We're having a welcoming party tonight. Kinu. A feast to welcome the new wife. Issei. Oh, let me help. Gura. I can help too. Let me go get fresh ingredients for you. Ramius. I can be a taste tester. Catherine. You're just getting in the way if you can't actually help. Go lay on the couch and wait instead. Towa gazes at the other's interaction and Issei noticed it. Issei. What's wrong, Towa? Towa. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that they all seem so happy. Issei. Ah, their happiness is my happiness as well. So I will do whatever I can to make them all happy. Issei smiled gently while looking at his wife's interaction. Towa. Issei-san. Issei. What's wrong? Towa. I wanted to ask you something. Issei. Sure, go ahead. Towa. Are you sure you want me as your wife? You were essentially forced into it. So if you don't want to, then I get it. Towa felt insecure about it ever since she realized that he's basically forced into marrying her, so he needs to confirm it with Issei himself. Issei smiled gently at her after hearing her question, and Towa felt warm just by looking at his smile. Issei. Listen, Towa. There's no one can force me to do things that I don't want to. So don't think that I'm forced to accept you as my wife. I do have feelings for you when I get to know you better. When I saw how you interact with the children at Lancelot, I know that you're a good girl, and as time goes on I become attracted to you. You're even willing to travel the world just to collect stories to share it with the children at the hospital, and to answer your question, yes. I do love you, Towa. Towa. Is that true? Issei. Towa's eyes become moist after hearing Issei's confession once again, and she felt really happy that he has feelings for her. Rish. What are you two doing there? Come inside. Issei. Alright, let's go, Towa. Towa. Hi. Issei held Towa's hand and entered the front door. After the twins' grand feast was finished, the rest of the wives took Towa to one of the room and give her the knowledge about sex and stuff, because to let her go without proper knowledge about it will be very dangerous. She could become traumatized if they do it without basic knowledge about it. And after they gave her the basic knowledge about it, Towa almost fainted out of embarrassment because all the things she knows before this is basically wrong. Babies can't be made just from kissing alone, and there won't be any platypus that will bring it to them as well. Her face is so red that even steam started coming out of her head. They asked her if she wanted to wait until she's prepared, but she said that she will do it tonight. So she headed towards Issei's bedroom after that. When Issei saw her current state, he smiled wryly to himself because he already expected this. Her eyes are spinning around and she becomes frozen stiff after she entered his room. Issei. You know that you don't have to do this now, right, Towa? Towa. I see can do this. Doesn't look like it, Issei added inside his mind. He comes close to Towa and she becomes even more nervous that her body started shaking, but then Issei calmly pick her up in his arms bridal carrying style and head towards the sofa instead of the bed and sat her on top of his lap. Towa at first becomes taken aback, but then she felt his gentle stroke on her head. Issei. Just calm down, I won't be forcing you to do it straight away, you know. Towa. I know, but. Issei. It's fine, even if you don't do it with me I will still think of you as my wife. Towa. Then Towa enjoyed basking in the gentle and calming atmosphere while still in Issei's embrace. Little by little she becomes calm and less nervous than before. After a few minutes, she finally started talking. Towa. Issei-san, I love you. I was drawn to you before I even knew why. Issei. Issei just calmly listened at her talking. Towa. I find most people who fight for a living to be scary, but you're very nice and you always try to help people in need. When we first met and how you helped me who was a complete stranger to you, I knew you're a kind person. And ever since then, you've been chasing an evil organization around the world. But you still haven't lost your kindness. I love you for your kindness, Issei-san. Issei at first wasn't sure how to respond to Towa's confession, but he needs to tell her about the real him. Issei. I see. But you know, Towa. I'm not a kind person like you said. I won't hesitate to even kill anyone if it means to make my loved ones happy and well. Whether it be innocent people or evil ones. To me, nothing else matters as long as my loved ones are happy, and sure I will help those who need help if they're right in front of my eyes. But if it means that by helping them I will put my loved ones in danger, then I won't do it. I will even sacrifice them if the situation calls for it. Towa. Towa at first looks down when she heard Issei's words, but then she looks up at him with a soft smile on her face. Towa. I know that. That personality of yours that put your loved ones above anything else is what attracts me towards you. How you will stop at nothing if it means to bring a smile on your loved one faces, how you don't hesitate, even if it means if you put yourself in danger. That's the man I fell in love with. As long as you don't kill the innocents for no apparent reason then it's good enough for me. I'm so happy when I saw how you interact with those children at the hospital, how you patiently answer each of their childish questions, and you never lose your gentle smile when you're still interacting with them, and I become ever more grateful that you cured them of their sickness as well. This time it's Issei's turn to be quiet after hearing her words. Issei. Towa. As long as you're still the kind person I know then my love for you will never waver, Issei-san. I've already said this before, but I will say it again. I love you, Issei-san. Issei's heart was captivated by the direct expression of affection from Towa that he unconsciously lowers his head slowly and stole her soft lips with his own. At first, Towa still hasn't realized what's happening, but soon she realizes that she's being kissed, but her body only stiffens for a moment before she relaxed her body completely and started reciprocating his kiss, albeit a bit amateurish. Issei started to gently stroke her hips gently and only keeps kissing her gently, and Towa felt like she's melting right now just from feeling his gentle caress and kisses. She felt her body becoming really hot and fuzzy inside. When Issei felt her body started shivering gently he stopped their kiss. Towa's current face is blushing madly with ragged breathing and her eyes are moist, she still has her mouth open, slightly feeling the lingering after their kissing session. Issei put his finger on her lips. Issei. Want more? Towa meekly nodded unconsciously and Issei lowers his head to capture her lips once more, but this time he's not gentle like the first kiss, but a bit forceful. He hugged her soft body closely against his body. Towa felt like her body is on fire, she kinda likes this forceful side of Issei a bit more. Without her even realizing it Issei already took off her clothes and now she's only on her bra and her underwear. Issei stopped their kiss and went to kiss her neck this time. He used the magic he got from Irene and make his clothes disappear. Towa becomes wide-eyed after seeing his perfect body in the flesh for the first time. Her breathing turned ragged because she felt his masculine intoxicating aura at full throttle. Towa. San. Please. Issei. I will make you mine now. Then they both enjoyed the lingering aftermath of their orgasm together. Towa can feel Issei's dragon still twitching inside her every now and then. They both just hugged each other. Towa. I wonder if there's a baby inside me now. Issei. Hehe, sadly not yet. But in the future, I will make sure you had one if you wanted to. Towa. Hehe, that would be nice. A baby of my own. I hope he or she could get along with the children from the hospital later on. Issei. I'm sure it will happen. Towa. By the way, San. The others said that you won't be satisfied just by doing it once. And I could tell that you're still hard inside me. So. Shall we do it again? Towa shyly asked if he wanted to do it again, and Issei just chuckled at her. Issei. If you're fine with it then sure. Let's go again. Towa. Oh okay. Then Issei stands up from the sofa and heads towards the bed while they're still connected down there. Towa moans softly for every step he took. Issei gently laid her on the bed below him while he's still inside her. Issei. I'm going to move now, Towa. Towa. Hi. Han. Ho. Ah. Then Issei restarted their lovemaking session once again for the whole night, with Towa's sexy moans echoed throughout the house, but then she fainted mid-coitus because her body couldn't take it anymore. Chaos Mastery. 73%. Issei stir awake feeling something soft moving on top of his chest. He looked down and saw Towa already awake looking at him with blushing cheeks, probably because she was thinking about what happened last night. Towa. Good morning. Issei. Ah, morning. Then he showed her hands toward Issei. Towa. Look, Ai-san. It's Mother Eve's blessing. Proof that I'm married to Ai-san, I love it. Issei. Issei smiled gently after seeing her being so happy. His ring finger Roman number also become X. But then she felt something hard touching her thighs down there, she instantly blushed once more because she knows what that is. Towa. You Ai-san. If you want to do it again. Then, I'm fine with it. Her voice becomes as low as a mosquito buzzing sound at the end, but Issei could clearly hear it. Issei becomes surprised because he never thought the once clueless girl like her could be so assertive the first thing in the morning. Issei then chuckled at her. Issei. I would love to take your offer but. What usually happens around this time is. Bang. Issei. There it is. Issei gently sighed because he knows this always happens whenever he gets a new wife. It's like it's becoming a tradition of the family at this point, he thought. Reesh. Morning you two. Sorry to barge in here, but breakfast is getting cold. Towa. Eek. Issei. Yeah, this is what happens. Ramius. I was worried how a clueless girl like Towa first time would be like, but she seems to know to handle herself perfectly fine if I have to say. Catherine. Who knew a girl like her could be so wild on her first time? Boy, I learned a new experience just from watching all that. Gura gura. Wow. That's a strong and nice smell. Smells like ice nai. Tio. It's hard to wash the stain off once it hardens. Take the sheets to the laundry room before breakfast, please. Towa. What's going on? Did they watch the whole thing? Issei. Yeah. For some reason, we have a custom where everyone can watch everyone else crew. Even Issei couldn't stop their habit of peeking at him while he's making love with someone else, sometimes it even turns into a full-blown orgy. Not that he's complaining though, because even all the Kailers combined couldn't beat him when it comes to sex competition. But the Kailers never give up trying either to outlast his sexual stamina, but to no avail. Their dreams are to be able to beat their king on the bed, but it will never be fulfilled because it is completely impossible to beat him on that part. Heck, competing against his strength power is even more plausible at this point. Caillou. Well, I think it's okay. Thinking about it another way, it shows that Ice treats us all equally. Kinu. Not that we can comment when we didn't let anyone watch. They only do it for the first time, so you don't need to worry. Maybe. Towa. That doesn't sound very reassuring. Caillou. Nothing to be concerned about. Anyway, we made breakfast that should supplement your stamina, so let's go. Towa. Oh, thank you. Wait. That's not it. This is completely wrong. Thus, with the addition of Towa, Issei's breakfasts were now even more lively. Issei. What about Croy again? Reesh. They put her through some inspections, but apparently she's fine. It's just her magic power grew bigger after she got exposed to your holy light of miracle back then. After breakfast, while everyone was having tea, Reesh informed the family about Croy's condition. Reesh. I think the wedding ritual can get started again soon. Issei. I see. Issei calmly sips his tea because he basically got everything under control already, so he's even more relaxed than usual nowadays. Catherine. The whole world knows about the wedding ritual at this point. Ramius. The next part is when Mother Eve crosses Hamlet and finds the first ancestor at Bride's Tower. The climax of the ritual. Reesh. Prince Felton's playing the part of the first ancestor, obviously. After that, I think we'll head to the capital of Central. Issei. Got it. Catherine. We've been to every other country, but there's been no sign of anything that might be Snake Crest's base. Reesh. Now Towa, is there anywhere they could be using as a base in the Central Empire? Towa. I wouldn't count on it. I've been to Central a number of times, and it's as safe as any other country. Oh, but there are a few snowy places where nobody ever goes, so it's possible. Catherine. Just have to go see for ourselves. Gura gura. The pirates in Humpty are outlaws. What if they're on some island we don't know about? Ramius. There's also Sky Island. Reesh. How would they get down from there? If you hit the ground from that high, you'd end up a splattered Nubobo. Gura. Nobody could get up there in the first place. Ramius. Couldn't Kath's hot air balloon do it? Catherine. Too high. When you're that high up in the sky, the wind's too strong to control the balloon. I'd like to try it at some point, but yeah. Ramius. It's worth looking around for other clues, but let's investigate the Central Empire first. Reesh. Once the wedding ritual's over, they should start letting people cross the bridge again. Towa. Given the season, the ports in Central are all going to be frozen over, so that's the only way. Caillou. Snake Crest. Even if we assume they have people infiltrating the church, I feel like they know way too much about the rituals. Kinu. We'll contact QD. If we learn anything, we'll tell you. Reesh. Okay, thanks. Letting Snake Crest use those rituals won't lead anywhere good. Catherine. If they create swarms of monsters like Rochefort and the others, we'd be totally screwed. Well, maybe not. Then they all gaze toward Issei, who's still calmly sipping his tea. The way he's being so relaxed really make them feel safe that it feels like even if the sky were to fall down on them, then he will surely hold it off just for them. Issei. Issei noticed their gaze, and then he gives them a gentle smile like always, which makes their cheeks blush a bit because he's so dazzling as always. They know that Issei knows something they don't, and he also wanted them to think on their own, rather than depending entirely on him alone. If they wanted to, they could ask him to finish all of their problems, and he will surely oblige to their wish, but that's not what they want either because they don't want to be just an empty vase, they want to stand by his side, not hiding behind him all the time. And Issei knows that as well. Reesh. Once we're ready, let's head to Horatio and meet up with One-E-chan later. Issei. Sure. In order to stop Snake Crest's plot, the party was determined to head to the Central Empire. Meanwhile, in Bolognius's laboratory, a woman silently appeared. There it is. The woman easily found the Adan's blood hidden in the room. Try to hide it all you like, but I can sense the flow of magic power. She held the Adan's blood over a flame to check its quality and let out an impressed gasp. Remarkable piece of work. Bolognius's obsession was quite something. She thought back on the now dead owner of the laboratory, mostly remembering his more abnormal traits. My teleportation magic drew his suspicions. I was surprised how much he found out based on that alone. But thanks to him, it all turned out well in the end. But what was that feeling we felt some times ago? That creeping feeling like being marked by death itself. Well, whatever, probably it's just our misconceptions. She recalls that suffocating feeling they all felt during that day, which makes them all breaks into a cold sweat at the same time, but soon she put it back behind her mind, then she took her eyes off the Adan's blood and carefully placed it in her pocket. Hey. I've never had this much fun in all my life. With that, she vanished as silently as she had appeared. She used a special spell available only to those with dragon blood. Teleportation magic. Reesh. Silence says that they're done investigating One-E-chan's body. Catherine. Feels like that took a while. Ramius. Well, they had to make sure that she's fine. I'd guess there's a lot they tried to look into. Issei. So what are the results? Reesh. No problems, of course. She's in perfect health. Gura. That's great. I was worried something was about to happen to her, but it seems like it's all fine. Reesh. Apparently they finally set a date for the wedding ritual too. Catherine. So does that mean we're heading to Horatio? Towa. Oh, may I come with? Issei. Oh, sure. You probably want to check on the kids, right? Towa. Yes, I'd like to help father and give the hospitalized children a visit because they should be on their final checkup now. Is that okay? The cured patients need to be observed for a while to make sure that they truly have been cured and not only a temporary thing. Issei. Of course it's okay. The kids must be lonely without you. Towa. Thank you so much. Issei. No need to say thanks between us. How about you, Tio? Tilt. You've got the chance to watch the wedding ritual in person. Tio. Thank you, but I'll pass. I had plans to visit the outlaw girls. Tilt. I will go wherever One-E-chan goes. Issei. Alright. Caillou, Kinu, what about you? Caillou. We'll pass too. Now that we got that salt, we wanted to spend some time making pickled plums. Kinu. You don't really need our help on this one either. QD already said that it's only a matter of times before you handle the Snake Crest, along with that naughty dragon, so she said. Issei. Okay then. Catherine. Then let's take Towa with us to Horatio. Issei. Got it. Tio. Take care of yourselves. Tilt. Take care. Issei. You too. Issei told the Kailers to keep an eye on Tio and Towa closely in case the Snake Crest tries to attack them. Elkyote and Semiramis volunteered to watch each of them personally, but in the end, almost all of their division members went with them to protect Tio and Towa. If Snake Crestos decide to attack Tio and Towa now, then they will only be heading towards their grave, because each of the Kalers is quite powerful already, especially the 9 Divines member. If their power level is measured, then the normal Kalers members are about the range of Ultimate Devil class, while the 9 Divines are already at Satan class. It's just a matter of times before they reach God class as well. And when they do, the world will know the Tyrant Overlord terror for those who decided to go against them. Chapter 67. The party went to Hamlet and visited Croy at the hospital in Horatio. Towa. I'm sorry I made you bring me along. Issei. Don't worry about it. I'd feel bad stealing you from the kids as well. Issei hugged Towa's body close and give her forehead a kiss. She blushed instantly along with the nurses who saw their interaction. They wished they could be in Towa's position right now. Towa. Ooh, san. Issei chuckled at her and decided to stop teasing her for now. Issei. I can teleport here instantly anyway. Just ask and I can send you anytime. Towa. Okay. Thank you. Rish. This is Wani-chan's room. Once they arrived at the part of the hospital for special patients, Rish knocked on a door and went inside. Croy. Oh, it's a Taudo. Hey, let's go out and do something fun. I've been so bored. Issei. Air. Just as they entered the room, Croy was so excited to see Issei, and she ran right over and glumped herself on his arm once again. Achival. Sorry, but I can't let you do that, princess. The king has ordered me to not let you out of my sight. Ramius. Good job looking after Princess Croy, ain't you? It must have been a lot of work. Achival. I guess. Croy. Father worries too much. Silent. Good day to you, Issei-sama. She's gone through every type of checkup imaginable, so I can guarantee she's in good health. Acting like her being there was perfectly natural, Silent pulled Croy away from Issei and pushed her onto the bed. Rish. Every type. That's a lot. Silent. There happened to be enough time, you see. By the way, I can confirm she's fertile and hopes to see her have a healthy baby. Catherine. Did you really have to check that? Even Issei is speechless hearing that. Croy. But I'm bored. Nah, Ataudo, run away with me. Issei. Rish. Don't be silly, Wani-chan. We don't want any mishap happening now, do we? Croy. Well, now I feel bad. Silent. If you're that bored, allow me to go over the plans again. After prompting the rest of the group to have a seat too, Silent began. Silent. The final wedding ritual is to be held on the big bridge between the Central Empire and the state of Hamlet City. Issei. The last of the rituals, huh? Silent. First, there will be a parade going from a city to the bridge. Princess Croy will ride in a specially made cow carriage. Catherine. A parade. How needlessly extravagant. Croy. It is rather embarrassing, but the event is supposed to draw attention. Silent. Prince Felton, playing the part of the first ancestor, will come from the other side of the bridge and meet with Princess Croy, playing the part of Eve, in front of Bride's Tower. Issei. Recreating the events in the eventicle was it? Silent. That will be the climax of the wedding ritual. For those of you prone to crying, don't forget your handkerchiefs. Catherine. Ugh, some people just start wailing at weddings, right? Silent. Once the wedding ritual is over, there is a banquet planned in the capital of the Central Empire. By the way, Princess Croy will be changing into 8 different dresses over the course of the banquet so that everyone can enjoy. Croy. Ow, but changing that much is annoying. Silent. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event. I'll make it as grandiose as Princess Croy deserves. Ramius. Your dedication is incredible. Gura. I want to see lots of Princess Croy in pretty dresses. Issei. Central Empire, what it's like over there. Rish. I've never been there either. All I know is that it's cold, but the indoor heaters are too strong. Issei. I wonder if anyone can tell us about it. Glance. Gura. If they did it using cute pictures, it could be really fun. Glance. Towa. Shall I tell everyone about Central? Gura. Yai. Please do. Issei. It'd feel wrong going to a new country without one of your stories. Towa. See, compliments won't get you anything in return. Ramius. You could at least give him more intense action one of these nights. Towa. Yes, if that's all, I would gladly. Wait, no. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but. Silent. Ever a lively family you have, Issei-sama. Issei. Indeed. Towa. Ahem, now let me begin. About the Central Empire. The land currently inhabited by the Central Empire is the original human homeland in the world of Eve. Following the death of Archfiend Adan, the climate grew dramatically colder, sealing the coasts of the continent during winter months and complicating life as food supplies began to dwindle. This was the impetus for the mass exodus led by King Arthur to other continents, resulting in the bridge that now connects it to the neighboring continent that contains the city-state of Hamlet. The inhabitants that remained behind would later unite to make up the current Central Empire, which has rise to power through its economic importance as a source of crystal goods. It was one of the key players during the Arthur tragedy, before which Central was under the rule of Emperor Viserys. He had invested a significant budget into hiring the Poppins of Humpty for the construction of battleship Da Gama, the greatest sailing ship the world had ever seen. After the tragedy, the battleship was lost and Viserys disappeared into isolation. His son, Prince Felton, has been the nation's de facto ruler since. Central is still one of the world's great powers, alongside the kingdoms of Eden and of Elkyote. Beside their prominent military, the nation has business in the market for crystal products, which are used for magic and assorted luxuries. The Central Empire is home to 4 major cities: Central, Leftist, Lightning, and Obade. The first 3 cities are each close to a major ruin from the days of Mother Eve. Central is not far from the Mirror Labyrinth, a ruin that plays a key role in the history of Mother Eve and the first ancestor. The labyrinth is now guarded by a mysterious creature. The towns of Leftist and Lightning are both close to one of the 3 famous towers created by Mother Eve. Leftist is close to Ancestor's Tower, where the first ancestor was imprisoned for an extended time. The town of Lightning is home to Bride's Tower, where Eve and the first ancestor were married. The tower underwent a good deal of decay over the ages, but was recently restored in preparation for the marriage between Prince Felton and Princess Croy of Eden. The final town of Central, Obade, is a simple coastal town. The third tower created by Mother Eve, Humanity's Tower, the birthplace of humankind, once existed on the continent of Central but has since been lost. It is believed to have sunken into the sea. Towa. Each country cooperated with others when necessary, but for the most part, they isolated themselves. But with the destruction of the kingdom of Arthur, I believe we found a common enemy in the monsters and came together. We can't go back to being a united people again, but I hope Felton and Princess Croy's marriage will make us all closer. Much like how the first ancestor and Mother Eve were close so long ago. The end. Gura. Those 3 towers are pretty famous. Catherine. Well, it's basically the first thing you see when you open a history textbook. Riche. The disappearance of Humanity's Tower. One of history's greatest mysteries. Just hearing about it gets me excited. Silent. The wedding ritual will require escorting Princess Croy out of the bridge, by the way. Riche. Bringing the bride to the groom is usually the dad's job. Achival. Well, the king's in Eden, so. Sucks, but guess I have to. No, that's the one duty I must do. Riche. Huh. Father. Shocked by the sudden sound of the King of Eden's voice, everyone looked around but didn't see him anywhere. Issei. Oh, the transmitter. Lewin. Yes, I picked it up and happened to hear the conversation. I didn't intend to eavesdrop. However, that duty is mine alone. Issei took his transmitter out of his pocket, only for King Lewin to scream through it. He does tell the king if anything were to happen just give him a call, but he never thought he gonna use it to eavesdrop on them. Riche. But what about Eden? Even Achival's here, so the kingdom's gonna be left empty. Lewin. A few days of absence won't be a problem, and I will have Barrow to take control over here for a while. Although, I wish travel wouldn't take so long. Issei. I can come to get you. Lewin. What a good son-in-law. I'll see you on the day of the ritual. Issei. Ah. Issei already told Lewin that he could use teleportation magic. Riche. Geez. You're so selfish. Ramius. Much like a certain someone else I know. Gura. Like father, like daughter. Riche. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? The conversation lightened the mood, freeing Croy from her boredom and getting her to smile. Achival. Got a moment, Issei. Issei. Sure. Issei followed Achival to the roof of the hospital. Issei. What's up? Achival. How's Ramius? Been a good wife? Issei. Yes, of course. She's the best wife I could ask for, she's a little clumsy sometimes, but it's cute. Just yesterday, we held hands while we went shopping together. Achival. Not really what I was asking about, just. Well, I'm a bit worried. Issei. She's getting along fine with everyone. What's there to be worried about? Achival. Back when she was younger, she was a cowardly crybaby. Like any normal girl, you'd find anywhere. Issei. I see. Quite surprising though seeing how she is now. Achival. Gonna tell her you said that later. Issei. I'm sorry, please don't. They both chuckled at each other. Achival. So, while I knew she was improving as a knight, I couldn't shake off that concern. Achival. I still remember those days. She was like a little puppy, following me around everywhere. Anui, wait for me, is all she said back then. I love my sister now, but back when I was a kid, I thought she was an annoying pest. Issei. But she's so cute though. Achival. HMPH, that's how blood-related siblings are. There's always a time where you can't stand them. Reminiscing on the past, Achival smiled and went on talking as though making a confession in church. Achival. One day, I managed to shake off Ramius and went out to go train by myself. My dream was to become a great knight, like my mother, so I could only see Ramius's clingingness as obtrusive. She kept looking at me with shock, but I ran off without turning back. That was the last time Ramius ever tried to follow me. She was out of my reach from then on. Issei. I see. Achival. Well, siblings go their separate ways. Happens in any family at some point. Sorry, it's not the kinda thing I'd usually talk about. Hearing the king and the princess got me emotional. Achival and Issei stopped talking and spent a while looking up at the sky. As if bothered by the silence, Achival spoke up again. Achival. Hey Issei. What are you becoming stronger for? Issei. Achival. You're crazy strong already and still worked your way up to the level of Holy Knight now. What's pushing you forward to become this strong? What for? Issei. To keep my loved one safe, of course. And what about you? Issei doesn't even need to think about what will his answer be. Because he never lost sight of his true aim ever since the beginning. Achival. That's just so like you. As for me, well. Dunno. Maybe if we fought once more, I'd find out. Achival's body oozed with the aura of a warrior. The air around him also vibrates a bit. Issei. Maybe later. Achival. Guess so. Not that I will be able to put up a good fight anyway. Bet you'll just defend against my attacks again just like before. Not that I'm complaining though, because from what I've heard, most of your enemies die just from one of your attacks, and even though I love to try it out, I still don't want to die yet, so yeah. Welp, sorry I wasted so much of your time. But talk, though. Issei. I'm up for a practice match later on if you want. Achival. Sure, if we get the chance. Achival went back to his usual self, gave Issei a smile, and turned around. Issei. Oh, we will. I'll make sure of it. Issei whispered after seeing Achival retreating back, then he gazes towards the sky, but soon he also went back inside the hospital. Several days later, it was time for Croy's wedding ritual. Lewin. Goodness, if only I could have come to Hamlet before today. No chance to spend some time with my daughter now. Like he was engaged in kingly duties until just before Issei brought him over, Lewin looked exhausted. Reesh. The reconstruction of Eden's harbor's starting to get pretty hectic. Croy. It's not like we'll never see each other again. You can go home and rest if you need to. Lewin. But you can't just casually return home. How would that look to the public? Croy. My Itato can always teleport me. It's okay. Lewin. There is that. Perhaps you could commute from Eden. Catherine. What kind of princess commutes? Silent. It's time, everyone. Let's head off for the wedding ritual. Silent checked the time, then urged Croy to depart. Silent. An extravagant cow carriage has been prepared just for today. Princess Croy, King Lewin, and Sir Achival will be riding. Achival. Me too. Silent. The parade will start from Horatio and proceed along the road to the big bridge. Reesh. So, what should we do? Silent. After a discussion between security personnel, we decided it would be best not to put any limits on your actions. Catherine. Basically, we can do whatever, then. We'll be on the lookout for anyone suspicious. Silent. Please do. Try to be at the bridge at the same time the parade arrives. Achival. Hey, switch with me, Issei. I'm not interested in being part of a parade. Issei. Sorry, but the feeling's mutual. Ramius. You're pretty famous and accomplished, Ice. It would make the crowds go wild if they saw the famous newly appointed Holy Knight. Issei. No thanks. Reesh. Well, one each hand's supposed to be the star today. Issei. We'll be off, then. Issei took off right away before they changed their mind. Achival. Damn it, he got away. The party parted ways with Croy's group and headed to the bridge between Hamlet and Central. As the party proceeded along the road, they saw numerous people walking toward the bridge. But they finally safely arrived at the bridge. Ramius. I didn't see anyone particularly suspicious. Gura. All these knights are probably keeping them away. That's the bridge Princess Croy's gonna cross. It's super big. Reesh. The bridge between Hamlet and Central was built, in part, to commemorate humanity expanding out from its birthplace to the rest of the world, so they wanted to make it pretty grandiose. The bridge was already packed with people awaiting Princess Croy's arrival. The few simple facilities were set up for the crowd, around which the people gathered. It was like an international festival. Catherine. God, why do there have to be so many people? Djinshi conventions aren't even this crowded. Silent. I'm sorry I kept you. Follow me, I can show you to the special seating. The The party was led by Silent to special seats intended for the most important figures from each country. Oh my. Long time no see. Riche. Hatter. Sounds like you've kept yourself busy. From all I've heard, you all have done some remarkable things. I'm glad Tio married a man like Issei-kun. Speaking of which, where is he? Riche. You're here too, Palamides. Were you both invited? As for Ice, he said he'll be going somewhere. Not sure where, but he said just stay calm in case anything happened. Riche and Co are confused on why Issei suddenly separated himself from them back then, but they trust him completely so they're not worried. Hatter. I am here in place of my wife. Queen Belle is too heavy to board a ship, you see. Gura. She does look awfully heavy, but I didn't know it was that bad. Palamides. I see, so he went somewhere, but knowing him it will be alright. And the Republic of Lancelot is happy to celebrate the marriage of our close allies Crown Princess. Catherine. Ooh, you've also got a bunch of powerful aristocrats, big deal CEOs, and celebrities here. Palamides. When the two major powers are coming together, it's naturally going to attract some considerable attention. Hatter. This will likely be a turning point in history. Witnessing it in person will be something to remember forever. Riche. Suddenly, something caused the crowd to grow louder. Riche. Oh, looks like she's here. Croy's cow carriage had arrived at the bridge. Norshin. This way, please, Saint Princess Croy. Croy. Thank you, Your Holiness. After Norshin helped Croy out of the carriage, King Lewin and Acheville followed. Croy waved to the cheering, applauding crowd, then put on a serious look and turned to Lewin. Croy. Father. Lewin. Croy. I've complained on some occasions, but I truly enjoyed life in Eden. Lewin. I see. Well. Your complaints were nothing compared to Riche's. Croy. Hehehe, very true. Lewin. You have held the duties of both a saint and the Princess of Eden, and I believe you've done an excellent job with both. However, that did lead to other concerns. I worry whether I was able to give you the simple joys an ordinary girl would have. Croy. Yes, plenty. You're not only the best king anyone could ask for, but a father who garners my utmost respect. Lewin. Thanks. I can't tell you how happy I am to hear that. Croy. I'll always be your daughter. Lewin. Yes, that's true. You will always be my precious daughter. Riche. Oh, father. He's nearly crying. Ramius. I can understand why. After exchanging a much shorter hug with her father than she would under normal circumstances, Croy stepped away. Norshin. Are you ready? Then please begin, Princess Croy. I will follow after you. Croy doesn't answer Norshin right away, but he started to look around for someone. Croy. Where's Itaudo? Riche. Oh, I said he will be going somewhere for now. Croy. I see. She felt sad she couldn't catch a glimpse of Issei, but soon her face reverts back to normal. Croy. I'll be off, then. As Croy began crossing the bridge on her own, the thus far silent band began their performance. The audience silently gazed at Croy, uttering no sound aside from the occasional sniffle from an emotional viewer. Prince Felton stood on the other side of the bridge, gently watching Croy as she walked closer. He's quite the handsome man with blue hair with twin dual sword at his waist. The knights who had been guarding Croy went ahead and lined up behind Felton. Millet. Riche. Even Millet looks kinda nervous. Ramius. Well, this is the marriage of the century, and the responsibility for any incidents would fall on her. Millet's eyes watched Croy like those of a bird of prey, but most would assume it was because of stress. Croy was near to the other side of the bridge. Explosive cheers came from the Hamlet side, and enough confetti to block out the sun rained down. On the central side, the cheers were accompanied by the organized lines of knights raising their swords with both hands. Felton. I'm so glad to see you, Princess Croy. Croy. Hehehe, we're going to be married soon. You can just call me Croy. Felton. Sorry, I'm always so awkward around women. Croy's direct eye contact made Felton bashfully scratch his cheek. Silent. It's starting. Riche. Oh. After they greeted each other, the power of miracles materialized around Croy. The light steadily grew brighter, even illuminating the crowd as it swirled and expanded. Gura. Is this a miracle? My chest is getting really warm. Riche. Wow. What the heck? It's like Mother Eve's love keeps flowing into me. Catherine. So this is the big miracle from the Evenical. They actually recreated this. Ramius. These are intense emotions. Mother Eve's love is greater than I could have known. But. Ramius and Co. Felt like their love with Issei is even stronger than Mother Eve herself. Not that they would say that out loud though, because who knows if anyone will get offended by it. Silent. Everyone seems to be feeling it. The glorious love Mother even felt for the first ancestor. Norshin. Now, let's cross the bridge. Once the ritual ends, we'll need to do the vows. Acheville. Hold on, Your Holiness. When Pope Norshan was about to cross the bridge, Achival's burly arm grabbed his skinny one. Lewin. What is it, Achival? Achival. Sorry. Just, got a hell of a bad feeling. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bridge, Felton and Croy were smiling and casually observing the miracle they had caused. Croy. My, this is quite something. Felton. Yes, I never could have imagined it would be an event of this magnitude. They gazed at each other in the center of the light. To the many who witnessed them, it looked as though they were being blessed by the light of the whole world. Millet. It's time, my prince. Felton. Millet. I thought you were supposed to come a bit later. Millet. No, this is the most ideal moment. Millet grinned and took a syringe full of blood-red fluid out of her pocket. Croy. What is that? Felton. It's Adan's blood. Still smiling, Felton took the syringe and pricked it into Croy's neck. She went limp and nearly collapsed, but Felton caught her. The crowd immediately screamed. And while everyone else was paralyzed, Rish's party took off running. Rish. Wani-chan. Catherine. He just injected Princess Croy with something. Rish. Could that have been Adan's blood? Ramius. Let's hurry. There's no time to waste. As the party rushed across the bridge, they saw Achival running, reaching Felton ahead of them. Achival. You bastard. The fuck are you doing? Felton. Nothing much. I'm taking Croy. Achival. For what? She was about to marry you anyway. Felton. Marry me? Unfortunately, I'm not very interested in marriage. Lewin. Prince Felton. Have you gone mad? Felton. I suppose I should pay my respects to the bride's father by explaining a little. Unfazed by Lewin's deathly stare, Felton continued. Felton. We're making Princess Croy into Mother Eve. Achival. Mother Eve. Felton. An imitation Mother Eve of our own creation, to be more precise. Lewin. What absurdities are you spewing? Millet. Princess Croy has inherited all of Mother Eve's qualities. She possesses more soul power than the average human. Achival. Soul power. The hell's that? Felton. We all have small souls portioned out by Mother Eve. Princess Croy, however, has a much greater soul. Isn't that right, Pope Norshan? Norshan. That's known only to a select few in the church. Who told you that? Felton. Someone who's trying to make use of that information. I'm sure you have some idea as to who. Norshan. Snake Crest Supreme Commander. Achival. I see. You're with Snake Crest. Lewin. The prince of such a great nation would side with Snake Crest. Felton. This was a lot of work, let me tell you. The main difference between an ordinary human and Mother Eve, as it happens, is that Mother Eve was able to make use of her soul power. Norshan. Impossible. Whatever qualities Princess Croy might possess, no human could replace Mother Eve. Millet. True, it would be impossible on its own. Her soul equates only to that of a few hundred human souls. In essence, she would be an empty Mother Eve. Felton. But what she lacks can be supplemented. The world is still full of Mother Eve's power. Millet calmly looked up at the sky, where the miracle power from the wedding ritual was still swirling. Norshan. You couldn't mean the miracle power. Felton. I do. This land isn't supposed to contain souls, but thanks to Mother Eve's miracles in the past, many still linger. If that's poured into her, she will effectively become equivalent to Mother Eve. Achival. Ha, thanks for explaining your plan, I appreciate it. While Felton was still talking, Achival made it across the bridge, with Risha's party nearing the end as well. But they suddenly stopped by a woman with long green hair. Wait, Rish-sama. Rish. Huh. If I'm not mistaken, you're Kairaha. Yes, the one who stopped Rish and co. Is one of the 9 divines. Kairaha, the wind elemental angel. But at this moment her wings are hidden. Ramius. Why are you stopping us? We need to fight alongside Inu. Kairaha. I've been ordered to stop you all by Issei-sama himself, please understand, Ramius-sama. Ramius. I did. But. Kairaha. Issei-sama also sends a message, it's going to be okay, trust me. Is what he said. After hearing Kairaha words, they finally remembered what Issei told them when he's about to separate with them a while ago. Stay calm no matter what happens, he said. So they choose to believe Issei and stay put this time. Kairaha bowed at them with a smile and hid her presence once again. She's still next to Rish and co, but no one can see her, but Rish and co. Achival. Now prepare to die, you dumbest prince. Or is the huge titty lady here gonna fight for you instead? Felton. Goodness, this is concerning. Can you take care of it, Millet? Millet. HMPH, what a pain. Achival. Wah. Millet sighed and lunged forward, thrusting her arm out in front of Achival. Snap. Then she snapped her fingers. Achival. Ah, gah. What? What the fuck did you do? But that was all it took to make Achival claw at his chest and drop to his knees. Ramius. Scroundle. What did you do to my brother? Millet. What did I do? Oh, right, you don't know. I was already doing something, I just undid it. Achival. Gaia. Scratching at his chest with both hands, Achival howled like a beast. At the same time, his skin turned black and metallic, as though a black suit of armor were forming around his body. Ramius. Wah. Reesh. Achival turned into Kuro. Kuro. Ha. 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 Felton. Are you awake, Achival? If you're back to normal, then let's do as we planned, please. Millet, do it. Millet. Got it. Boom. The bridge collapsed into the ocean. Reesh and Co are safe because of only half of the bridge that collapsed just now, which is the other half near the central continent. They already planted sparkle bombs on the bridge. Reesh. Oh no, the bridge. Kuro. Then Kuro turned back into Achival as if nothing had happened, then went to stand next to Felton. Achival. Sorry about that. Felton. Oh, don't worry about it. We're friends, aren't we? Ramius. Ain't you? What is the meaning of this? You're being controlled, aren't you? Achival. Bad guess, Ramius. I've been on their side from the start. Reesh. Why is Achival the Black Knight, of all people? Then Prince Felton must be. Felton. Hehehe, shall I show my true identity too? Reesh. The White Knight. Like he no longer felt the need to hide anything, Felton exuded an aura identical to Shiro. Achival. I'm not as good an actor as this guy, so whenever I'd go back to Eden, Millet used a spell to wipe my memories. Millet. And he always tries to kill me until I can undo it, unfortunately. Lewin. Not only Rochefort but you too, Achival. Tell me, for how long? Achival. Since after the Arthur tragedy, or thereabouts. Ramius. My god, since 5 years ago. Felton. During the tragedy, we met and joined forces. Then, when it looked like the Supreme Commander had no hope of succeeding, we took him into hiding. But don't get the wrong idea. We didn't join Snake Crest, we rebuilt it ourselves. Ramius. Ain't you? Come to your senses. I'm sure Millet has some sort of spell on you. Achival. You've always been so dense. Ramius. You're a respected Zero Knight. The public looks up to you. I look up to you. Achival. Ramius, let me tell you one thing. In the middle of a fierce battle in Arthur, I killed our mother. Ramius. Wah. Achival. She was the greatest warrior I've ever known. Look up to her, if anyone. Ramius. But. Liar, you wouldn't. Achival. Though now that she's gone, there's nobody left who can satisfy me. Lewin. Felton. What does Snake Crest intend to do with my daughter? Felton. I told you. She's already become an imitation Mother Eve. Which is to say, the laws of the world are in our hands. Lewin. What does that mean? Felton. How about a demonstration? Croy. First, I want you to. Felton whispered something into Croy's ear and smirked. Kyra has sent a message directly inside Reesh and Co minds about something. When they heard it they become a bit surprised, but soon nodded softly. The tower behind them was filled with the power of miracles, which slowly expanded outward and enshrouded the world. Reesh. The tower's glowing. Is this that miracle power? Lewin. Bastard. What did you? Crack. Reesh. Huh. One by one, Reesh's and Co rings broke apart and fell from their fingers. Reesh. Oh no. My ring. Not only Reesh, but everyone experienced the same phenomenon, spreading fear throughout the crowd. Catherine. Mother Eve's blessing. It's gone, I'm guessing. Felton. Yes. First off, I have erased Mother Eve's blessing. Hehe. You've been freed from your shackles. Reesh. Gee, give it back. It's important to me. Catherine. Hey, this is serious shit. If they can get rid of the blessing, that means. Felton. Smart. I see why you're a Zero Knight. It sounds like you get it. Catherine. They can create new rules, too. Felton. Hehe, yes, that's right. The world will be reborn under Snake Crest's new rules. Norshan. But, a human changing Mother Eve's rules. Felton. Now, that's all for today. Admittedly, we'll need more miracle power before the new rules can be put in place. Kyra has smirked seeing them act like they had everything under control. But in reality, they're just a dancing clown. What a pitiful clown, she thought. They're already dead but just doesn't realize it yet. Reesh. Wait. But the bridge had collapsed, preventing the party from pursuing Felton and his accomplices. Reesh. GH. Lewin. This event is cancelled. Let's try to get the crowd under control and return to Hamlet for the time being. Norshan. Princess Reesh, you and your family should come too. I wonder just where is Issei during all this? When Reesh and Co confirmed that Felton already disappeared from their original position, they exhaled tiredly. Reesh. Fie, that was tiring. Lewin. What's wrong, Reesh? Why did you all seem so calm now? Lewin is confused about why Reesh and Co, who were so tense before, seems to be very relaxed already. Reesh. Well, Ice already told us that everything will be fine, he said. We were told to put and act like we're in a desperate situation, but actually, we're not. Gura gura. Yup, Ice Nai said he has everything under control already. Ramius. I am genuinely surprised finding out Aniu is actually Kuro though. Catherine. Who wasn't? We're all pretty surprised as well, you know. Rish. Well, Kaireha, can you tell us the details now? Rish talked to thin air, and everyone is confused just who is she talking to, but soon they saw a beautiful woman with a long green hair appeared out of thin air. Norshan. Snake Crest member. The knights and Norshan put up a guard instantly after seeing her. Catherine. No, she's not. She's Ice loyal follower you might say. They all become taken aback once again after hearing Catherine words. Kaireha. Nice to meet you, I'm Kaireha, one of the loyal servant of our king, Issei Sama. She bowed gently towards Lewin and the others. She only bows towards them because of Lewin is Risha's father, if not, she won't bow to anyone other than her beloved king. Lewin. K king. Since when Issei is a king? Rish. Heir, about that. Then Rish proceeded to tell them all about the Kailers having Issei as their king. After hearing Risha's explanation they all become totally speechless. Lewin. So you mean, Issei is basically the Kailer race king, and they all are his women as well. Norshan. And on top of that, most of them is an angel. That means this lady here is also. Kaireha. Yes, I became reborn as an angel when Issei Sama gave me his essence. She fondly remembers the time when she first received Issei essence, and she couldn't wait to have another lovey-dovey moment with her king. Just by thinking about her king perfect body and his dragon rod, she already feeling a bit aroused down there. But she reels her desire in because she knows that this is not the time and place to feel aroused, she thought. Then she showed them all her wings. Lewin. And my goodness. Silent. A true angel. Norshan. I've read some books about the Kailers before, and I know a little about them being the caretaker of Mother Eve in the past, but I never know that they could turn into an angel or a devil as well. Kaireha. It's a well-kept secret because we don't want to attract too much attention to ourselves more than needed. Norshan. Makes sense. They all become even more odd to say because if they're not wrong, then he basically already has the same standing as Mother Eve at this point. Them being able to transform the Kailers into what they're meant to be. No wonder he's able to cast a grand purge like it's nothing, and able to upgrade Silent and Croy holy power as well, just by exposing them to his holy light. Now that explains a lot on why he could purify souls and communicate with them as well. Silent thought that he's really an amazing man. No wonder she felt so attracted at him, whether it be appearance, power, personality, he has it all. There's no way such a perfect man like him won't attract her, she thought. Lewin. Sigh, just what kind of son-in-law did I get? Rish. Oh right, he's also a dragon. Everyone. They are feeling numb already with all this revelation. First, he's a king of an entire race, then he's a dragon as well, so what's next? If they told them that he's a god then they won't even be surprised anymore at this point. Well, he is indeed on par with a god, but it's just not known yet. And if Rish and Ko know what they all thinking right now then they would tell them that he has an actual goddess as one of his lovers actually. Goddess of death herself to be exact. Lewin. Sigh, never mind that. What about Croy's case? Did he inform you about her as well? Lewin thought at this rate he might become old really fast because he kept exhaling a sigh whenever Issei is involved. But then he asked Kaireha about Croy's case. Kaireha. Yes, Issei Sama already has it all under control. You could rest assured that she will be perfectly safe. Lewin. I see. It's good to know that she will be fine. Oh, Rish. I thought your ring broke. Rish. Hehe, Kaireha already told us about it, so we just act surprised. Kaireha. Hi, it's just basic illusion magic to make them think that they have everything under control. Even when you see Princess Croy's being injected with Adan's blood by that clown prince, it's just an illusion. I just make Princess Croy fell asleep with my magic when she appears to be injected by the syringe. They all smiled wryly hearing her calling Prince Felton a clown prince, not that she's wrong though because he does look like a clown, if what she told them is true. They even starting to feel bad for him. Well, not really, since he does planning to hurt Princess Croy after all. So he totally had it coming they all thought. Hope Norshan even gave a silent prayer for Felton, so that he may rest in peace when Issei is through with him. Chapter 68. Rish and Co. Returned to the church waiting for Issei to come back, but they started to discussing something as well while they're waiting for him, but it was mostly Catherine who participated. Kaireha is guarding them outside the church. Catherine. Honestly, though, Snake Crest would have fucked us hard if Ice wasn't on our side. They even know more about Mother Eve than we do. Pater. Your Holiness, I was under the impression the Evenical was closely guarded by the church. Palamides. I do have to wonder if the church itself is connected to Snake Crest. Norshan. Well. Lewin. I understand your suspicions. However, I can assure everyone that the church is on our side. Catherine. What are you hiding? I know Eden's a major power, but you can't just tell every other country to trust you blindly. Rish. Hey Cath. Norshan. King Lewin. That's enough. Hover me any further and you'll only hurt your own reputation. If it's come to this, then it's time to be honest. There is a connection between the church and Snake Crest. Hatter. My god. Norshan. The leader of Snake Crest is my father and the previous pope, Sades. Catherine. The last pope's the supreme commander. Norshan. As the evangelical was being translated, something happened to convince him that the world needed war. Palamides. So Snake Crest's in-depth knowledge of Mother Eve comes from him. Norshan. No, that's impossible. At the time we found out he had betrayed us, the evangelical's translation hadn't progressed that far. Catherine. What if he'd gotten further along than he said? Or what if he made copies? Lewin. That can't be. The evangelical translation team at the time was made up of researchers from multiple countries, all of whom kept an eye on each other. Norshan. That's why this is so unbelievable. We have the evangelical, so how does Snake Crest know more about Mother Eve than we do? Lewin. I apologize for hiding the truth about Sades. However, I want you all to trust that his son, Norshan, is a true clergyman. Palamides. We know very well how hard the Pope has worked since the Arthur tragedy. Hatter. Raise your head. The fault lies with your father, not you. Norshan. Thank you. Catherine. Went too far myself. Wasn't trying to blame you or anything. Because if you are evil then Ice would have known right away. Norshan. How come? Oh, never mind, I forgot he could see souls. Rish. Yep, if a person is evil then he will be able to tell right away. Hatter. My goodness. Then he's basically the bane of all evil. Palamides. Ho, now I'm really glad that Tio married such an outstanding man. Lewin. With him around we don't need to be afraid of the Snake Crest at all. Hatter. Natal also won't stop talking about her darling as well, that even made Queen Belle started to become speechless. Not that I could blame her though because her husband is Issei Kun after all. Hatter and Queen Belle adopted Natal after all, so they often talk with her nowadays. Lewin. Fumu, I've decided. When he returned with Croy in tow, then I shall have her betrothed with Issei. Norshan. Good idea, King Lewin. There won't be a greater joy to have our most outstanding saint marry our most outstanding holy knight. Silent. Agreed. Silent thought she just killed two birds with one stone at this point because she could become family with two people she has feelings for. She can't wait to have a threesome with both of them. It will be bliss, she thought. She almost got a nosebleed just from imagining it. Rish. You will have one each and marry Ice as well. Lewin. Well, why not? You might not know this, but Croy has feelings for Issei ever since they first met each other. Lewin felt like he finally could grant Croy for the first time ever since she was born by having her marry the man she truly loves, so he's pretty happy right now. Rish. One chanted. I thought she's being clingy with Ice because she thought him as her little brother, but I never thought. Catherine. It's kind of makes sense actually because I never saw her being clingy towards other men, unless they're little brats or her own dad. Ramius. Yumu, so we will have a new family member soon. And it's Princess Croy no less. Good. Gura. The more the merrier. Then they all laughed and started chatting together happily like they really don't even put the Snake Crest in their eyes anymore. Now they just have to wait for Issei return. Ireha, who's outside the church, smiled proudly because of so many people can't see the greatness of her beloved king. Then she saw someone appeared near her and she knows who it is. Kyreha. Myard. I take it that now you're here it's all going according to our king plans. Myard. Yes, all the outlaws and the thugs of that clown prince has been dealt with. Now we just need to wait for his return. They've already started removing all the outlaws that work for Felton from the Central Empire when he kidnapped Croy back then, and now it's all done. Kyreha. Oh, good work. Want to have some tea? Myard. Sure, but let's have it alongside our Rami-sama and the others. Kyreha. Of course. I wanted to try the recipe I got from Kayu-sama and Kinu-sama. Myard. Oh, that would be lovely. Then both of them head inside to invite Rish and Ko for some tea party. Norshan and Silent become a bit surprised seeing another angel, but they soon accepted it. Then they all have a pleasant tea party while waiting for Issei and Croy return. Felton's party arrived at their secret hideout, which is the Sky Island, which is surprising because no one never thought their base is here. Except for a certain someone that is. Achival. So, what's next? Felton. According to the Supreme Commander orders, we shall have Croy be assaulted by monsters to erase her will, then she could be our loyal puppet, with the Adan's blood inside her. It should be pretty easy, because according to the Black Evangelical, Mother Eve is quite a slut, so considering Croy is basically Mother Eve incarnation, then she should have a similar trait. Achieval. Don't you feel bad doing that to your supposed wife-to-be? Felton. No, why should I? I don't feel anything towards her in the first place anyway. Achieval. Gotcha. Then he gave Croy to his subordinates and told them what to do with her. They obeyed his command and bring Croy body somewhere else, while Felton's party went to meet the Supreme Commander. Along the way to his place, Millet mentioned something that's been bothering her for a while now. Millet. I don't see him during the whole incident, by the way. Should we be worried? Felton. Indeed, not seeing him back then is a bit worrying, but it shouldn't matter now because we've already achieved our objective and there's no way he knows where our current location is. Achieval. Thankfully he's not there, our plan wouldn't have worked this smoothly. Felton. HMPH. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to defeat us when we use that thing. That thing he's talking about is the battleship De Gamma, which is discovered and hidden by him. The battleship is as large as an island. But her dragon instinct is telling her there's something really wrong, and it all went too smoothly. They were prepared to teleport themselves away in case he does get in their way, but they don't even saw a glimpse of him back then. Then they arrived in the dark room where they gathered before. Their Supreme Commander is still there sitting on his usual white snake chair. He looks like a really demented old man, and his outfit kind of looks like the church outfit as well. Felton. It's done, Supreme Commander Sades. They all bowed towards Sades. Felton. It's all according to plan, we got St. Croy to erase Eve's old rule and make a new one ourselves. Now, all we need to do is sacrifice all the women we've kidnapped and to break St. Croy's will so we could make her our loyal puppet just like you've planned. But finally, Felton and the others realized something weird. Sades never said a word ever since they entered the room. Usually, he will start laughing like usual when he heard what he wanted to hear, but now he's oddly quiet. The three of them looked up and gazed at Sades. At this moment his face is facing down so they cannot see his face, and he's being eerily quiet, unlike the usual him. Felton. Supreme Commander. Sades still doesn't respond to Felton words until. No need to call him anymore, he's already dead. The three of them becomes alerted by that sudden voice, and they all look towards where the sound is coming from. Then they saw it. The man they're wary of, Issei is calmly sitting on the nearby table with his legs crossed, with one of his hand holding his face, looking like he's bored. On his hand, he appears to be holding a black book. And he seems to be reading that book at this moment. They all have a cold sweat because they never realize his presence inside this room until now. If he decided to attack them just now, then they won't even know how they died. Even Millet feels very threatened by seeing Issei right now, and she's a dragon. Millet still doesn't realize that Issei is also a dragon because he's been hiding his dragon aura all this time. So even though she felt threatened, she doesn't feel really worried because she believes that she should be able to handle him just fine, and she will use her dragon form when the situation calls for it. And when she realizes it later on, it will be too late because her fate has been sealed the moment she stepped on this place. Issei still calmly reading the book, it's like he never put them on his eyes from the start. He looks totally defenseless at this moment, but they all know if they were to launch an attack at him, then he will instantly retaliate and take them down in an instant. And the whole room went silent with only the sound of Issei flipping the pages on the book. Achieval. Why yo, lil bro. Fancy seeing you here. Achieval tried to greet Issei normally because the silence is so suffocating for him. Issei. I could say the same about you, Achieval Nai. Achieval. Well, you know, stuff happens. Ahahaha. Issei. Issei just looked at Achieval for a few seconds before he set his gaze on the book once more, but even then it's enough to make Achieval really nervous. He sweated profusely, thinking that he's gonna face Issei in a true battle soon, not a mock match like they had before, but a true deathmatch. Felton. How did you able to get here, Issei? Felton calmed himself down because he thought they can just teleport away when the situation goes haywire. Issei. Well, I flew here of course. Felton. Flew? How? Issei. I just flew. Felton thought that he's lying to keep the truth a secret, but Issei did fly to get here though. Felton just doesn't know it. So, he just let it go, since it seems like Issei doesn't want to tell them the truth. Felton. I see. So you've been reading the Black Evanicle, what you think about it? Issei. What I think? Felton. Yes, don't you think she's basically a slut and hypocrite? Eve, also commonly known as Mother Eve, is a deific figure in the world of Eve. Eve is the object of religious reverence among her creations, including the dragons, Kalers, and Poppins, and among descendants, the humans. The latter founded the Church of Eve to organize her worship. Strictly speaking, Eve is not a goddess, but rather the first human, empowered with miracle power by her creator, the creator god, to rebuild the world as she chooses. In any other setting, Eve might be seen as a magic user of unprecedented power. Having created the world of Eve and its initial occupants with her miracle power, including her best friend, QT of the dragons, Eve eventually created another human being, a man named Adan, known to legend as the first ancestor. Enamored with Adan but confused by these new feelings, she imprisoned him in Ancestor's Tower in the land now home to the Central Empire. Adan escaped and met up with Eve at what is now Bride's Tower, who changed her mind about him and married him instead. Eve later conceived a child, who was born in Humanity's Tower. Delighted in her children, Eve reshaped the world to suit them. Unfortunately, after many generations, they turned to war. In an effort to stem his children's dangerous desires, Adan offered to take them in if they were offered up through prayer. Unfortunately, these desires soon became too much, and Adan exploded, splitting the world of Eve into fragments, each with a piece of Adan within them. In the world now home to Adan's right arm, Eve lingered on, traumatized, and attempted to further restrain human desires by establishing a system of commandments now known as Mother Eve's Blessing. Unfortunately, Adan's death had also led to the creation of monsters, so Eve instituted the contradictory system of knighthood to help combat them. Eve's actions or even presence in the other separated worlds is currently unknown. She then receded from the world. With Eve gone, the remaining rations of miracle power in the world became rare and precious, and those with an unusual command of this energy became known as saints. Saint Croy, an especially powerful saint, was often thought of as a reincarnation of Eve. As living memory of Eve faded, the Church of Eve encouraged a portrayal of Eve as a perfect being. In truth, she was simply another person with similar flaws, and the discovery of this later led Pope Sades to turn his back on his ancestor and to attempt to destroy the world. Sades' organization, the Snake Crest, preached that Eve's restrictions restricted humanity and human progress. Despite Sades' near success and even the impact of the late Adan on the events that followed, Mother Eve remains apart from her children. Given Eve's implied longevity, perhaps even immortality, it is possible that she still lives, though where and in what condition is not known. So the monsters who appear on this world is because of the prayer from the humans itself. Their negative energy produces the monsters, not because of Adan, but the humans themselves are the cause of it all, just like the Black Grail. Felton. What we should do is erase every single presence of Eve in this world and rebuild it according to our own wish. How about it? If you join us, then you can be our new Supreme Commander. They don't have camaraderie, so it's given that Felton doesn't care if Sades is dead or not. That goes to both Millet and Achival's situation as well. If they died, then Felton won't really care as long his objective is achieved. Issei. Felton thought that after knowing the truth about Mother Eve and this world itself, Issei will join their cause. Achival and Millet also hoped for the same thing because they really don't want to fight Issei if they don't have to. Issei. I don't really care about Eve or even this world, all I care about is my loved ones. She can be a goddess or anything she wants as long she doesn't get in my way. Which something you did again and again. Felton becomes speechless hearing his answer. In a way he's also selfish just like the Snake Crest, but his objective is totally different from them. Achival. Give it up, Felton. That's the kind of guy he is. If he wasn't like this, then I wouldn't have agreed about his marriage with Ramius. Achival smiled bitterly because he knows Issei's personality very well. Just when Felton wanted to say something else, he saw someone else at the corner of the room. That person mockingly gazes at him like he's looking at a clown. Felton. Bolognius. Yes, the one who Felton saw is Bolognius, who they thought already dead. Millet and Achival are also surprised at seeing him here. Then Millet glared at Achival. Millet. Didn't you say that Bolognius is already dead, Achival? Achival. I did. I saw him got killed by Issei with my own eyes. Millet. Then how come he's still alive? Achival. I don't know either, damn it. Bolognius. HMPH. Surprised I'm still alive, Shiro. Or should I say Prince Felton instead? Felton is confused as well after seeing Bolognius still alive and well, because according to the report of Achival, he's supposed to be dead. Then they saw someone else alongside Bolognius as well. That person started walking towards Issei's table while holding a small tray of what appears to be a cup of tea from the smell wafting off from it. Here's your tea, Ani-sama. Issei. Oh. Thank you, Ophelia. Ophelia. Haha. Issei pats her head gently and she smiled happily. Felton and the others who saw her is totally at lost for words because she doesn't look like a zombie at all. Millet is the most surprised because she can see souls as well, and she can tell that Ophelia's soul is complete and whole, unlike when she's still a zombie before. Millet. How is she alive? That's also the question Felton and Achival wanted to ask. Bolognius. How? My new lord revived her, of course. As for why I'm still alive, I was never killed by him in the first place. Issei just put Ophelia's soul back inside her body. He can't make new bodies like Semiramis, but he can do this much. Achival. But I show you die at the hands of Issei himself. I saw your head got decapitated by him. Polonius doesn't answer Achival, but only look towards Issei and Ophelia. He's eternally grateful toward Issei, and he gladly becomes his slave for it. Issei calmly sipped the tea that Ophelia served him before he tells them the truth. Issei. It's pretty simple actually. Then he stands up from the chair he was sitting on and walked towards Achival. Achival. Guh. Achival felt threatened to see Issei walking towards him, and Felton also realizes the danger they're in right now. Felton. Millet. Millet. Got it. Tell. Millet knows what Felton wanted her to do, he wanted her to teleport them away from here, but before she could use her teleportation. Issei. Dimensional lock. Issei waved his hand gently, and the whole area got flashed with a reddish black light when Issei cast his magic. Issei cast a magic that sealed the whole area around him, so no one will be able to use space magic such as teleportation, unless he allows it. They're basically inside his domain right now. Issei able to create a rift opening of his own after he obtained the skill from Irene, so sealing a space around him is also pretty easy as well. Millet. It's no use. The teleportation magic doesn't work. The magic he just used messed up the spaces around us, it doesn't allow me to use teleportation at all. Felton. Wah. They don't have the time to stay compassed anymore after hearing that. Then they saw Issei has arrived in front of Achival. Achival. So this is it, huh, lil bro. Issei. Indeed. This is the end of your life as Kuro. Achival thought this will be his end because he knows it's no use to try and fight Issei no matter what. Snap. But Issei doesn't launch an attack, but only snapped his finger at Achival, just like Millet did back then at the bridge of Central. Achival. Gah. And Achival once more responds towards it just like back then. He holds his head and kneeled on the ground while screaming loudly. Felton. Achival. Millet. This can't be. Felton. What's wrong Millet? What just he did to Achival? Millet. He. Issei hide you just used the same magic as mine. The memory alteration spell. Well, even in his world, this kind of spell is pretty commonly used, so it's no surprise that Issei is able to use it as well. Felton. What? Felton had a bad premonition after hearing Millet words if what she said is true then. Achival. Damn it. I could never get used to that spell, it hurt so bad whenever the memory's rushing back inside my mind. Issei. The pain you feel right now doesn't come close to what Ramius felt when she finds out about your betrayal. Achival. Good point. Achival smiled bitterly after hearing Issei's words. Issei. Just be prepared when you meet her again because I'm pretty sure that she will beat the crap out of you. Achival. Fuck. I bet it's gonna hurt like hell especially when she's been trained personally by you. Can I just bail? Achival felt afraid of what will Ramius do to him when he meets her again, he knows he will get beaten up really badly by her, but it's better than dying he guess. Issei. Nope, you reap what you sow. Now stand still for second. Issei put his hand on top of Achival's chest, and then something comes out from Achival's body, and it landed at Issei's hand. It's the sloth sin that was inside him before which allows him to turn into the Black Knight form. Poof. Then Issei crushed it easily. From now on Achival won't be able to turn into Kuro any longer. Achival. There goes my baddest form. Felton. Did you betray us, Achival? Now it all makes sense for Felton on how did Issei finds out about their hideout, because even Polonius doesn't know their exact base location. Achival. Huh. Yeah, so what? Isn't that how Snake Crest procedure works? Millet. You cur. Issei. So, how does it feel to have the same thing happen to you, Felton? Felton knows by what Issei meant by that because he also used Achival just like Issei did just now. He makes Achival become his spy, but now it's the reverse. And he got to admit that he never expected this at all. Felton. I just want to know why, and since when you're planning to betray us. Achival. Ever since my lil bro beat my ass, I guess. And then my decision is solidified even further when I saw just how strong he is. You're pretty smart yourselves, Felton. Do you think we have a chance of beating him at all? Felton. We could if we used that thing. Achival. That thing. The battleship de Gamma. Felton. Yes. Actually, Felton has another trump card which is Millet herself, and he kept the fact that she's actually a dragon from anybody else. Achival. Yeah, well, good luck with that. As for why I betray you. My wish is to have someone sate my craving for battles which you totally knew, and Issei here totally fit that role. Heck, I even doubt if I can ever beat him. Unknown to his allies, Achival was not a truly loyal servant. Having discovered his mother had escalated the Arthur incident into a bloodbath, he was forced to kill her, only to discover he had inherited a similar unshakable desire for battle. Unwilling or unable to confront these urges, he agreed to join the Snake Crest to create a world of eternal conflict where he could indulge them, but asked Millet to keep him under mind control, so that he could keep up public appearances. In his moments of lucidity, Archibald transformed into an even more powerful warrior, the Black Knight. But all his craving has finally been sated when he fought Issei for the first time. He finally finds true peace, even more, after knowing that Rias doesn't have the same craving as him because of Issei. Her bloodlust basically got erased by Issei's loves towards her. So after their first mock battle, he started to realize just how stupid he was thinking. There's no one else that could sate his bloodlust when there's clearly someone stronger than him out there. That's when he talks to Issei during he confronts Belonius. He told Issei the truth about him and the snake Crest. Issei. It is weird to have the same conversation twice though because you already talked about Rias and all that before. Archibald. Now that you mention it. It is kind of weird. They both already have the same conversation at the hospital roof before at Belonius' lab. Issei. Now then. Then Issei set his gaze towards Felton. The latter who felt his gaze got goosebumps all over, the same goes for Millet. Now they know just where those feelings they felt before a while ago. The feeling of death. Felton. Wait. Issei. Felton. We still have Princess Croy in our hands, if you want her to be on. Issei-sama. Before Felton could finish his words they heard a beautiful voice belongs to a woman. Issei. Oh, Ultinia, is it done? The woman has long light green hair and wearing a white dress. She's one of the 9 divines from the Kaler's race. Her beautiful face has her usual ever-present smile. Ultinia. Hi, we have secured Princess Croy and also taken care of all his henchmen. Issei. Thank you for your hard work. Ultinia. Oh, it's nothing, Issei-sama. It's what we're supposed to do in the first place. Issei. Go bring Croy to safety now, I will go meet you all later. Belonius, Ophelia, go ahead and follow Ultinia. Belonius. As you wish, Millard. Ophelia, let's go. Belonius bowed deeply towards Issei and took Ophelia's hand. Ophelia. See you later, Ani-sama. Ophelia waved at Issei while holding Belonius' hand and Issei waved at her back. Ultinia. Hi, then please excuse us. Issei. Issei nodded at her with a smile. Both Belonius and Ophelia followed after her. Her smile got even brighter after being thanked by Issei, but Felton and Millet who saw her become totally speechless because she has a white wing on her back. And if what she's telling them is the truth, there goes their last chip of bargaining. Then Ultinia left the room after hearing the next order from Issei. Millet. An angel. Archibald. Surprised. Well, I'm pretty surprised myself when I first saw them. Felton. Them. Archibald. Yeah, them. There's more of them you know. A lot more. Who would have thought that my lil bro here has an entire army of angel and devil? That's why I told you good luck on defeating him just now. By the way, all of your thugs back at home is all gone. Felton. Wah. Archibald. Yup, they got your dad, Emperor Vires as well. Now the Central Empire basically belong to my lil bro here. And it's only a matter of time until he finds out where you're hiding the battleship. Issei. You talk too much, Archibald Nai. Go and follow Ultinia already, or I will tell Rias to double her punishment. Archibald. Gah. Oh okay, I'm sorry, anything but that. Well, I'm out. Then Archibald quickly dashed out of the room to catch up with Ultinia because he doesn't want to get more punishment by Rias. No, thank you. The once missing Emperor Vires. During the Arthur tragedy, Prince Felton, who had sided with Snake Crest, seized Battleship Dagama and locked him in the secret room at the castle. Just in case he needed him for something later on. Felton was planning to kill his own father just to achieve his desires, but thankfully he's saved by the Kalers during their raid on the castle. Felton. Felton started sweating profusely after hearing Archibald's words. If it's true then all is lost. He got no more backup plan. But then he remembered that he already injected Croy with the Adan's blood. He could tell Issei that he got the antidote for it. But Issei already saw through his thoughts, so before Felton could mention it, Issei already beat him to it. Issei. What? Do you want to say that you injected Croy with Adan's blood and you have the antidote? If so, forget it. Because you never injected her with anything, it's always just an illusion. Even the miracle you performed which makes Eve's blessing disappear is fake. See this? Issei shows him his golden ring and it's fully intact on his finger. Issei. There's nothing you can bargain me with. I've already seen through all your plans. Felton. Gah. Felton never felt this way before in his entire life. In his youth, Felton was a protege at nearly everything he attempted. One day, exploring the mirror labyrinth in Central, he encountered Millet and gained access to the Black Evenicle. Using this book, he later met up with Pope Sades, secretly head of the Snake Crest, and the two pooled their resources to translate the Evenicle. While Felton joined the first Snake Crest, it was not until their revival that he came into a prominent role. In addition to serving the revived snake Crest in disguise as the White Knight, Felton arranged to be married to Princess Croy of Eden, a saint of such potency that she was thought of as a reincarnation of Mother Eve. These hoping that by performing a powerful ritual, Croy was invested with such spectacular power that she was able to reshape Eve's laws for the world, and by corrupting Croy with Adan's blood, she was put into the service of the snake Crest. At least that's what the plan was. If Issei doesn't interfere, then his plan will truly work, but it's all for naught now. While Felton put on a friendly, even personable face for his public appearances, in secret he was a dark, if still somewhat casual, manipulator and mass murderer. He showed little true compassion to anyone, not even LILITH or his own father, and certainly not to his supposed wife, Croy. His sin is pride, he takes pride in how genius he is and all that. Then Issei set his gaze towards LILITH. Issei. So, what's your reason for joining the Snake Crest? Issei also doesn't know for sure that LILITH is a dragon or not yet, because she could also hide her aura just like Issei did. He finds out about Felton history, but he never found LILITH history. All he knows is that LILITH just suddenly appeared out of nowhere and became the Central Empire Zero Knight. LILITH. Snake Crest. I've never been interested in being part of Snake Crest. Issei. Oh. Then. Issei felt a bit amused that LILITH seems calm enough, even when she heard all of Felton's plans has failed. Sure, she looks nervous before, but not as nervous as Felton. LILITH. To put it simply, you could say I'm more of Felton's accomplice than anything. Of course, at my accomplice's request, I've admittedly offered my help on his projects. He gained my interest when he told me about the future he envisioned. Although it's never going to happen now because of you. I've lent him my assistance, power, and knowledge. Issei. Who? QT. Hey, boy. It's her. She's the traitor. Issei. QT. Suddenly Issei heard QT voice out of nowhere, even startling LILITH. LILITH. That annoying voice. QT. And you tell us not to assist humans. QT. Heh, funny hearing that from you when you helped a human plenty yourselves. Issei. So that dragon you told me about is her. QT. Correct. How truly disappointing. Never did I expect a dragon to turn traitor. And she's the black dragon, by the way. I had ordered her to guard the black Evenical in the mirror labyrinth. Now it all makes sense to Issei. No wonder he couldn't feel her aura and her soul being neutral, even though she's siding with the Snake Crest. Dragon point of view about good and evil is obviously different from a human point of view. That's why her soul stays neutral. Arthur. Well, you did forget about her for a few centuries. LILITH. Arthur. You mere soul of a human. QT. Why do you let the humans do as they please? QT. The world has already been left in human hands. LILITH. Then what of dragons? What are we supposed to do? QT. I dunno. LILITH. This isn't a joke. Do you expect us to watch over humans without interfering? That's a boring life I'd rather not live. QT. So you interfered. You gave this prince guy the black Evenical and taught him things he shouldn't know. LILITH. Yes, much like when you met Arthur, I saw great potential in Felton, even though he was but a child. Even as a youth, his actions changed the world. And the fact that I gave him the opportunity was exciting to me. QT. Do you have any idea how many lives were lost for your fun? You let being a dragon inflate your ego. LILITH. And what's wrong with that? Eve's gone. We're the strongest beings in the world and we should control it as we see fit. QT. How naive. You underestimate the world. I shouldn't expect a 1,000-year-old youngster to know anything. LILITH. Ha, get lost, you cowardly old hag. You ancient bags of bones should hurry up and die so the next generation can take over. Not like you're the one to speak is what Issei's thinking right now. 1,000 years old is old enough for him. But at least he knows why LILITH betrayed QT now, who would stay sane if they're told to guard some measly book for hundreds of years. Heck, even he will go nuts if he's told to do that. He pities LILITH in a way. QT. Ha, a hag, you call me? It would seem I've gotten too soft if you think you can get away with that. Hey, boy. Would you mind roughing her up and taking her down a peg? Issei. What? QT. As I said, give her a hard banging, would ya? Fuck her silly. There's nothing to worry about. This youngster can't put a scratch on you. Issei. Arthur. I'm sorry who's causing trouble for you, Issei-sama. Issei. It must be hard to be living with her, huh, Arthur? Arthur. Hi. QT. Why are you both so rude? Don't make me pout. Issei is speechless with her request, beat her up. Sure, he could do that. Kill her. Okay. But to fuck her? He doesn't know how to respond to that. LILITH. Ho. That's interesting, you think he's stronger than my dragon form? Sure, if in my human form he could beat me, but he won't be able to beat me in my dragon form. Let me rip him to shreds. Now, are you ready to die? Human or not, I won't go easy. Felton sees Millet as his last hope right now because she's all he got right now. Right as Millet exuded an aura clearly surpassing any human being, then her body started transforming into her dragon form. Losing her human shape entirely, Millet transformed into a giant towering, menacing black dragon. It has a giant horn that points downward at the corner of its mouth. It kind of looks like a tusk though, and its wings membrane and its claws are colored reddish-orange. The end of her tail is like the tail of a fish. Its whole body is black colored, while its eyes are yellow colored. Grya. The black dragon roared as it attacked Issei. It swiped its claw on him. Boom. Issei's body flew out of the room and landed outside. Felton feels ecstatic after seeing Millet attack landed squarely on Issei. Millet chased after Issei outside, and as soon as she saw his body she immediately uses her fire breath on him. Whoosh. Issei still doesn't move seeing the incoming flame heading towards him. He just calmly staring at it. When Millet saw Issei's body got enveloped inside her fire, she laughed hard while taunting QD. Millet. Ahahaha, look at that QD. Your errand boy has been defeated in an instant. QT. Yeah, sure. Millet felt something wrong hearing QT voice look so indifferent. Millet. Heh, you seem like you don't care to find out your errand boy died. QT. Died. Nope, not happening. Millet. What do you mean? QT. That boy is stronger than you know. Millet. HMPH, if you want to tell lies then you need to do better than that. I clearly obliterated him with my flame breath see. That. When Millet gazes at the sea of flames under her, she saw someone standing calmly inside her flames. That person is obviously Issei, and not even a single scratch can be found on his body, even the corner of his clothes are not burnt by the flames around him. QT. Haha, you didn't know don't you? Millet. Know what? Why is he still standing after taking my attacks head on? QT. Heh, good thing I taught him on how to hide his dragon aura, or you would have run away the moment you sensed his aura. Millet. Dragon aura? You mean he's QT? Yup, he's also a dragon. And his strength is on par with me, perhaps it's even greater now. Who knows? Millet is at lost for words hearing QT words, but then she sensed it. She senses that overwhelmingly dominating aura Issei emits. Her giant body shuddered after sensing it. It's the strongest aura she ever felt in her entire life. Even QT aura is not as great as this she thought. Issei released his dragon aura and started chanting. I, who shall awaken. Am the Red Dragon Emperor who control the principle of domination. With infinite hope and dreams, I shall become the protectors of my loved ones. I am their light in the darkness. I shall promise you. A future that shines brighter than any light. Ally to good. Nightmare to evil. I shall become the true Red Dragon King of Domination. Dragon Overdrive. Whoosh. There's a bright light after Issei finished his chant that even Millet is blinded by it, but then she heard a flapping sound. She looks up to see a black shadow rising to the sky. Its body is covered with a reddish black flame that's clearly even more dangerous than her own flame. Then it flapped its majestic wings once more and landed in front of her. Boom. And then she saw it. The most majestic red dragon she ever saw in her entire life. Those horns which shaped like a crown of a king, those enchanting golden red eyes, those beautiful shiny red scales. Everything about him is perfect is what she thought. But their size difference is like night and day. Her body is large, but his body is 2 times bigger than her at the very least, perhaps even bigger. Then she heard its roar. Roar. Millet's body started to shudder even greatly after hearing that roar that she unconsciously tried to make her body looks even smaller. Felton, who's inside the building, fainted just from hearing that roar with his ear bleeding. Across the whole world, everyone heard that roar. The outlaws is the most affected of them all because they started to shiver fiercely after hearing it like they're being watched by death itself. At the Hamlet church. While Riche and Co are having their tea party they all heard it as well. Lewin. What's that sound? Norshan. It sounds like a roar. All of them also wondering just what was that sound. Riche. But that sound doesn't make us afraid for some reason. Ramius. Yumu, I felt safe and comfortable from hearing it. Gura. Same here. Catherine. It's weird but it's true though. Kyreha. Ah, it's Issei-sama. Myard. Such majestic roar can only belong to Issei-sama. Both Kyreha and Myard sighed alluringly after hearing that roar. Riche. Wait, that sounds belong to ice. That means. Kyreha. Hi, Issei-sama just used his dragon form. Riche. Oh, I wanted to see his dragon form. Riche sulked because she can't see Issei's dragon form. They all sweated seeing her like this. Caillou. Kinu. Did you hear that? Kinu. Of course I hear it, that majestic and beautiful roar can only belong to our ice. Caillou. Even from here I could feel his intoxicating aura. Kinu. I wanted to see his dragon form badly, but I think it's not a great time for it. Caillou. Indeed. Then they both gazed towards Issei direction with a smile. Cutie. Oh huo, quite the majestic form indeed. Not as majestic as my dragon form though. Arthur. No, Issei-sama form is more majestic than yours, Cutie. Whose side are you on, Arthur? Arthur. I'm just stating facts. Cutie. Gunyununu. Just you wait. But true Dragon King, huh? Interesting. Issei gazed towards Millet and the latter, who felt his gaze, trembled in fear. Bam. Issei punched Millet on her gut and the latter flew away while spitting blood along the way. Issei reappeared on top of Millet and grabbed her by the neck and threw her down towards the ground below them. Boom. The whole sky island started to shake from that impact. Millet felt like her inside is messed up really badly, and just when she's about to get up, Issei put his leg on her chest. He looked down on her with the regal of a true king. Millet. Flame. Gah. Crunch. When Millet tried to breathe another fire breath, Issei bit her neck, but not that hard, or that one bite from him would have killed her instantly. Issei. Submit or die. Issei growled while still biting Millet's neck, and he put a little bit more force on his bite. That Millet's scales started to crack and a bit of blood is already leaking from her bite wounds. Cutie. Give up, Millet. Or he will truly kill you. Millet. Cough, cough. I submit. She finally surrendered because she felt like there's no way that she could beat him and she obviously doesn't want to die. Issei finally let go of her neck after hearing her words, and Millet collapsed and changed from her vicious form back into that of a human crawling on the ground. Issei also reverted back to his human form. Cutie. Seems she's run out of energy and switched to the power saving mode. Arthur. She's not a machine, Millet looks so distressed even in her human form right now. She's holding her neck, which has a teeth mark given by Issei just now, while gazing at Issei's towering body with a bit of fear and awe. She totally ran out of energy that she couldn't even use her magic to cover her body, so she's totally naked right now. Her dark skin was injured, but healthy. Her chest was, presumably because of her physical training, perky despite its eyes and looked incredibly pleasant to touch. Her tight thighs and behind were fairly large and hitting them would make a nice sound. Issei felt a bit weird seeing her gaze towards him that carries a hint of awe and worship. He also smells something weird wafting out from her body. It's kind of like a sweet honey scent, but not quite like it. And for some reason, he started to get a little aroused from smelling it. He thought that he already smelled the scent before. Cutie. So, did you smell that, boy? Cutie asked Issei while grinning. Issei. What? Cutie. That's the smell only a female dragon emits when they try to court another male dragon. Issei. Pardon. Cutie. Gahaha. Ain't you popular? Now fuck her up real good for me, would ya? Issei. No wonder he felt like he already smells the scent before. He also smells this when he's still living with the twins on the island before. They emit this scent just before they told him that they've chosen him as their mate. Millet. And no, I'm not. I wasn't trying to court him. Don't tell lies, you old hag. Millet tries to cover her embarrassment while loudly shouting at Cutie, but a red face gave her away. Cutie. This is why virgins are so. You're such a loner. Just admit it, you brat. Millet. I'm not a loner. I'm not lonely. Issei felt like Cutie just dealt a fatal blow when she mentions that Millet is a loner and a virgin at the same time. Cutie. Now. What to do with you? Well, plenty of horrible things, of course, but for now, boy, hurry and fuck her. Issei. No. Cutie. Oh, come on. Issei. I said no. Cutie. Look, she started tearing up after hearing your rejection. Millet. No, I am not. There's indeed a bit of tear at the corner of her eyes, but Issei wasn't sure if she really cries because he rejects her or because of Cutie though. Arthur. Don't force it, Cutie. Oh, fine. So be it then. You guys are no fun. Issei and Arthur felt weird that she gave up so easily. But then Cutie smirked slyly while taking something out of her pocket. Cutie. Hey, boy. Catch. Issei. Cutie threw something from the rift opening she created and Issei reflexively caught it. That thing looks like a small round ball. On one side it's colored red while the bottom is white. There's a small button on the middle and Issei curiously touched it. Issei. What's this? Arthur. Ah. Issei-sama, that's. Arthur tried to warn Issei about it, but it's too late. Boom. That ball exploded on Issei's hand, but instead of fire, there's a pink smoke coming out from it. Cutie. Hahaha. How's that? That's my latest invention called alcoholic bomb. There's enough alcohol scent inside those things that could even make the strongest drinker drunk instantly just from smelling it. Arthur. What have you done, sigh. QD got that idea from one of her histories. She knows just how Issei's act after he becomes drunk. She already guessed that Issei would probably reject her request on fucking Millet, so she already prepared the countermeasure for it, and here it is. Her genius plan. Millet. What happened? Millet is confused seeing this sudden development. She thought that QT just attacked Issei with something, but after she heard their words she becomes confused. Arthur. You have my condolences, Millet. Millet. What are you talking about? What condolences? For some reason, Millet felt a bad feeling about all this. Arthur. Issei-sama will become a sex beast after he got drunk. And since you're the only woman who's nearby, you know the rest. Millet. Millet becomes stupefied, and then she saw the pink smoke cleared away. She can't see Issei's face at this moment because he's looking down at the ground. But he started to take a step forward and Millet, who saw it, tried to crawl away. Millet. What? Stay away. Bulge. Millet. Eek, why your crotch? It's like it's alive. She felt afraid and a little anticipation after seeing Issei's crotch. Millet. Stay away from me. If you put that in me, I'll die. Every time Issei took a step, Millet turned paler and retreated backward. QT. You're exaggerating, he already put it in lots of people, and they were all fine. Some even have a smaller body than yours. Millet. And no. Eek. When Issei finally grabbed Millet's arm, she tried her best to break free from his grasp. Millet. No, stop. Stoop. But her power seemed to be spent, and her current power state is like those of a child. Millet. I'm only 10-12 years old. Are you really thinking of raping this little girl? Even if you want to court me, there's a certain procedure for it, and this is not the way. Well, I'm only 17 years old. So who's the little one here, is what Issei would think of if he's sober right now. She started crying softly while letting go of all her pride that she doesn't even realize that she just admitted that she basically wanted to be courted by Issei. QT. Oh who, now you admit that you want to be courted by him. But too late. Now let the punishment begin. Millet. No. Her scream can be heard through the whole island. Chapter 69. Issei holds Millet body to the ground and stole her lips right away before she could say another word. Millet. MMPH. MMH. MMN. NN. MH. He kept giving her a kiss for a whole 10 minutes. Her struggle went weaker and weaker until she unconsciously put her hands around Issei's neck instead and starting to get in the act as well. Millet. MMM. Mchu. Mwah. More. MMH. Her eyes are clouded with lust after being exposed by Issei's intoxicating aura, and from the way he kisses her, makes her felt like she could melt any moment. While still kissing her, Issei's hand weren't idle either. One of his hand went towards her perky breast and started to fondle it gently. He pinches the cherry nub of her breast gently, and Millet felt like she's being electrocuted when he does that. Issei removed his clothes with his magic, and his bare body made Millet feels even more lustful towards him. His raw masculine intoxicating aura doubled its efficiency when his clothes are removed. Millet felt like she's drunk with lust right now, and if she knows what to do next, she probably would have mounted Issei already, but sadly her experience is next to none about this kind of things. She's only taught basic things such as where babies come from. She knows that the females carry the baby inside them, but she doesn't know the whole process. For most of her life, Millet is ordered by QT to guard the black eventacle at the mirror labyrinth. Her common sense is only on par with a 12-year-old child. After hundreds of years, she finally got bored and feels lonely. Good thing she's a dragon, because if normal humans who were in her place, they probably would have gone mad just in 10 years at most. When she tried to contact QT, the latter is too busy with her mysteries, so she forgot about Millet for a few centuries, just like Arthur said before. And when she remembers Millet again, it's all too late because Millet already rebelled at that point. She meets Felton and gave him the knowledge about the black eventacle. Felton utilizes Millet naivety, and in reverse, he taught her a messed up common sense. She grows up when the dragons still rule the world, so she felt too prideful for what she is to the point of arrogance. That's why she views the humans as weaker race, but Felton is the first human she ever personally interacts with, and because he has his ways with words and his weird philosophy that she never heard of before, Millet thought that he's pretty interesting for a human being. For dragons, strength or power is mostly everything, and she holds that beliefs as well. There's no one ever taught her about some common sense, such as killing innocent people is evil, and etc. Most of her experience is self-taught and from interacting with Felton. Because of it, she thought murdering human is totally a normal thing to do. She often saw how Felton and his cohorts killing hundreds of weak humans that she's starting to think that it's common sense to do so. But even then she rarely participates in killing humans because she sees them as too insignificant to garner her attention, so she only observes Felton's party in action. Most humans she killed is the one who pisses her off the most, such as the one who tries to take advantage of her and tried to take liberties at her. Female dragons are very sensitive on being touched by other males, whether it be the same species or different species altogether. They only allow themselves being touched by those that they view as their potential mate or their children. Other females are allowed to touch them though. She's appointed as a zero knight by Felton himself. She never really does the job of a knight that seriously. All she does is becoming the bodyguard of Felton back in the Central Empire. People said that whenever there's Felton there will be Millet. But even Felton never touched Millet because even though she thought Felton is interesting, she never saw him as her potential mate. She only sees Felton as her source of entertainment because most of the things he does are new to her. And Felton also never see her as a woman, so it works perfectly for both of them. Their relationship is very professional in that regards. So in a way, she's indeed a little girl just like she said before. Dragons are immortal after all. So for them, 1000 years old is indeed just a brat. That's why QT call Millet a youngster. As for QT's age, it's currently unknown, but she's thought of as the first dragon ever existed alongside Eve herself. Before she's ordered to guard the Black Evenical, she never meets any male dragons that interest her, and not a single one ever tries to court her, but that's mostly because she's too young for the adult male dragons back then. Issei is the first male dragon he took fancy of, and when she felt his power and aura at first hand, she becomes attracted by him. After all, strength is everything for dragons. Caillou and Kinnu could be seen as a new generation because they're even younger than Millet. They've been taught by the other witches of the Round Tables, so their common sense is not messed up as Millet did. They still think strength is important, but not as extreme as Millet. Emotion called love is foreign to Millet because Felton doesn't have that emotion, so she never learned about it. And Issei might not realize this, but when a male dragon bites a female dragon on her neck, that could also be seen as a courting ritual. It's like how a male dragon defeats the female they are courting and gave them a bite mark to tell the other male dragons that this female is reserved by that male. Just like how the prehistoric caveman who beat the female and dragged them back to their cave. But that ritual is long forgotten because nowadays dragons thought that it's too barbaric and old-fashioned. Well, not for Millet and QD. So she kind of thought that Issei wanted her to be her mate. QD also knows that, but of course, she won't tell him that because she finds it amusing and interesting as well. That's why Millet started to unconsciously emit that honey-like scent back then. She kind of accepted Issei's courting. So when she said she wasn't trying to court Issei back then, it's actually true. It wasn't her who's trying to court her, but it's Issei instead, and she just accepted his courting. But she's too embarrassed to admit it, and with QD being there as well, it's not helping at all. QD also knows it, and that's why she drugged Issei and told him to fuck her. She's actually just joking beforehand, but when she notices that smell Millet emits, she knows that Millet is indeed feeling attracted towards Issei. Well, it's mostly because she finds it more interesting though. That's the kind of dragon QT is. In a way she's the same like Millet. Thankfully Arthur is there to keep her in check. Deep inside, QD does feel guilty for Millet's case, but she obviously won't admit it. So she wants to pair her with Issei because she knows just what kind of man Issei is. He's way better than Felton, that's for sure. And the way he treats her wives is just splendid even from her point of view. QT. Che, it can't be called a punishment anymore at this point. Look how gentle he is right now. I was hoping he will ram his dick in straight away. Arthur. Isn't it good though? Millet is still a virgin, and if Issei Sama went rough right away then she might be traumatized. And I know you've been observing him whenever you have the time, so you know his personality well, even his drunken state abnormality. QT. HMPH. Issei or his wives might not know this. When Issei's drunk, sure he turns into a sex beast, but he only does it with those that are willing. It can be seen how he doesn't do Guruguru right away beforehand. Guruguru was really afraid when she saw Issei pound Rish and Ramius back then, so Issei never touch her when he's done pounding them both. If Issei touches Guruguru back then she might have become traumatized because she wasn't prepared before. But soon Guruguru prepared herself and launched an attack of her own when Issei was still asleep. And QD notices this as well, so she knows if Millet isn't really willing, then Issei would never touch her. So their worries of Issei being a rapist is unnecessary because he will never touch a woman who's not willing. And Millet is obviously willing, she was just feeling a little afraid because she never does this kind of thing before. But after feeling Issei's gentle kiss and caress she's totally willing now. Even though she's still a little afraid, but it's normal for any woman to feel afraid when they're about to lose their chastity after all. She kept exhaling hot sigh when Issei stopped their kiss, and she looked down to see Issei's dragon full for action. Millet's eyes filled with a bit of fear and anticipation while gazing at Issei's dragon. After their lovemaking, a mark started to heat up and glowing a little, and soon after, it transforms into a red heart-shaped tattoo covered with dragon wings. Now her neck has Issei's mark as well, just like Irene and the twins. It kind of looks like a collar to be honest. But it still looks beautiful nevertheless, it even enhances her beauty as well. That red color mark combined with her slightly tanned skin makes her looks like an exotic beauty. She touches her newly formed mark fondly, now she's not alone any longer. Millet. Millard. Millet is quite old-fashioned after all, so the word husband, darling, honey, etc. is kind of foreign for her, and she chooses to use how the old society female dragon calls their mate, which is either master or lord. Cutie. Hehehe. Do you think it's over after one round? Wrong. He will keep fucking until he's sober. Hahaha, it won't be a punishment if it wasn't like that now, isn't it? Millet. Arthur. Coo. Sigh, good luck, Millet. Sadly what she just said is true. Issei Sama is a sex beast when he's in this mode after all. Cutie. Enjoy your punishment, brat. That's what you get from calling me a hag. Hahaha. Millet. Why you? On. Millard, please wait. Han. I'm still Sincidi. Cayenne. And no. Cutie. Hahaha. Taste that sucker. Then Millet got seriously destroyed by Issei until he's sober. But when Issei marked her as his possession, he also saw some memories of Millet. After Issei sobered up, all the memories started to rushing in. From how he got pranked by Cutie and how he basically fucked Millet silly just like Cutie wanted. Millet is currently being held by Issei while he's sitting on the ground. She's already fainted away without single energy left inside her. She's like putty at this moment on Issei's arms. Her whole body is coated with Issei's scent that could be whiffed from miles away. If Issei is not holding her at this moment, then she probably would have dropped to the ground. When Cutie saw the glare Issei is giving her, she got goosebumps all over and started to explain herself on why she's so insistent about Millet's case. When was it the last time she felt threatened by somebody else? 1,000. 2,000 years. She can't remember, but it's been a while she ever felt this way. What a crazy bloodlust that was. LD sure picks a genuine monster as her lover this time. Unlike that trash from before. Cutie started recalling the past, and the most revolting thing she remembered is that man who was LD first lover, but good riddance she thought. Issei. After hearing the explanation of Cutie, Issei took back his bloodlust and Cutie secretly sighed in relief after that. Issei didn't know how to respond to Cutie's prank. On one hand, he knows why she's so insistent, why she wants him to fuck Millet. Maybe. He's not sure if she just thinks of it as interesting or she genuinely does this for Millet though. He also knows from the point of view of Millet. All she does is teleporting and observing the snake Crest. Well, she mostly only observes Felton though, she only sees them as their source of entertainment. He knows the one at fault here is actually Cutie and Felton. If Cutie handles her more carefully, then she wouldn't have rebelled, and Felton is just taking advantage of Millet's naivety and her lack of experience on interacting with others. Cutie. And there you have it, boy. Take good care of her for me, would ya? Don't worry, I won't ask you to do it for free, I'll tell you how to transform your wives to become a dragon as the payment. Issei. Arthur. I'm sorry once again for the trouble she brought you, Issei Sama. Arthur, as always, started apologizing in the place of Cutie. Issei. Sigh, fine. How long has it been since I've passed out? Issei thought it doesn't matter anymore at this point, what's done is done. And he also owes Cutie one after all. Now they can call it even. But if she pulls this stunt once more, then he will make sure that she pay the consequences. Cutie. Oh, don't worry. I already created a time barrier around you, so outside the barrier, it's only been like 15 minutes, but as for how long you've been fucking that brat, then it's been like 7 hours. Arthur. It was 7 hours and 24 minutes to be exact. Issei. Sigh. Issei sighed once more after hearing how long he's been having sex with Millet just now. And he knows well just how rough he is when he's drunk. He can only hope Millet is not totally broken when she woke up. He wears his clothes once more and covered Millet's body with a blanket she took out from his dimensional storage and carried her towards the building. Millet. Millard. He heard Millet mumble on her sleep and he smiled wryly after hearing her voice, but soon his eyes turned gentle while gazing at her sleeping face. Issei. Since you're mine now, then I will make sure you never go the wrong path any longer, Millet. Now go get some rest. Issei kissed her forehead and Millet, who felt his kiss, smiled slightly. It's the most comfortable sleep she ever had in centuries, she thought in her sleep. Issei put Millet on the bed at one of the room and set up a sound barrier so her sleep is not disturbed in the slightest. After he makes sure that Millet is properly tucked in, he went outside and head towards Felton's body. He grabbed his head and input a bit of his bloodlust, and that's enough to make Felton wide awake while heavily breathing. The first thing Felton saw when he's awake is Issei's glowing red eyes, and he shuddered greatly after seeing it. He was about to open his mouth when he heard Issei speak. Issei. So, where were we? Oh, right. Your judgment. Crack. Felton. Erg. Issei grasped Felton's head and put a bit of force on his grasp until there's a small cracking sound can be heard from his skull. There's probably a crack on his skull if he gets an X-ray scan now. Issei. Does it hurt? But your pain is nothing compared to all of your victims. Have you ever thought of how do they feel? Crack. He's feeling intense pain from the pressure of Issei's hand. He tried to get Issei's arm off his head, but to no avail. He's a normal human after all, while Issei is a dragon. Their power difference is too far. Even 1 million Felton can't beat Issei. Issei lifted Felton's body in the air easily with only one hand, and the latter started to flail his leg around in the air. Felton grabbed his sword and slashed downwards towards Issei, in hope to have him let go of his head, but Issei doesn't even blink after seeing the incoming slash. Clang. As expected, his sword can't even prick Issei's skin, and it broke in half. Issei. I've been waiting for this moment for a while now. Ever since Ramius's case of Adan's blood injection. Felton. Ah. Gah. Stop. Little by little Issei increased his power, and Felton's head started to deform itself. Red veins started appearing on his white sclera with his eyes started bulging as well. He can't even form a proper sentence anymore soon after. His tears started flowing freely from his eyes. He has never been so afraid in his life before. He let go of his broken sword and put both of his hand on Issei's arm, hoping there's a miracle happening that will stop Issei's from killing him outright. But it's just a fool's dream at this point, because even QT herself doesn't want to get involved with the current Issei. Crack. Felton. Georgia. It. Who. RT. S. Issei. You made Gurugura cry. And now you wanted to have my sister-in-law be raped by some monsters. Combined the reddish-black chaotic aura he emits right now, it makes him looks very malevolent. Felton loses control of his bladder completely, and there's a bad smell of urine coming from his crotch. Blood started to come out along with his tears and nasal mucus, and from all of his orifices. Whether it be ears, nose, mouth. Issei's eyes started to glowing brightly while his pupils turned into slits. He keeps getting angrier by the second when he started to recall all the things Snake Crest has done. He becomes the perfect embodiment of the sin of wrath right now. Even Satan himself would piss himself if he's facing the current Issei. This is the first time he becomes so wrathful ever since he becomes a dragon. But unlike the Snake Crest members, he has perfect control of his emotions, so he never consumed by it unless he allows it himself. After all, he's the one who dominates above everything else. Issei. Your judgment is death. Issei's voice was just like the voice of the devil itself from the depths of hell. That's the last thing Felton heard before his death. And then there's a melodic sound of bone crushing coming from his head. Crack. PFFSSSHHH. Felton's head exploded like a watermelon, and all sorts of blood and brain matter splattered all over the place. His headless corpse is like a spurting fountain of blood, while it dropped to the ground lifelessly, while his body still twitching for a few seconds before it goes completely still forever. Issei flicked his hand to get rid of the blood on his hand. Splat. Issei. Disgusting. This is also one of the reasons why he put a sound barrier around Millet beforehand, because he doesn't want any of his women to ever saw his current state. He doesn't care what other people think of him, but he doesn't want his own loved ones to be afraid of him. Then soon after from Felton's body, there's a black orb coming out. It's his sin and soul combined as one. Issei grasped it right away to prevent it from escaping. FS, Felton's soul. I'll let go. Issei. Do you think I will let your soul go just like that? Hell is too good for you. QT. QT. Sup. Issei knows the QT is still watching him, so he calls her. Issei. I'm going to destroy his soul, is it fine? QT. Fine, you already destroyed Said's soul anyway, so adding one more is no biggies. You can count it as a reward from me as well. Issei. Ah, thank you. QT. No problemo. Issei smirked while looking at FS. FS. And no. Let me go. Don't destroy my soul. Anything but that. I will do anything. Anything. Issei. You got no rights to bargain with me, trash. And can you see all these souls around us? FS. WH, what are you? Hi. When Issei mentioned it, only then FS started to look around carefully. And he could see thousands of other souls surrounding them, well surrounding him to be exact. Their faces filled with wrath towards him and like they can't wait to exact their revenge personally. Felton recognizes some of those souls from their faces, most of them are the ones he personally killed. Issei. They're the souls of the people you've killed, they always follow you around waiting for the day you die, so they could get their revenge themselves. Now. I will grant them their wish. Issei waved his other hand gently, and the wrathful souls took that as a signal, and instantly swarmed FS right away. Issei let go of his hand which was holding FS, and let them do their work. FS. And no. Stop. Jaya. All the souls started to rip FS to a million pieces, some of them even started to eat Felton's very own soul. Issei just indifferently watching FS being eaten and ripped apart by all those souls until there's no more sound coming from Felton. Signaling his eternal demise, never to be reincarnated. Even in death, he can never find peace. A fitting end for someone as sinful as him. After all the soul is done exacting their revenge, their wrathful faces turned peaceful right away, and they all smiled and bowed towards Issei's direction. Issei could hear and feel how grateful they are towards him. Issei. May you all find everlasting peace. Then one by one the souls started to dissolve into tiny particles of light. They circled around Issei's body for one last time, and then they disappear completely. Issei closed his eyes to give a silent prayer for a few minutes before he opens his eyes once more. QD. That was like a deja vu. Geez, even the way he exacts his revenge is the same as LD when she kills her old ex-lover personally. Arthur. Really? Arthur's still not born when LD exact her revenge against her ex-lover after all. So it's no wonder he knows nothing about it. QD. Yeah. She drowns that scum inside of boiling poison for 1,000 years before she discards his soul at limbo itself. But not before she dismembered his body to million pieces herself and have all the evil spirits eat like 95% of his soul though. That was a really creepy sight to witness, but I would say it's a well-deserved punishment considering his betrayal against LD. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned indeed. Even now I could still remember the scream of that scum when he undergoes all that torture. QD had a cold sweat whenever she recalls that moment. Even for her, that was scary alright. Good thing she's friend with LD, she thought. Arthur. I see. Even Arthur couldn't imagine how painful the torture of LD beforehand. He could only hope that they never go against the path of either LD or Issei themselves. Thankfully they're not evil, so the chances of having to fight them are next to zero. All he needs to do is keep QD here in check, or she might do something stupid and earn their enmity, he thought. QD. Why do I have a feeling that you're thinking something rude just now? Arthur. It's just your imagination. QD. Oh well, I better collect more mysteries. Then QD back to her usual activities, but she remembered something and sent telepathy towards Issei about the way to change his wives into dragon. Issei said his thanks towards QD after hearing it. He takes one last look towards Said's and Felton body before he burnt their body into nothingness. Said's body might look whole, but his inside. There's nothing intact on his inside. If anyone touched his body right now they would realize that it's like a balloon filled with water. His death is nothing but painful. Then he walked towards Millet direction and waited for her to wake up. He prepared some food in case she wakes up and feeling hungry. Millet. MMH. Millet finally woke up after a while. She sits up from the bed while rubbing her eyes and she started to look around trying to find out just where she is right now. Just when she's about to move once again, she felt a sting on her lower region. Millet. Ooh. Then she remembered just what she's been doing a while ago and her face turned completely red that anyone can see it even through her slightly tanned skin. You're awake. Then she heard the voice that brings her happiness and a little bit of fear at the same time. Fear of feeling that heavenly pleasure once more, not a fear of him as a person of course. Millet. M. Millard. Issei smiled wryly seeing her feeling a bit afraid against him, but thankfully her fear is not that kind of fear Felton has towards him. Issei. Don't worry, I won't do things like before if you don't want me to. Sorry for that, it's your first time after all. Millet. And no Millard. I like it but. It's just that. Issei chuckled and pat her head gently after seeing her face turned even redder after saying that. Issei. I know, you don't have to say it. Now go ahead and have some food I prepared for you. Millet. EA. And no, I'm not that hungry. Growl. Millet. At this point, Millet just wants to find a hole and crawl inside it because of how embarrassed she is right now. Her face couldn't be any redder. Issei. See, go ahead and eat. Don't worry about me, I already ate. Millet. Yuan. Millet finally obeys Issei's order and start eating. And she instantly got captivated by the taste of the food and started to eat like there's no tomorrow. Into time, all the food available has been eaten by her. Then she finally realizes that Issei is watching her this entire time. Millet. Excuse my manners, Millard. She hastily apologizes while bowing deeply towards Issei. Issei. It's fine. You don't need to apologize towards me for everything you know. Millet. But. Issei. Listen, Millet, we need to talk. When Millet saw the serious face Issei is making right now she instantly get herself together to listen to Issei's words. Issei. The things you've done so far is wrong. Then Issei started to patiently talk to Millet about common sense and the likes. Of course, Millet doesn't understand it right away and it will take some time until she fully comprehends Issei's words. But at least she's willing to obey Issei's words and that's enough for now. He will take no matter how long it takes to teach her about normal common sense and fix her mentality. Millet. As you wish, Millard. For Millet, Issei's words are absolute. Issei. Let's head back. Millet. Ha. Issei. But you might want to wear your clothes first. Unless you're trying to seduce me again. Only now Millet remembers that she's not wearing any clothes right now. And after seeing the teasing grin on Issei's face, she hastily uses her magic to wear her clothes. She tried to put up her serious facade, but she's not fooling anyone with how red her cheeks currently is. And she still felt a bit of pain on her lower region, and Issei notices that. Issei. Here, up you go. Millet. Kaya. And Millard. Issei picks her up in a bridal carry, and that broke Millet's facade once more. Issei. I know you're still feeling pain down there. Millet. I can take it. So you can put me down, Millard. Issei. Nope, not happening. But, despite Millet's soft protest, Issei still carries her, and Millet doesn't really dislike being carried by Issei anyway. If anything, she's feeling very happy right now. She's never treated with such care by anyone else before in her entire life. Then both of them teleported away from the Sky Island. Chapter 70. Millet knows well just what happened to Felton, so she doesn't need to ask. She doesn't really care about him at this point. When Issei arrived at the Kaler's village, he's greeted by them all. Every Kaler. Welcome back, Issei-sama. Issei. I'm back. Myrtle. So, my king, I take it that you've made Millet the Zero Knight of Central as yours. Myrtle teased Issei, slightly, seeing him carrying Millet on his arms. Issei. Ah. You could say that. Millet knows that each of the Kalers here is stronger than average, and she becomes more awed seeing this many of them serving her lord. She's proud because this is how a true dragon should be, unlike that hag, she thought. But after seeing the teasing gazes the Kalers gave her, she becomes even more embarrassed, but there are some that are jealous of her, so it's not that bad, she guess. But she still needs to put up a proper appearance, so she asked Issei to put her down. Millet. Millard, can you put me down? I'm fine now. Issei. Oh. Are you sure? Millet. You Issei. Very well. Myrtle, give her a proper treatment because she just lost her first time recently, and it's while I'm in that mode as well. All the Kaler's body trembled slightly when they heard Issei's words, because they know just what he meant by that clearly. They've experienced it firsthand after all. Their body trembled not because they are afraid of it, but because of how good it was. It's their body natural reaction after hearing it. Myrtle. I see. That must have been unfortunate. Well, maybe not. Phew. When Myrtle saw the current face of Millet, she knows that she must have been really enjoying it. Millet realizes the knowing gaze Myrtle gave her, and she blushed deeply once again because it's true that she really enjoys it back then. Issei. That's why, treat her well, okay. Issei doesn't realize their silent communication and proceeds to talk normally. Myrtle. Hi. He finally let Millet down after that. Issei. Where's Croy? Myrtle. Oh, she's at her room waiting for you right now. Her room is the best room we have, of course. Issei. Got it. Issei knew which room she's talking about because he spent some times inside it before when he visited the Kalers. Issei. Then Millet, go ahead and follow Myrtle. I will go meet Croy for now. Millet. Ha. Then Millet went with Myrtle while Issei went to Croy's room. When Issei's about to knock on Croy's room, he heard her voice. Croy. Kun, Atauto smell, HNNN. Issei. Why does this feel like another deja vu? Well, he'd better knock fast or it will elevate to something else altogether. The Kalers never really clean the room thoroughly, so granted Issei's smell still lingers inside it. They only rearrange the stuff and the likes. They also like Issei's smell after all. Knock. Croy. Hi. Who is it? Croy got startled because she was just about to touch herself while smelling Issei's smell on the bed. Issei. It's Issei. Croy. Oh, Atauto-kun. Just a sec. Then he heard rustling sounds coming from inside, probably because Croy wanted to regain her composure or something. After a few minutes, she finally calls Issei in. Croy. You can come in now. When Issei entered the room, he saw Croy standing beside the table with her usual smile, but there's a tint of blush on her cheeks this time. Issei chooses to ignore what he just heard before. Issei. How are you feeling? Croy. I'm totally fine. The Kalers treated me very well in here, they're very nice to me. But it's kinda surprising seeing some of them become an angel and devil though. Croy is also a bit taken aback after seeing the new Kalers for the first time. Issei. Well, I'll explain about that later, and good to know that you're feeling okay. Issei flashed a gentle smile, but soon he held back his smile because he needs to inform her about Felton's situation. Issei. I've already handled Felton and his accomplices, sorry if you have any feelings towards him, but… Croy. No. When Issei is still apologizing to her for killing her fiancé because he wasn't sure if she has any feelings towards him or not, Croy cut his words. Issei. Croy. You don't have to apologize towards me about taking care of Prince Felton, because I'm fully aware of what he's planning to do. Croy was awake when she arrived at the Sky Island, but she can't move her body for some reason, so she heard the conversation between Felton and Achival loud and clear. Only idiot will love a man like Felton after hearing that whole conversation. Croy. And I don't feel anything towards him as well. You know, our marriage is only a political marriage, there was no love involved. Issei. I see. Then I apologize for making you go through all that, I basically used you as bait. I'm sorry. I will take any punishment you want to give me. Issei bowed slightly because he feels bad for using Croy as a bait, he doesn't want Felton and Sades to escape. If he saves Croy right away then Felton or Sades might have escaped beforehand. If any of those two escape then the snake crest will keep existing, and that's not what he wanted to see. So he waited for Felton to arrive at the Sky Island because he knows that he needs to report to Sades after his success. Issei's plan is perfect, and the only downside is that he needed Croy to play the role as bait. Croy. You know, Ice. After waiting for Croy to decide his punishment he heard her start talking, so he looks up only to see the ever-present gentle gaze of Croy, along with her smile. But there's something more inside her gaze, there's relief, joy, happiness, longing, passion, and love. He becomes puzzled, how come her gaze contains that many emotions? He understands she would feel relief, joy, and happiness, but as for the others? Then he saw her started to walk forward until she arrived at his front. She suddenly put both of her hands on his face. Issei is used to her close skinship, so he doesn't mind it, but there's something different from her touch this time. It feels more gentle than it used to be, it's like she's touching a delicate artwork and the like. Croy. When I was kidnapped by Prince Felton, I never feel afraid at all. Do you know why? Issei unconsciously shakes his head because he truly doesn't know. Croy. It's because I know you're going to save me. I never stop believing that you will somehow save me from him. You promised me after all. When my father asked you to protect me, remember. Of course Issei remembers it, he's a man of his words after all. Even before he became a dragon he always keeps his words. Issei. Ah. Croy. That's why I never lose hope nor feel fear the entire time. And I was right. You saved me. Even though it's not you personally but it's enough to know that you sent the Kailers to save me. Her gaze turned a little feverish and her soft fingers started to stroke his face gently and it kind of makes him feel itchy inside his heart. Croy. Ice. Issei thinks that this is the first time he heard her call him by his name and not his usual nickname. Croy. Do you know who's the man I'm in love with? Issei eyes widen hearing her question, but he doesn't know how to respond to it. Deep inside he already knows the answer to her question, but he's still not 100% sure, so he shakes his head gently. Croy. You actually already know it, didn't you? Croy can see inside his eyes that he actually already knows the answer, so she smiled gently at him. Croy. It's you. You're the man I fell in love with, Ice. Issei. Issei is at loss for words after hearing Croy's confession. Croy. Ever since I first met you, I started to develop feelings towards you. It's like love at first sight. And my feelings keep growing when I see what kind of man you are. When I see how well you treat your wives. I keep getting more and more attracted to you. And from their faces, I can see happiness and joy for being your wife. To be honest, I feel jealous of them. At how free they are, for being able to marry the man they truly love. I even feel jealous of Riche. Jealous of my own beloved little sister for being able to marry you. Issei. Croy. Croy. And if I'm not engaged already, I would have pursued you, just like Riche did. But my duty as the royal princess doesn't allow me to be that selfish, because my selfishness would bring sorrow and trouble for my father and the people of Eden as well. So I buried my feelings thinking that we're not meant to be. Drip drip. Issei saw tears starting to flow from Croy's eyes, and he felt excruciating pain inside his heart after seeing her tears that he doesn't know what to do after seeing it, but then he saw that she started to smile, even though she's still crying. Croy. But Mother Eve must have heard my prayer. I feel bad for feeling happy that Prince Felton is the Snake Crest member, but I can't help it. I can't help feeling happy and glad at the same time. Because that means I could also pursue my own true love. I can finally do what I want for the first time in my entire life. I can choose the man I want to marry. So, Ice. My beloved Atato-kun. Will you accept my feelings? Will you accept this foolish prince's feeling? There's no way Issei can refuse her confession, and he doesn't want to refuse her anyway, so he obviously accepts her feelings. Issei. Ah, I accept. Then Issei saw the most beautiful smile blooming on Croy's face, the prettiest and happiest smile she ever has. Issei instantly becomes captivated at that smile of hers. Croy closes her eyes and puckered her lips slightly, and Issei knows just what she wants, and he obviously going to obey her wish. He held her body close and finally. Their lips are connected and the same goes for both of their hearts as well. Croy felt like she's in bliss right now. She never felt so happy in her entire life, she's finally in the arms of the man she truly loves. After a few minutes, they finally stop their kiss and they both gazes at each other before chuckling together. Issei. I don't know what would Riche think about this. Croy. I think she's going to be happy because her beloved One-chan is going to join the family. Issei. Knowing her then it's probably true. Croy. But of course. We're best sisters after all. Then, Atado-kun. Croy suddenly asked Issei alluringly. Issei. Croy. Make me your wife now, please. Issei. Shouldn't we ask father-in-law opinion first? Croy. No need. I'm sure he will agree to our marriage as well. It's true, Lewin already planned to have them both married to each other. She knows her father's way of thinking the best apparently. Even better than Riche herself, which is obvious since she's more close with Lewin compared to Riche. Croy. Now, hurry. Issei didn't know how to respond to her encouragement. He's the man and she's the woman, right? How come she's more enthusiastic than he is? Issei. But. Issei still wants to say something, but Croy doesn't want to wait any longer, so she came up with an idea. Croy. Moo. Ah. Then as for your punishment, make me your wife now. She acts like she just said a brilliant idea. Issei. She's Riche's elder sister alright. Their pushy personality is totally the same. Not that he hates it though. Issei. Fine. Issei finally relented because it seems she won't stop until she gets what she wants. Croy. Yeah, I've been dreaming about this moment since a long time ago. I always wanted to know what it feels like to do eki stuff with the man I love. Now, I get to do it with my beloved Atado-kun. Issei. You're still going to keep calling me Atado? Even though I'm about to become your husband? Croy. Why not? You're still my Atado-kun regardless if you become my husband or not, right? Issei. Well. I can't deny that. But there's something off about the way she calls him though. But Issei chooses to disregards it because it doesn't matter what she calls him anyway. Croy. Then it's fine, let's go. Then Croy pulls Issei's hand and walks towards the bed. Issei maintained his gentle smile as he watched Croy undress herself. Croy. All that staring is a little embarrassing. Issei. Oh, sorry. It's just that you have a very beautiful body. Croy already took off all her outer garments and now she's only at her underwears. Issei got captivated looking at her bodacious body. That smooth white porcelain-like skin of hers, that smooth and beautiful thigh and long legs in her perky. She has the perfect hergless figure. There's not a single blemish can be found on her body. And most important of all, that heavenly breasts of hers. Guess he's still the op-eyed dragon after all. Croy. Hehe, I don't mind so much. I'm about to become your wife, after all. Issei. I see. But are you sure you want to do it now? You must have heard what Felton was about to do to you, so I was wondering if you're really sure about doing this now. I'll still treat you as my wife no matter what. Just be honest. Croy. Even though Croy said she doesn't feel afraid, but the truth she indeed feels it a little bit, even if she really believes that Issei will come and save her, and Issei knew it as well. Croy. Honest. Issei. Ah. Croy. Okay then. The truth is, ever since you came into this room. Issei. Issei seriously listens to what Croy's about to say. He expected her to say that she's probably kind of afraid of men or something right now. Croy. My panties have been dripping. Issei. I see, just like I expect. Wait. What? When Issei looked at her with confusion, Croy covered her loins with her hands, and her cheeks are blushing deeply. Seeing her acting like this almost made Issei lose control of himself. Croy. You know, Atado-kun. In reality, I'm awfully naughty. Just being here alone with you, my body is throbbing. Even when we first met, my body started to get really hot whenever I'm near you. That's one of the reasons why I keep hugging you whenever I had the chance. Because I like that feeling. And also your hair is so soft and nice to touch, and hugging you is always so pleasant, and you smell really good as well. Issei. No wonder, Issei thought. He smiled wryly after hearing her words. Croy. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be a saint, but I'm a really dirty girl. I can't help it though. I keep thinking about how much I want to sleep with you. Croy looked at Issei with moist upturned eyes. She felt really embarrassed after confessing the truth about herself, but she didn't know that her current pose is the breaking point of Issei's limit. Issei. Issei felt like he couldn't take it anymore after hearing that. So he instantly lifted Croy's body and put her on the bed. He snapped his fingers, and Croy undergarment is gone as well. Croy. Eep. Oh Atado-kun. Croy got a little taken aback after Issei suddenly picked her up. Issei. Be prepared, Croy. You flipped my switch. I won't stop even if you told me to now. Then they keep going at it like rabbits in heats all day long. From daytime to afternoon, to evening, till the next morning. But she still fainted away after she reaches her limit, while Issei reluctantly stopped their lovemaking session because it felt really good doing it with Croy just now. So he hugged her body tightly. He made sure to clean all the stains from the sheet, but he could swear that he heard some crying voice when he cleaned their aftermath. But choose to ignore it and join Croy in the land of dreams. Both of them smiled blissfully at their sleep. The cries which Issei heard just now was from the Kailers, because there's a reason on why they never thoroughly cleaned this room. It's because they want to smell their king's scent, that's why. They were intoxicated with Issei's smell because how strong his smell was when he's having sex with Croy just now. All of them without exception are drunk and extremely aroused after smelling his raw sperm scent. Sure, they can't hear their sound, but from the smell alone they know just what are they doing right now. They won't mistake their king essence smell after all. Not a single Kailer will forget that intoxicating sweet raw smell. Even Millet also feels a bit intoxicated of the smell. But when they notice the smell suddenly disappear, they know that Issei must have used his magic to clean the whole room, so they feel despair after realizing that fact and cries simultaneously. Even Myrtle shed tears a little. But she feels even more in awe at Croy's endurance. Even she as the Kailer queen couldn't take on Issei's monstrous libido for the whole day. All of the Kailers respected Croy even more because of it. Millet is confused about why they all suddenly cry, but because she's too tired she chooses to ignore it. Croy is probably the only woman that can take on Issei head-on for a whole day straight so far. Not surprising since she's basically goddess incarnation, and Mother Eve is well known for her sex drive, according to Evenical and the Black Evenical. And it's all true. If anyone asks Cutie what's the most outstanding thing about Eve, then she would answer, it's her sex drive. Without hesitation. Cutie. Guess that's the limit of the amount of blessing I can give him. Oh well, I'm sure he will be able to master the chaos element even without my help anyway. Arthur. Indeed, knowing Issei-sama, then I'm sure he will master the chaos element soon enough. There's a ring appeared on Croy's ring finger when they're asleep with a Roman number X on her ring. The same goes for Issei's ring as well. Chaos mastery. 83%. Rish and Co were wondering just what's taking Issei so long until Kaireha and Myru got a message from Myrtle, and they both smiled wryly at each other. So they told Rish and Co that Issei and Croy will arrive tomorrow at the very least. When they asked a reason for why he's so late, Kaireha and Myru only said that there's a little incident, but it's nothing serious so they don't have to worry. They told them that Croy is already safe, and Felton has been dealt with along with the snake Crest as well. Well, they've already expected that. But Rish and Co had a foreboding on what's just holding Issei back. Their wife intuition is tingling. Then they decided to wait for Issei at Eden instead, so they asked Kaireha and Myru to teleport them back to their respective places. Palamides returned to Lancelot, Hatter to Humpty, etc. But Norshan are told to follow them back to Eden because Issei has something that might interest the church. Of course Norshan obliged to it, but he told Silent to take care of the things at Hamlet while he's away. Silent can only begrudgingly obey Norshan order because she wants to see Croy and Issei as well. Poke, poke. Issei was fast asleep when he felt a poke on his cheeks. He frowned a little bit but then gently opened his eyes. What greeted him when he wakes up is the childish smile of Croy while she's gazing at him. Croy. Good morning, Atado-kun. Chew. She gave him a light kiss, and Issei smiled back at her. He put his arms around her soft body and hugged her tightly. Issei. Morning. Croy. Look, Atado-kun. Croy held out her hand to show him her shining golden ring. Issei. Oh. Croy. It's the proof of our marriage, Issei. Ah. So you're feeling okay. Croy. Yep. I'm feeling great. But I still feel kind of sore down there, though. Issei. My bad. Croy. It's fine. And I'm the one who asked for it anyway. After they frolicking with each other a bit more, they finally decided to get up from the bed and started preparing because they need to go back to Rish and Co place. They went outside their room only to be greeted with Myrtle and Millet. Millet. Good morning, Millard. Myrtle. Good morning, my king. I believe you both had a pleasant time last night. Myrtle gave both of them a knowing smile. Issei. Yeah. Croy. We sure did. Croy only smiles cheerfully at Myrtle. Myrtle. Good to know, and we've already told Rish-sama party about your delay, so they're waiting at Eden Castle right now, alongside King Lewin and Pope Norshan as well. Issei. Ah, got it. Millet, will you come with us heading back to Eden? Millet. Sadly, I have to decline, because I believe it's not quite appropriate considering I was Prince Felton accomplices until recently. and Princess Croy. Croy. Yes. Millet. I'm sorry for the recent incident, do forgive me. You can give me any punishment as you see fit. Millet bowed slightly at Croy, and she has been told by Issei before to apologize to Croy about the kidnapping incident, and Millet doesn't find it shameful to apologize towards Croy because she's one of her lord's wife after all. And considering they're going to serve the same lord from now on, she doesn't want any grudges between them. Croy. Oh, it's fine. No one gets hurt so it's okay. Croy, as expected, doesn't hold a single grudge on Millet, besides just like she said, no one gets hurt from this incident, except for Felton's party of course. And Croy already knows that Millet is also Issei's wife, so she sees her as fellow sisters, so the more reason not to hold grudge against each other. Millet. Then I thank you for your forgiveness. Millet smiled a little at Croy, and Croy returned Millet's smile with her own. Issei feels gratified seeing their interaction, he's thankful that his wives get along really well with each other. Then after they had breakfast together, Issei and Croy head back towards Eden, while Millet and the rest of the Kailers see them off together. Millet is being educated by Myrtle about normal common sense and the like as per Issei's order, while she's staying at the Kailers' village. Days after Emperor Vires is saved by the Kailers. The leaders of every country held a conference where they acknowledged the existence of Snake Crest, as well as its destruction. They revealed how a saint had been kidnapped and tried to use her to erase Mother Eve's blessing in an attempt to bring a war to the world, on top of countless other crimes. When they learned that Snake Crest had been responsible not only for planning a coup in the Empire, but for the Arthur tragedy as well, the people were overjoyed to learn of the organization's demise. They also spoke of how a knight had vanquished the entire Snake Crests, exciting the public as to the idea that he was Arthur reborn. When they find out the one who's responsible for the Snake Crest demise is a single man named Issei Haidu, they doubted it at first, but after getting more information about him, they all started to believe it. Just the fact that he's the holy knight of the church is enough to convince most of the public, but then the church announced new information about him. That he's apparently also a half-dragon. So his new title is Holy Dragon Knight. It said that even the angels who are believed to be Mother Eve's army are his subordinates as well. These rumors are confirmed by the kidnapped women, they said they're saved by the angels themselves. If it's just 1 or 3 people who said that, the public wouldn't have believed it. But there are more than 1,000 women who testified at that claim, so like it or not, they had to believe it. Ever since then, there are lower crime rates all over the world, and there are more people visiting the church as well. Some outlaws even surrendered themselves to the authorities, fearing that the angels will deliver judgment at them. When Issei and Croy arrived at the castle, every single knight there bowed respectfully towards them. The whole kingdom knows that Issei is a hero, and it's only a matter of time before the whole world knows about him. Then they head towards the throne room together. Croy never let go of Issei's hand along the way. But not a single person along the way finds their interaction weird. Because from the rumors it's already said that the king wanted to betroth the two of them with each other. And they don't see better candidates to be their prince's husband other than the hero of their kingdom anyway. Now that Croy is already Issei's wife, she wanted to let the whole world knows about it, that's how happy she is. They finally reach the throne room where Rish and Co are waiting for them. Rish and Co are finally can rest easy after seeing them in person. Rish. So, what's taking you so long, Ice? Ramius. We were worried that something bad happened to you both. Gura. I agree with Rish Ni and Ramius Ni. Catherine. Oh, I think I know what took them so long. Catherine noticed something shiny on Croy's hand. Rish. What are you? Oh. Rish also finally notices it, the same goes for the rest of the people on the room as well. They all give Issei a silent stare, and the latter sweated realizing their gaze on him. Lewin. Son-in-law. Do you have anything to say? Issei. Croy. Wait, father. I'm the one who asked Ice to make me his wife. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Croy instantly gets in front of Issei to cover for him, but of course, Issei won't let her take all the responsibility. Issei. No, it's my responsibilities. Father-in-law, please bless our marriage. Issei bowed towards Lewin and asked him to bless their marriage. Lewin. Sure. Issei. I know this is too sudden, but… Lewin. I said sure, I was planning to betroth her to you anyway. You just made my job easier. Issei. Thank you. Lewin. You're welcome. Issei never expected that their marriage will be agreed on this easily. Croy kind of already expected this, but she still needs to ask about Rish and Co opinion. But even before she about to open her mouth, Rish and Co already gave their answer. Rish. Oh, we don't really mind. Gura. I like anyone that Ice Nai likes. Ramius. I have no objections. Catherine. Same here, I guess. The 4 wives' answer made Croy beamed with happiness, and she went and hugged Rish straight away and thanked them all. Croy. Thank you all of you. Rish. You're welcome. Ramius. You. Gura. Welcome to the family. Catherine. Sure. Lewin. So let's hear about your report about Felton and Snake Crest. Issei. Got it, what happened was. Then Issei explained the details about it all, from Felton and Sade's demise to about Polonius and Achival as well. He told them that he sent Polonius back to Hamlet escorted by Altinia so she could explain the details to Laertes. Polonius also have the antidote for the Adan's blood addict, so it's even more helpful to them. When Laertes is still not sure if he should trust Polonius again or not, Altinia told him that Polonius' soul is basically enslaved by Issei already. So he can kill Polonius anytime and from anywhere if he decided to betray them once again. After hearing that, only then they could rest assured and receive Polonius well. Polonius of course won't betray them again, just the fact that Issei brings his daughter back to life is enough to make Polonius eternally grateful towards Issei. He doesn't even think for a second to agree to become Issei's slave, as long as he could revive Ophelia back then. As for Achival, Issei snapped his finger and Achival appeared in front of Ramius and co. And when he appeared he got greeted by Ramius' glaring eyes. Achival. Why yo. Ramius. Ain't you? I think we need to have a little talk. Achival. Can we talk about it later? Ramius. No. Then Ramius grabbed Achival by the collar and started to drag him away. Achival. Gah. Lil, bro. Help me. Issei. Nope. Just like I said before, you reap what you sow. Achival. Then, borrow. Help me, we're friends right? Borrow. Sorry Achival. But I don't want to get into Ramius's bad side either. Borrow smirked towards Achival because he indeed deserves this punishment after all. Achival. Damn. Wait, Ramius, if you want to talk then we can do it here right? Ramius. It's a private talk so no. Achival. Guh. Just how strong did you get? I can't shake you off at all. Damn you, lil bro. You made her into a true monster now. Achival tried to struggle but to no avail because Ramius used her hockey to drag him away. Ramius and Achival finally exited the room and soon they heard a loud scream from Achival, along with a smashing sound as well. Jaya. After a few minutes, Ramius returned alone without Achival. And in the background, there are a rushing maid sound probably carrying Achival away to the hospital. They don't need to ask just what she did towards Achival. Just from that scream alone, they could tell about his fate. Issei told Lewin that he just need to inform the public that Achival is just a double agent he sent to spy on the Snake Crest, and Lewin agreed to Issei's suggestion as well. Issei gave the black evenicle to Norshan, and when Norshan read it he becomes a little pale, but soon sighed tiredly. It also happens to have Felton's notes in it, so it should help the translation progress later on. Emperor Viares was already informed about his son's fate, but he won't blame Issei for doing it. His son has already embarked to the road of no return after all. He's even very thankful towards Issei and wanted to invite him to his country to have a parade. But Issei refused instantly because he's not fond of being in a parade and stuff like that. As for the rewards, he just said to give them away to the poor. Emperor Viares got stupefied by his lack of interest, but King Lewin already informed him of this beforehand, so he's not too surprised. So after a bit more briefing, Issei finally finished his report. Lewin tried to ask Issei what he wants as a reward, but as expected he says none. So Issei asked to be excused because he wants to return to his home. Lewin can only agree to his request. So Issei heads back home with his new wife in tow. Chapter 71. Issei finally could really relax after that whole incident. He spent most of his entire time training Ramius and the others, while having a date with them from time to time. There are a lot of people wanted to see him in person, but he declines them all saying he's not interested. But they only saw this side of him to be a humble type for some reason. The girl's progress is going steady as well, even Croy started to learn some offensive magic and some basic training taught by Issei himself. As Issei has already expected, her progress in learning magic is really fast. Now that Croy doesn't need to keep her act anymore, she diligently started to learn magic and get basic training from Issei as well. She's like a sponge that keeps absorbing Issei's teaching. After some times, the whole world titled Issei as the second coming of Arthur, as in he's the new hero of the world, but some still thought the title Tyrant Overlord suit him better. Issei doesn't really care what they call him though. Rish and co asked Issei to show them his dragon form at some point, and Issei agreed to their request. When they heard his chant they felt warm and happy inside because that's basically his vow towards them. To bring them infinite hope and dreams, to become their light in the darkness and also their protector. A future that shines brighter than any light. But the twins are even more awed after seeing his dragon form because it's by far the most beautiful and majestic dragon they've ever seen. Even QD dragon form loses against Issei dragon form. And they have to agree that he's indeed the most fitting to become the true dragon emperor. All of them ask Issei to carry them on his back, except for Rish, that is because she's still afraid of heights, but after some reassuring from Issei, she finally agreed to hop on his back, and she enjoys it a lot. They played all day long with Issei's dragon form. Thankfully Issei already deployed a barrier around himself, or it will bring about a great commotion if people were to see his dragon form. The public still doesn't know that Issei could transform into a dragon, they only know that he's half dragon. It's better this way because from the pact with QT it stated that no dragon should get involved with the human problems. Issei was also able to tweak the world's law for a bit and make the outlaw girls at the Arthur ruins be free from the curse they once had. When they saw that the black ring disappeared from their hands, they all shed tears of joy, some of them even in a state of disbelief, because they never thought they can be free from their curse. Tio shed tears of joy, but she never said thank you towards Issei, because she knows he wouldn't want that. Instead she shows him just how thankful she is on the bed. Tio pushed herself to the limit and able to last for half a day with Issei, but soon she fainted with a blissful smile on her face, but she can't get up from the bed for the whole day after that though. Tilt scolded Issei for going too far, but it's just fake anger from her, because she's also happy to see those outlaw girls freed from their curse. And she kind of envy her big sister after all this time, because how good it must have been to be fucked silly like that by Issei. Issei wryly smiled after being scolded by Tilt because he's indeed has gone a little overboard back then. But some of the outlaw girls said they wanted to repay Issei by serving him for the rest of their lives, because they don't have any more place to go back to. One of them is Culpus, even though she's not an outlaw, before she still chooses to follow Issei alongside the other girls as well. Issei doesn't refuse their request, but he told them that they can leave at any time they want because he does this for Tio and not for his personal gain. All the girls feel touched by his words, but they promised him that they will never betray him. Then they follow Tio and learn from her to manage the company. Issei and his wives also visited Sora at the level up shop because it's about time they reach LV.100, which is the maximum level on this world. When Sora finds out that Issei has so many wives, she becomes a little dejected, but when she saw that all of them becomes LV.100, she was ecstatic because that means that she can finally become the level up goddess. She instantly profusely thanked them and wanted to become Issei personal level goddess. She tried to seduce Issei with her sexy picture, but to no avail, because Issei already knew that her real form is that of a little girl, which looks like 12 years old. She becomes embarrassed for being exposed, but she told Issei that she surely grows up just like her older sister. Most level gods candidates work in level shops, public stores people can go to when they need to level up. They needed to have a contract with someone that has promising future to become a level god goddess. Some level gods form contracts with humans and become the personal level god for that individual or their companions. Adventuring parties typically induct someone with their own level god into their group so they can level up out in the field without any complications, since the person that is bound to the level god can summon them at any time. There are temporary contract and eternal contract, as its name implies. Temporary contracts are only temporary, and both parties can cancel it at any time. But eternal contracts means they are bound forever. The level god that have linked themselves to the other party can only serve him or her for their entire life. This is extremely rarely seen since it's not worth the risk, because if the contractors were to die, then the level god will also fall alongside them. It's a win-win situation for them. Other than that, as long as the contractors grow stronger, then that level god will also grow stronger alongside them, and the level god also assists their growth by converting the EXP points, which only visible to them to make the contractors grow even stronger. The level god which has eternal contract could also make their contractors' companions grow stronger. Do note that by what it means by their companions is their family and not just friends. The contractors needed to have some kind bonds with that said companion of them, whether it by blood or by some other bonds such as love, etc. In other words, companions here equal to their wife, children, parents. And in the eyes of Sora, there are no better candidates other than Issei from what she has seen so far. Even from what she studies or read, there are no cases like Issei, so what he's done so far is unprecedented and unheard of. The fastest record for ascension being such as human to reach LV.100 so far is 50 years. Arthur is a special case since he's assisted by QT back then. The last time they met was like a month ago, and that time he already reaches LV.60 plus from the get-go. Now when they meet again, he's already become LV.100 just like she expected, and not only that, he also brought along all of his wives, and they all also already reached LV.100 in just a span of 1 month. If that's not amazing, then she doesn't know what is. One of the requirement to make the girls become a dragon is they need to be LV.100 first, according to QT. Because if he were to change them into a dragon when they're low leveled, or in other words still weak, then their bodies won't be able to take it. So he needs to train their physical body and their soul as well before they could undergo the process of their rebirth to become a dragon. Physical training is easy enough, but for soul training, it's kind of hard, and the easiest way to do it is to have your own level god to do the job. When an individual has reached LV.100, they automatically advance to tier 1, and then when they reached LV.200, it's tier 2 and so on. The tier classification below is according to the power level of the draconic Deus world. Tier 0. Normal human. Tier 1. Low-class devil, angel. Ramius, union, etc. Tier 2. Middle-class devil, angel. Wiz. Tier 3. High-class devil, angel. Rias, etc. Tier 4. Ultimate class devil, angel. Surziches, Michael, Azazel, Vali, 9 divines, Jean, Jalter, Caillou, Kinu, Millet. Tier 5. God class. Shiva, Odin, etc. Tier 6. True God class. Yahweh, Akka, the biblical god, Trihixa, Great Red, OPHIS, Semiramis, Scathach, Forzalit, QD, Irene, Issei, in his base form. Tier 7. Ultimate True God class. Nyarlathotep. Tier 8. Unknown. 9 divines. Members for those that forgot are Myrtle, Ekate, Kyreha, Myarud, Susan, Panaverna, Izana, Ultinia, Morales. The higher the tier the harder to advance, obviously. Tier 8 is still unknown because no one has ever reached that tier yet, or it's just not recorded, and it's also unknown if there is a higher tier after tier 8. Tier level also don't decide everything. Tier 1 could defeat tier 2 and even tier 3 if they have an outside help such as sacred gear, etc. That's just their raw power basically. For example, Issei vs Riser Phoenix. Riser was high-class devil, while Issei was only a low-class devil back then, but because of the former lack of experience and real combat experience and Issei having boosted gear and the holy water, he lost against Issei, who's 2 tier lower than him. If he wasn't so arrogant or too over-reliant on his Phoenix bloodline, then he could defeat Issei easily, but reality said otherwise. So tier level is not everything in battle. Because of that, Issei doesn't see any reason to refuse Sora's offer. And from this moment on, Issei has his personal level goddess. But Sora needs to advance into her godhood first, so she has to leave Issei for now. She will return to him when she's done doing that. Sora has never been so happy. First, she finally able to become true level goddess, and her crush also accepted her offer. Now if only her elder sister wasn't such an airheaded. Everything would be perfect, she thought. And from Issei's records, Sora knows just what kind of person he is, so she's not too worried about being mistreated or anything similar. That's one of the requirement to form an eternal contract after all. Since Issei doesn't have anything to hide, he agreed to it, and besides, he could hide the things he doesn't want to show like something personal. Sora also only needed to know his personality and affiliation, so since Issei is obviously not evil, he got a pass on that part and even made Sora become stupefied because the amount of good karma he has is too outstanding. He's like a beacon of light or a sun compared to most people she has seen. As for his personality, he's perfect. At least in her eyes, he's beyond perfect. The way he treats his loved ones and always put them on top of his priority is out of this world as well. So she's more than willing to have Issei as her eternal contractor. Thankfully Issei blocked his memory when he's having sex with his wives or Sora brain would have overloaded, but she's more mature compared to her elder sister though. Caillou. Breakfast is ready, everyone. Kinu. A productive day starts with a tasty breakfast. Ramius. Looks delicious, like always. I didn't know about rice for breakfast at first, but I can't live without it now. Natal. Well, everything that Darling made is tasty, so I'm fine with anything as long it's made by Darling. Oh, of course your food tastes good as well, Caillou-san, Kinu-san. Caillou. Don't worry, we understand. And your cooking is not bad either, Natal. Kinu. Ice's cooking skill is unfair. Croy. But it's one of his good points as well though. Millet. Agreed. My lord is perfect in every sense. Catherine. You're still going to call him Lord. Gura. Millet Ni is too used to call Ice Nai like that. Tio. But I think she's just too embarrassed to call him with another nickname though. Towa. Yuan, I think so as well. Millet. And no, I'm not. Tilt. Yes, she is. Millet blushed because they hit the nail with their guesses. She's indeed too shy to call Issei with another nickname other than Lord. She tried calling him dear husband at some point and her face went red for the entire day after that. Issei. Rish. What's wrong, Ice? Issei. Well, I was just thinking about how this table used to be too big. But now it's packed. Rish. True. I got it with the kids we'd eventually have together in mind, but oh well. Catherine. We can always just get a new one when it comes time for that. Rish. What, you actually want a kid? Just can't wait to have Ice give you a baby. Catherine. Wah. That's not what I meant. Towa. Yes, children are something you're blessed with. Catherine. I didn't mean that either. As Ice watched the lively conversation and smiles at the dining room table, he naturally smiled too. Caillou. Hard to be lonely now. Kinu. It is quite the cheery family. The twins looked at Issei's smiling face and nodded as they whispered their relief. Days later. Silent visited Issei's home. Silent. It's nice to see you again, Issei-sama, Princess Croy. Croy. Hello. Issei. Oh, Silent. Is the church okay with you being here? Silent. Yes, I wanted to see how Princess Croy is doing, so I fought my rival for the opportunity. Issei. I see. Silent. I have a letter from Pope Norshan. Issei. For me. Silent. Yes, here it is. Silent respectfully gave Issei the letter Pope Norshan. Issei. Oh, thanks. Let's see. Then Issei read the letter which addressed to him, and when he read it midway his body stiffened and his face started to twitch a lot as well. Issei. Issei was about to ask if this is some kind of a joke, but Silent beat him to it. Silent. What you've read is totally correct and not a mistake, nor is it a joke, Issei-sama. With that said, please take good care of me. Girls, you can come in now. After Silent said that with a smile, there are two women came into his house. The first one is Laurent, which is the first saint Issei met a while ago. While the second woman is a new face to him. Issei thought the one who's standing outside is Silent escort, but apparently not. She has a slightly tanned skin just like Millet with a light red colored hair tied in a ponytail. She has quite a beautiful face and light blue eyes. Her bust is normal sized, but there's a lazy aura surrounding her. Her outfit looks similar to the other saintess. Laurent. Nice to meet you again, Issei-san. Please take good care of me from now on as well. Laurent bowed politely towards Issei while smiling happily. Sup, the name's Burst. Take care of me will ya? By the way, where's the bed? I wanna sleep. Slap. Silent instantly hit Burst at the back of her head when she finished introducing herself. Burst. Ouch. What was that for, Silent? Silent. You know well just why I hit you just now. Properly introduce yourself to Issei-sama. Burst. Guh. Fine. Pleased to meet you, my name is Burst. Please take good care of me. There, happy now. Silent. Good enough. Reesh. What's going on? Why did all the saints gather at our house? Croy. Goody, finally all of my saints mate came to join the family. Reesh. What do you mean by that, Wani-chan? Croy. Well, you see. Then Croy explained just what being the Holy Knight truly means. After they all heard her explanation they all become stupefied. Their husband automatically gained all of the saints to be his wife, just from being appointed to be the Holy Knight. Issei just rubbed his forehead and headed to his room without saying anything. But then Caillou and Kinu get a message from him telepathically. Caillou. He said that he wants to be left alone for now. Caillou wryly smiled while saying that. After that incident, Silent and the rest of the saints keep coming back to Issei's house, trying to make him accept them except for Burst, because she's kind of lazes around all day. But after being threatened by Silent about something she hastily joins their cause. Croy also never helped the trio because they need to gain Issei's trust on their own. She knows that if she were to ask Issei to accept them, then he would have done so, but she doesn't want to make Issei obey her every wish. He's not her slave, he's her beloved husband. After spending a few weeks they finally able to gain Issei's approval, but he still needs some time to fully accept them, and for them, it's good enough. At least they're making some progress. Then they went to the Kailers to study some stuff from them. Burst will feel living in hell though because the Kailers are very strict when it comes to their king, so they don't allow her to laze around at all. The saints know that it's better to give Issei some room for now. They can take their time to make him fully accept them later on. They're fully intent to make Issei accept them, and they know that Issei will accept them someday, as long as they're serious about their feelings. And they're right, sometime later on the future Issei finally accepts them as his women. The reason why he doesn't outflat refuses them is because according to the letter from Norshan, the three of them did agree to become his spouse and not forced at all. And it stated that saints are not allowed to marry anyone else other than the Holy Knight. Croy is the only special case ever since the first foundation of the church that is allowed to marry outside the church because of her lineage being the royal family and the best saint they ever had. And they indeed have already given a choice whether they're willing to become Issei's wife or not. Well, both Silent and Laurent agreed to it without a doubt, and as for Burst, she's too lazy to care, so she just said yes without thinking much about it. Issei decided that they should go on a vacation, and all of the girls agreed to it. Thus, the party continued to spend some time enjoying the newlywed life. They decided to have their honeymoon on Issei's old home of Fresh Fish Island. But when Issei and his wives teleported to the Fresh Fish Island, what awaits them there leaves him completely dumbfounded. Even Rish and Co are also surprised. So, you're about to take a vacation, but you don't invite us, dearest. Even though we told you to take it easy in this world you still train hard, huh? Not that I hate it though since I like hard-working people the most, but that still doesn't give you the permission to go against your master order, Bakadeshi. Stupid disciple. Hehehe, it's been a while beloved. Although for me it's only been a few days though. But I still missed you regardless. Ah, master. We have finally met again. HMPH, you got guts for forgetting us, did you forget your vow? Stupid master. Issei. That's right, the ones who are waiting for Issei's party is Semiramis and co. Both Union and Wiz instantly jump towards Issei, and he reflexively catches them while still being dumbfounded. Issei. Why Union, Wiz? And you all? Semiramis. Fufufu, surprised. We're feeling bored without you back at my domain, so we've decided to join you on your vacation here. Scathach. HMPH. Flick. Scathach flicked Issei on his forehead. Issei. Ouch. Shushu. Scathach. That's for not listening to my orders. And this is your reward for working hard. Squish. Scathach pulled Issei to her embrace and put his head on her heavenly mountain valley. Seeing Scathach action Union and Wiz joined her and they all hugged Issei's head from both sides as well. Issei. MMPH. Scathach. Yumu, it's been a while since I smell your scent. Union. Issei. Wiz. Ice's scent. Right now Issei is surrounded by triple marshmallow combo. He almost suffocated from their hug if it weren't for Jalter stopping them. Jalter. Cut that out. Can't you see he almost suffocated from your actions? The three of them finally realized what they're doing and hastily let go of Issei's head. Union. Sorry, Issei. Wiz. I'm sorry. Scathach. Oh, my bad. Irene. You almost died because of OPHIS just now, beloved, how was it? Irene teasingly asked Issei. Issei. Issei wryly smiled hearing Irene's question. But then he remembered something. Issei. Wait, how come Jean and Jalter are here? Jalter. What? Don't like us being here. Jalter glared at Issei. Issei. Of course not. And you would have known it as well if I were to lie to you, right? Jalter. HMPH. Good thing you still remember our vow. Or I would have burned you at the stake. Their souls are bound together after all. So Jalter knows that Issei is just honestly confused on how come they're here. She's really glad that Issei doesn't forget them at all, she's just afraid of being forgotten by him. Jean. Hehehe, she's just being shy, master. She's afraid that you've really forgotten her. Jean could clearly see what's on her little sister mind. Jalter. Shut up. I'm not being shy. Jalter shouted at Jean. Jean covers her mouth while laughing at Jalter, and the latter face went red for having her true feelings being exposed. Semiramis. We brought them with us of course. When you've finished solving the Black Grail back then. Issei. Oh, I see. Nice to see you again, Jean, Jalter. Issei smiled at them both. Jalter cheeks went redder after seeing his smile, because she really missed him after all. Jalter. HHMPH. She pouted while averting her head to the side. But there's a small smile on the corner of her mouth. Jean. Hi, it's really great to see you again, master. Then please excuse me. Issei. What's wrong? MMPH. Jean bowed slightly towards Issei before she started walking in front of him, and before Issei could ask what's wrong she stole his lips. Issei's eyes went wide after being kissed by her. Jalter. Hey. Jalter instantly separated them after realizing what Jean just did. Jean. Oh. What's wrong, Jalter? Jalter. You still have the guts to ask what's wrong. Jean. But all I did is kissing our master. Jean titled her head to the side because she's genuinely confused just what's wrong from what she just did. She really misses Issei after all. So she conveys her longing by giving him a kiss. Jalter. Why you? Jalter scowled at her, but when she's about to open her mouth again she heard Union voices. Union. Not fair. I wanted to kiss Issei as well. Issei. MMH. Union hastily took advantage of Issei while he's still being stupefied and stole his lips once again. After a few minutes, Union finally let go of Issei. Union. Pwa. Issei taste. Wiz. Me too. Issei. Wah. HMMPH. Before Issei could process what's going on. His head is once again rotated to the side, and this time Wiz is the one who stole his lips. Semiramis. Oh, that looks like fun. Let me go next. Scathach. No, I'm next. You already had your moment with him a while ago, Semi. Irene. Count me in. Scathach. And definitely not you, Irene. You're the one who went the furthest with him. Scathach growled at them both because she's the only one who still hasn't had her moment with her beloved apprentice. Semiramis and Irene both laughed at her. Riche and Co are still stupefied from what's going on, but Tio thankfully recognizes Semiramis, so she informed them about her with a low voice, while Caillou and Kinnu introduced Irene to them. Only then Riche and Co understand that she's the goddess lover of their husband. And the other girls must be the one he's been talking about before. Wiz. Mpwa. Wiz smiled happily because she finally gets to kiss Issei as well. Even back in the Konosuba world she still hasn't kissed Issei yet. She finally had her first kiss after hundreds of years. Issei finally comes back to his senses and smiled wryly. He thought he let his guard down too easily around his women, but he doesn't really mind it though. Then he looks at Jalter who has been scowling at them. There is a bit of tear on the corner of her eyes, and her cheeks are a little red as well. He couldn't help but think that she looks just like a little girl, a very cute little girl. Issei knows what she wants, so he wryly smiled once more before his smile turned gentle and walked towards her. Jalter. What? Jalter took a step back after seeing Issei started walking towards her, and when Issei arrived in front of her, he pulled her into his embrace. Jalter. Just what do you? MMPH. At first Jalter's body stiffened, but soon she realizes on what's happening right now. Her face becomes totally red, and when she's about to scream at Issei, he stole her lips. Her eyes open wide, and her brain turned blank after being kissed by Issei so suddenly. But she doesn't struggle at all inside his embrace, she just blankly stares at Issei's face while he's tasting her delicious lips, and soon she also closed her eyes to savor their kissing session. After a while, he finally stopped their kiss, he gazes at her face and stroked her cheeks gently. Issei. There, happy now? Jalter unconsciously nodded her head after hearing Issei's words, but soon she snaps out of it and realizes what she just did just now. She basically just admitted that she wanted to be kissed by Issei as well. Then she saw Jean and Co smile teasingly at her. Her face turned completely red and there's steams coming out from her head, and she glares at them first before redirecting her glare towards Issei, as if saying, "It's all your fault." Then she pinches his waist albeit gently. Issei. My bad. Issei chuckled at her but still doesn't let go of her waist. She finally let go of her pinch and pouted, but there are happiness and joy that couldn't be hidden deep inside her eyes. After that Issei gave Semiramis, Irene, and Scathach a kiss that they wanted to. Scathach's face went a bit red after being kissed by Issei, but soon praised him that he has become better at kissing. And when Issei teases her that he's also much better in bed, her face become totally red and she punches Issei at his gut. Issei could only smile wryly after being punched by her, but he thought he deserves that one. Issei then introduces all of them to Ramius and Co. Riche gets along really well with Union and Wiz because they have the same class basically. She keeps asking Union and Wiz about the magic they know, and both of them gladly share their knowledge. Union thought that she really has a lot of friends now, so she's really happy nowadays. Scathach saw Ramius, Guragura, Caillou, Kinnu, and Millet as a great seedling to be trained. All of them stiffened their body when Scathach later gazes on them. They're feeling nervous knowing that she's Issei's master. At first, they were pretty nervous to be nearing an actual goddess, but after interacting with Semiramis a little bit more they finally relaxed because she's very easy to get along with apparently. She never sees herself as above them, she thinks of them as her equal and as fellow sisters as well. And that obviously makes them like Semiramis in no time. Jean and Jalter saw Croy as their equal as a saintess because they can feel her holy power is the same as them. They both felt a little amazed seeing a human having this much holy power. Jean then started to talk happily with Croy, while Jalter put some words in now and then. After chatting for a bit they finally did what they've come here for. Taking a vacation on the beach. Every one of them changed into their respective swimsuit and asked Issei opinion about it. Issei honestly almost lost control of his libido once more after seeing all of them in their swimsuit. It's too arousing in his opinion. Especially Semiramis, which basically just a black string covering her private parts. She keeps seducing Issei by hugging his arms and hold it close to her breasts. Scathach went for his other arm. Scathach is fine with her being the teaser, but not vice versa because she's too shy, and that's because of her lack of experience in a relationship. Scathach wears a purple bikini, but compared to what Semiramis is wearing it's still fine. It's still really beautiful though, it really emphasizes her beauty and fit body as well. Thankfully only Semiramis who's wearing that kind of swimsuit or he would have really lost it. But the same goes for the girls as well when they saw Issei's on his swimming trunks. That chiseled chest of his and that perfect abs are too mouthwatering for them. Semiramis almost couldn't hold herself back when she saw his bare body once again. She kept licking her lips while looking at Issei. If they're alone right now then she would have jumped straight at him. Catherine shed tears of sorrow after seeing the comparison between her and most the other girls. She kept glaring at their particular body parts while comparing her own with them. Catherine. Gah, you're all showing off your fucking jugs. They're just fats. Am I right, Guragura, Towa? Guragura. EA. Yuan. Towa. Hi. She thought thankfully she still has comrades in here, which are Gurugura and Towa. They both felt scared by Kath glare, so they instantly agreed to her words. Rish smiled wryly because even she felt threatened from seeing all that mountains, so she's not surprised seeing Kath feeling down the entire day on their vacation. They keep playing at the beach all day long after that. At dusk, Issei can be found sitting by the rocks near the beach. He's just gazing at the horizon seeing the sunset with a faint smile on his face. He really felt at peace right now. All his loved ones are here with him. He couldn't be happier right now. The girls are helping Caillou and Kinu preparing the BBQ food. He wanted to help but they told him to just take it easy. So here he is watching the sunset and soon all of the girls joins him as well, while bringing a plate of food with them to share with him. They silently enjoy the view until the sun finally set. But then Irene remembered something. Irene. By the way, beloved. Isn't today's your birthday? Everyone. Issei. Oh. You're right. Everyone. Issei. What's wrong you girls? Issei is taken aback after hearing the girl's screams. Everyone. You still dare to ask us what's wrong? Irene. Hehe, that's so like you, forgetting about yourself like that. Irene smiled bitterly at Issei, while Issei just scratches his cheek while smiling wryly. All the other girls screamed at him on why he doesn't tell them about this. They hastily tried to think of something to gift Issei with, but where could they get a present when they're in the middle of nowhere right now? Even Semiramis pinched Issei by his cheek for not telling her this, while Scathach went for his other cheek. Semiramis. Dearest. Semiramis smiled chillingly at Issei, while Scathach scowled at him. Scathach. Bakadeshi. Issei. My bad. Ba dump. He could only say sorry towards them. But then he felt something hot on his chest. Issei. Everyone. Ice. All of them become surprised seeing Issei suddenly fell to the ground clutching his chest while groaning. Then they saw his forehead started to shine brightly and keep blinking on and off every few seconds. The color of his mark on his forehead which was red before started to change its color and becoming purplish crimson. The black claw mark below his eye also changed its color from black into purplish gold. Then the memory which was sealed before started to coming back towards him. When he met Forzalit and how he died before, deep inside his soul he felt a connection towards her. And he can something summoning him. And just like he expected, there's a sudden portal materializing below him. And before he could respond that portal swallowed him, and his body disappears from Semiramis and Co vision. Everyone. Ice. Semiramis and Co tried to grab Issei, but it's no use. She also couldn't cancel that portal because it's a soul summoning, and not just some random summoning magic. They can only watch blankly after Issei disappeared right in front of them. Some of the girls like Gurugura, Union and Towa started crying and asked Semiramis and Co what happened to him and where did he go, while Rish and Co are too shocked, trying to make sense on just what happened just now. Scathach. Semi. Did you have any idea just where did he went? Scathach thought she must be the calm one here because panicking won't help their situation at all, so she asked Semiramis if she knew something about this. Semiramis. I don't know, but from that magic power I felt just now I could tell that the one who summoned Ice is quite strong individual as well. Give me a moment, I will try to find out just where they're summoning him to. Semiramis started to tweak the spot where Issei just disappeared with her own magic to gain any clues about the summoners and their specific location. Scathach. We're counting on you. She instantly summoned her gay bold spear to prepare for the upcoming battle, because if the summoner doesn't have any good intention or explanation on why they summoned Issei, then she would make sure to make them pay. The other girls also finally get snap out of their shock and prepared themselves as well. But Scathach told Ramius and Co to stand back because the one who they're going to fight is not someone they could take on their current state. They could only begrudgingly agree to Scathach's words because it's true. They're too weak to be of any help on their rescue mission. They don't like this feeling at all, the feeling of being hopeless, and can only wait sitting there doing nothing while the man they love is out there somewhere probably in danger. They bit their lip in frustration, and the girl's desire to get stronger become even greater than ever, and Scathach who saw that nodded to herself because she's proud to have them as her sisters and her beloved apprentice, doesn't choose his women wrong. But now she needs to prepare for her upcoming battle as well, because from Semiramis' words just now then the summoner must be very strong as well, probably even stronger than them, but she will still go there regardless the cost. She will show them just why she's called the Queen of the Land of Shadows. Irene. Beloved. Just wait for us. At least Irene knows that Issei is still safe for now because of the bonds they share, the same goes for the twins and Millet as well. Then they wait for Semiramis to finish her investigation. HMHM. Finally, it's time. Come to me, my other half. I've been waiting for our reunion for so long. There's a beautiful mature woman sitting on a throne smiling and waiting for the summon magic she used to finish the summoning. There's a clear glee that could be found on her face. If any of her subjects saw her current face, then they would have become dumbfounded and keep rubbing their eyes if what they're seeing is true or not, because they never saw her making a face like this. This woman is obviously the supreme overlord, Forzalet's servant. And now she's waiting for her another half to appear in front of her. Chapter 72. Sighing. Finally, the summon was finished, and Forzalet held her breath seeing the man that suddenly appeared before him. He has a silky dark brown slightly long hair that reaches his collarbone. His face is devilishly handsome, that enchanting wine red eyes, and that white smooth skin that could make any women out there feeling envious. And the way he currently dressed is very sexy as well. His upper clothes are currently unbuttoned, exposing his perfect muscle chest and perfect abs. While his pants are not properly connected by his belt as well, enabling his waist to be slightly visible. This man is obviously Issei. He used his magic at the last second just before he was summoned, and because of his brain still isn't focused enough from the broken seal that Forzalet put inside him, he can't properly wear his clothes. Even now his breathing was slightly rugged, and he's also sweating a little bit. If any normal women saw Issei's current appearance, then they will instantly become head over heels towards him because his current appearance is so mesmerizing. His little bit of sweat on his body just made him even more mouthwatering. Forzalet only mesmerized because it's her other half, not because he's handsome. If he's not her other half, then she could care less even if he was the most handsome man in the multiverse. Issei also starts inspecting her right now, and he has to admit that she's indeed as beautiful as Semiramis and co. He still needs to process on what's happening inside his body. He knows that right now his soul is interlinked with her. And he got no one to blame for that but himself, because he's the one who decided to protect her back then, even though she already told him to leave her be. If anything, he should be thankful towards her that he's still alive right now, or he would have died a long time ago. Forzalet stands up from her throne and walked forward until she arrives at Issei's front. Forzalet. We've finally met again. My significant other. Issei. She extended her hands toward Issei's face, and he doesn't try to evade her touch in the slightest. Forzalet. Phew, just like I expected. My devour skill doesn't work on you. Devour is Forzalet's unique skill. She can devour anything that related to mana, whether it be life force or magic itself, she can absorb it all. But she can only absorb an attack from those that are weaker than her, or at least on par with her in terms of overall strength. If the opposite party has greater strength than her, then she won't be able to absorb their attack. The other downside is that she also can't touch any of her subordinates directly or they will die instantly. She needs to complete the pact between her and Issei to gain perfect control over her unique skill. One of the reasons she became the supreme overlord on this world is because of that unique skill of hers. As for the other reasons, she's a really capable and strong woman as well. And her biggest trump card is Issei himself. Every Demonkin agreed to her position as the supreme overlord, as well as the other faction for that matter. Whether it be the Celestials or the humans, they all agreed to it without any objection. After touching his cheeks for a while, she moved her hand slightly toward the mark on his cheek, which is the claw-like mark tattoo of his. Forzalet. Can you feel it? This mark is what connects us with each other. By having their souls interlinked, neither of them could die as long as the other one's still alive. If you want to kill either Issei and Forzalet herself, then you need to kill them both at the same time. So, even if Rias didn't reincarnate Issei as a devil back then when he's killed by Rainer, Issei wouldn't have died anyway. He will automatically revive himself after some time. And if his whole body disappears, then his soul would have gone toward Forzalet's place, and vice versa. And that's why Issei is her biggest trump card. The only one who knows about Issei is only her close aide that absolutely won't betray her in any way. Forzalet. Do you still remember my name, Issei? Issei. I do. Forzalet's servant. Forzalet's smile grew wider after hearing that he still remembers her name, but then she sensed something odd about Issei's soul. She started frowning while inspecting his soul current state. Forzalet. Why are your current souls slightly different from before? I can sense traces of some sort of corrupting element inside it. I see. So what I felt back then is not just my misconception. She remembered what she felt a while ago. Even though Issei's current soul is not corrupted anymore, but there are still a tiny traces of it, and it will take some time before it will completely disappear. It won't affect him in any way, but it still angers Forzalet that someone dares to do this towards her other half. Her yellow eyes glowed brightly, and her smile turned into a scowl after realizing it was not just her misconception back then. Forzalet. Who was it? What's causing your soul to become tainted with this filthy corruption? Who's responsible for it? Tell me. Her bloodlust started to go wild after thinking that there's actually someone that dares to corrupt her other half beautiful soul. She will make sure that the one who's responsible for it pay dearly. Issei. It's already in the past, and it's quite a long story, to be honest. Forzalit. Just tell me, I have all the time in the world. Issei. Issei is thinking if he should tell her about his past life or not, and when he was about to decide to tell her, there's another portal created nearby. And the one who comes out from it is Semiramis, Scathach, and Irene. Semiramis and co. Ice. They are glad to see that Issei is still safe and sound, then they saw Forzalit, who's emitting bloodlust. They clearly misunderstood her bloodlust and thought that it was aimed at Issei. Semiramis. Get away from him. Chain of death. Semiramis instantly cast her magic at Forzalit. Scathach and Irene also launched their respective attack towards Forzalit. Scathach. Impaler strike. Irene. Dragon flame. Issei. Issei was about to stop them from attacking, but it's too late because they've already launched their attack. Semiramis' attack takes a form of a dozen black chains that contains death element inside it. Irene used her flame breath, while Scathach threw her spear which contains her augie towards Forzalit. Forzalit. How dare you. HMPH. Devour. Forzalit easily devoured both Semiramis and Irene attack, since both of their attacks contains mana, so it's useless against her. The moment their attack reached her, it disappears into thin air, and as for Scathach's attack, she calmly deflected her spear to the side, but she felt some weird intent behind her attack, but since that intent contained her kai, then it's also devoured by Forzalit as well. Semiramis and co. Wow. All of them are surprised seeing Forzalit being able to take all their attack head on like that. Sure, that was not their full-powered attack because they don't want to hurt Issei in the process, but it's still quite strong. So it's understandable that they're surprised seeing someone able to easily handle their attack combination. Forzalit. Who sent you here? Well, it doesn't matter, because all of you will die here. Black Hoe. Forzalit extended her hand and was about to launch her own attack when Issei stopped her from doing so. Issei. Stop, Forzalit. He grasped Forzalit's extended hand to stop her from launching her own attack. Forzalit. Why are you stopping me, Issei? Semiramis and co are also confused about what's going on. Because when Issei stopped her, she appears to be obeying his command because the moment Issei put his hand on her, she stopped her attack. Semiramis. Just what is going on here, dearest? Forzalit. Dearest. What she meant by that, Issei. Forzalit's body twitched when she heard Semiramis calling Issei with that nickname, then she glared at Issei demanding for an explanation. Issei sighed tiredly because he needs to do a lot of explaining now. Issei. The thing is. Then Issei explained everything to them. He told Forzalit that Semiramis and co are his women. Scathach blushed slightly when he said that she's his woman, but she's feeling happy inside. The same goes for Semiramis and Irene. Then he explained his past when he was a kid and how he met Forzalit back then. Semiramis and co become completely surprised and they feel glad that he's alive until now. They also felt thankful toward Forzalit because if not for her then this idiot here would have died a long time ago and they would have never met with each other. Irene. I swear, partner. You need to start thinking about yourself more. Irene felt a headache thinking about Issei's conducts because he almost lost his life for someone else, even when he was still a kid. It's nice of him to be that way, but she's worried that he might lose his life because of this someday, and that's not a thing that she wants to see. Issei. My bad. Semiramis. Dearest. We need to have a little talk later. Understand? Issei. Why yes ma'am. Semiramis pulled at Issei's ear while glaring at him, and Issei can only smile wryly because he is the one at fault here. Scathach. Hahaha, it's good to know that even when you're still a brat, you're manly enough to put your life on the line to protect someone in need. But just like Irene said, you need to think about yourself more, Bakadeshi. At first, Scathach laughed jovially but soon glared at Issei. They're all happy that the man they love is still the way he is even during his childhood, but it's quite worrying for them if he keeps putting his life on the line like that. They're happy and worried at the same time. Forzalit. Who? So you're saying that the three of them is your woman? Forzalit narrowed her eyes toward Semiramis and co. She started inspecting them thoroughly, and she has to admit they're beautiful enough and also quite strong as well from their brief confrontation back then. From her point of view, their power is at least on par with her. And if it wasn't for her devour skill, then their attack combination just now could have hurt her. Forzalit. Very well, I allow you to take them as your concubine. Semiramis. Excuse me. Forzalit. What? I said I allow him to take all of you as his concubine. Semiramis. And why are we the concubine here? Forzalit. Obviously because I will be his main wife. Semiramis. Is that so? Forzalit. That is so. Semiramis and Forzalit gazed at each other, and there's a spark when their gaze intersected with each other. Irene. Hehe, you really never cease to amaze me though, beloved. You actually managed to attract another godly being. Supreme Overlord huh. This ought to be very interesting. She couldn't help but wonder what would the reaction of the Mayu back in their original world when she saw Forzalit. Well, maybe when the time comes, Forzalit won't be the Supreme Overlord anymore because her beloved will take her place as the Supreme Overlord. She can't wait for that day to come. Scathach. Indeed, I wonder if I will have the chance to fight her at full power later. Scathach's blood boils because she found another person that she deems worthy enough to give her a challenge. Issei could only smile wryly because he's the only one who finds this whole thing troublesome it seems. But he needs to tell Forzalit about something. Issei. Forzalit. Hearing Issei calling her name Forzalit finally break her eye contact with Semiramis, the same goes for Semiramis. Forzalit. What? Issei. I don't differentiate my woman, to me all of my women have the same importance as the others. I would never put a rank on them, to me they all are my number one. I know that this is selfish of me, but that's just how I am. Forzalit. Forzalit knows what he wanted to convey here. What he meant is, to him, all of his women are equal in his eyes. He won't favor someone over the others, so he will not make any of his women to be his concubine. They all will only just be his beloved wife, no more no less. She's in a dilemma after hearing Issei's words. She's happy and annoyed at the same time. Happy because that means he will never favor the new and forsake the old if he were to have another woman in his life. And also, if he was to differentiate between his woman, then she might be dead last because she is the last to get inside his life, even though they've already met during his childhood. That doesn't count because back then he still doesn't even understand the basic relationship between man and woman, so of course, there will be feelings developing between them. If she wasn't fortifying her position as the Supreme Overlord back then maybe she could have been Issei's number one, but reality said otherwise, so she's glad that he has this sort of mentality. She just can't accept that she's not his first woman, in other words, she's just feeling jealous of Semiramis and co for being able to spend their time with Issei while she's stuck here. If she could, then she would have abandoned this position of hers back then. But she can't because if she were to abandon her position, then there will be millions of casualties just to compete for the empty throne. That's why she has to take this position whether she likes it or not. She's not bothered by how many women he has because, in this world, power means everything. So it's normal for a strong and capable individual to have a harem of their own, whether it be a male or female harem. There are many examples that can be found all across the realm. Whether it be the celestial realm or the human kingdom. Each and every one of them views harem as a symbol of power as well. But of course there are some that are not fond of creating a harem, and one of them is Forzalit herself. She only wants to have one man in her entire life, and her unique skill also doesn't allow her to have a harem of her own, because she can only share half of her soul with one person only. And that man is Issei, which she met years ago. Semiramis and co could also see that Forzalit is feeling jealous of them, and they can understand that feeling well, because they're women themselves. If they're the one who's in her place then they would have felt the same. After thinking a bit more, Forzalit finally exhaled a sigh and accepted Issei's words. Forzalit. I understand. I won't force you to make them your concubine. Issei. Thank you for your understanding. Forzalit. But. Issei. Forzalit suddenly raised her voice. Forzalit. I shall be the first to bear your child, and I will take no for an answer. Issei. Issei awkwardly looked at Semiramis, the same goes for Scathach and Irene, because they know that Semiramis was the one who wanted to bear Issei's firstborn. Semiramis. I have to deny that claim because I shall be the first to bear his child. Semiramis obviously won't back down on this one, but the same goes for Forzalit as well. Forzalit. Then I believe we have come to a standstill. Semiramis. Indeed. They glared at each other once again, and Issei rubbed his forehead feeling a little headache seeing their interaction. Irene and Scathach smirked towards him, their eyes are saying, so, what will you do about this one? He indeed doesn't have any solution for this one. On one hand, Semiramis have helped him many times before this, but Forzalit is also his savior when he was a kid, and she has been waiting for years for their reunion. She also gave half of her soul to him, and if wasn't for her, then he would have died a long time ago. Scathach. How about you both have a duel to settle it? But then Scathach came up with a great idea, and she told them about it. Semiramis Forzalit. Oh. Both Semiramis and Forzalit interest got piqued by her idea, and they stopped their staring contest once again. Forzalit. Duel. Scathach. Yes, you both can do a mock battle with each other, and the winner will be Issei's firstborn mother. Simple, right? Semiramis. Indeed, that sounds simple enough. Then do you agree with this, Forzalit? Forzalit. Of course. I believe it will be quite interesting to fight with the goddess of death herself. Semiramis was it? Very well, I accept your challenge. Both of them smirked at each other, their fighting will is burning brightly. Issei. Shishu. Scathach. What? Do you have any better idea, Bakadeshi? Issei. No. Scathach. Then let them fight it out, it's better that way anyway, rather have you choose between one of them. Irene. She's right, knowing your personality, you won't be able to choose either of them anyway. So it's better to let them fight it out. Issei. Fine. But I'm stopping them if the situation calls for it. Scathach. Oh, of course, we will stop them when things got out of hands. So don't worry. Irene. And I believe that by fighting it out they will become best sisters in no time at all. Scathach. Exactly, let them talk with their fists. Hahaha. Issei. Both Scathach and Irene laughed at each other like what they just said is a good thing. Both of them is kind of the battle maniac aka muscle brain. So it's not surprising that they have the same wavelength on things like this. Issei can only sigh tiredly after seeing them. Then Irene summoned the other girls who are left behind to their current location. And all of them swarmed towards Issei the moment they saw him. They're glad that he's fine, but soon they realized that Semiramis about to have a duel with another person, so they asked him just what happened. When they heard the reason for their duel is to decide who shall be the first to bear Issei children, they are left speechless. But they do understand both of their feelings as a fellow woman though, so it's not that hard to accept. So they started their duel. Thankfully they held back when they're fighting with each other, so Issei and Co don't have to interfere, but it was still a very devastating fight regardless. And if they weren't fighting at the special arena then the whole realm would have been alerted. Ramius and Co are in awe after watching their fight, so that's what God's battle looks like, they thought. But they are not feeling depressed because they believe they can reach their rank someday, as long as they keep training. Issei smiled watching Ramius and Co are still motivated to get stronger, even when they saw an actual god in battle. There are not many who can do the same as them. Some even felt despair when they're faced with an opponent that they couldn't hope to surmount. The result of Semiramis and Forzalit duel is a draw. They could get a better result if they use their full power, but since they're not sworn enemy, then they have no reason to do so. Both of them are confused just what to do about this, until Issei told them that he won't have any child right now, until his problem about Nyarlathotep is finished. Only then Semiramis and Co remembered that their beloved is marked by the god of chaos itself. Forzalit at first doesn't understand from what he meant by that, but after she realized what they're talking about is that god of chaos, she also becomes pale because if there's anyone that could break her bond with Issei, then it's Nyarlathotep itself. Because its chaos element is even more dangerous compared to her devour skill. If Issei got killed by Nyarlathotep then he will truly die, the same goes for her, no second chances because chaos destroy everything no matter what they are. But thankfully from what she's been told, Nyarlathotep gave Issei its mark. That means he still has a chance. Forzalit. Fumu, Issei. Let's complete our pact. You can gain my power once we've completed the pact. Issei. No. Issei knows what she meant by complete their pact. It means to have sex with her, but he refuses her suggestion. Forzalit. What? Forzalit thought that he would agree with her suggestion because any logical person would agree to it. So she thought she misheard his words, or perhaps he just doesn't understand it. Forzalit. Did you know what you're saying? If you gain my power then you will have a better chance of facing Nyarlathotep. Issei. I know. But I won't have sex with you just to gain your power, I don't want that. Forzalit. Forzalit becomes stupefied after hearing the reason on why he's refusing her offer. Semiramis. Fufufu, give it up, Forzalit. That's the kind of man he is, and that's also why we all fell for him. Right, girls. The other girls nodded with a smile as well after hearing Semiramis' question. Because this side of Issei what makes them attracted to him, he always put their well-being over his. But sometimes they hope that he thinks about himself more though. Forzalit lives where the strong rules over the weak, so all of them usually will do anything to become stronger whatever it is. She also agrees with this point of view. So that's why she would do anything to make her other half to become the strongest no matter the cost. She would sacrifice anything to make it happen, even her own purity. But it seems she's mistaken thinking that Issei has the same belief as her. Oddly enough, she likes him more this way. She never felt this way before. This feeling of being cared about. She felt like dozens of butterflies fluttering inside her stomach when she felt his care for her. Semiramis. But she's right, dearest. You need to get all the power you can get if you want to have a better chance of facing Nyarlathotep, and while we're at it, it's about time that you make me yours as well, don't you think? Semiramis grinned at Issei teasingly. Scathach. Yumu, too bad that I can't give you anything other than my spear. Issei. You've already given me plenty enough, Shishu. Don't belittle yourself. Scathach. Yumu. Good to know that you understand that. Scathach got slightly embarrassed hearing Issei's words, but she's happy that he recognized her effort. Then Issei looked toward Semiramis who's currently grinning at him. He knows that he can't get out from this one. It is about time he makes her as his. Issei. Semiramis. Would you be my wife? Semiramis. Yufufufu. Hi, gladly. Semiramis smiled happily after hearing Issei's proposal. LILITH frowned a little but soon sighed tiredly. LILITH. Fine, you can have sex with her first. But next one in line will be me, do you understand, Issei? LILITH glared at the other girls and then at Issei himself because he has been waiting for this moment for an entire 11 years. Semiramis is the only one she will allow to go first, but that's her limit, she won't let anyone stand in her way on the next in line. She still has to prepare herself anyway, so she might as well let Semiramis goes first. But after that, it's her turn and she will take no for an answer. The other girls obviously don't want to earn her ire, so they all nodded stiffly. Scathach doesn't really care either way because he still needs Issei to surpass her in battle before she would allow him to claim herself as his. Her pride as the queen of the land of shadow won't allow that. Issei. Gee, got it. LILITH. Fumu, you can use the room I've prepared for you if you want. Semiramis. No need, I have my own place in mind. Then let's go, dearest. Semiramis hugged Issei's arm and dragged him toward the rift opening she just created. Issei. Oh. Issei could only smile wryly seeing her being so happy like this, even her cute long ears started moving up and down because of how happy she is now. After seeing both of them disappears from the room, LILITH called one of her close aides to escort the other girls to their respective room. All of them already introduced themselves towards her, and when LILITH saw that most of them are weak, she frowned a little. She doesn't care about their race, what she cares about are will they be her husband burden later on. But after seeing the fighting will inside their eyes, she erased that thought because she's sure that they won't be a burden for Issei in the future, so she smiled thinly at herself, thinking that Issei sure knows how to pick his women. As to be expected for her other half she thought. LILITH. Meryl. When LILITH called her aide, the one who entered the room is a pretty woman that looks like still in her teens. She has slightly tanned skin, she has whitish brown colored hair that tied into a twintail that reached her shoulder. Her eyes are green colored and her ears are elongated like the Kaler's. Her body shape is quite average, it's neither voluptuous or flat, but she's still quite beautiful overall. She's clearly a demon race, they could tell from just her magic aura alone. She kneeled in front of LILITH waiting for her orders. Meryl. At your command, LILITH-sama. LILITH. Bring these girls to the empty room we have, treat them well. That's an order. Meryl. As you wish. Is there anything else, LILITH-sama? LILITH. Yumu, inform Rakia that if these girls here wanted to buy something, then she could just put it in my tab. I will pay for them. That will be all. Meryl. Understood. Then please excuse me. And if you all could follow me, please. Meryl stands up and bowed one last time before looking at Rish and Co. and asked them to follow her. She doesn't need to ask just what's a human doing here, she only needs to obey LILITH orders. Then she brought them all towards their respective rooms and informed Rakia as well. LILITH retreated to her own room and started preparing herself. At Issei's current location. They both arrived in front of what appears to be a flying fortress. Issei is amazed by the size of the fortress before them. Semiramis. Fufufu, isn't it amazing? This is my own personal fortress, Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Aerial Garden of Vanity. It is an enormous fortress capable of housing thousands of people, assembled with systematically ordered floating masses, covered in floors of marble, stone balconies, many pillars, and every kind of plant life entangled and intertwined over the construct, in a manner described as a unification of unsightly disorder and luxurious beauty. It contains a throne room used as its main means of control, allowing Semiramis to cause it to activate by touching a large jewel on her throne's armrest. It also can be seen as her personal domain. It's been a very long time since the last time she used this fortress. Semiramis. All of this will be yours soon, dearest. Now let's head inside, shall we? Then Semiramis teleported both of them inside the fortress directly into her personal bedroom. The fortress is very clean because it can clean itself, so there is not a speck of dust can be found inside it. At Semiramis' room. Semiramis and Issei are on the bed with the former mounting the ladder. Semiramis used her magic to make both of their clothes disappear. After seeing Issei's bare body, she licked her lips seductively and ran her dainty fingers across his chest, down to his abs. Issei also felt extremely aroused after seeing Semiramis' flawless and perfect body. That full and firm breasts of hers that incite his lust to the maximum after seeing it. He loves the way it jiggles just from the slight movement of her body, and that sexy smooth waist of her without a single ounce of excess fat. Everything about her is perfect, he thought. Semiramis. Fufufu, shall we get started? Dearest. They both share the warmth they felt with each other. Issei holds Semiramis' body tightly and vice versa. It's like both of them are truly trying to blend their body as one. Semiramis. I love you, Ice. My heart and head both go crazy whenever you're around. Please, let me stay with you, forever. Issei. Ah. I love you as well, Semi. I will never let you go, I also don't want you to leave my side. Semiramis. A bright smile appears on Semiramis's face, together with a few tears of happiness. But then she closed her eyes and started chanting. Semiramis. I, who goes by the name Lady Death, now goes by the name Semiramis Haidu, grant my dearest husband, Issei Haidu, complete control over the hanging gardens of Babylon. Aerial garden of vanity. Buzz. There's a loud buzzing sound before Issei felt a certain connection has been established between him and the flying fortress, and there's also an oddly shaped key that entered Issei's body. He is now the master of the garden alongside Semiramis herself. There's a purple and black rune appearing around her body and Issei. Semiramis. And I also grant him complete control over my domain. The world shall welcome the birth of the true overlord, one who truly governs over life and death, rejoice and despair. Rejoice for those who stand by his side will know true everlasting glory, and despair for those who stand in his way, because he will bring you eternal damnation. Now, my love. Receive the orb of death. But the end of her chant, the whole universe trembled. As if they're truly welcoming the birth of the new true god. The one who is in the lawful faction felt warm and secure, while those who's in the evil faction felt cold and terror. There's a black orb appeared on top of Semiramis' hand, and it floated towards Issei, and then, it enters his body. Issei closed his eyes and felt the change that happened inside him. The orb of life and the orb of death resonating with each other, and after a few seconds, they combine together and become the orb of domination over life and death. Crack. There's a cracking sound can be heard on the depths of Issei's soul. It's the cracking sound of Nyarlathotep mark. Chaos mastery. 100%. Issei can feel the mark started to slowly combine with his soul slowly but surely, and he can understand the element of chaos completely now. Semiramis also felt the changes that are currently happening on Issei's body, and she felt ecstatic after feeling the overflowing chaos aura that's coming out of his body, because that's a sign that Issei has finally fully mastered the chaos element. Only those that mastered the chaos element can emit its aura. It has been that way ever since the beginning of times, and there was no exception whatsoever. Issei's dark brown hair started changing color to pure jet black, but the tip of his hair is colored with deep red in color. His whole aura is even more dominating than ever now, because he just reached tier 7 in terms of raw power. All of Issei's attack is also imbued with chaos element from now on. Somewhere at the void. A lone figure can be found curling its body into a ball. There are thousands and thousands of tentacles coming out from its back. The dark figure is unclear, and the only thing that can be seen is the outline of its body, which looks like a female figure. The figure appears to be not moving in the slightest, except for the tentacles on its back. But soon its body jerked and it opened its eye. Its eyes are pitch black with no light reflected inside it whatsoever, just like those of a dead fish eyes. It grinned widely and started laughing jovially. After feeling one of the marks it gave away, started reacting greatly. Ahaha. Haha. Ahahahaha. Yes. Yes. Finally. I have finally found someone worthy of challenge. Now who was it? Oh. The true Dragon King. Hahaha. He doesn't disappoint me, he truly doesn't disappoint me. Ahahahaha. This figure is obviously Nyarlathotep. It was regenerating the damage that Issei has done to its body. The tentacles were devouring any mini world they could find. Nyarlathotep. Good. Good. Now I don't need to wait for the other mark to bloom. Extract. All across the multiverse, those who have been marked by Nyarlathotep screamed in agony, and they soon die. Over millions of lives has perished just from its single thought. Those that die was the one it has marked before, but it never bloomed until now. Unlike Issei, they never encountered Nyarlathotep in person, but only marked by it from the void. It marked those that it finds promising, whether it be a king, gods, demon lord, etc. But now it doesn't need to wait for their mark to bloom anymore, because it has found one that has bloomed. Now it extracted back all of its marks, so it can be in its full power when it has its showdown with Issei. That's right, every time Nyarlathotep give away its mark, its power also chipped away a little bit. So when it was fighting Issei back then, it's still not at full power. That's how terrifying Nyarlathotep was. Nyarlathotep. Coo. Soon we will have our showdown, True Dragon King. No, I should call you Chaotic True Dragon God now. Haha. I can't wait for our showdown. Whether it be your demise or mine. We shall see. Then it closed its eyes once more and started resuming its activities from before. Back at Issei. After a while, Issei has finally opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw is Semiramis' loving and proud gaze she has towards him. Semiramis. You did it, dearest. You have completely mastered the chaos element now. Hon. She hugged Issei tightly the moment she saw he opened his eyes, but she forgot that they're still connected down there, so she moaned after realizing it. Issei. Hehe, be careful now, and yes. I've mastered it, now I have a bigger chance to defeat Nyarlathotep. Semiramis. Phew, I knew you could do it, dearest. Now the other girls should feel more rest assured after they heard about this. But before that. HMPH. Issei. Oh. Semiramis pushed Issei down, and she licked her lips seductively while looking down at Issei. Semiramis. I'm ready for our second round. And this is the payback for your teasing back then. Humph. She chomped down on Issei's ear and keep teasing it until Issei can't take it anymore, but thankfully she let go when he's about to retaliate. She then looks at Issei's new appearance. Semiramis. I like your new look, dearest. Black hair suits you very well. HMMH. Then they both keep enjoying their lovemaking session. Semiramis has already cast a time barrier around them because she knows that their lovemaking session will take quite a while. She wants to keep having sex with Issei to make up for the lost time they're missing together. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. They keep going at it non-stop and they tried every position they could think of. In the end, their lovemaking session took a whole 3 days before Semiramis' endurance can't take it anymore and she fainted away with a pure blissful smile on her face on Issei's chest. The whole room reeks of their juices odor, but they don't care about it and sleep in each other's arms comfortably. When Issei woke up he can't sense Semiramis' presence near him, he slowly opens his eyes and looks around. And he saw Semiramis by the window looking outside. She's still not wearing a single piece of clothing, and Issei gets the perfect view of her perfect plump butt. He almost can't stop himself to make love at her again after seeing it, but he manages to hold it in. Their current room location is located at the dead center of the fortress, so it has a perfect view over the whole fortress. Semiramis. Isn't this place wonderful, dearest? All of this I presented to you. Issei got up from the bed and walked toward Semiramis, and then he hugged her from behind, while giving her sexy neck a gentle kiss, and Semiramis moaned a little feeling his kiss on her neck. Issei. It is wonderful, but you're even more wonderful for me, you're the greatest blessing in my life. I love you, Semi. Semiramis' whole body turned into a putty almost immediately the moment he hugged her body, she fully entrusted her whole body weight toward Issei. Semiramis. Ifufu, I felt the same way, my love. And I know you felt that way towards me, you've proved it to me for the last 3 days after all. Issei. Heh, true. They both chuckled together, but then Issei noticed something outside the window. Issei. Is that Sky Island? There's the Sky Island from the Eve world outside the window. Semiramis. Yes, I'm having the fortress absorbing the Sky Island. This whole fortress is like a living artifact, it can grow infinitely as long as it absorbs a magical artifact such as Sky Island. I've imbued this whole fortress with my magecraft after all, I spent a very long time to master it, but I did it. Issei. I see. Semiramis. At the treasury warehouse, you can find almost an infinite number of riches. Whether it be gold, weapons, armors, and many more which I have collected after all this time, there was a human king once tried to take it as his own, but he ultimately failed. If I recall correctly his name was Gil something, I forgot. All you need to do is say the keyword and the fortress will grant you access to the treasury, and that keyword is Gate of Babylon. Try it. Issei. Gate of Babylon. Issei does as he was told and said the keyword. And the moment he does that he gets all the knowledge about the treasury state, and if he ever wishes to he could use it as a weapon as well. Semiramis. You must have noticed as well. Yes, it can also be used as a weapon. You can send out as little as 1 or 2 weapons or hundreds of thousands at a single time, that it becomes comparable to a torrent of gushing water directed at the opponent. It can also carry a living being if you want. In other words, it can be used as a means of transportation. It has a lot more function, but I will let you find it out yourself for later. Now let's go and meet with the others. Issei. They both wear their clothes and opened a rift towards Forzalit world, but when they're in the void they unexpectedly meet with 2 individuals they never thought would encounter here. But the one who surprised the most is Issei himself because he knows both of them fully well. They are 2 girls, one of them has an appearance, that of a cute young girl with long black hair down to her hips and black eyes. Her ears differ from a normal human's as they have pointed tips, although her long black hair makes this feature difficult to notice. Her dark grey eyes have reptilian slitted pupils, and she's wearing a gothic Lolita fashion. While the other one appearance looks totally identical with the first one, whether it be their face, body build, or outfit, but her hair is tied into a ponytail instead. Both of them are gazing at Issei intently, and their face is kind of confused while looking at him, and both of their head are also tilted to the side. There was a silence ensued when they gazed at each other, but one of the young girls broke the silence. Issei. Right after the first one called his name the second girl also followed suit. Issei. Issei. OPHIS, Lilith. Yes, both of them are OPHIS and Lilith who Issei haven't met for a long time. Chapter 74. When OPHIS and Lilith heard Issei's voice they know that it is him. Even though his voice is slightly different, but they can also tell from his scent alone. But his scent now compared to back then is even more sharper and overbearing, his whole being exuded dominance aura that even they felt like they wanted to submit to him. Oddly enough, although they can smell Drake's scent on him, it's kind of different smell from they used to know, but that doesn't matter because they both miss Issei a lot. They're really bored when they help the great red at the void. When they affirm that the man in front of them is Issei himself, both of them instantly jumped into his embrace. Issei. Whoa there. Issei got slightly taken by surprise when both of them suddenly jumped towards him. He reflexively caught them with his arms. OPHIS. Issei scent, sniff, sniff. OPHIS snuggled her head closely at Issei's chest and greedily inhale his scent. LILITH. Issei scent, sniff, sniff. LILITH also copies what OPHIS is doing. Issei can only smile wryly while gently stroking their heads, and when they feel his touch, they become more convinced that it's him because it's still warm just like back then. Both of them purred gently after feeling his touch. Semiramis, who saw their interaction, grinned because it seems what Irene told her is true. The Ouroboros dragon itself seems took a liking of her dearest, and not your average liking apparently. As for the other girl, she should be the one Irene told her about, the one called Lilith. When that guy called Rizavum, something split off his power in half and created her clone in the process. Issei. What are you both doing here, OPHIS, Lilith? After a while, Issei finally decided to ask both of them just what are they both doing here. They both stopped their snuggling, but they still hugged Issei's body closely and look up to answer his question. OPHIS. We were helping Baka Red to fix the dimensional rift that's caused by the apocalypse beast, and when we're done helping him we sensed your presence nearby. So here we are. Lilith. Here we are. Issei. I see. Issei nodded to himself after hearing their explanation because when he was still at DXD World, they both said that they would help Great Red with that problem. OPHIS. What happened to you, Issei? You seem different from before. Your whole existence is different, now you seem to be mostly dragon compared to before. And you appeared to have become the same existence as us and Baka Red. Lilith. The same as Lilith. Issei. It's a long story. Issei knows what OPHIS meant by her words, the same as them, means that he has become a true dragon god. After hearing Issei's words, both OPHIS and Lilith nodded slowly and then snuggled their head once more on Issei's chest. Semiramis is very interested in what OPHIS meant by that, but she won't ask because she wants Issei to tell her himself. Semiramis. Long time no see, Ouroboros dragon. Semiramis finally decided to speak up. OPHIS and Lilith looked at Semiramis. OPHIS. Lilith. Who are you? Not surprisingly, OPHIS doesn't remember Semiramis, while Lilith honestly never met with her before because she's just born recently. Semiramis doesn't feel offended at all knowing OPHIS doesn't remember her because she knows well just what kind of personality OPHIS had before. She's only interested in her silence beforehand after all, but her interest seems to be directed at her beloved now, and she prefers this new OPHIS more compared to the old her, because back then she's really boring in her opinion. Semiramis. Well, I don't blame you for not remembering me since we barely interacted with each other. My old name was Lady Death, does that ring any bell? OPHIS and Lilith tilted their head, but it seems she still doesn't remember who she is, so OPHIS shakes her head. Semiramis. Oh, too bad. Now how about we go somewhere else? This place isn't suitable for chatting, don't you think so, dearest? Issei. Oh, right. OPHIS, Lilith, let's go somewhere else. Both of them nodded at Issei's words. OPHIS. Lilith. Lilith will follow Issei wherever he goes. They arrived at Forzalit World once more, and when all of them saw Issei and Semiramis, they instantly greeted them both, but then they saw two new faces tagging along with them. They're wondering just who they are because both of them seem to be very close to Issei. Even now both OPHIS and Lilith still latch themselves at Issei's body. But Irene knows just who they are, of course. Irene. OPHIS. Lilith. How come both of them are here, beloved? Issei. Well. Then Issei told them all just how they encountered OPHIS and Lilith on their way back. He also told them that he has successfully mastered the chaos element, much to their surprise. All of them instantly become ecstatic hearing his words, and they would have given him a hug if it wasn't for OPHIS and Lilith who's sitting on his lap right now. Then Issei also told them about OPHIS and Lilith's true identity. They only become a bit surprised after finding out that both of them are also a god. No wonder since they're numb already after seeing one godly being after another. OPHIS and Lilith also start inspecting all of them, but they titled their head when they look at Irene. OPHIS. Lilith. Drake. Irene. Yo. They can tell that Irene is Drake from her aura alone. OPHIS. You got your own body now. Irene. You could say that. OPHIS. Good for you. She just nodded and doesn't seem to be bothered seeing her being a woman now. After all, OPHIS gender keeps changing before she met Issei, so her common sense is different from a normal person. Irene is not surprised seeing OPHIS' reaction because she knows OPHIS quite well. OPHIS. Issei, are we not going home? Lilith. Home. Issei's body stiffens hearing off a sudden question because what she meant by home is his old home back at DXD world, but soon he relaxed his body and calmly answer her question. Issei. That's not my home anymore, OPHIS, Lilith. My new home is with them all. Issei looked at all his wives and smiled at them. When the girls saw his smile, they also returned a smile of their own towards him. OPHIS. Why? OPHIS and Lilith tilted her head in confusion, and Issei, who saw that thought for a while before he decided that it's about time he told them all about his past. Issei. I think it's about time I told you all about my past. All of the girls instantly perked up their ears when they heard that Issei is about to tell them about his past. Issei. You see. I was a super pervert back then that even Irene's reputation got affected by me. Irene. I admit, those times were the most embarrassing moment of my life. But it's still quite fun nevertheless, so I don't blame you that much, beloved. And which man isn't perverted? All of the girls here thought about Irene's words, and they have to agree, which man isn't perverted? It's only a matter of how good are they at hiding it, and they know that Issei is not an exception either to this logic. But his pervertedness is only aimed at those he has feelings for. Issei. Hehe, sorry about that. Irene. But according to what you've told us before about Forzalit, then she's also one of the main reasons that you turned into a complete pervert, right? Forzalit got a little annoyed by Irene's words, but it's true that she's the main cause of it all, so she can't complain. It's because she messed up the memory sealing spell after all. Issei. Well. True, but I don't blame her for that because, in the end, I'm the one who's responsible for my own action. Anyway, as I was saying. Then Issei told them all about his past, how he was once a human as they have already known from before. He also told them about the supernatural world on his world. About the factions of devils, fallen angels, and gods. Not a single one of them disturb him when he's telling them about his past because that's what they wanted the most. They wanted to know more about their husband past after all. Irene just sits calmly because she's very aware just what kind of past Issei has. Well, minus the part where he met Forzalit because she's still in her slumber back then. When they heard most of his mischief, most of them giggled to themselves because even back then, Issei's life is very interesting it seems. But when he reached the part where he got confessed by the girl named Yuma Mono, they got a bad feeling about it. And their intuition is correct because apparently that girl only confessed to Issei to trick him and then killing him in the process, and her actual name isn't Yuma, but Rainer instead, and she's also a fallen angel. They all felt furious after knowing there's someone dares to do that to their husband. Even Forzalit felt furious about it, even though she knows that Issei won't truly die even if he's killed. That still doesn't mean she will just allow random trash kill him. She was about to ask Issei just where is that slut now, but managed to hold it in because she doesn't want to disturb him now. Semiramis already knew the trainer is already dead, but that doesn't mean her soul is safe from her hands later on. Issei. After that, I was resurrected by a girl at my school. She resulted to be a devil, and I became her newest servant. You see, my life as a servant wasn't bad. I learned many things, among them how to control my sacred gear. Later on, I became closer to Irene, and due to being someone that didn't think of her as a tool, we became quite close. Oh right, sacred gear is. Irene also smiled when she remembers those moments. Then Issei explained briefly just what sacred gear is and about the evil pieces as well. After he's done telling them about it, he continued with his life story. Issei. After that, months passed. Inside the peerage, we became close, almost like a family. For me, this was the best outcome I could have ever dreamt of. Beautiful women at my side that didn't treat me like filth, a close friend that I could call my brother, a junior that idolized me as a role model. There's this one teacher that's quite funny as well. She goes by the name Rasuius, and she's actually a Valkyrie from the gods faction and. He smiled when saying those words. He also told them how he sacrificed his left arm just to save her from her engagement. All of the girls felt surprised and even more in love with him after hearing that he doesn't hesitate at all to sacrifice himself just to save that he held dear, but they're feeling even angrier, knowing that their idiot husband doesn't think about himself a little more. Then he talked about Rasuius, Kuroka, Kunu, Yasaka, etc. When they heard about these names they don't feel their blood boils or anything, and from the way Issei talked about them, it seems that they're very good girls, and he also appears to hold some feelings towards them. Issei. Slowly those women started to develop feelings for me, and as for me, well you can answer that on your own. They fell deeply in love with me and vice versa. But the way how I actually confessed to the woman I loved the most was kind of forced. At some point, due to me having a trauma with women, I was afraid of getting closer to them, fearful over the fact of them doing the same as the first woman I loved once did to me. He explained calmly like he's not talking about his past, but someone else's past instead. Issei. I created a mental barrier for me to not cross a line with a woman, but they didn't notice. When they started to seduce me, to make me cross a line and to finally say those words. I couldn't. I was afraid and mentally refused the fact of them falling in love with me. Thanks to that they exploded, reprimanding me for not understanding their feelings. The woman I loved the most was especially aggressive. She yelled at me, screamed at me saying, why couldn't I understand her? The rest did notice how I couldn't understand her feelings, and because of that, they reprimanded me, saying, you're the worst, how awful could you be, why don't you understand? Etc. All of the girls here are silent after hearing that, and it's certainly quite bad and they get it as a fellow woman, but to explode like that at him. Sorry, but that's just wrong. Can't they try to understand about him a little more instead of just exploding like that? All of them frown thinking just who this woman their husband used to love. They can tell the implication on his words when he said loved, so they know he shouldn't be in love with this woman any longer. Issei. After that, they left me alone to think about my mistakes. I spent quite some time thinking, even talking to myself. At some time I said something that made me remember the first woman I loved, however, they heard it from the other side of the door, since they were spying on me, and at that moment they more or less understood what I was thinking. After some comforting and whatnot, we fixed our relationship, but they still told me that I should apologize to her and tell her what I felt. Just who is this her is he talking about, they all thought. But they felt like their blood boils when they tried to think about her for some reason. Call it a woman's sixth sense, but it is what it is. Issei. After some times, during a raiding game I got too excited and screamed my feelings in front of everyone. Thanks to that our relationship became better, saying that she also loved me. And after some ups and downs, she finally became my girlfriend, the so-called woman I loved the most. Her name is Rias Gremory. Irene scowled a little after hearing that name she despises the most, and all of the girls noticed her scowl, but Issei's face is still calm, even after he mentions her name. They instantly noted that name, which for some reason makes their blood boils. Issei. Our relationship after that becomes better and better until I proposed to her, and the other girls also felt jealous of that and wanted to be proposed as well. And I do just that because I do love them all back then. We've decided to put the marriage date on hold for now because we have a bigger problem at hand soon after that event. Issei told them about the terrorist group which is led by Rizavam, etc. Issei. And that's how I met Lilith here. Issei patted Lilith's head gently and she squinted her eyes in happiness feeling his touch. Issei. Unfortunately, even though we managed to kill Rizavam, he also managed to unseal the apocalyptic beast, which also goes by the name Trahixa, 666. But thankfully with the combined effort of the faction leaders, we managed to seal it back. Although, now that I think about it, Trahixa seems to be sealed pretty easily considering just how strong it is. No matter, if it does break free from its seal once more, I will make sure to kill it this time. Irene. Hehehe, I'm pretty sure the current you can easily beat Trahixa, beloved. There's no doubt about it. Irene smirked at Issei because she just loves how confident and dominating he is right now. Issei. Ah. I think so as well. Issei smirked back at Irene, then he continued his story. Issei. And then, Rias graduated from high school along with her queen, which goes by the name Akeno Himejima. They went to the nearby college in the same city. And that's when it started. Issei's voice turned a little bit cold, and they know that this is the climax of his story. Even OPHIS and Lilith wanted to know just what happened to Issei that made him change this much. He told them about how the girls started to ignoring him and being very cold towards him at times. But he's not too bothered about it, thinking they're just too stressed dealing with their respective lives. Then he comes up with a great idea to make them feel happier, and that idea is to make their engagement ring on his own. He was sure that after he successfully surprised them with this they will be very happy. And finally, he successfully made the ring he deems perfect to gift them with. So he went to Rias and Akeno College first. But the reality is cruel. He saw the woman he deeply loved kissing and acting intimately with another man he never saw before alongside with Akeno as well. And when he went looking for the other girls, they're also acting intimately with some guy he never met before. That's when he knows that he's already abandoned by them. All of the girls who listen to his words almost can't believe what they're hearing. Did they cheat on him? Did they cheat on the man that loves them dearly just like that? Even when he sacrificed almost his entire life just to make them feel happy and safe. Is this some kind of a bad joke? Irene knows what they're thinking by looking at their stupefied face. Irene. I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth, I was there as well. They basically just leave him to his own luck after they don't need him anymore. Just remembering that moment almost made me go mad with rage. Irene growled when she remembers that moment. She almost can't stop herself from going to Rias and Co place and kill them all for what they did. For dragons, it is extremely taboo to cheat on their mate after all. Caillou, Kinu and Millet growled as well. They felt disgusted with Rias and Co. All of their eyes turned into slits. This is the first time that Issei ever saw the twins becoming this mad about something. But he felt happy seeing that they're feeling anger for him. OPHIS and Lilith become frozen stiff when they heard about it. They didn't move a single muscle, but their eyes are open wide to the maximum. Yes, their common sense about this kind of stuff is different from a normal person, but they are dragons. So they have the same common sense as the dragon girls at the very least. Semiramis' face is calm, but deep inside, she's feeling extreme rage. She's even angrier compared to the time when she found out that her ex-lover betrayal. She clutched her fingers tightly that the fingernails almost pierce her own skin, but thankfully before that happens, Issei realizes what is she doing and hold her hand gently. Semiramis' body shuddered a little after feeling his hand on hers, and then she looks towards Issei and saw that he's smiling gently at her. So she calms herself down by taking a deep breath and smiled back at him. Semiramis. I'm fine, dearest. Issei. I don't want you to hurt yourself just because of them, Semiramis. Hi. Scathach just closed her eyes, but she's feeling the same as the others at the inside. Extreme rage. Forzalit now knows the reason for his soul corruption, and she's pretty sure that the cause of it all is that woman named Rias Gremory and her cohorts, and Issei's next words confirmed her suspicion. Rish. And then, what happened after that, Ice? Rish asked Issei while her body is shivering a little, not because of anything else other than anger. She's feeling angry just like everyone else inside this room. Issei. After that. Well, the evil pieces inside my body for some odd reason started corrupting me from the inside. Probably because of the huge amount of negative aura I was emitting. Who knows? And if it wasn't for Irene I would have died back then. All of them held their breath once more after hearing that he almost died because of that slut's wrongdoings. Issei. She brought me back from my despairing state and helped me transform myself into a dragon. After I'm done with the transformation, you have the current me. How was it? It's quite laughable, isn't it? The life of a fool. Heh. Issei smiled mockingly at himself. Natal. No. Natal suddenly screamed loudly at him while shedding tears in the process. Natal. Darling is not a fool. The one who's a fool are them, those ungrateful sluts. The other girls are also nodded at Natal's statement. All of them agreed with her statement completely. Issei smiled gently after seeing Natal's sudden outburst. He got up from the sofa, while gently shifted OPHIS and Lilith, who's still frozen stiff from what they're hearing just now to the side. He walked up towards Natal and wiped her tears gently, while gently smiling at her with a gaze filled with love. Issei. Don't worry, all that's matter is that I'm here with all of you now, right? Natal also finally smiled through tears after hearing his words, and they all nodded once again at his statement. Irene. Sigh, you took all of this too lightly, beloved. You girls might not know this, but the pain he felt back then is extremely painful, whether in body or soul. Here, see this for yourself. The pain he experienced back then. Irene waved her hands and used her projection magic to show them the suffering that Issei experienced. Issei was about to stop her, but chose to let it be, because even if he stops her, it won't matter that much anyway. Then the projection started. What they saw made them unable to breathe because of the excruciating pain they felt in their heart from watching just how Issei suffered back then. It's utter nightmare for them who loves Issei dearly. That's not something anyone should experience in their entire life, especially a person such as Issei, who sacrifices almost everything for the women he once loved. All of them who watched the projection without a single exception is shedding tears unknowingly. Even Irene bit her lips while watching it once again. But when they saw how Issei bounced back from his despairing state and saw the new him, they all felt gratified and proud, because that's the Issei they know. After the projection ended, Gurugura, Union, Wiz and Towa cried loudly and instantly jumped towards Issei. They hugged Issei's body while keep saying that they won't ever leave him no matter what. The other girls also cried softly while covering their mouths. They all surrounded Issei, vowing to him that they will never leave him. Issei felt really blessed surrounded by them. He felt that they are his greatest pride and greatest blessing in life. In the future, if anyone ever asks him just what his greatest achievement in life is, he will surely answer his beloved wives are his biggest achievement in life. Issei said that he totally believes them, and he also vowed that he will also never leave them behind. While some of the girls cried at Issei's embrace, the vengeful type such as Jolter exuded extreme bloodlust and maddening rage directed towards Rias and co. The same goes for Semiramis, Scathach, Forzalit, Millet, Caillou, and Kinu as well. But the most surprising thing is that OPHIS and Lilith also shedding tears, and even though their face looks calm, their aura is anything but calm. All of their aura went berserk. If Rias and co were present in front of them right now, then they would without a doubt kill them in the spot and rips their body and soul to pieces. Back at Rias and co, all of them for some reason felt really cold and their bodies are shivering greatly. They don't know why they felt this way, but they're feeling extreme terror at this moment. Even their boyfriends also felt it as well. It's like impending doom is about to greet them soon enough. All of their faces went sickly white, and little Hijama, whose Kaneko and Ravel new boyfriend, fainted away while losing control of his bladder control. The others also almost lose control of their bladder as well, but thankfully they manage to hold it in, albeit barely. All of them don't have time to care for Hijama because they can't move a single muscle, and they all are about to pass out as well. Azazel, who was observing them in the other room, notices something was wrong because they were sparring with each other just now, but why they suddenly went very quiet and standing still. So he hastily moves towards the training ground and saw that each and one of them are greatly shivering, while their faces are ghastly white. When he's about to ask them what's going on, he also felt a brief bloodlust directed towards Rias and Co. He shuddered greatly because this bloodlust is extremely overbearing and dangerous. He hastily erected a barrier to protect them from the incoming bloodlust. But it's useless because the bloodlust from multiple godly beings is not something he can resist. The moment he erected the barrier, it cracked right away, and then it burst open to pieces. He got the backlash from it and puked some blood in the process. He was about to call for help from Surziches and the others, because at this rate it will be very dangerous for Rias and Co. But thankfully the bloodlust started to dissipate soon enough. Tiba and Gasper are not in the house at this moment, while Rasuius is sleeping at Issei's bed right now, so they don't know anything about this incident. Rasuia smiled at her sleep because she's having a good dream at this moment, because in her dreams, she finally reunited with Issei. When the bloodlust disappears, Rias and Co instantly drop to the ground and fainted away just like Hijama. But they don't lose control of their bladder like him. Azazel hastily calls for assistance from the others in the end, because this is something they need to discuss. Because whoever emits that bloodlust just now most likely are aiming for Rias and Co.'s lives, and they need to take proper precaution for it. When Rias and Co woke up, they don't seem to remember anything from the whole incident. Although Azazel and the others felt something very wrong, they at least thought that it's good that they all forgot about it. If they remember it, then they might be in extreme trauma, because even Azazel is still shivering once in a while when he remembers that bloodlust back then. This is not a joking matter. If even a strong individual such as Azazel felt afraid of that bloodlust, then the one who emits it is an extremely powerful individual as well. Surziches instantly told his subordinates to investigate this, but they come up with nothing, obviously, considering the one who emits that bloodlust is from another world altogether, and even if he finds out the true culprit, he can only smile bitterly to himself because he can't do shit about them. So they can only add this incident to their other case that needs to be further investigated later on. Surziches put another magic seal on Rias and Co as an alarm in case this incident happened again. When the girls calmed down, they told Issei that they want to avenge him. Especially Jalter, who's very enthusiastic because she can't really wait to burn each and one of them and have them staked as well. Issei told them no need to bother with them anymore because he doesn't really care about Rias and Co any longer. And killing them would change nothing anyway, it will only make the faction alliance in risk of being broken. That's something he doesn't want to see because he doesn't want any more war happening in his world. Rish and Co are fully aware just how bad war is, but they can't just let it go like this, right? Irene knows that Issei truly doesn't want revenge anymore on Rias and Co, not because he still has feelings towards them or anything, but because he truly doesn't care about them any longer. But just like the other girls felt, she just can't let it go just like this. Then she thought of something, so she whispered her idea towards Semiramis and Co. After hearing her idea, they all nodded and agreed with her plan. OPHIS and Lilith were about to go to Ria's place right away, but Issei managed to hold them off in the end. After a bit of persuading, they finally stopped their plan and told Issei that they will always stay by his side forever. Issei nodded at their words and pat their heads gently in the process. All of the girls finally agreed not to take revenge on Rias and Co. For now, to Issei's surprise, but he soon forgets about it because he doesn't really care either way. Unknown to him, they have their own plans in mind. The Kailers also saw and heard the whole thing because Semiramis established a connection spell towards them. They all are furious to the maximum after knowing what happened to their king in the past. If it wasn't for Semiramis's telling them to stand down, for now that is. Then they might have asked her to teach them how to create a rift opening and go towards Rias and Co.'s place right away to lop off their heads and present them to their king. Not that Issei would be happy even if they did that though, because he's not interested in a decapacitated head, alright. He won't care if they indeed killed Rias and Co, but he sure as hell doesn't want to see a decapacitated head inside a gift box or on a silver platter for that matter. If the girls ended up killing Rias and Co, Issei wouldn't really blame them, but he will choose to protect them instead from Surziches and the others' rage. He will not hesitate to kill Surziches or anyone else if they try to hurt his wives. Issei is not afraid of going into a war, but he will avoid it if it's possible. Sure, he loves battle, but he doesn't enjoy killing people. He's a battle maniac, not a homicidal maniac, get that straight. Some times have passed since the time where Issei told them about his past. Now Ramius and Co are inside a red cocoon. They're undergoing their process of rebirth as a dragon just like Issei. The one who underwent the process of transformation is Jean, Jalter, Union, Wiz, Ramius, Rish, Gurgura, Tio, Catherine, Tilt, Natal, Croy, and Towa. Semiramis has already revived Tilt the last few days before this, and her new body is also strong enough to undergo the process of rebirth, a bonus from Semiramis. They immediately ask Issei to turn them into a dragon because they want to get stronger quickly. Of course, Issei agreed to their request and started the process straight away. This process will take a few days to finish, and Issei never left their side for a single moment in case any mishaps were about to happen. Their process is not painful like Issei, thankfully. The others also stay with him, protecting Ramius and Co as well. Semiramis summoned all of the Kailers to their current location to act as an extra precaution for any incoming mishaps. She told Issei to put them inside the Gate of Babylon so they should be ready for any sudden attack. Forzila doesn't order all of her subordinates because it will attract too much attention, so she only orders the strongest ones to guard the perimeter. Semiramis and Co erected multiple barriers, and Irene and Issei boosted their barrier's power to the maximum level. Their current barrier can be called Absolute Barrier at this point, and only two individuals known in existence could break this barrier. It's Nyarlathotep and Issei himself. Issei obviously won't do anything harmful towards Ramius and Co, but they are worried about Nyarlathotep in case it decided to attack them right at this moment, so they're in full alert mode for a whole week before they finish their rebirth process. When they're done, the girls emerged from their respective cocoon one by one. All of their eyes still retain their original color, but their pupil has turned into slits just like OPHIS and Lilith. The same goes for their hair colors, but it became even silkier and grew slightly longer compared to before. Their body becomes even more perfect, and their beautiful faces also become even more gorgeous. But sadly for Catherine, her breasts only grow for a tiny bit larger compared to back then when she's still a human. The first thing she checked when she became a dragon is her breasts, but when she saw that it only grew a tiny bit she felt despair and kneeled on the floor while shedding tears of sorrow. Issei sweated seeing her like that. Gurgura for some reason has cat ears and a cat tail. But upon further inspection, it only looks like cat ears and tail. Well, actually, it's her unique dragon parts that are shaped just like a cat part. When Issei touched them she giggled because it felt ticklish, but Issei thought it indeed has different texture compared to Kaneko and Kuroka cat ears and tails. One thing that took them by surprise is that their golden ring disappears from their hands, but there's a mark appeared on their respective bodies. That mark looks just like Irene and Co's mark. At the middle of their mark, there's a Roman number just like their previous golden ring. Ramius I, Rish 2, Gurgura 3 and so on. Lilith mark number is I for that matter. They all felt sad that their ring disappeared, but then Issei promised them that he will make a new one for each and every one of them. After hearing his words, they all felt happy and doesn't feel that sad anymore. Jean, Jalter, Wiz, Union, and Tilt mark are still white colored because they still haven't had sex with Issei yet. And their eyes shine brightly and filled with lust while looking at Issei now. It's like they're looking at their prey, and Issei felt awkward realizing their gaze on him. They would have jumped at Issei right at this moment if it wasn't Forzilet standing nearby watching them closely. They've already promised that the one to go next is Forzilet after all, so they can only wait for their turn. But then they look at each other and they all thought of the same thing, which is I'm next. They have a glaring contest with each other to decide just who will be the next one in line. Even Union and Wiz, who's known to have a timid personality, doesn't back down from this one. Their competitiveness instinct as a dragon appeared right after they became a dragon it seems. Caillou and Kinu nodded to themselves because that's what they felt when they still haven't had sex with Issei back then. So it's pretty normal to be in heat all the time when dragons are near their chosen mate. OPHIS and Lilith at first become confused, just what are they competing for, then they ask Irene. OPHIS. Drake, what are they doing? Irene. First of all, call me Irene from now on. OPHIS. OPHIS. Okay, Irene. Irene. They're competing for Issei's special essence. OPHIS. Issei's essence. What is that? Lilith. Is it tasty? Irene. If you ask me if it's tasty or not, then yeah, it's one of the tastiest things I've ever tasted. Irene slyly grinned while looking at Issei, who's currently surrounded by the other girls. OPHIS. Then I also want to try it. Lilith. Lilith also wants it. Irene. Then all you have to do is. Irene then whispered something on OPHIS and Lilith's ears. When they heard her words they nodded at her, and not long after, there's a mark appeared on their body. Then they felt somewhat hot inside their body when they look at Issei now. Their eyes started glistening, and they kind of confused just what are they feeling right now. They felt weird, especially on their belly part. It's like it's craving for something. It's not craving for food because they would have known that. They ask Irene just what are they feeling right now. Irene. It's an emotion called love. OPHIS. Lilith. Love. Irene. How do you both feel about Issei? Do you like him? They both nodded at her question. Irene. You both said that you wanted to stay with him forever, right? They both nodded once again. Irene. Try to imagine if he suddenly disappears from your lives. They both do as they were told, and they both felt excruciating pain in their heart after imagining Issei leaving them behind, and both of their faces went gloomy right away. OPHIS. No. I don't want that. I want to stay with Issei forever. LILITH. LILITH as well. Irene. What you're both feeling just now is called sorrow. It's the emotion that you will feel if something bad happened to the one you loves. That's why you both needed to make him your mate. Don't you both want to have Issei as your mate? OPHIS and LILITH thought about it, and when they imagined having Issei as their mate, they both felt joy, so they nodded once again. OPHIS. So all we need to do is to just do like you've told us. Irene. Yep, trust me. Then they both nodded one last time and look at Issei again. But this time they finally know just why they felt this way when they gaze at Issei. It's because they love him and wanted to be with him forever. Irene nodded to herself after seeing that both of them seems to understand what she's trying to convey, then she looks towards the other girls. All of their power levels are kind of broken for a newborn dragon, Irene thought. It's a good thing though, because with this their odds will be bigger for the upcoming raiding game. They don't tell Issei about the raiding game because they know that he won't be interested in participating in it. Not surprising if he were to participate, then it will be like an adult fighting a bunch of toddlers. He's basically the uncrowned king of their original world already at this point. So they all started their training soon after to get used to their new bodies, and Issei also do the same as them because he just mastered the chaos element after all. It's been a year after that events. During this time, Issei officially replaced Forzalit as the new supreme overlord. They completed their bond during this time as well. Issei also finally made the rest of the girls as his, that also includes OPHIS and LILITH. Issei's claw mark below his eyes changed its shape and color into golden red, and Forzalit also gains the same mark below her eyes, and it has the same color as Issei's mark. Their mark new shape is similar to Japanese kanji for the word king and queen. Issei instantly gains Forzalit Devour skill the moment they completed their bond. As for OPHIS and LILITH case, he doesn't really gain anything because he already has their infinity domain, even before they become a true mate. They've truly become husband and wife, and the whole world knows about this, whether it be the Celestials or the humans. They tried to send their spies to gain some information about this new Supreme Overlord, but to no avail, because every spy they've sent never returned. And the new Supreme Overlord appears to be wearing a full mask all the time, so no one has really seen his face before, except for the Drunken. The ritual for replacing the Supreme Overlord position is quite simple. Issei just needs to beat every Overlord that are around to prove his strength. But he messed up a bit on that part. Over half of those Overlord are women, so the moment they laid their eyes on Issei's face and strength, they instantly become love-struck towards him. And Forzalit got annoyed because of that. So she told Issei to wear a mask from now on and don't show his face so easily anymore. But the damage has been done because those female overlords who had a crush on Issei doesn't seem to want to give up no matter what. Forzalit tried to threaten them, but to no avail. The funny thing is, over 80% of the overlord is female, so it's quite safe to say that the females are the dominant one on the demon realm. And that's why they won't give up to gain Issei affection, because the chance of finding another man at his caliber is next to zero. They might have to wait for another hundreds or even thousands of years before another man of his caliber to show up once again, or perhaps there will be none at all. So they won't give up that easily no matter what the cost. Forzalit can only let them be, much to her dismay. Thankfully Issei is not the super pervert he used to be, so he refuses their courting. But his refusal backfired against him because they got even more interested in him. They even saw his refusal as a challenge towards them. Issei had a massive headache when he finds out about this. He can easily kill anyone as long as they're his enemies, but not these types of enemies, alright. They become loyal towards him, but, sigh. All of Issei's wives and even the Kailers giggled at him when they saw his current predicament. Only Forzalit got annoyed because she's quite the jealous type. The Celestial King also took interests on the new edition of the Supreme Overlord army. He instantly becomes smitten and greedy after seeing the picture of the Angel army, and especially the picture of Croy, Jean, Myard, Kyreha, Ultinia, and Azana. At first, he tried to negotiate with Issei to give Croy and Co to the Celestials, saying that holy elemental beings such as angels and saints should belong to the Celestials. And if Issei agreed to their demands, then they will gift him with tons of riches and their favor in case he need help from them someday. Obviously, Issei rejected this proposal on the spot without any hesitation. The Celestial King is feeling furious after hearing his rejection, and if it wasn't for Forzalit is still there with him, then he would have declared war against Issei. But the Celestial King doesn't lose hope after being rejected once. He still doesn't know about Issei's personality nor power, so he assumes that he's only a boy toy of Forzalit, but unknown to him, Issei is much stronger and more dangerous compared to Forzalit herself. They keep pestering Issei all the time. It went from proper negotiation into an underlying threat, saying if he doesn't agree to their demands, then he will definitely regret it. Issei totally ignored their words. Until one day. When Croy and Jean were training together, they got ambushed by the Celestials' army. The Celestials thought that this is their chance because they don't see any guard in the perimeter and no witnesses in sight, so it's a perfect chance, they thought. They instantly sprung into action, and they take proper precaution because they know Croy and Jean must be quite the strong individual from the holy aura they're emitting, so they sent some of their strongest fighters as well. At first, they tried to persuade Croy and Jean but to no avail, so they can only use the forceful method instead. Croy and Jean are taken by surprise after seeing bunch of armored knights surrounding them, but they didn't panic and started to fight back valiantly. Their training after all this time is nothing to scoff at, and the Celestials thought they might have still underestimated Croy and Jean's strength. They never thought that their rank is a tier 3 and tier 4 respectively. They become even greedier because if they can successfully kidnap both of them, then their army will become much stronger than ever. As for their allegiance matter, it will be quite easy because they have brainwash magic for that. But it doesn't matter how strong they are, because they have the numbers on their side. There's only 2 of them, while the Celestial side has dozens of tier 3, tier 4, and even one tier 5 in their ranks. There are 4 tier 5 in total at the Celestial side, and their king sent one of them to do this job because he doesn't want any mishap to happen. Jean and Croy saw this as a perfect chance to hone their skills, so they never call for help during their whole fight because they don't need to do so in the first place. And the reason for that is because Issei has been watching them this entire time. The Celestials don't know about the link they share with each other. If any of them are in danger, then the others will be able to sense it as well. The moment Issei felt that both of them in danger, he instantly teleported himself to their location. And he's been watching them ever since they started their fight. He's basically hiding in plain sight because he hides his presence so the Celestials can't see him at all right now. Both Croy and Jean felt safe after seeing their beloved husband is watching them, so they fought without holding back in the slightest, because they know that if something bad were about to happen, then Issei will be there to cover their back. It's perfect mutual trust they had with each other. Both of Jean and Croy spread their dragon wings, which are colored pure white, and it keeps emitting strong holy power that makes even the Celestial felt a bit of awe because both of their holy power is really strong, but they never expected that both of them are apparently drunken, which is even more perfect in their opinion. They still don't have a drunken on their army after all, so they will be the perfect addition to their army. Jean uses her sword and flag, while Croy keeps using her magic to assist the former. Croy is a defensive support type, while Jean is the offensive support type. Croy keeps erecting a magical shield whenever an attack was about to land on them. And when they're aiming at her, she will use her own offensive type magic. The Celestials are having a hard time trying to land a proper blow on both of them because their teamwork is perfect and fully synchronized with each other. Whenever they saw an opening on Jean's side, Croy will cover it for her and vice versa. They thought that they can't keep this up for long because their time is quite limited. Finally, the tier 5 made his move and uses one of his strongest magic right away, hoping that it will be able to incapacitate both of them at the same time. Jean, who realizes just what he's doing, hastily uses her Luminicide Eternal skill, and Croy also uses her own barrier skill, which is called Holy Dragon Barrier. They successfully block the tier 5 attack, but they're feeling exhausted because it consumes almost all of their magic reserves to block this attack. He's not a tier 5 for no reason after all. When the Celestials saw that, they become ecstatic. The tier 5 told his subordinates to capture them now, but before they could do as they were told, they saw a lone figure standing in front of Croy and Jean. Tier 5. Who are you? Wait. That mask. Why, you're the new Supreme Overlord. The tier 5 got goosebumps all over after seeing this figure appeared out of nowhere. But when he saw the mask Issei is wearing, he instantly recognizes it because that mask is one of a kind in this whole world. Issei. Are you both okay? Issei doesn't look at the Celestials at all and only has eyes on Croy and Jean the whole time. Croy. We're fine, Atado-kun. Jean. We're fine, master. We're only feel exhausted from depleting our mana. Both Croy and Jean smiled lovingly at Issei, and Issei also smiled back at them under his mask. Issei holds both of them in his arms, and both Jean and Croy snuggled comfortably inside his embrace. Issei. You both can take it easy from here, I'll handle the rest. Croy and Jean. Hi. They both answered him like a gentle and loving housewife. Issei. Milad. When Issei called her name, Milad appeared next to Issei out of nowhere, ready to take his order. Milad. At your command. Issei. Tell everyone that I will be late for dinner today. Milad. May I ask why, Millard? Millet already knew the answer, but she just wants to make sure. Issei doesn't answer her question right away, but he looks towards the Celestials instead. Issei. I will be visiting the Celestial Realm today. Millet. Understood, Millard. Issei. Go bring Croy and Jean back for now. Millet. Ha. After both Croy and Jean told Issei to be careful, they both went back with Millet. Millet bowed slightly towards Issei in reverence, then he took a glance at the Celestials' party and smirked at them for being so foolish. They just touch her beloved Lord Reverse Dragon Scale, literally. Tier 5. Wait, Supreme over. Just when the Tier 5 want to say something, Issei uses his Emperor Haki on them. The Celestials' party felt like they're being crushed by a huge mountain after sensing the pressure Issei is emitting right now. The Tier 5 tried to say something, but he can't even utter a single word any longer. The Tier 3 Celestial died instantly the moment they are exposed to Issei's pressure, while the Tier 4 don't have it any better as well, because they're on the verge of death. Only the Tier 5 can barely stand from feeling Issei pressure, but he can't utter a single word, nor move a single muscle for that matter. All he can do is shivering in absolute fear because he felt like they just stepped on a landmine. A huge landmine. They shouldn't have come here, he thought. He even started raining curses on his king for being so lustful and greedy. Now look where did that get them. They thought the new Supreme Overlord is just a boy toy of Forzalit. What a joke. This man is even more dangerous and much more powerful than Forzalit herself. Finally, he can only smile bitterly at himself because he seems to be serving the wrong lord, it seems. Such is fate. He knows there's no use in negotiating at this point because he can fully sense the killing intent Issei is emitting right now. Issei walked past by the Tier 5 and the latter is confused on why he doesn't do anything towards him, but then he saw something weird. Why his vision seems to be spinning, and then he can saw his own body in perfect view. Even in his death, he's filled with confusion because he doesn't feel any pain at all, and before he knows it, his vision goes completely dark. And when Issei disappear from the spot, all of their bodies disintegrate into nothingness as well. Then the whole area went silent once again. The very next day, the whole world vibrates after finding out the Celestial Realm is no more. Now they belong to the Supreme Overlord faction. The humans shivered in fear because, in just a single day, a Colossus faction such as the Celestials' realm is no more. The rumors said that the Celestials perished because they tried to mess with the Supreme Overlord women, so they hastily command their citizens to not mess with his women. And if they were to disobey this order, they won't be responsible for what's going to happen to them. From then on, Issei another title is the Tyrant Overlord because of how overbearing he was on dealing with his enemies. But there's also another reason why he's called that, and the ones who called him by that title is mostly men. The humans sent their representative immediately to told Issei about their allegiance and offered a batch of their most beautiful women as a gift. Issei rejected all of them, of course. Issei doesn't kill every celestial there is, he only killed their king who sent those orders of kidnapping Croy and co. along with his loyal follower. As for those that surrender, he let them be and only told them to obey their new superior, which is the Kailers. He sent the Kailers to manage the Celestial Realm. Soon there's a picture of Issei's face spread out by someone anonymous. Forzalit tried to find out just who's the culprit is, but to no avail. It could be from anyone after all. But a certain girl who likes to draw pictures and telling stories seems to be fidgeting a lot recently. It becomes totally catastrophic for the humans because Issei becomes most of the woman dream lover. There's a lot of lovelorn women popping out here and there because they can't fall in love with normal men any longer. The men cry tears of sorrow while the woman keeps spacing out imagining about their dream lover. And this is also why the men titled Issei as Tyrant Overlord while the women titled him as a Charming Overlord. Semiramis and co are amused by this incident and they keep teasing Issei by calling him Charming Overlord for a while, much to his dismay. On a side note, Sora, who's Issei's personal level goddess, finally came back to him. But Issei is surprised seeing her new form after she became a goddess. She grew up. Literally. When Sora left Issei back then she looks like she's 10 to 12 years old at best, but now. She looks like she's 17 years old. Her hair grew longer, her childish face is now but gone, and she became a perfect bishoujo. Sora felt happy seeing the surprised face of Issei because of how different she is now. But she's feeling a little disappointed that her breasts don't grow as big as her elder sister. Issei would have doubted her being Sora herself if not for their contract telling him that it is indeed her. Sora. Surprised, Ani-sama. Issei. Yes, a little bit. And why do you call me by that nickname? Sora. No particular reason, I just like calling you that, Nai-sama. Am I not allowed to call you that, Nai-sama? Sora used her teary puppy eyes face on Issei, and he becomes speechless thinking why do every woman in his life seem to have this particular skill. Issei. Sigh, do as you like. Sora. Yai, thank you, Nai-sama. Sara instantly hugged Issei's arm while humming happily, and after that, she quickly gets to work by leveling up the other girls and Issei himself. She becomes completely dumbfounded after finding out that Issei has reached tier 7 already. She thought it will take him at least another 100 years to reach this tier, but she never thought it will be this soon. The same goes for the other girls. Weren't they just reached tier 1 a while ago? How come they have already accumulated so many EXP points? Now most of them have already become tier 3 and tier 4. It seems that she still underestimated the true capabilities of her contractor and his party member. But that also means that her eyes and intuition are not wrong in choosing Issei as her eternal partner. Now she only needs to do something about her elder sister, and life will be perfect. Note that 1 year in another world is still 1 month in DxD World. At DxD World there's a new company called the Eternal Crimson Heart. This company is newly founded just recently. But just in 1 month, their standing is already the same on those companies that have been standing for dozens of years. Their company logo brand is shaped like a heart with dragon wings. Their product consists of clothing, furniture, jewelry, and even idol agency, but there are still a lot more. In summary, they are a multi-purpose company. They instantly became public main attention because their products are extremely durable and unique, and it's also extremely cheap compared to their product similar counterparts. It is genuinely revolutionary for them. Even the 4 factions also have to admit that their product is indeed great, and they also started using the Eternal Crimson Heart products. There are others who tried to copy their product, but they always failed to do so. The public is wondering just who their chairman is, but all they know about this company is the CEO, which is a woman who goes by the name TOH, and as for the chairman, she said it's her beloved husband. They tried to ask her just what H stands for and just who is her husband name, but she refuses to tell them about it. They are confused just why she doesn't want to tell them her surname, but there's nothing they can do about it if she doesn't want to tell them. The man who heard that she's already married felt despair because there were a lot of men who are hoping to try their luck to gain her heart and become rich as well. But before they can even launch their plan, they've heard that she's already married. And to add salt to their injuries, Tio's little sister, whose name Tilt H, which is her personal assistant, also married the same man like her elder sister. The public is even more dumbfounded because they never think there will be a man this lucky for being able to marry both the big sister and also the little sister at the same time. The men started raining curses at the lucky bastard. There are some who tried to seduce both of them, but they won't even spare them a single glance, and some even tried to do something to her from behind the shadow, but they all failed ultimately. And the very next day, the culprits behind the scene are exposed along with their dark secrets and handed to the authorities. The public becomes much more in disbelief because some of those culprits are from the big companies such as the Elkyote, and if that's not enough, there's evidence showing their behind the scenes deal with some criminal organization and the funds embezzlement. Some culprits even steal from the orphanage, much to the public disgusts. Then the Etch also donated a huge amount of funds for the orphanage and the others in needs. They instantly gained huge positive reviews and a lot of supporter in the process. The public even saw the Etch as the God-sent company. And they titled Tio as the second coming of the Virgin Mary, even though she's already married and obviously not a virgin anymore. But it is indeed quite a suitable title for her. Tio and Tilt became an inspiration for those who are aiming to become a successful businessman. And just like that, the Etch easily dominate the business world in the DxD universe. The 4 faction leader realizes that Tio and Tilt are by no means a normal human, and that includes some of their company members as well, so they hold a meeting about them. This meeting took place before Tio held a public conference and told the world that she's already married. Tannen told them that her real identity is most likely a dragon just like himself, and she's quite strong as well. They never heard of them before, but it's not really surprising seeing a new dragon showing themselves to the world. There are some dragons that are still hiding somewhere at the corner of the world after all. So they thought that both Tio and Tilt are one of them. Tannen. Yumu, from her power signature alone I could tell as a fellow dragon that she's quite the strong dragon. Even though she still hasn't awakened her dragon aura, but she's close to awakening it, and her strength is by no means lower than me or you, Surzich's Sama. As for her little sister, her strength is much lower compared to her elder sister, but it's also nothing to scoff at. Tannen solemnly told Surzich's and the others about his knowledge about Tio and Tilt. Surzich's. I see. Azazel. Now the only question is, did they come here in peace or are they aiming for something else altogether? Michael. Indeed. It will be very worrying if they do indeed come here to cause trouble. We can only hope that they're not, because we got our hands full for the upcoming raiding game and dealing with the aftermath of Trahixa. Auden. But I gotta say, she has a very sexy body and her little sister is not bad herself. Auden perverted tendencies started showing themselves once again when he's inspecting Tio and Tilt body. Azazel. You think so as well, old man? Azazel, being Auden Ophi club buddy, obviously agreed with him. Auden. Of course. Auden and Azazel laughed together while looking at Tio and Tilt picture. The other faction leader sweated seeing them being so perverted even in times like this. Tannen. You both better stop your perversion towards them. Tannen suddenly cut in between their laughter. Both Auden and Azazel stopped their laugh, and the other two faction leader also looked towards him because it's the first time he ever reprimands Auden and Azazel for their pervertedness. Tannen knows just what they're surprised about. If it's the other woman they're talking about then he wouldn't have cared much, but he needs to tell them something about Tio and Tilt as a fellow dragon. Tannen. You all must know just what it means when a dragon has already chosen their mate, right? The four of them nodded at his question. Of course they know what it means. It's not really a common knowledge, but for them who has been living for quite a long time, it's obvious for them to know about it. There has been a record about what happens when you mess around with a female dragon who has already chosen their mate. And it is nothing good, they can tell you that. Azazel then realizes just what Tannen trying to convey here. The rest also realize it soon enough. Azazel. Are you trying to tell us that they are already? Tannen. Indeed, they have already chosen their mate. You see that mark on their respective left and right hand. Tannen pointed towards the picture, and they all look towards Tio and Tilt hand, and they can see a mark just like the Etch Company logo. Tannen. That red mark symbolizes that they've already chosen their mate, and let me ask you this. Even though I don't know just how strong their mate husband is, do you think a strong individual like them both would choose someone that is weaker than them? When they heard Tannen words, they all shuddered and starting to have cold sweat, especially Azazel and Auden because of what they've just done. Thankfully there's only them in this room so it's safe. If Tio and Tilt's strength are already on par with them then what about their husband? This is no laughing matter. They don't want to earn the enmity of such strong individual, no thank you. Tannen nodded to himself after seeing that all of them realizes the dire situation they were in. As a fellow dragon, he hates it when someone else tries to mess with his fellow dragon. But Tannen felt something familiar when he sensed their mark aura, but he just can't put his fingers around it, just what is so familiar about it. Maybe he met them before but just forgot about it. Who knows, Tannen thought to himself. Surziches. Very well, I will arrange a meeting with the Etch CEO and try to find out just what is their true purpose. They all agreed to Surzich's proposal, and they conclude their meeting after that. Issei was making love to his wives for quite some time. And when they finally feeling exhausted from their lovemaking session, all his wives fell asleep just like that. Issei smiled gently seeing his wives, he tugs one of his wives in gently, and just when he's about to join her in the land of dreams, there are two intruders coming into their room. Both of them instantly jumped at Issei's embrace. Ice, my turn. Lilith next. Issei. Air. Office, Lilith. Wasn't today Forza's turn? Yes, the intruders are Office and Lilith. And both of them are not in their lowly form but in their adult form. They both are totally butt naked ready for the taking. Office. I won't take no for an answer. Lilith. Lilith as well. Both of Office and Lilith eyes are glistening with lust. Issei can only smile wryly seeing the duo Ouroboros dragon being like this. The reason why they became like this is all because of Irene. It all happened the very next day after Issei completed his bond with Forzalid. They both came into his room while he was asleep while in their adult form as well. It's too late to stop them because the moment he's awake from his sleep, Office has already put his dragon inside her. Issei thought she will cry from the pain or something, but her reaction is only a little frown before she started moving up and down with endless vigor that even made Issei become totally slack-jawed. Lilith was watching Office's action from the side ready to copy her other half action it seems. When Issei asked Office just who told her to do this and who taught her this move, they both told him at the same time that it's Irene. So Issei knows that this is Irene's fault after that. He can only sigh bitterly at Irene mischievous side. Ever since then both Office and Lilith got totally hooked on having sex with him that both of them almost come to his room every day. Issei gave Irene an accusing look, but she only feigns ignorance whenever he does that. The other girls tried to talk some sense into them, but it's useless because all they respond with is, but it feels really good doing it with Issei. Why should we stop? Hearing their answer the other girls can only smile wryly because they totally agree with them. It indeed feels extremely good when they're making love with Issei. So they can only give up on telling them to stop, but they told Office and Lilith to take turns. They both nodded at that condition, but it doesn't take long before both of them do what they're currently doing. They indeed don't bother Issei and the other girls when they're having sex, but the moment they finish their lovemaking session, both Office and Lilith will barge into the room and demand for their turn next. Just like now. Issei. Fine. But let's do it in your room because Forz needs to get some rest. Issei can only relent to their demand because they won't stop until they get what they want. Both of them nodded with a victory smile, and then they went to their room. And Issei continued his lovemaking session with Office and Lilith this time around. Forzalit was awake when they entered the room, but she's already got used to their antics, so she only rolls her eyes at them before going back to sleep. Chapter 76. I knew it, you're good at this kind of thing. To do this, with only your mouth. I wanted to be the one to teach you something. Hey, watch where you're touching, huh? Issei. It's not a good idea to let your body get cold, so I'm warming it up, shishu. At this moment, both Scathach and Issei is in a large warm bath. Scathach. Ha, ku. Bakadeshi. It is quite right now, and they are alone together. Their bodies are pressed up against each other's to keep warm. Issei has already defeated Scathach, and she asked Issei to take her virginity while they're in the bath. They continued their love-making session, but up to date, Scathach is the weakest on this area because she can only stand 3 rounds with Issei. It's not that her endurance isn't good or anything. But it's just that her body is extremely sensitive compared to your average woman. Probably because of all the training she has done. After they were done, Scathach sulked for the entire day at her room. In her defense she said that it's Issei's fault for being too good, not hers. The other girl sweated her statement. Issei can only smile wryly because he never thought that she would be that sensitive. Just when Michael and the others about to leave the room they heard a sudden voice coming out of nowhere. You all don't need to arrange a meeting with the CEO, because that won't be necessary with me being here. They all became alerted and hastily turned around towards the source of the voice. They saw an absolutely beautiful woman with a tall height, voluptuous body with thickly braided bow-adorned scarlet hair. Her 2 front braids have 2 golden ornaments near the upper sections, and she also wears red lipstick. She has beautiful green eyes. For clothing, she dons a risque version of the typical witch's garb. Her black top has a diamond-shaped opening, exposing the middle of her breasts, which has a red heart mark that covered with dragon's wing. That mark looks exactly like the Etch logo, but there's a mini queen crown at the middle of the mark. Additionally, she also wears an elongated black loincloth with the same logo of the Etch company emblazoned on its front, having white borders on its edges and being connected to another cloth piece with the very same heart-shaped design. She also wears black thigh-high boots with heels that have a white-colored border near the top and gloves of the same color and design, only having claw-like extensions. Her black witch's hat is much larger than her head and possesses dreadlock designs with white bandaging near its ends. It also has a fur lining near its edges. At this moment she's calmly sitting on one of the chairs with her legs crossed inside the room while observing them with a smirk on her gorgeous face. Surziches. Who are you? Surziches and co had a cold sweat because they never realized just since when did this woman appeared here. Not a single one of them realizes it. None. Whether it be Auden himself or the others for that matters. Even though Auden and Azazel are quite perverted, they know which one they should leave or shouldn't, and the woman before them obviously belongs to the latter category. Me? You can call me Irene H. Bulsarian. And you don't need to introduce yourself to me because I know all of you. They all never heard her name before, but they notice something on her name. She also has the initial H on her name. Just like TOH, who's the CEO of the Etch company. And if their guess is right, she's also a dragon. They can also see that she has the same mark as Tio and Tilt, so they're quite certain about their guess. Irene, who has been observing them, could guess just what they're thinking right now just from looking at their face and eyes that keep glancing at her mark. She's very proud of her mark, it's a mark from her beloved Issei after all, so she's very conscious of it when someone is looking at it. Tannen. She's also a dragon. And also an extremely powerful one at that. Tannen whispered towards Surziches and co. We know that is what on Surziches and co mind when they heard Tannen words. Irene. Indeed, I am a dragon. Queen of dragons to be exact, and I'm also commonly known as the Scarlet Despair by my enemies. I also know you are formerly known as the Dragon King, Tannen the Blaze Meteor Dragon. Bold words, they thought, for calling herself as the Queen of Dragons, but she seems to have the power to back up her claim. Tannen. I see. It's quite a pleasure for meeting a strong dragon such as yourself, Bulsarian Sama. Irene. You can just call me Lady Irene. Tannen sweated a little, feeling Irene aura because she's really a strong dragon, perhaps on par with the Ouroboros dragon or even the Great Red himself. He can't tell for sure because she seems to be hiding her power, so he could only rely on his instinct, and his instinct is telling him to never fight this dragon before him or he will undoubtedly die. Queen of Dragons, huh? A fitting title, Tannen thought. Her aura also reminds him of someone. But he's not so sure about it because as far as he could remember, that person is a man, not a woman. Azazel. Then, we shall do just that. And if we may ask, what you mean by your words before about the Etch company? Irene. I meant what I said. It won't be necessary to arrange a meeting with Tio because we're fellow sisters, as in, we have the same husband. They all started to become even more curious and feeling a little bit of fear, thinking just who is this husband of theirs for having such strong women as his wives. Irene. I assure you that the Etch company doesn't have any evil intention for this world, so you don't need to worry. Azazel. Is there any proof for your claim? Azazel asked her if she has any proof for her claim, because they can't just blatantly trust someone they never met before. Irene. Proof. Ahahaha. Do you think I need to lie to the likes of you? Irene at first laughed at Azazel's question, but then she questioned him back while releasing her Emperor Hockey at the same time. When they felt her pressure, they instantly felt like they're being weighed down by a mountain. They know that she's the real deal and not some fake who act like they're strong, but actually not. Irene. So. Your answer. Azazel. We believes you. Surziches and co also nodded at Azazel's statement. They can only believe her because if she wanted to then she could have killed them all right here right now. Irene. Good to know. Only then Irene took back her pressure on them and they started having a cold sweat streaming down their whole bodies while breathing heavily. Irene. Oh, by the way, just so you know. My husband is even stronger than me. Much stronger. Phew. Their breathing stagnated when they heard her words, even though they could already guess that her husband could be stronger than her, they are still taken aback after knowing the truth. Azazel. I see. Then is there anything else that we could help you with? Irene. I've heard that you're planning to have a world-class rating game. Azazel Cup, was it? Who came up with that stupid name? Irene squinted her eyes at Azazel. Azazel. That would be me. Surziches and co take pleasure on Azazel's misfortune because it's his own idea for naming it the Azazel Cup. They would have laughed loudly if it wasn't for Irene being here right now. Irene. Well, no matter. I would like to participate in it. Azazel. Okay. Azazel was hesitant at first, but finally relented on letting her participate in the rating game. Irene. Don't worry, I won't be participating in the fight. I will only observe as the king, and if other participants able to defeat my peerage members, then you could announce that they've won. You have my word. Azazel. If we're allowed to know. Just how strong are your peerage members? Irene. Oh. They're around the same level as the four of you. That won't be a problem, right? Irene knows just why they're hesitant on letting her participate in the rating game, so she assures them that she won't directly participate in the rating game. But Azazel needs to know just how strong her peerage members will be. If their strength is the same as Irene, then they might as well declare their team as the winner right now. When Surziches and co heard her answers, their face started twitching a lot. Not to brag, but they're pretty sure there's not a lot of people in this world that is strong as them, alright. And here she is treating them like cabbage that can be found anywhere. Irene. But of course, if someone were to challenge me then I will gladly accept it. Azazel. That's perfectly reasonable. Irene. Then I believe we have come to an agreement. So do I still need to take the test to get my evil pieces? Irene jokingly asked them. Azazel. And no need. Then if you could follow us to get your evil pieces. What a joke, if a powerful being like herself still needs to take the test, then no one will be qualified to register in the rating game. Irene. Lead the way. Oh, you don't need to worry about your perversion just now towards Tio and Tilt, I won't be telling our husband about it. But be careful not to repeat your mistake, especially when our husband is around. He's quite the overprotective type you see, so if he saw you eyeing any of us with disrespectful gaze, then he might just kill you on the spot. I assure you that he will not hesitate to do so no matter who you are. Understand? Both Azazel and Aden nodded like a chicken pecking rice after hearing her words. Surziches and the others are holding their laughter when they saw both of them being reprimanded like this. Then they brought Irene toward the evil piece retrieval location. When they exited the room there was Grafia waiting for them outside. She sensed the strong aura Irene emitted before, so she hastily went towards the meeting room, only to be greeted by Surziches and co, along with a woman she never saw before. Grafia becomes wary of Irene, but after seeing the signal Surziches gave her, she stands down immediately. Irene is amused seeing Grafia now because she could tell that Grafia is apparently still a virgin. Sure, when she's still Drake she couldn't tell because she has no physical body, but now, she could tell a virgin when she sees one. And that made her curious just why Grafia is still a virgin, even though she's supposed to have already given birth to Milikas. There's no way she's like the Virgin Mary case. That would be hilarious, a holy devil, heh. She may be able to fool anyone else with her act, but she won't be able to tell an experienced woman like herself. Well, those experiences mostly comes from her peeking at Issei though. Well, just more things to investigate for later. Grafia is shortly briefed about Irene, and when she finds out that Irene is an extremely strong dragon she becomes taken aback, but soon her face reverted back to her usual calm face. Somehow her womanly intuition tells her that there's something amiss with Irene, but she couldn't exactly tell what it is. Along the way to the designated location, they become the center of attention. Not surprising since their party is consist of the 4 faction leader, and seeing the 4 leaders seem to be escorting a single woman is making them wondering just who she is. Irene otherworldly beauty also captures a lot of the male onlookers. Appearing from a bright blood-colored magic circle. A group of youths was seen. As the light dispersed, the group could clearly see the purple amethyst-colored sky. Amazed by the view, the men couldn't think of anything. They stared at it, ignoring their surroundings, a rookie mistake. Well everyone, we will go to the Bale Castle. It will be quick. Rias talked to everyone, purposely avoiding the question of why not going for them in her own territory. I can't go home to father and mother, not without ice. They will ask too many questions, and I don't wish to make them worry. Rias thought to herself. Thanks brother for making a deal to let us come to the Bale territory without any trouble. Rias thanked her older brother. Unknown to her, the reason he did this was to spare his parents from the ugly truth that he knew they would discover if they saw the men next to her daughter and her peerage. So he decided to make a deal with Zekrom Bale and ask for his sister to come to his territory without passing through all the stops and barriers. Zekrom was curious, but he decided to agree with the deal. He had better things to do, and the Grimoire heiress wouldn't do anything serious inside his territory. Seeing the armored city they were currently at, her peerage soon discovered they were inside the main capital of the Bale territory. Gosha. The huge amount of people on the street were slightly shocked when they saw the magic circle as well as the people coming from it. The Grimoire heiress. An orc with a height of 10 feet or 3 meters said as he pointed at the woman with blood-colored hair. Why are they here? Another devil asked with a hand on his chin, curious about this occurrence. Did the Grimoire team came to get their pieces? A human warrior with leather armor and sandals said while in shock. Whispers were heard, but Rias and her team clearly ignored them. The men were too amazed by the city itself to notice these whispers. The city was the one Issei, in the past, had come to get his own pieces. Tall buildings painted in a distinct purple were at the sides, huge golden light poles were on the sidewalk lighting the streets. The purple sky could be seen completely, and even what it seemed to be a sun was present in the sky. The many buildings were perfectly built, just by looks alone one could guess that they were improved after the war. They were just like the ones in a normal human city, but with a touch of something special, something no one could understand. The men then stopped their daydreaming and looked at Rias. Before they could speak, she said. We need to go to the Bale Castle. My brother told me that the location where we can obtain the pieces for the tournament is there. The men nodded their heads. However, because they were with the Grimoire group, they caught the interest of the creatures around the street. Hey, who are they? A man with the build of a professional wrestler asked the woman at his side. She replied while shrugging her shoulders. No idea. But if they are with them, they should be important or powerful figures. She ran her hand across her orange-colored hair, her green eyes looking at them. Interesting. Another man said with a voice loud enough for all to hear. He had long ears and a green vest over a white shirt and green pants. He was oddly enough beautiful, not handsome. The Grimoire peerage began walking. Their destination was obviously the castle they could see in the distance. While walking, the girls kept smiles on their faces. The men, however, had a shocked look on their faces and eyes. Gathering the courage, Rias managed to ask Rias. Rias. What are they? He pointed at pretty much all of the population. She widened her eyes slightly but then giggled. Right. Forgot this was the first time you've seen other species. Her words made all the men freeze. She then continued explaining while walking on the grayish street, not minding their expressions in the slightest. Since the tournament is on a world scale, many different species came to the underworld for their pieces. She began explaining. The men nodded their heads. Thanks to that and the official treaty between factions, all of the supernatural world is gathered here. Rias spoke while moving her hips, catching the glances of many creatures on the street. They are probably touring around the city before going for the pieces for the tournament. However, my brother told me that it's not so simple to get the pieces. Rias told them while slowing down, the people in front of her opened a way so she could pass. It seems that there's a trial of sorts before you're allowed to get the pieces. This surprised everyone, including her peerage who didn't know the information. But since we're well known, and almost everyone knows about the power of my team and peerage, we can skip the trial and directly get the pieces. She was proud of those words. Everyone hummed in agreement when she said those words. Then, Rias-san. What races came to the underworld? Little Hijama asked while walking in front of his brothers. About that. She started to look around. Then she decided to explain. Well, see those creatures that have green skin but closely resemble humans? She asked back. He just nodded. Those are orcs. The ones that stand above 5 meters. Those are gigants. Probably from the Norse due to their blue skin. She kept talking. Then ones that have pointy ears are elves, extremely beautiful in appearance. They are from the Celtic pantheon. The ones of the three biblical factions have white or black feathered wings, or like us devils that have horns, tails, or other special appendixes. The men nodded in awe. They looked around and saw the many races she described. Every time they saw someone else they held a bit of fear in their hearts. Of course, many more species are here. But I can't count them all. Rias finished her explanation. As she finished explaining, she saw the castle just ahead. She turned her head around and talked to her peerage. "Everyone be ready. We just arrived," she told them. The men just stood in frozen awe at the sight of the castle. As if made out of gold, it stood with undescribed arrogance right in the center of the whole capital of Gosha. Purple flags with the symbol of the Bale clan were on all of its sides. A huge line could be seen at the main entrance, right towards the gate. They, however, skipped all of that and walked past everyone. The ones in line saw them but held their tongues back. They could recognize the Grimoire heiress anywhere. Rias proudly walked in front of everyone. She moved her hips hypnotically, managing to steal many glances of the male population due to her provocation. Her queen was just behind her. A gentle smile on her face as both of her hands was in front of her body, pressing her breasts and showing them to all. Managing to get a few noses bleeds from some perverts. The rest of the women were similarly the same. In a sense, they decided to show everyone their beauty. It seems that this habit was thanks to Rias. As they reached the gate, the guards didn't move. They were seemingly frozen due to shock. Then Rias spoke. "I'm Rias Grimoire, heiress to the house of Grimoire. I came to get the pieces for the world tournament." Arrogance was on her words, and pride was excluded off of her body. The men just stood at the center of their little group, completely silent and hoping for the best. The soldiers at the gate widened their eyes, but soon acted for what they trained them for. "Grimoire-sama. Please come with us." The three soldiers, two males and a female, told the heiress. "HN." She hummed in agreement as she crossed her arms under her chest. A proud pose, of course. Then the female soldier separated herself from the rest and began to guide them. As they crossed the gate, they saw the castle and a building that was mainly conformed out of window panes on its left side. "Grimoire Princess, that's the building where the tests are being held at. However, due to your achievements in the past, you're exempted from doing them." She was walking rather fast. "I'll guide you to the top," she told her as she opened the door of the building. Everybody followed after her. After a little more than 10 minutes, the peerage reached the last floor of the entire glass building. The soldier quickly dismissed herself and left them to walk the last staircase. Once on top, they saw the silhouette of a very big man. He wore a form-fitting, short-sleeved black t-shirt and black pants with red lines at the sides. He also had a pair of sports sneakers that were brown with the same red lines. Both of his arms were crossed, and he was focusing his sight on a big machine twice his own size. Rias, the moment she saw him, widened her eyes in shock, thinking of her misfortune in meeting him here. The man felt the gazes of people behind him and turned his head around, looking over his shoulder. The moment he saw Rias, his eyes gained a happy glint and a smile adorned his face. After that, he fully turned around and started to walk in her direction. "Rias. Look, how coincidental finding each other here." The man with a huge build and purple eyes said to her with a cheerful voice. "Seraerg. Yes, what a coincidence," she said while some sweat fell down her cheek. "Haha. It seems you also came for your pieces, Rias. The tournament will definitely be something else." Seraerg smiled at her, then he looked behind her. When the men saw the huge warrior in front of them, they retreated in fright. He excluded the presence of an unclimbable wall, an obstacle they couldn't hope to overcome. What a powerful presence. He's on a completely different level, Ryuji thought while looking at the man in question. The three brothers couldn't even look straight at him. They were completely petrified due to his own presence. His natural presence was more than enough to stop them in their tracks. The last of the males lifted his head and looked into the eyes of the man, scared when he saw a fire burning brightly inside of them. He could have sworn that his eyes held an indomitable spirit. "And, who are they?" he asked while looking at the males. This unnerved the entire female peerage, but Rias acted extremely quick. "They are sacred gears possessors that were staying in my territory. Due to some reasons, we decided to train them so that they could fight against any possible threat," she told him with seriousness. "Even though peace is in sight, one never knows, and we rather not have another possible hero faction." Ria's voice was calm and logical. Seraerg felt that something was off, but since he didn't exactly find something wrong with her explanation, he let it slide. "Oh. I see. Well, it's definitely better to have more people on our side." He smiled at his comment. He was extremely friendly. "Oh." He remembered something. "Where are my manners? My name is Seraerg Bale." He smiled while placing both hands on his hips. The men finally understood who was in front of them. They were shocked and couldn't reply to his introduction. The only one that said something was Ryuji, who mumbled in a low voice. "The strongest youth in the underworld," he muttered, but Seraerg managed to hear him. Hahaha. I once was, but not anymore. His voice sounded melancholic. That title belongs to someone else. However, one day I'll get it back. He finished explaining with determination clearly present in his voice. Sadly for Sererg, that day will never come because his target is already out of his reach in this lifetime. Hijama then said a name that was inside all the males' heads. Hi do Issei. His voice seemed hollow as if he wasn't believing his own words. Huh. Seems that you know. Glad, he replied. Yes, Hi do Issei has that title. Hahaha. I truly wish to fight against him again. He was ever cheerful. Cough. Cough. Rias intervened by faking a cough. She didn't want him to say or ask anything else. She couldn't risk anything right now. By the way, where's Hi do Issei? This caused everyone to freeze. Rias swiftly replied. Ice is in his house. He decided to use all the time he could to improve. Kiba is sparring with him. She explained with a tired face. Ha. They just keep going at it. A hand was against her head and a small smile on her lips, a nice touch in the end to keep appearances. Ha 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 ha. He was amused by this. I understand. So I better keep going at it. Sererg kept laughing loudly, causing the girls to release a breath they didn't know they were holding. The men didn't understand this but kept their silence. In a way, they did understand why the girls didn't want anybody else to know that the Elkyote was missing. It could cause problems on a major scale. After all, according to the girls, he was quite important for many factions. If rumors begin to spread about his disappearance, then a mess of huge proportions will be made. Sererg Sama, the pieces are ready. Their thoughts were stopped by a sudden voice. Congratulations. You obtained a mutated rook. A scientist said while giving him a black briefcase. Sererg was slightly shocked but quickly started to laugh. Excellent news. Ha ha ha. He obviously was quite satisfied. With this, he could switch Regulus and use the rook on him. The scientist then looked at the rest present. He was frozen solid when he saw that blood-colored hair. Rias-sama. I didn't know that you're here, my apologies. He bowed with his whole body. Don't worry. She dismissed his apology. Could we begin the process? She asked with a smile on her face. Of course. He nodded. Please, this way. He pointed with his left hand at the side of the machine. Sererg stood there with the briefcase in his right hand. He wanted to ask something to the scientist, but he decided to wait until Rias was done with this. The scientist walked closer to the machine. The apparatus was a huge metallic box of more than 3 meters in height and many different components all around it. It was black in color with silver-colored pieces of metal. He then pointed at a small gate at the side of them. It was circular in shape and looked quite plain. Please, Rias-sama, create a ball of demonic power and insert it here. He said and pointed at the circular gate. HN. She nodded her head, and then a reddish-black ball filled with her signature trait appeared on top of her hand. She then walked closer to the machine and inserted it in the gate the scientist pointed at. Soon, just like in a vacuum, it was sucked inside the machine. Many different noises were heard from the machine. Cutting, folding, breaking, melting, and some were not capable of being described with words alone. Sererg just walked at her side and stood next to her. His briefcase was against his left leg and his arms were crossed in front of his chest. He decided to patiently wait with his cousin. He was also curious about the result of her pieces. After no more than 5 minutes, the machine stopped making noises and just expelled a bit of gray smoke from its top. Rias was happy when she saw this. She finally could get her pieces and enter the tournament. She was also happy about being free from the questions of the scientist. They were a bit annoying and tedious, but she understood what they were for. However, the name for her team baffled her for some time. She was unsure about how to name it. But then, as always, she decided to name it after her clan and of course, after herself. She decided to go with Team Rias Gremory. Sererg laughed at her naming sense. He never quite understood why she names everything after oneself. But he kept silent about that and said that he named his team Imperial Purpure. While pouting, due to his comment, Rias received the same black briefcase as Sererg. Congratulations, Rias-sama. You received a mutated bishop. The scientist smiled. This is amazing, so many mutation pieces in so little time. The old man with white hair and a lab coat said with clear excitement. Sererg then decided to ask his question. By the way, what's with the emotion for the mutated pieces? Are they that rare? His question shocked the old man. Of course. He said seriously. Until now just very few teams have received them. And the leaders of them are ridiculous. Gods of the highest order, the current Hakuryuko, and a rather special case. The amount of wielders with U2 doesn't exceed 10, barely reaching 7. A single mutated piece is already ridiculous. His words piqued the interest of Sererg. So, are there teams that have more than one? His words shocked everyone present, of course, only the young ones. Yes. there have been those occurrences. The scientist replied. Who were they? Rias asked while the rest of her peerage listened intently. Even the men accompanying them were also paying attention. Until now the ones with two pieces were Shiva-sama and Indra-sama. Really ridiculous. Those words didn't shock the devils, but the humans were a completely different story. Indra. Shiva. The king of gods and the god of destruction. Ryaji had cold sweat all over his back. Of course he knew about those two. The strongest gods of the Hindu faction. Ryudra was amazed at those words. He turned his head around and looked at his brother, who had the same look like him. Little Hijama was astonished. He couldn't even think properly when those names were mentioned. The same was with Ken. However, an obvious drop of sweat was visible in his cheek falling to the ground. Ha. So 2 of the top 10, huh? No wonder. Sererg smiled fiercely, he liked the sound of that. Murmur, murmur. Just when they were thinking about the top 10 strongest, they heard a loud murmur coming from the entrance. And when they look over they saw Sursages and Co coming towards them. Rias. Oani-sama. Azazel-sensei. Irina. And Michael-sama. Rias, who saw Sursages and Co, felt a little surprised, and the same goes for her peerage members, especially the men, because they're really nervous being in front of the 4 faction leaders again. But something else catches their eyes. They saw an extremely beautiful woman that manages to make them completely frozen stiff because of how beautiful she is. Even Sererg felt amazed by her beauty. Some men drooled and even had a massive nosebleed after seeing her. Rias also saw the woman who's with them and felt threatened after seeing her gorgeous face. Even she has to admit that this woman is clearly much more beautiful than her. The same goes for the other girls when they saw this newcomer. And when they saw their boyfriend's captivated face they become even warier towards her. This woman is obviously Irene, and when Irene saw Rias and Co, she squinted her eyes at them. And there's disgust and despise inside her eyes. When she realizes the lustful and greedy gaze Ryuji and Co giving her, she glared at them, and that makes them felt terror and fear. They hastily averted their faces down, while their bodies are trembling in fear, and cold sweat are pouring down from their whole bodies. Sererg also felt pressured after sensing Irene gaze, but he only sweats a little, and unlike Ryuji and Co, he felt exhilarated for some reason, probably because his battle maniac side is kicking in. But Irene isn't exactly aiming at Sererg though, it just happens that he's nearby Ryuji and Co. She knows Sererg quite well after all, and she quite respects his personality to a certain extent. Grafia, who has been observing them, felt really disappointed towards Rias and Co. Just what did they see in these men? Even Issei doesn't act like them when he's faced with stronger beings than him, and there's greed included in their eyes when they saw a beautiful woman, while in Issei's eye, it's mostly appreciation. And she's also wondering why does this lady Irene seem to despise Rias and Co. Rias. Who is this, Ani-sama? Rias hastily asks Sursages because for some reason she felt extreme trepidation when she's feeling Irene gaze on her. Sursages. This is our honored guest who wants to participate in the upcoming rating game. Her name is Irene. Let's skip the pleasantries, Sursages Lucifer, and just let me get my pieces. Before Sursages could introduce her name to Rias and Co, Irene instantly cut off his words. Irene felt disgusted being near Rias and Co, and if she were to spend more times around them, she's afraid that she won't be able to hold herself from just killing them now outright. Everyone become dumbfounded after seeing how disrespectful she is towards the Mayu himself. Rias. How dare why? Sursages. Certainly Lady Irene. Rias was about to reprimand Irene for being so disrespectful towards her Ani-sama, but Sursages, who saw that, hastily cut off her words because he doesn't want Rias to earn Irene ire. Azazel. This way, please. Azazel hastily does a follows up after Sursage finishes his words. Irene. Then Irene calmly walks towards the machine and does the same thing just like Rias did before, but the way she carries herself is even more awe-inspiring and much more beautiful compared to Rias. Every step she took makes the onlookers' men heartbeat thump along with it. She never shows off her beauty like Rias and Co did, it's her natural charisma and charm. The other onlookers who saw how respectful Sursages and Co towards becomes totally dumbfounded once again. And their curiosity about Irene just become bigger than ever because for the 4 faction leaders themselves to treat her with this much respect can only mean that she's an extremely important figure. Rias. Oani-sam. Rias was about to say something else, but Sursages beat her to it. Sursages. Rias, not now. Be respectful of our guest. That's an order. Michael. You as well, Irina. Azazel. The same goes for the rest of you brats. Auden. It would be wise to follow our advice for now. Azazel and Auden also give their advice towards Rias and Co. Tannen doesn't speak all this time because he's been observing Ryuji and Co. He's suspicious about them because they seem to have Rias and Co scent on their bodies. And for some reason, he's unable to like Ryuji and Co. at all. Weird. Finally, Rias and Co can only obey their words because the faces they're making right now is really serious. After Irene input her magic power inside the machine, she needs to wait for the 5 minutes timer to come, so in the meanwhile the scientist asked her respectfully just what her team name would be. Irene. Let's go with Dragon Nest. Scientist. You understood. There is not a single confusion can be found inside Surzich's and Co mind when they heard her team name, because it's really quite fitting. Even Tannen nodded to himself after hearing it. But the others are quite confused about why she named her team with that name. They still don't know that Irene is a dragon after all. If they knew her title, then they won't be as confused. After the 5 minutes has passed, the machine shakes fiercely, and then there's a red smoke coming out from its top. The scientist hurriedly retrieves the evil pieces, but the result makes them completely stupefied. Everyone is confused about why the scientist suddenly stopped moving. Surzich's. What's wrong? Why you suddenly stopped moving altogether? Only after the scientist heard Surzich's voice did he started moving again. Scientist. That. The evil pieces are. All of the evil pieces are mutated pieces. After the scientist finished his words, the whole area went completely silent. Irene. Not bad. But only Irene alone that found that it's extremely normal. Not bad. Not bad your head. Even until now there was never a record of anything like this, not even close. The highest number of mutated pieces that can be found in a single peerage is 2. And even just 1 mutated piece is already rare enough, but for you to only say, not bad after that is completely a slap to the other mutated piece owner face. If all 16 pieces are mutated can only be called not bad, then what about the one that only has 1 or 2 mutated pieces? Garbage. Trash. That's what on everyone's mind right now, but of course they won't dare to say that out loud. The reason Irene pieces turned out like this is because her soul is connected with Issei, so her magic power she input to the machines just now is indirectly influenced by Issei as well. Rias and Co face went completely pale after seeing all of Irene evil pieces is mutated. Ryuji and Co almost pass out after hearing that all of Irene pieces are mutated. How do you expect them to fight such an anomaly? Is this some kind of bad joke? Are they dreaming right now? Little Hijama pinched himself lightly to see if it hurts, and it is. Obviously, since this is not a dream. All of the onlookers who were planning to get to know Irene hastily erased that thought because it will be a suicide if they somehow were to displease her in any way. Rias at first wanted to say that maybe the machine is broken, but after seeing Surzich's gaze on her, she took back her words right away. Sarah's eyes are wide open in shock. He never thought such a gorgeous woman he just met turned out to be a complete anomaly. Now he knows that there's always a sky above the sky. Azazel. See congrats, Milady. As expected of you. Auden. Oh ho ho ho, this old man congrats you as well, Milady. Azazel and Auden hastily gave Irene their compliment because they are feeling really afraid right now. Just now they were caught red-handed leering at Tio and Tilt, and even though Irene said she won't be telling her husband it's better to be safe than sorry. So they hastily give her their best compliment. They don't care about their image at all right now because their lives are on the line. Surzich's and Co can only sweat seeing both of them acting like this, not that he could blame them because they would have done the same if they were in their shoes, but they still need to congrats Irene regardless. It's not that they don't have their own pride, but it would be very stupid and embarrassing if the reason they died is because of they ogled at someone else's wives. Surzich's and Michael. Congratulations, Milady. Irene. Yumu, thank you for the compliment. After responding to their compliment, Irene took the briefcase that has her evil pieces from the trembling scientist's hands. Irene. Then I believe my business here is done for now. Surzich's. Allow us to send you out. Irene. No need. Snap. Surzich's offered to deliver Irene out, but she refuses right away, and then she opens a dimensional rift with a snap of her fingers. Her action makes them all taken by surprise once again. Irene. Then, I will see you all again at the rating game. Surzich's and Co hastily nodded to her words. After giving stare of disgust towards Rias and Co one last time, Irene enters the rift. Rias for some reason felt really uncomfortable being gazed like that by Irene. The others don't notice the stare Irene gave Rias and Co, only Grafia seems to notices it. She wonders just how and when did Rias ever provoke Irene. Surzich's and Co exhaled a sigh of relief when Irene finally left. They felt really nervous when she's around. Rias. Who was that, Ani-sama? Rias asks Surzich's because she's really curious about Irene. Surzich's. That woman was. Back at Issei's mansion, Rasuius climbed the stairs and headed towards Issei's room straight away. She needed to get some rest after her training with Kiba. But when she entered Issei's room she notices there's someone else inside. She instantly becomes alerted and hastily draws her weapon. Rasuius. Who are you? Inside Issei's room, Rasuia saw a cute and petite girl with dark hair tied into a ponytail by a big red ribbon. She's wearing a black outfit that shows a lot of skin, probably for easier mobility. There's a small golden bell attached to her collar, and at her neck, there's a red mark of the Etch logo. She's currently standing in front of Issei's bed with both of her hands on her hips. But what attracts Rasuia's attention the most is the cat ear and tail she possesses. Rasuia. A Nekashu? No, her aura seems different compared to the Nekashu I know. Rasuia mumbled lowly to herself. The girl is currently inspecting Rasuia from top to bottom. Her yellow eyes are shining brightly in the dark, just like that of a cat eye. But her eyes seem to hold more of dominating aura inside it. Are you the one who's called Rasuia? The girl finally asked her. Even though Gurugura already saw the picture of Rasuia given by Irene, she still needs to make sure. Who knows if Rasuia has a twin or something? Rasuia. Why do you ask? And you still haven't answered my question as well. Who are you? And what are your purpose for being here? Rasuia obviously won't just tell someone she never met her name just like that. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Gurugura, and I'm here to get you if you're indeed the one called Rasuia. Rasuia. A kidnapping. Gurugura. Kidnapping. No, I will never do something like that unless the other party is evil, or I'm told to do so. Gurugura shakes her head and hands toward Rasuia, denying her claim. Rasuia. Then why do you want to get me? Gurugura. Aha. So you're indeed the one called Rasuia. Rasuia unintentionally let a slip up when she's talking with her. Damn, I messed up. Rasuia thought inside her head, and she prepared for any incoming attack by Gurugura, now that she knows that she's indeed the one called Rasuia. But even after waiting for a while, Gurugura still hasn't moved at all from her position. Gurugura. You don't need to be so wary, you know. Gurugura told Rasuia while her face seems like it's telling the latter that she indeed doesn't have anything to worry about. Rasuia. Sorry, but I can't just trust the words of someone I've never met before, even if the other party is only a small-looking girl. Gurugura. Hehehe, good point. Gurugura scratched her cheek while smiling wryly to herself. Rasuia thought that Gurugura seems a little gullible. Then Gurugura smiled brightly at Rasuia before started speaking once again. Gurugura. Well, let me reintroduce myself. My full name is Gurugura Haidu, a dragon, and I'm one of Ice Nai wives. Nice to meet you, Rasuia ni. Ehehe. Chapter 77. When Rasuia heard Gurugura words she becomes completely stupefied. What did she say? Haidu? Ice Nai. She automatically ignores the part where Gurugura said that she's one of Issei's wives, because that doesn't matter to Rasuia. What matter for her right now is about Issei himself. Rasuia. What did you just say? Did you say your last name was H. Haidu? Rasuia asked with a voice tinged with hope because she is feeling afraid if she just misheard Gurugura words. Gurugura. HNN. Yup. Ice Nai allowed me to use his last name. Gurugura affirmed her words. Rasuia. Are you really telling the truth? Can you really bring me to Issei's place? Gurugura. Aha, I never lied before. Rasuia. Then take me to him, please. I beg you. She instantly begged Gurugura, even though the latter is clearly younger than her. Rasuia knows what she's doing is extremely stupid, but she wanted to see Issei so much that she almost went mad from her desire to meet Issei once again. The moment she heard Issei's name she totally let her guard down, and if Gurugura is not who she claims to be, then Rasuia might be in grave danger. But thankfully Gurugura is telling the truth. Rasuia doesn't really care about anything else at this point, she's truly desperate wanting to meet Issei and tell him what she wanted to say after all this time. To say that she loves him and will never leave his side nor even betray him, unlike Rias and co. Gurugura. Sure. Gurugura smiled at Rasuia, who seems so desperate to meet Issei once again. She thought that Rasuia is indeed a good girl, just like she thought from hearing Ice Nai's story about her. Well, and also from the information they have gathered so far. And soon both Rasuia and Gurugura disappears from Issei's old room. It never crosses Rasuia's mind to leave a message or anything else for that matter, because she doesn't care about anything else but Issei at this point. After Rias and co finished hearing about Irene's true identity, they become totally dumbfounded. Ha. Sererg sighed and looked at everyone. Well everyone, it has been a pleasure seeing you again. But I need to train. His voice had some unknown strength. It seems that this tournament is going to be quite difficult. No. Extremely difficult. He lifted the briefcase, swung it across his back, and began walking towards the stairs. Everyone stared at him as he waved back at them without looking back. Rias then decided to do the same as Sererg. The Etch company and that lady Irene they just talked about gave her a very bad feeling. Well everyone, we need to leave. She said as she cleared her mind from all of those thoughts. She said her regards toward Serziches and co, and then she created the magic circle to leave this place, the same as the one they used to come. All of them was silently trying to digest the information, so they mechanically walked towards the circle. Rias could understand them, a powerful enemy was inside the tournament and she gave all of them an impending sense of doom. They never thought that woman they just met before is a dragon, a queen of dragons so she claims. But thankfully from what Serziches and co told them, she won't be directly participating, so they still had a chance. Or so she thought. Serziches doesn't tell them that Irene Peerage members will be as strong as them, the 4 factions leaders, because he doesn't want to make Rias and co feeling depressed more than she is now. Another mistake made by Serziches, he spoiled Rias too much. Unlike how Issei spoil his wives, the way Serziches spoil his little sister is the bad kind of spoiling. Complete opposite on how Issei spoil his wives. Rias just couldn't understand why she felt uneasy at the mention of the dragon. Was it because of her own missing dragon? Issei. She thought as she looked at the lab ceiling. After some seconds the magic circle flashed with intense light and they all left the top floor of the building. Deciding to go back to Issei's home. When they arrived back at Issei's home, there's someone sitting on the sofa with a serious face on her face. Kiba can be found standing nearby that woman. That woman is a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, long black hair with split bangs, and hazel gold eyes with cat-like pupils. She wears a black kimono, but unlike the old kimono she used to wear, it covers more skin this time around. The person who becomes surprised the most is Kaneko because the woman who has been sitting on the sofa is her elder sister, Kuroka. Kiba at this moment only closed his eyes, and even though there are some bandages around his arm from the spar he had with Rasuius, he still looks calm enough. Ryuji and Ko once again become captivated seeing another stunning woman, they thought it must be their lucky day for being able to see one beautiful woman after another. But that lady Irene just now is out of their reach, so they instantly forget having any ideas about her. When they were about to ask Rias and Ko just who is this beautiful woman as they heard her speak first. Kuroka. So what I've heard is indeed true. Is this your choice, Shirin? Kaneko. Ke Kuroka one Isama. Kaneko body trembled slightly feeling Kuroka's gaze on her. Kuroka is being very serious right now that even her usual Naya at the end of her words can't be heard at all. The whole room becomes tense from the glare Kuroka is giving Kaneko right now. Even Ryuji and Ko don't dare to speak at this moment. Rias. It's good to see you again, Kuroka, what brings you? Kuroka. Quiet, Rias Gremory. I'm talking with my sister right now. Rias tried to break the ice, hoping that they can break the current tension which made all of them feel very uncomfortable. But before Rias was able to finish her words, Kuroka instantly cut her off. Rias flinched slightly hearing how cold Kuroka's voice right now, and that manages to shut her up good. Kuroka. I'll ask again. Is this your final choice, Shirin? You choose this boy over him? Kuroka asked Kaneko once again, and the latter body started trembling even fiercer after hearing Kuroka's question. Kaneko. I'm not choosing Hijama over him. Kaneko answered with a stutter. Rias and Ko know what Kuroka meant by him, is Issei himself. They all averted their face downwards feeling ashamed and guilty because Kuroka's question is indirectly directed at them as well. Kuroka. Oh? Then tell me. Why this boy have your special scent all over him? Kaneko. Kaneko doesn't know how to answer Kuroka's question. Is she supposed to say it's because she keeps hugging him all the time? Rias and Ko might not know this, but a Nekashu can emit a special scent to mark their territory or to mark the opposite gender they're interested in. And Hijama body reeks of Kaneko's scent, so Kuroka can tell right away that their relationship is anything but normal. Kuroka. I've heard enough. I'm indeed your big sister, but I have no rights to directly interfere with your life. You've already grown up. You don't need my protection any longer, you can make your own choice. If this is indeed your choice, then so be it. Saying so Kuroka calmly stands up from the couch. Kuroka. You all seem to forget what he has done for all of you. But I will not. I will only choose him and only him in this life of mine. I hope you all are happy with your current choice. Goodbye and have a nice day. Every word Kuroka said felt like it stabbed directly into the depths of Rias and Kohart and they all started tearing up soon after. They don't have anything to say in return because they indeed forgot what he has done for them all. They can only hope after Issei heard their explanation he can understand and forgive them in the process. Knowing him, he must be able to understand, Rias thought inside her mind. Kuroka then used her teleportation magic after giving them all one last look of disgust and disappointment, she then disappeared from Issei's home. When Kuroka disappeared Rias instantly glared at Kiba, but before she can speak a single word out, Kiba already beat her to it. Kiba. I swear that I have nothing to do with this, Rias but you. Kuroka-san just suddenly appeared in here and has been silently sitting at the sofa ever since, and she also won't tell me just what is her purpose for visiting. Then if you'll excuse me, I'm still tired from the spar I had with Rasuya-sensei. Kiba bowed towards Rias and Co and excused himself from the room. He indeed doesn't have anything to do with any of this. Kuroka just appeared and accidentally met him when he's about to return to his room. She asked him where's Kaneko is, then he told them she's out with Rias to get her evil pieces at the underworld. After that, Kuroka just sat down at the sofa in the living room and waited on until Rias and Co came back home. Rias got nothing to say once again because she knows that Kiba is not that kind of person. They can only get even more depressed after being reprimanded by Kuroka, especially Kaneko, who appeared to lost half of her soul when Kuroka left. Her eyes look hollow and she keeps looking down while shedding some tears. Hijama and Ravel tried to cheer her up, but to no avail. She's unresponsive towards everything, and before long she started walking to the direction of her own room. Ryuji and Co asked the girls just who was that just now and just who was he she was talking about. Then Rias started explaining Kuroka's identity to them, but they kept about him a secret, saying it's just someone they knew. They still don't realize that Rasuya has already left them as well to reunite with the man she truly loves. Back at Kuroka. She appeared at somewhere unknown, but she's not alone. There's someone else is waiting for her over there. It's a tall and extremely beautiful woman with red hair and slightly tanned skin. Her body is also very voluptuous as well. At this moment she's standing in front of Kuroka with both of her hands crossed behind her back. So, do you think I'm telling the truth now? That person asked Kuroka calmly when she appeared in front of her once again. Kuroka. Yes, I totally believe you now. It's hurt to admit it, but it's true. My little sister forgot the man who loves her dearly and repeatedly saved her time and time again just like that. He even reconciled our sisterhood, but this is how she repays him. Sigh. Kuroka's face went downcast right away, even her cat ears slumped down after knowing the ugly truth. She remembered the gaze Ryuji and Co giving her and feels disgusted because she knows that gaze wherever she went. It's the greedy and lustful gaze of a man. Sure, Issei also a pervert himself, but his gaze doesn't include lustful greed in it. It's mostly appreciation and she likes that side of him a lot. While most men she met before only tried to get inside her pants. She can also tell that boy named Hijama is a complete coward. The only thing he got going for him is his face and that's about it. He looks like a complete pushover as well. Sigh. Just what did her little sister sees in that boy? So stupid, Kuroka thought to herself. She's extremely disappointed at Kaneko. Then, your choice. Will you be coming with me or will you choose to stay? It's completely up to you. I'm only ordered to inform you about your sister and to offer you if you're willing to come with me. Her face is still calm while she's asking Kuroka once again. Kuroka. I'm coming with you. What you've been telling me so far is already proven true and you clearly have the strength to instantly subdue me if you ever wish to. So I don't see any reason why you will be tricking me to come with you. Please take me to his place. Good choice. My lord is indeed not wrong about you. You are clearly more loyal and smarter compared to your little sister. Although your current strength is kind of weak, it can be fixed with some intensive training. The woman smirked at Kuroka. She appreciates Kuroka a little because from their investigation about Kuroka, the report said that she's improving herself so she can stay by her lord's side. And as for that woman named Yusaka and her daughter Kunu, they're practically in the bag already at this point from their investigation on them. While regarding the woman named Serafal and Gabriel, they seem pretty decent from their investigation so far. The same goes for that girl called Lafay Pendragon. Kuroka. Thank you for your compliment. Then may I know your name now? You never told me when we first met after all. Very well. My name is Millet Haidu, a black dragon. I'm one of my beloved lord wives. And my lord name is Issei Haidu, the current supreme overlord of the netherworld and also the true crimson dragon god of domination. Millet smiled proudly at Kuroka after introducing herself. She's very proud of who she is after all. Kuroka becomes dumbfounded because she never thought that the person she just met recently turned out to be one of Issei's wives. And she said Issei is the current supreme overlord and also a true crimson dragon god of domination. It seems that her beloved Ice has been busy Naya. Millet appeared a day ago at Kuroka's room in Kyoto and informed her of Kaneko's wrongdoings during these past few months. And when she first heard it she obviously doesn't trust Millet, but then Millet told her to see it for herself if she doesn't believe her. And Kuroka does just that. The moment she smells Kaneko's special scent on that boy named Hijama, she knew what Millet has been telling her before, it's all true all along. She's very disappointed towards Kaneko, but there's nothing she could do since it's her own choice. Sure, Rias and Co might have influenced her a bit, but in the end, it's her own choice. Millet. Then let's go. We better not waste any more time than needed, I still need to train so I can serve my lord better. Kuroka. Agreed. They both smiled at each other because they have the same mentality, which is to become much better so they can stay at Issei's side. Then both of them disappears from the spot soon after. Kuroka isn't too worried about Yusaka and Ko looking for her because Millet has already told her that she will be able to return here whenever she wants. At the moment, Issei is inside his working room, he's signing the paperwork that needs his approval. By his side, there's Meryl, which was one of Forzilet's trusted aide before, now she's one of Issei's aide who helped him handling some of the paperwork. At first, she was skeptical with Issei because he's suddenly come out of nowhere and replaced Forzilet. The other aides also felt the same way as her. But when they saw Issei's strength and capabilities, they totally accepted him as the new supreme overlord without a single objection. They totally submit to him. Well, Toho, who was appointed to help Issei when he was a kid, already knows Issei, but he still doesn't know his capabilities back then. Forzilet's trusted aides consist of Toho, Meryl, Gorin, and Rakia. Gorin is a beast demon with a big frame. And he's quite straightforward, he just wants to see Issei's strength, and when Issei easily defeat him, he fully submits to Issei. Toho is more humanoid compared to Gorin, but he has two pointed horn on the side of his forehead. And he only needs to see the fight between Gorin and Issei to know that Issei is obviously stronger than him. While Rakia is quite special compared to the other three. She's a beautiful woman with curled light purple hair and pink colored eyes, there's a beauty mark under her left eye. She's wearing a custom-made maid outfit, it's dark blue colored with white apron and frill around her dark blue shirt. Her ears are also quite long just like the other Demonkin. Although she's working for Forzilet, she's also working for the Gungusker company, which is the biggest company in their world. And her standing on the company is the chairman itself. Her requirement to accept Issei as the new supreme overlord is that Issei needed to beat her in the business world, which is her most mastered field. And Issei did just that, although he took some time to learn business management and the likes. Rakia is probably the hardest one for Issei to make her completely submit because of her requirements. She's also a very strong woman, she was called the strongest woman in the Netherworld right after Forzilet herself after all. She admits that Issei is stronger than her in strength power, but she still needs to see if he has the brain for the Supreme Overlord position. In the end, Issei manages to pass her requirement with flying colors. Ever since then Rakia completely become devoted to Issei because he's the first one who manages to defeat her in this field. Even Forzilet herself never defeat her in this area, they only compromise with each other before this. Their vow when she's still one of the overlord back then was she will only marry someone who's able to defeat her both in strength and intelligence field. Until now, there's no one ever pass her test except for Issei. She retired being a overlord because she enjoys being the chairman of the Gungusker company more. And she's also got her heart stolen by Issei's prowess, she's not that moved when she saw Issei's devilishly handsome face, since she's quite the realistic woman after all. What use are a powerful strength and pretty face if they got no brains to back it up? She won't just judge someone by their face, that's one of the biggest principles she always follows. Never judge a book by its cover. And she becomes extremely successful by following that principle. She also becomes one of the most respected women in the world. Her influence and standing only below Forzilet herself. She's been waiting for a man with a caliber like Issei for a very long time, and she has finally found one. Meryl is standing on Issei's left side while Rakia is standing on his right, they both are watching his every single movement with undivided attention. They said when men are working seriously they become much more charming, and it is indeed true, they both thought. Issei also made Rakia and Meryl into her women when he saw how devoted they are towards him, and Forzilet herself told Issei to accept them because she's been preparing Meryl ever since she was small just for him. As for Rakia's case, Forzilet approves her capabilities without a doubt, so she sees no reason for rejecting such an outstanding woman. At first, Issei wasn't sure if he should accept them or not because he doesn't want any false love, but after spending some time with them he's finally able to fully accept them as well. On a side note, the Saintess trio from the Eve world, which is Silent, Burst, and Laurent, has also finally succeeded in gaining Issei's love. Silent is the most ecstatic of them all because her dream has finally come true, which is having a threesome with Croy and Issei. Both Croy and Issei sweated seeing her having a massive nosebleed during their lovemaking session. She even still has her poker face on when she's having that nosebleed, although her cheeks blush deeply. Laurent also felt really happy, while Burst might be feeling a little afraid during their first time, but after a while she finally able to enjoy the pleasure as well. Burst still a bit lazy, but it's better compared to how she was before, even Silent thought so as well. The three of them also became a dragon at some point. They along with Croy and Jean are called the Crimson Dragon Holy Saintess. Jalter chose to be called a witch instead of a saintess, so she refuses to be included in the saintess party, even though she also has holy element inside her. After a while, Issei has finally finished signing the paperwork. Issei. Are there any more paperwork that I needed to sign, Meryl, Rakia? Issei asked both Meryl and Rakia. Meryl. There is none, Issei-sama. Rakia. That is all of them, Issei-sama. Both of them answered with a gentle smile of their own. Then they carried their respective paperwork from the table. Issei. If there's any paperwork that needed to be signed, just come to me, no need to be hesitant. After all, Forz has already retired from doing this kind of stuff. Meryl and Rakia. Hi, Issei-sama. After that, Rakia gave the paperwork to her subordinates. Meryl excused herself while Rakia stayed by Issei's side like always. Rakia has basically become Issei's personal maid at this point, just like how Grafia seems to be around Surzich's all the time. But of course, if any of Issei's wives are present and they wanted to spend some time alone with him, Rakia will excuse herself until she's needed once again. Although Rakia is Issei's personal maid, she rarely serves any food for him because of Caillou, and Kinu requested her not to. They both saw themselves as Issei's personal chef after all. It's fine if Rakia serves some beverages or food once in a while when they're not available at the moment, but that case rarely ever happened because they often had dinner together as a whole family. The only time they weren't available is when they are searching for exotic food ingredients or when they are training. Rakia of course obeyed their request because she saw herself on lower standing compared to Semiramis and co. Although they already told her not to mind the standing, but to no avail. So they can only give up. They still see Rakia and co as fellow sister though, and Rakia and co are feeling grateful and respected them even more because of that. Issei closed his eyes while sitting on his chair, and Rakia quietly moved behind him and started massaging his shoulder. Issei smiled gently, feeling her gentle massage. It's not the first time she has done this, and Issei appreciated her dedication a lot. They both enjoyed the calming and soothing atmosphere in the room. Finally, after a while, Issei opened his eyes and stand up from his chair. Issei. Thank you as always, Rakia. Rakia. It's nothing, Issei-sama. It's my job to take care of you. Issei smiled at Rakia, then he pulled her into his embrace and gives her a gentle kiss. Rakia doesn't resist him at all and closed her eyes to enjoy the gentle kiss Issei's giving her. Knock, knock. Union. Ai-san, we're ready. There's suddenly a knock on the door and Union voice rang outside the door. Issei. I'll be right there. Then, I'll be off, Rakia. Rakia. Take care on your journey, Issei-sama. Issei. After giving one last peck on Rakia's forehead, Issei went off to Wiz and Union World. Rakia sends Issei off with a loving smile. He still needs to tell Union parents after all, and from what the information that had been gathered so far, it says that Union Villager the Crimson Demon Clan is a great alchemist and the likes. So he thought it will be a perfect chance to have them working for him as well. He will discuss the details with Union Father herself later on. And he found the solution for the Demon Lord on that world as well, so Wiz doesn't need to be too worried in case the Demon Lord suddenly decided to launch a full-scale attack towards the humans. Issei, Union, and Wiz arrived at Konosuba World once again. Union and Wiz feel nostalgic because it's been a while ever since they returned here. Issei still has some reservations being here though. He doesn't really want to handle most of the people here. The most normal person in this world that he knows of is only Union and Wiz. Well, maybe Luna as well if her desperate attempt to seduce him isn't there. Union. Why is the mansion seems empty? Where's Megumin and the others? Wiz. Now that you mention it. It does seem very quiet, I can't sense any life form around as well. Issei. I sense a disturbance at the city entrance. Let's go check it. Union and Wiz. Then the three of them teleported themselves to the city entrance. When they arrived at the scene they saw many adventurers gathered around in front of the city entrance. Issei. What's going on here? Issei asked one of them. Man. Oh? You don't know? There's one of the Demon Lord General attacking the city right now, man. His name was Beldia or something if I recall correctly. The man who saw Issei, who's wearing some dark looking mask, doesn't find it weird because almost the whole adventurers in Axel is a weirdo. And because he's a newcomer in the city he doesn't recognize Issei the infamous tyrant. He does become stupefied after seeing both Union and Wiz though because they're the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. He even thought that they're a goddess descent. Union and Wiz became much more beautiful when they turned into a dragon after all. So it's no wonder anyone who saw them now would feel enchanted after looking at them now. Issei released a tiny bit of his bloodlust towards the man, and the latter body started shivering after feeling Issei's bloodlust on him, so he hastily averted his head after apologizing at them. Then he ran away from the crowd. Issei. Beldia. Issei already hid their presence so only the person they interact with can't see or hear them. Wiz. Beldia. I know that guy. Wiz at first felt familiarity after hearing Beldia's name, and after a few seconds, she finally recalls it. Issei. You know him, Wiz. Wiz. Hi. The thing is. Then Wiz told Issei about how she came to know Beldia. When Issei finished hearing her explanation he became speechless. Even the demon lord army in this world doesn't seem normal it seems. That Beldia guy threw his head under Wiz just so he can see her panties. Okay. He's dead. Wiz smiled wryly because she knows that Issei would feel angry towards Beldia because she already knows that Issei is quite overprotective towards them, his wives. She loves that though. All of them does. They calmly walk through the crowd and they can see Beldia, which is a headless undead knight clad in dark grey armor who rides a headless horse. But they also saw someone they know nearby him. It's Kazuma's party. And for some reason, they feel a bad premonition about this whole incident. After hearing the contents of their talk Issei's party knows that their premonition just now is true. In short, after moving into his base of operations near Axel, he would work alongside his grunts, repairing the various damages to it caused by Megumin's explosions, showing a tolerance for it at first, dismissing it as nothing but a test of courage, but eventually reaching a breaking point and assaulting the town, something he had not planned originally. Union smiled wryly at Megumin, while Issei's facepalm thinking how troublesome they are. Issei would have left them be to deal with their own problem if Union wasn't here. He knows that Union would want to help her ex-rival. Why Issei? It's because the current Union can easily take on Megumin with ease or perhaps the demon lord itself for that matter. Union herself knows that so she doesn't saw Megumin as her rival anymore, call it arrogance or anything you'd like, but it's the truth. After all the training she has done her mindset changed for the better and she's also not that desperate looking for friends any longer because she has a lot of sisters already. A lot. Issei. Let's just get this over with. Issei sighed tiredly and planning to get their business here over with as fast as they could. And that day, the demon lord lose one of his general. There's a loud commotion all across the kingdom after knowing that one of the demon lord general got done in by a supposedly B-class adventurer. At first, they don't believe it that a B-class adventurer able to defeat one of the demon lord general, but after finding out that the one who did it is the infamous tyrant their attitude turned 180 and believes it a lot easier. Even though Issei has been missing around 1 month but he's still quite famous. They do wondering just where did he went after all this time, but they don't dare to question Issei about it. Luna is the one who's most curious just where did Issei go. The moment she saw Issei once again she instantly bombarded Issei with a lot of question. Issei can only smile wryly at her. Luna. Sigh, with that said. Congratulations, Issei-san for defeating one of the demon lord general, you are rewarded with 1 billion heiress. She smiled very brightly towards Issei and she just won't let go of his hand for some reason. Issei. Oh, thanks. The whole guild clapped their hands at Issei and applauded him as well. Luna. I've heard that you seem to have 2 girlfriends already, is that true, Issei-san? Issei. Yeah. 2 is an understatement, but of course Issei won't tell her that. Luna. Then if you have any idea to have a 3rd girlfriend be sure to tell me, okay? Issei. I will keep that in mind. Issei's feeling a little afraid when he saw the gaze Luna currently have. It looks extremely serious and there's almost no light reflected in her eyes and her smile is pretty chilling as well. Only after hearing Issei's words she genuinely smiled once again. Finally, after a while, Issei is able to make Luna let go of his hand and he hastily returned to his mansion. Issei. So, what do you have to say for yourself? When Issei arrived at the mansion he immediately asked Kazuma's party. Union and Wiz sit down beside Issei while smiling wryly at Kazuma and Ko who's at the moment are on kneeling position on the floor. All of them are feeling afraid right now when they're questioned by Issei. Except for Darkness who's for some reason keep exhaling hot sigh, Issei automatically ignored her. Kazuma. It's Megumin's fault. She's the one who keeps using her explosion spell on the castle. Kazuma immediately blamed Megumin. Megumin knows as well that she's the one at fault here, so she kept quiet. Issei. Is that so? Then why don't you stop her? And as far as I know Megumin won't be able to do it alone, so she must have an accomplice for it. Kazuma's body went perfectly stiff the moment he heard Issei's words because he indeed helped Megumin to do it. Megumin won't be able to move after she cast her explosion spell after all. And even though she has some loose screw in her head, she's not that stupid to cast her explosion spell alone without anyone helping her. Aqua. Why do I also have to kneel? It's obviously that Hikanid and the explosion maniac girl who are at fault here. Aqua tried to express her dissatisfaction about the whole thing because she's indeed are not involved with Kazuma and Megumin. As for Darkness, Issei never told her to kneel in the first hand, she just suddenly joined Kazuma and Ko kneeling on the floor. Issei. I heard from Luna that your debt is still not paid. If anything it got even bigger. And why is that I wonder? And if I recall correctly I also left some money behind before at my room, so why is it gone now? This time it's Aqua's body who's stiffened. The reason for that is obvious. She kept going in debt to buy her booze. Their level also doesn't advance much for that matter. As for Issei's money, it's needless to say that the three of them are the culprit for its disappearance. Kazuma and Co body twitched after hearing Issei's words. Only Darkness seems clueless about it. Issei. Sigh, I wonder if I should just sell you all to slavery. Kam. Yeah. Forgive us. We made a mistake. Please forgive us. The three of them screamed while crying and holding at Issei's leg the moment he finished his words. Only Darkness, who started shivering in delight after hearing Issei's words, she even drooled a bit. Issei, who saw them being like this, started to seriously think to just sell them off. Union. I-san. I think Megumin knows her mistake already. Let's just forgive her, okay? Union pleaded for Megumin. Issei. Sigh, you're too soft towards her, you know that, Union. Union. Issei sighed gently and rubbed Union's head in the process. Union giggled after feeling his touch. Only now that Megumin and Co noticed Union and Wiz sitting at Issei's side. Megumin. Why Union? Is that you? Megumin almost couldn't recognize Union because of how beautiful she is right now. She even looks much more mature, to be completely honest. The same goes for Wiz as well. Darkness also becomes taken aback after seeing both of them. When Semiramis get both of them, she altered the memory of Kazuma and Co, so they thought that they went with Issei on a journey. The Qua being a goddess doesn't help at all considering how weak she is compared to Semiramis herself, so she also got her memory altered pretty easily as well. Kazuma. W.O. Kazuma becomes completely captivated after seeing them. A Qua. How comes both of them look more beautiful than me, who's an actual goddess? And that lick is not a lick anymore. How's that possible? Even a Qua admit defeat, even though she's known to be quite narcissistic. Issei knows that she's really a goddess, but he often neglects it because of how useless she is. When a Qua saw the current Wiz, she notices that she's not a lick which she used to be, so it's completely normal for her to be taken aback after seeing that. Meow. Issei. A cat. There's suddenly a black cat appeared with bat wings and red cross-shaped marking on its forehead. It has stubby legs, big round head, and yellow oval eyes. When that cat saw Issei, it instantly jumped at him. Issei. Oh. Issei reflexively caught it with his hands. Megumin. See Chamyasuk. Megumin instantly screamed at the cat. It seems that she recognizes the cat. Issei. Chamyasuk. Is that this cat name? But it's a female though. And do you know this cat, Megumin? Issei felt something weird with this cat aura. It's clearly not a normal cat, since it has wings, and to top it off, it has a huge magic power inside it for some reason. Although it seems that its magic power is currently sealed. And why the hell would you name a female cat with Chamyasuk? Megumin. She's my familiar. Chamyasuk, hurry and get off of him. Can't you see how scary he is? Issei. Oi. Chamyasuk. Naya. Chamyasuk ignored Megumin's call and rubbed her head on Issei's hand comfortably. Megumin. See Chamyasuk. Megumin felt shocked seeing her trusted familiar getting very chummy towards a stranger she just met. Wiz. It seems like it took a liking towards you, I-san. Issei. You think? Issei stroked Chamyasuk's chin and she purred in ecstasy. Megumin tried to tell her to get away from Issei, but to no avail. Union. By the way, I-san. When will we go meet my father? Issei. Oh, maybe tomorrow. Issei was planning to go right away when he just arrived here, but because of the Beldia incident, he decided to postpone it for tomorrow instead. Megumin. Why do you want to meet Union's father? Megumin asked out of curiosity. Issei. I wanted to ask him to give us his blessing, of course. Megumin. What blessing? Issei. Well, I'm going to make Union my bride, so I need her father's blessing, and I also want to discuss some business proposition with him as well. Union. I-san. Unions becomes giddy with happiness and proceed to hug Issei's arm in the process. Yeah. Megumin and Co become completely stupefied after hearing that, and then they screamed out loud. Rasuis arrived in front of a giant floating fortress that manages to steal her breath away. The sheer size and how exotic and beautiful it looks completely otter to the core. Gura. What do you think? All of this belongs to Ice Naya, you know. Amazing, isn't it? Rasuis could only nod slowly after hearing Gura words. Rasuis. Is that you, Naya? When Rasuis is still observing the flying fortress, she heard a familiar voice. She looks towards the source of the voice and saw Kuroka nearby, along with a woman she never saw before. Rasuis. Kuroka-san. Kuroka. Naya, so it is you. So you're also brought here by one of Ice's wife Naya. Rasuis. You too. Kuroka. Yup. Kuroka pointed towards Millet. Gura. Hi, Millet ni. You've also succeeded in bringing your target with you. Millet. She's quite cooperative. And I see that you've also succeeded as well, Gura. Gura. Kuroka is quite surprised after seeing Gurugura, and she even thought that she's also a Nekashu just like her, but upon further inspection, she notices that Gurugura is not a Nekashu, but just similar to a cat overall. Millet. Then let's go and meet the others. Both Kuroka and Rasuis nodded at Millet, and then they went inside the Hanging Garden of Babylon. Inside the fortress, they are greeted by the angels and devils Kaler alike. Rasuis and Kuroka became even more baffled seeing that. They never meet these angels and devils before, and they look kind of different to the one they know. Elkyote. Welcome back, Gurugura-sama, Millet-sama. Especially this woman who just greeted them, she has two pointed pink horns on top of her head, and her wings looks like a fallen angel wings, but completely different at the same time. Sure, she only has one pair of wing, but they know better that this woman in front of them is even stronger than them both combined. Gurugura. I'm back, Elkyote ni. Millet. Elkyote. May we do a quick check on both of our guests? Millet. Go ahead. Elkyote. Then, please excuse me. Elkyote does a quick search on both Rasuis and Kuroka. After she finds nothing suspicious with them, she nodded to herself. Elkyote. Sorry about that, we don't want any mishap to happen. Even though we all know that nothing will able to endanger Issei-sama, it's better to be safe than sorry. Why he doesn't include Millet and Co, you might ask. It's because Issei wanted to be the one who protects them. The moment there is any sign of danger on them, Issei will instantly take notice of it and get to the scene ASAP, and he will bring hell to whoever dares to bare their fangs at his wives. Just like those celestials before. Rasuis and Kuroka. Why yes. Millet. Good job as always, Elkyote. Elkyote. It's nothing, it is our job to ensure Issei-sama's safety. Even though he doesn't need one in the first place. Millet. Don't worry, it's the thoughts that are matter. I'm sure Miller'd appreciate all your hard work as well. Elkyote. Issei-sama is very kind after all. Gurugura. Yup, that's right. The three of them nodded together, the angels and devils around them also echoing their agreement towards Millet and co-words. Rasuis and Kuroka are wondering just where did this all angel and devil came from. And it seems that their eyes truly become someone really important, they thought. They wanted to ask them about it, but meeting Issei takes more priority in their book, so they might as well ask Issei personally later. Finally, they arrived at their room destination, which is the private living room for Issei and Co. When they entered the room, they saw a lot of beautiful women observing them immediately. They are obviously Semiramis and Co. Semiramis. Who are these two the one dearest talked about? Scathach. Not bad indeed, they have good potential if I say so myself. Forzalet. One of them seems to be a Valkyrie. And as for the other one? Demi-human. No, a demonic beastkin perhaps. Ramius and Co only choose to silently appraise both Rasuis and Kuroka, but the latter felt kind of nervous being observed by so many observing gazes. Especially after sensing the gaze from Semiramis and Co, because they can tell that they are extremely powerful. OPHIS. Hello, Kuroka, and Valkyrie who never has a boyfriend. Lilith. Hello. Both OPHIS and Lilith, who are eating some sweets made by Kayu and Kinu, waved their hands at them. Gurugura, who saw that, instantly joined them. Rasuis and Kuroka. Oh, OPHIS, Lilith. They both never thought that they will saw OPHIS and Lilith here as well, but they become much more convinced that Issei is truly here after seeing both of them being here. Jalter. All I care about is will they betray Master just like those Grimory sluts. Jean. Don't worry, I'm sure they're different compared to them. Millet. From our investigation so far about them, it's all good so far, they seem solely dedicated towards Millard alone. Jalter. HMPH. Just so you know, if you decided to do the same thing as that Grimory sluts, I will personally have both of you staked and burnt by my flame. Jalter hissed at them while there's some flame coming out from her mouth. Being the doubtful type, Jalter obviously wanted to know the answer to that question the most. She has finally found someone she could truly trust with her body and soul, so she won't let the same incident with Ria's Grimory happen once again to her beloved master. Just when both Rasuis and Kuroka are about to answer that they won't ever betray Issei, they heard a voice coming from behind them. Irene. Fufufu, don't worry, I can guarantee that both of them are nothing like Rias and Co, because they're clearly more experienced than those brats, am I right, both of you? Irene appeared right behind them, and that managed to startle both Rasuis and Kuroka, because they never sense her presence in the slightest. What Irene meant by being more experienced here is about being in a relationship or seeing the true nature of men. They both are wondering just who is this newcomer. She seems to know them quite well, and she seems pretty familiar as well for some reason. Irene, who saw their questioning gaze, grinned slightly. Irene. What's wrong? Can't recognize the little old me when I'm not at Ice's left hand anymore. Perhaps you both might recognize me better after seeing this. Zeng. Irene put her hand forward and there's a boosted gear appeared on her arm and that once again completely stupefied both Rasuius and Karoka completely that their eyes went wide open. Irene. Now let's have a little chat, shall we? That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.